The minor robot, Megatron, unexpectedly became the chosen one and acquired a divine modification module. Upholding the principle of equality, Megatron could not comprehend the distinction between civilian and mining robots. Thus, he rebelled, utilizing scrap steel from a junkyard. He transformed his mechanical body and led a bulldozer into a tumultuous battle against the G-12 base, astonishing the higher-ups of Cybertron. Bulldozer. This fellow is remarkably generous. He starts off by providing a plasma cannon. Autobot Bulkhead. It seems that following this guy is far more reliable than being part of the adjustment team. Wreck-Gar. From now on, you shall be my elder brother. Starscream. Aligning with Megatron is the way to go. This guy is formidable. Soundwave. This individual is destined for greatness. Optimus Prime. What a powerful robot. He is truly my idol. Shockwave. I would say we are evenly matched. Elita 1. This is the man I admire. As Megatron rose to prominence, the upper echelons of Cybertron continued to suppress him. Unicron. I respect you, but I must eliminate you. The Quintessence. This individual cannot be killed. I must study him closely. The Primal Ancestor. Have I truly erred? Galvatron. Megatron, let us join forces. Amidst a cacophony of conflicting thoughts, Megatron remained undeterred. To him, whether it was betrayal, the pursuit of power, or forming alliances, he never lost sight of his original intent: equality for all. Chapter 1. The Divine Module of the Minor Robot, Megatron. In the galaxy, amidst the sparkling stars, life appeared vibrant yet was riddled with endless conflict. Technologies of annihilation such as electromagnetic cannons, pulse guns, planet destroyers, and cosmic artillery emerged incessantly. Within the orbit of the Alpha Centauri system, the planet Cybertron spun wildly, anxious not to escape its gravitational pull. In the dark of night, a controllable artificial sun, crafted from nuclear fusion, illuminated the skies above Cybertron. Near the G-12 mining site, a truck transporting mining robots suddenly overturned, jolting the robots within. With a loud thud, one robot was activated by the jolt. Slowly, it opened its eyes, its blue orbs illuminating the entire cabin. Where am I? The mechanical voice resonated throughout the cabin as it surveyed its surroundings and opened the door. With another thud, the robot landed heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. After a moment of adjustment, it accessed its memory panel. Name, Megatron. Type, mining robot. Torque, 150. Speed, 20. Defense, 1. Transformation, none. Weapon, mining hammer. Energy, 10. Overall rating, 0.1 stars. Upon seeing the attribute panel, Megatron instinctively extended his mechanical arm, emitting a series of creaks. He hefted the mining hammer in his hand, pondering, how did I end up here? Am I meant to mine? But there are no mining tasks on my memory panel. Newly activated, Megatron was oblivious to the realities of Cybertron. He was unaware that mining robots were not entitled to live on the surface. They were merely suited for labor until they were scrapped. Furthermore, he had no knowledge that here, there were no advanced weapons, rendering him akin to a pile of scrap metal, vulnerable to exploitation. My energy is nearly depleted. What shall I do? Megatron scanned the surroundings and spotted a base in the distance, illuminated by laser neon lights, offering him a glimmer of hope. With this thought, he strode forward, shaking his mechanical body as he raced toward the base. Thud, thud, thud. Megatron pressed on, each step a testament to his relentless effort. As a mining robot, his form was ill-suited for running. Yet, facing energy depletion, he gritted his teeth, believing that reaching the base would grant him an energy replenishment. After what felt like an eternity, he gasped, finally, I've arrived. There's still 2 energy left. I'm just in time. Upon seeing numerous car-like robots at the base, a flicker of excitement surged within him. He approached, hammer in hand, seeking even a modicum of energy. However, upon noticing Megatron's arrival, the Autobots grew wary. They had not anticipated a mining robot making its way here and were filled with confusion. How did this mining robot get up here? Shouldn't he be mining? Indeed, he must have sneaked out. Such occurrences are all too common these days. I've heard these robots can be quite dangerous. They have immense torque, but lack intelligence. Isn't that right? Without significant torque, how could they mine? Without mining, Cybertron wouldn't have so much steel. Hearing their remarks, Megatron was taken aback. Am I the villain? Just as Megatron pondered this, an energy cannon whizzed through the air. With a loud bang, it struck Megatron's right arm, sending metal flying and causing his mining hammer to be flung from his grasp. This isn't good. This guy is about to retaliate, the base guard shouted, alarmed at the sight of Megatron's hammer. They continued firing. Thud, 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 several energy blasts whizzed toward him. Sensing imminent danger, Megatron swiftly dodged and attempted to flee outside the base. But at that moment, his energy was entirely depleted, and he collapsed to the ground. As Megatron fell, the tension dissipated among the crowd, relieved to see him down. "We finally took him down. He was terrifying." Indeed, what was a mining robot doing here instead of working? "Let's not linger, we should head back." Thus, they hurriedly departed. The base guards dragged Megatron's lifeless form and unceremoniously discarded him into a steel dumpster before leaving. As the dust settled, countless mining robots perished daily, ruthlessly eliminated. For Megatron, being slain upon his emergence was unprecedented. His demise caught the attention of the Supreme Emperor. After dispatching the Cosmic Emperor, the Supreme Emperor placed great hopes on the primal ancestor to forge a new Cybertron. Yet, the sight before him plunged him into contemplation. Is it truly possible that the primal ancestor is unaware of these matters, or is there another reason? The Supreme Emperor's consciousness drifted through the void, radiating immense fury. He could not bear to witness a newly born Megatron being extinguished so cruelly. He resolved to intervene personally. "I grant you a modification module. I hope you do not disappoint me." In the next moment, a message of energy replenishment echoed in Megatron's mind. Replenishing energy. 10, 20, 30. As time passed, the dying Megatron, nestled within the steel dumpster, suddenly sat upright. "My energy is full," he exclaimed, bewildered as he surveyed the vast heap of refuse around him. He opened his memory panel once more. Name, Megatron. Type, mining robot and civilian robot. Torque, 1,500. Speed, 200. Defense, 100. Transformation, P-38 handgun. Weapon, black gold mining hammer. Energy, 100 module. Divine modification module, capable of transforming oneself and other mechanical bodies. Overall rating, 0.9 stars. Upon witnessing his energy fully replenished and acquiring the ability to transform, Megatron was filled with exhilaration, noting that both torque and speed had increased tenfold. What does this civilian robot signify? He pondered, though his curiosity about the divine modification module overshadowed his confusion. "I should first repair my right arm," he resolved, and began to scavenge for materials in the steel refuse heap to mend his mechanical limb. After a brief search, he discovered a metallic substance and proceeded to utilize the properties of the divine modification module to restore his right arm. With his arm repaired, he contemplated adding some defensive steel plating for further protection. Thus, Megatron accumulated all the scrap metal from the refuse heap onto his body and leaped into action. The makeshift Megatron emerged within the confines of the base. Gazing at the adjacent refuse bin, he smirked, eager to test his newly enhanced form. "Here I go," he exclaimed, delivering a powerful kick with his enormous steel right leg. With a resounding crash, the refuse bin was uprooted, tumbling several times before colliding with the wall. Not daring to pause, Megatron prepared to explore the peculiarities of this base. Meanwhile, a large forklift arrived to collect the refuse. Upon noticing the overturned bin, the operator paused in disbelief. "Who did this? How could someone topple the refuse bin?" he muttered under his breath. Yet, upon observing the bin rolling, he was taken aback. This individual must be highly skilled, with torque exceeding my own by at least double. Thus, the forklift operator routinely lifted the bin and reported the incident to the adjustment vehicle squad. Upon hearing the news, the squad leader, Roadblock, furrowed his brow. A refuse bin was kicked over several times. It seems someone is causing trouble. With that thought, Roadblock quickly called out to his companions. "There's a disturbance at base G12, let's investigate." "We'll be there shortly," came the synchronized response from Spotlight, Bumblebee, Freeway, Loadmaster, and Pursuit. Chapter 2, Roadblock's Adjustment Vehicle Squad. At this moment, Megatron continued to wander aimlessly within base G12. He could not comprehend why he was targeted earlier, yet now, no one seemed to pay him any heed. Could it be due to my identity as a labor robot? What a strange world are individuals deemed unworthy of existence without status. Must a minor robot be condemned to such a fate? Megatron murmured to himself, casting a glance around and noticing the disdainful looks directed at him. A few female robots pointed and whispered, though he now bore the identity of a laborer. Yet, the sight of his dilapidated form was undeniably jarring. Look at that individual, clad in rags as if emerging from a refuse heap. Indeed, it seems anyone can be found here. I bet he couldn't afford proper iron and scoured the junkyard for scraps. Right? It's quite shameful for a man. Absolutely, a man without money has no right to live. The remarks from the female robots dripped with scorn. Come on, he's got character, remarked Alita, spotting Megatron adorned in scrap metal, chuckling lightly. Despite the derisive comments, Megatron felt deflated yet remained open-minded, realizing he ought to enhance his appearance. But the question remained, how could he adorn himself without energy blocks? Hello, everyone, I am Megatron, he boldly approached in an attempt to greet them. Get lost. The multitude of female robots shouted in unison, nearly wishing to kick him away. However, Alita felt a peculiar intrigue towards Megatron, sensing there was more to him than met the eye. Just as she was about to engage him in conversation, a nearby female robot restrained her. Alita, he's nothing but trash, why even speak to him? Let's go shopping instead. Right, this impoverished soul scavenged scrap metal to transform himself. Clearly, he's at the level of a drifter. Let's leave, don't waste time talking to someone who looks like refuse. The group of girls pulled Alita away, showing no regard for Megatron. His gaze swept across the females before lingering on Alita. With her red paint, slender figure, and wheels adorned with golden trim, he found himself captivated. What are you staring at? Do you not realize Alita's brother, Optimus Prime, is the librarian of G12, earning 20 energy blocks a month? Indeed, that's 20 energy blocks. I doubt you even possess a fraction of that. We should really go, I can't bear to watch this. Upon hearing their remarks, Megatron felt at a loss. He reluctantly diverted his gaze, preparing to leave. At that moment, the adjustment vehicle squad hurriedly arrived. The first vehicle, a Jeep, swiftly transformed. Roadblock shifted into human form, executing a 360-degree drift before approaching Megatron. Following closely were Pursuit and Freeway. The appearance of the adjustment vehicle squad sent the surrounding female robots into a frenzy. How handsome! Look at Roadblock, he can drift after transforming. Indeed, look at Pursuit as well. How wonderful it would be to have someone from the adjustment vehicle squad as a boyfriend. Absolutely stunning. Hearing the praise from the female robots, Roadblock grinned. However, his gaze turned wary as he assessed Megatron. Who are you? Where do you reside? And why are you wandering around in such rags? Furthermore, why did you kick over the refuse bin? At this, Megatron was momentarily taken aback. He genuinely did not know where he lived. Yet, he had indeed knocked over the refuse bin. I accidentally kicked it over, what's wrong with that? Of course it's wrong. I hereby charge you with vandalism of public property. Come with me. With that, Roadblock brandished a modified energy cannon, calibrated to 50 energy blocks, aimed directly at Megatron. Why are you pointing that cannon at me? It was an accident, I'm a good person. His declaration elicited uproarious laughter from the onlookers, who had presumed Megatron a mere pauper, now discovering he was amusing as well. What good person? Come with me. Roadblock gestured for Megatron to follow. Meanwhile, Freeway, understanding the situation, approached Megatron and whispered, "There are too many people here to talk. If you give us 20 energy blocks, they'll let you go." But Megatron protested softly, "I don't have any energy blocks." Hearing this, Freeway shook his head in resignation, signaling Roadblock to proceed. Resisting arrest? Take him away. With that command, the adjustment vehicle squad swiftly surrounded Megatron, 6 against 1. Instantly, Megatron became alert. Though he was unsure why he was being cornered, he understood that resistance was the only path forward. Wow, this garbage robot is going to fight back. He must be seeking death. Indeed, it is a classic case of a naive newcomer unafraid of the formidable one individual daring to confront the regulation vehicle unit. This is truly absurd. One should simply follow along and pay the fines without further ado. The remarks of the crowd reached Megatron's ears, leaving him bewildered. He could not comprehend the complexity of the situation. Couldn't they just overturn and then right themselves? Just as the barricade was poised to take action, Megatron brandished a black gold mining hammer, assuming a stance of attack. The appearance of this hammer instilled a sense of caution among the barricade members. This hammer must belong to a mining robot. How could he possess it? Could it be that this individual is a miner? Uncertain, everyone, remain vigilant and do not underestimate him. It seems we may have the opportunity to achieve something significant this time. The 6 members of the regulation vehicle unit engaged in fervent discussion, each drawing forth their energy cannons and preparing for confrontation. This scene astonished the multitude of female robots surrounding them. Is this person a miner? He somewhat resembles one, but why is his hammer crafted from black gold? Perhaps he salvaged it from a refuse heap. Amidst the ongoing chatter, the 6 members of the regulation vehicle unit found themselves at odds with Megatron. Subdue him. As soon as Barricade's command fell, the energy cannon in his hands discharged rapidly, a bolt of blue flame racing towards Megatron. Unfazed, Megatron remained calm, having enhanced his speed tenfold. With a powerful swing of the black gold mining hammer, a thunderous explosion erupted as the blue energy projectile detonated, startling all present. Barricade, unwilling to be careless, promptly assessed Megatron's star rating. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he thought to himself, this fellow possesses a comprehensive strength of 0.9 stars. Upon hearing the 0.9 star rating, panic spread among the crowd, especially since their own leader, Tianin, was only at 0.5 stars. Once one reaches the 1-star level, they could report to Carlin City and ascend to higher echelons. In their remote G12 area, only one individual had achieved the 1-star rank. And here stood Megatron, boasting a staggering 0.9 stars. Brother, what shall we do? Do we continue to fight? The highwayman called out to Barricade, feeling as though they had encountered a formidable opponent. Meanwhile, Alita gazed at Megatron with deep admiration. Why do I always sense an overwhelming aura emanating from this man? Yet he appears so utterly oblivious. Chapter 3. The frantic assault on the energy cannon. Ironhide in a dilemma, Alita muttered softly, her gaze fixated on the unfolding scene. The atmosphere had turned palpably awkward. While the Autobots were aware that their united strength could vanquish Megatron, they hesitated to engage. The prospect of injury loomed ominously, particularly in this desolate region with its meager benefits. Any wounds incurred would require personal funds for body modifications. What should we do, brother? Should we fight or not? Highspeed called out once more. Wait for me to gather reinforcements. As soon as the words left his lips, Roadblock sent a message to Ironhide, the weapons expert and captain of the 12th District's Guard. Upon receiving the message, Ironhide frowned and replied, I'm on my way. With that, he transformed into a massive vehicle and sped towards Roadblock's coordinates. Meanwhile, Megatron and the 6 Autobots faced each other in a tense standoff. If you don't make a move, neither will I. Roadblock, unleash your power and defeat this wretched machine, he taunted. You, Roadblock, are the most formidable. Act swiftly. The others echoed in agreement, urging him to teach the grotesque adversary a lesson. Hearing their fervent encouragement, Roadblock felt a surge of pressure, yet he remained immobile, dragging his feet in indecision. Megatron, observing their peculiar expressions and remarks, decided it was best to withdraw. If I am so unwelcome, I shall take my leave. However, one day I shall understand why you have become this way. With that, he turned to depart, with Roadblock trailing behind, much to Megatron's irritation. Make a decision. Will you fight or not? You're like a pesky insect. In a sudden surge of anger, Megatron could tolerate mockery and challenges, but he would not abide by such timidity. With this thought, he swung his black gold mining hammer toward Roadblock. Goodness, this fellow is fierce, Roadblock exclaimed, hastily conjuring a shield to deflect the blow. At that moment, he could not help but admire Megatron's audacity. After all, the 6 of them could easily subdue him. They simply wished to avoid injury. Yet, Megatron defied expectations, recklessly charging in a battle despite knowing he was outmatched. The relentless clang of metal echoed as Megatron swung his hammer, warping Roadblock's iron shield. Highspeed and Spotlight, acutely aware of the escalating danger, swiftly armed themselves for the fray. Although Megatron possessed superior torque and speed, the sheer number of opponents began to wear him down as metal shavings littered the ground from his battered frame. Is this all you've got? 6 against 1, and you're still hesitant? Megatron disregarded his injuries, launching a furious assault with his hammer. With a resounding crash, he struck Spotlight squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling several meters away. This scene left a multitude of female robots besieging in utter disbelief. How could this seemingly worthless machine prove so formidable? Indeed, he appeared to be nothing more than scrap. Yet with a single blow, he sent the Spotlight flying. What sort of technique was this that rendered him so powerful? Observing the reactions of the crowd, Alita cast a glance of admiration. Such a domineering assault, bold and unrestrained, exuded an aura of fearlessness. This individual seemed born for battle, she mused. Meanwhile, Megatron stood undaunted, even as fragments of metal fell from his mechanical form. It did not hinder his ability to wield the mining hammer. At that moment, Ironhide arrived, swiftly drifting into position and transforming. He readied a charged cannon, its massive barrel accompanied by several smaller arms. Boom! 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 A barrage of shells hurtled towards Megatron. A sneak attack? Rage ignited within Megatron as he gripped the black gold mining hammer tightly and struck at the incoming projectiles. The resulting explosion unleashed a powerful shockwave, enveloping him in blinding light, startling all witnesses. Incredible. This seemingly worthless robot withstood the cannon fire with sheer force. Was he reckless enough to sacrifice himself? I suspect he must be dead by now. Ironhide shells are not something anyone can withstand. I concur, this brute relies solely on raw strength. Ultimately, he is just scrap, the female robot sneered, wishing for the demise of all impoverished and unattractive male machines in existence. At that moment, as Megatron landed amidst the debris of the explosion, several pieces of scrap metal fell away. This weapon is indeed formidable. It seems to have been crafted specifically for me. What a fine weapon. It is now mine. With this thought, Megatron leaped once more, charging towards Ironhide, this time targeting the charge cannon directly. Remarkably, he had survived. As Megatron approached, Ironhide rapidly transformed, brandishing a shield in his left hand and the charge cannon in his right. With a resounding clang, Ironhide deflected Megatron's strike, allowing his cannon to discharge swiftly. The force sent Megatron flying several meters, where he landed on the ground. Just as Ironhide presumed Megatron was incapacitated, he rose again, continuing to brandish the black gold mining hammer. This spectacle astounded not only Ironhide, but everyone present. They could hardly fathom that this seemingly worthless machine had withstood Ironhide's charged cannon, leaving them in shock. Who was this individual, and how could he possess such remarkable prowess? To withstand a charge cannon at a 9-star rating. Could it be that his entire technological tree was devoted to defense? It is plausible. Just look at his 9-star rating. Without any visible weaponry, he likely invested entirely in defensive capabilities. The individual in question exhibits peculiar behavior. It is prudent to flee. Witnessing Megatron display his formidable prowess, the female robots hastily departed, fearing repercussions for their central hub. At that moment, Ironhide was taken aback, never anticipating that his energy cannon would fail to incapacitate Megatron. Alarmingly, just as Ironhide was grappling with his astonishment, Megatron's black and gold mining hammer came hurtling towards him. He quickly raised his shield to defend himself. Is this all you've got? Megatron smirked, executing a swift pirouette around Ironhide's colossal mechanical form. In a single motion, he kicked Ironhide's energy cannon away. With a clang, the cannon clattered to the ground. This energy cannon is now mine. With that, Megatron swiftly seized the weapon, transforming it into a Model 38 handgun. The barrel of the handgun emitted a piercing sound, propelled by a formidable thrust, sending his mechanical form soaring through the air. This fiend intends to escape. Quick, pursue him, Ironhide shouted, prompting Roadblock and others to transform and give chase. Just as Ironhide was ready to follow suit, he deemed it wise to report the situation. After all, having lost his energy cannon, he might not stand a chance against Megatron without a weapon. Base 12 calling Karen City. This is Karen City. Please proceed, Base 12. The intelligence officer of the Karen City Guard responded promptly. An errant scrap robot has stolen my energy cannon. I now request assistance. This news swiftly spread throughout the Karen City Guard base. The current leader of the Autobots, Optimus, pondered for a moment upon receiving the information. For the safety of District 12, I hereby decree that an electromagnetic cannon be dispatched to Ironhide for installation. Acknowledged. Thus, the Autobots of Karen City busied themselves. Meanwhile, Megatron's Model 38 handgun form soared through the skies, uncertain of his next destination. Upon spotting a steel scrapyard, he observed several robots wielding mining hammers within, reminiscent of his own kind. This scrapyard shall suffice. Chapter 4. Healing the damaged robots, rallying allies. In the scrapyard of Base 12, Megatron's Model 38 handgun form navigated through the debris. He beheld dilapidated, mining robots scattered across the corners of the yard, their hammers discarded and leaning against rusted metal, their eyes devoid of life, breaths feeble. Witnessing this scene, Megatron felt a pang of disquiet. Why are they awaiting their demise here? Have they run out of energy? Why do they not seek repair and sustenance at the base? Why is no one tending to them? Are the mining robots destined for oblivion? Megatron murmured, hastening forward to investigate. Approaching an aged, battered robot, he grasped its feeble mechanical arm and urgently inquired, "What troubles you? Have you depleted your energy?" "The energy is dwindling, as I have neglected my body for decades. Various mechanisms have begun to deteriorate. I can no longer endure," murmured the battered robot in a somber tone. Subsequently, It turned its head to gaze into the distance, as if reminiscing about its life. Megatron slowly rose to his feet, surveying the surroundings and noting that numerous robots were in similar plight. Leaning against a pile of debris, a frail robot emanated a blue glow. This is dire. This robot is out of energy. Observing the condition of the weakened automaton, Megatron strode forward to its side. He gently lifted it and placed his mechanical arm upon its chest to replenish its energy. This action drew the attention of many damaged robots, who were astonished that someone would provide them with energy, leading to a flurry of discussions. Who is this individual? And how does he possess such abundant energy? He appears to be a civilian robot. Yet why does he wield a miner's hammer? No, look. His miner's hammer is made of black gold. Could he be a top-tier miner? Unfazed by the murmurs, Megatron completed the energizing of the frail robot before moving to the elderly automaton he had previously encountered to perform repairs. In the next moment, he activated the divine modification module to assess the old robot's injuries. It is worth noting that, with the assistance of the divine modification module, Megatron's medical prowess rivaled that of the Quintessence, with technology far surpassing that of Cybertron by centuries. Meanwhile, an increasing number of damaged robots gathered to observe. At this juncture, a robot named Bulldozer noticed the energy cannon in Megatron's grasp and exclaimed that energy cannon must belong to the captain of the 12 base guard, Ironhide. How could it be in this individual's possession? Upon hearing Bulldozer's words, the eyes of many robots turned toward Megatron's arm. Some were unfamiliar with the weapon, but its metallic sheen indicated it was of superior quality. Is this weapon truly Ironhide's? It appears so, yet it seems rather extraordinary. Did he steal it? Or perhaps find it in a scrapyard? Found it? Why don't you show me when you've picked up? The crowd's chatter did not disrupt Bulldozer's train of thought. This energy cannon indeed belonged to Ironhide. With this realization, Bulldozer approached Megatron and called out, "Greetings, I am the leader of this scrapyard. May I inquire if you are medical personnel?" Medical personnel? What does that mean? Megatron paused his work, perplexed. Are you not here to treat our minor brothers? Bulldozer inquired, though his attention was not focused on Megatron's medical skills. After all, whether the treatment would be effective was a different matter. His gaze fixated on the energy cannon, and he asked, "Where did this energy cannon originate? Are you referring to this?" Megatron, having lifted his arm and examined the particle cannon, recounted, "Just the other day, I found myself in a scuffle with 6 robots, during which one of them ambushed me wielding this very device. I deemed this weapon quite impressive, so I seized it." Upon hearing this, the Bulldozer gasped in astonishment and promptly inquired, "Was the one who ambushed you named Ironhide?" "Indeed," Megatron affirmed with a nod. "And were the 6 robots who besieged you referred to as barricades?" "Yes, what of it? Are they formidable?" Megatron questioned, perplexed by the Bulldozer's inquiries, which struck him as absurd. He proceeded to continue attending to the injured old robot. Once these matters were clarified, the Bulldozer found himself momentarily frozen in place, fully aware of Ironhide and Barricade's prowess, feeling unworthy to contend with them. Yet, here stood Megatron, who had vanquished them, a feat unprecedented. Other robots present, upon hearing the name Barricade, recalled their reputation. Living in this dilapidated scrapyard, they not only scavenged for refuse, but also remained vigilant against the raids of the patrol vehicles. The notion that Megatron had single-handedly defeated 6 of them left them in utter disbelief. "You mean to say you bested Barricade and his cohort? 1 against 6? How could you possibly be so formidable? Do you possess some secret weapon? Pray tell, how did you overcome them?" In response to their fervent queries, Megatron glanced at them and stated, "I merely wielded a mining hammer. It is my sole weapon. However, henceforth, I shall be better equipped with this cannon." With that, he offered a smile before returning to his ministrations on the old robot. Listening to Megatron's words, the others gazed at their own mining hammers, lost in contemplation. He had actually retaliated with that mining implement. Did he not fear for his life? Or was the mining hammer truly that powerful? Was it merely my own cowardice? Or could I have done the same? After a brief moment of reflection, they began to murmur among themselves, their thoughts racing. Meanwhile, the Bulldozer watched Megatron's technique in treating the old robot, utterly astonished. He had initially presumed Megatron to be a mere good Samaritan checking on the robot's injuries. Yet he was providing treatment with remarkable skill. Could it be that he could heal everyone? If that were the case, the Bulldozer mused, perhaps he could wield the particle cannon and lead them out of this scrapyard. Hearing the Bulldozer's words, The multitude of robots turned to look at him, exchanging puzzled glances, still unable to comprehend the bulldozer suggestion. Stuck in their own limitations as mining robots, their cognitive capacities seemed insufficient. At that moment, Megatron paused his work, and the old robot slowly rose to his feet, stretching his mechanical arm and shaking his head in disbelief. "I can move now. My strength has returned, and I have grown stronger," exclaimed the old robot, lifting the miner's hammer and striking fiercely at a battered steel plate in the scrapyard. With a resounding clang, the thick steel was dented, indicating the formidable might of his blow. Upon witnessing the robot rise, Megatron smiled, pleasantly surprised by the efficacy of the divine modification module. However, observing the other robots, who appeared lethargic and creaked as they moved, diminished his satisfaction. He then addressed the assembly with a commanding voice. "Who among you still requires treatment?" Chapter 5. The Divine Modification Module Unleashed. Shocking the scrap yard upon hearing Megatron's words and witnessing the transformation of the old robot back to its prime. The eyes of the crowd sparkled with hope. They regarded Megatron as a savior, for they knew that remaining in the scrapyard would lead to their demise. The prospect of free healing filled them with elation. "Please heal me. If I regain my peak strength, I will become your subordinate." "Yes, me too. If you restore my body and provide me with energy blocks, I will serve you. Count me in." The fervent pleas of the crowd greatly pleased Megatron, as he felt a renewed sense of purpose. "Rest assured, not only will I provide you with free treatment, but I will also distribute energy to you all. Together, we shall leave this scrap yard and dwell in a better place. I will not demand anything from you in return." The promise of free healing, energy blocks, and accommodation ignited a frenzy, with the robots rushing towards Megatron for assistance. Meanwhile, the bulldozer, indifferent to his status as the leader of the scrapyard, understood that without Megatron's intervention, he would only lead these individuals to ruin. The arrival of this figure, offering free healing, shelter, and energy blocks, rendered his leadership irrelevant. Thus, he approached Megatron. The multitude of robots parted to create a pathway for the bulldozer, acknowledging him as their leader. Upon witnessing the bulldozer's approach, Megatron appeared puzzled, unsure why they would yield to him. Yet, this display of respect only enhanced his imposing presence, as he envisioned himself receiving similar treatment. "Greetings, I am Megatron. I trust it will be no issue for me to treat these brothers?" "Of course not," replied the bulldozer, nodding. "I'm the leader of this scrapyard. If you can restore them to peak condition, the leadership here will belong to you." "Oh, leadership? Are you saying that this leader can command them to stand aside while I walk?" Upon hearing this, the bulldozer wore a look of perplexity. Could it be that the imposing Megatron before him had just been born? Nevertheless, he paid little heed to this notion. "You may interpret it this way, yet it hinges upon your capabilities. Indeed, I notice your stature surpasses theirs significantly. Were I to modify you, I dare say you would become even more formidable." At Megatron's words, the bulldozer was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this Megatron would first seek to heal himself. Such selflessness? However, since he had put forth such a request, the bulldozer felt it would be impolite to refuse. "Very well. If you can restore me to my prime and augment my abilities, I shall henceforth refer to you as my leader." "What leader? What leader? One side apart, you may simply stand aside." Megatron chuckled, feeling a surge of pride at his earlier display of dominance. That was precisely the effect he desired, and thus he busied himself with the task at hand. Meanwhile, on the other side, Roadblock led the remaining 5 members of the adjustment vehicle squad as they hovered around the 12 scrapyard. Yet they dared not approach. "Captain, why aren't we going in? That scrap robot is right inside." "Indeed, we often visit this scrapyard. It is filled with nothing but junk. What is there to fear?" "Yes, the mining robots within are barely clinging to life, and that bulldozer is nothing but a useless piece of scrap, daring to assume the role of a leader. Let us go in. If we capture that scrap robot, we will earn our merit." Hearing their words, Roadblock found himself at a loss. After all, he was well aware of Megatron's prowess. If they had been able to subdue him from the outset, it would have been one matter. However, the current Megatron wielded a charged cannon, rendering the odds 50-50. If he rashly charged in and was slain, it would be quite the embarrassment. He had only recently become the captain of the adjustment vehicle squad, and with various benefits still unclaimed, he was hesitant to act recklessly. If action were to be taken, it should be left to Ironhide. Why the hurry? There are so many mining robots inside. If they retaliate, we would be in a precarious situation. At Roadblock's words, Highway expressed confusion. Captain, those mining robots are on the verge of death. What is there to fear? You know nothing. Roadblock shook his head in exasperation, then gazed at the 12 scrapyard, contemplating for a moment before finally issuing an order. We shall enter to take a look. Remember, it is merely a reconnaissance mission, and all actions will be dictated by my expression. Captain, with your face so grim, how shall we discern your intentions? Upon hearing this, Roadblock felt a surge of frustration, yet with only 5 subordinates at his disposal, he refrained from retorting. Just follow my gestures. With that, Roadblock extended his mechanical arm, forming a hand gesture resembling a gun. Let us move. Charge, charge, charge. Thus, the adjustment vehicle squad transformed into various vehicles and advanced toward the 12 scrapyard. Having frequently visited this locale to assert their dominance, they were quite familiar with it. They soon located the gathering place of the Bulldozer S-Gang. When they beheld Megatron tending to the bulldozer, their eyes widened in astonishment. The Barricade was momentarily stunned. He realized he had underestimated this formidable Megatron. Not only was he fearless in battle, but he also possessed remarkable medical prowess. The vehicle troops were abuzz with chatter. Goodness, this wretched robot is adept in such techniques. I had thought him merely a brute wielding a hammer. Such a revelation was astonishing. A mere brute exhibiting such extraordinary medical skill. This individual was indeed extraordinary. If he were not dealt with promptly, he would undoubtedly become a future menace. Indeed, with such versatility and ferocity, this fellow might even overturn the 12th district. All the remarks reached the ears of the Barricade, who gestured for silence with a sign of affection. He then resumed his observations. When the Barricade beheld Megatron affixing the energy cannon to the bulldozer, his jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. My word, this wretched robot has outfitted the bulldozer with an energy cannon. How generous! The Barricade exclaimed in admiration, recognizing the bulldozer as the dominant force here. What if the bulldozer, now armed with the energy cannon, turned against him? He simply could not fathom how such benevolence could exist in this world. Meanwhile, the bulldozer slowly opened his eyes, realizing that his energy had reached 30% and that all his components were harmoniously connected, moving without a hint of creaking. Just as he was about to express gratitude to Megatron, he noticed the energy cannon attached to his right arm, leaving him astounded. Megatron, how is this energy cannon on my mechanical form? Is there a mistake? No mistake, Megatron replied nonchalantly. I believe you are better suited for this weapon. It is your strongest state. Megatron cared little for himself, believing that by ensuring others were well taken care of, they would stand beside him as he walked. He yearned to experience the feeling of being a leader. At that moment, the bulldozer was uncertain whether to feel touched or elated, as the parts of his body rattled with excitement. He had not anticipated such generosity from Megatron. Yet, in this treacherous world of deceit, could such kindness truly exist? Suddenly, a spark of realization struck him. The gift of the energy cannon implied that Megatron was unafraid of his potential betrayal, for he possessed an even mightier weapon. With this thought, the bulldozer wasted no time, directly raising Megatron's mechanical arm towards the multitude of robots in the 12th scrapyard, proclaiming loudly, Chapter 6, Call me Leader Megatron. From now on, Megatron is our chief, and I am his foremost enforcer. Upon hearing the bulldozer's words, Megatron smiled awkwardly, finding the term somewhat quaint. After all, he was destined to be the central figure, with others flanking him. After a moment of contemplation, Megatron responded with a grin. From now on, call me Leader. I feel this term suits me. To this, the bulldozer was pleasantly surprised to discover that Megatron possessed a cultured side. With such an elegant choice of name, for a moment, he felt that this formidable Megatron was destined for greatness. Call him the Leader. As soon as the bulldozer's words fell, the multitude of robots responded in unison. All hail the Leader! All hail the Leader! Their thunderous voices reverberated throughout the 12 scrapyard. The Barricade, taken aback, mumbled to himself, a mere junk robot as a leader? I see your leader goes hungry 3 times a day, enduring the blows of little steel rods. Meanwhile, Megatron, witnessing the enthusiastic response from the crowd, brimmed with confidence, momentarily convinced that this world operated on the principle of giving to gain respect. This would afford him dignity in the outside world. However, he noted that the minor robots lacked effective weaponry. They needed to be armed. Mere slogans would not suffice. If everyone had a weapon, my presence in the middle would truly be imposing. Very well, I shall modify your bodies, but you must find some steel around here, Megatron proclaimed loudly. Then turned to survey the surrounding scrap. In his eyes, everything was treasure, and before the divine modification module, he had a myriad of transformation methods at his disposal. Upon hearing Megatron's declaration, the bulldozer promptly relayed the command. Everyone hustle. Gather whatever usable materials you can find to modify our leader's body. Understood. Thus, the robots in the 12 scrap yard busied themselves, collecting scrap metal in preparation for their mechanical transformation. Simultaneously, the barricade saw them rushing out and quickly ordered the adjustment vehicle team to retreat. Received. Upon receiving the message, the highway swiftly transformed into cars and departed the area. On the road, the highway expressed confusion. Captain, are we just leaving like this? Aren't we going to confront him? Confront? With what? Replied the barricade. There's so many minor robots on the other side, and that bulldozer has reached peak strength, bolstered by an energy cannon. We cannot withstand them. As he spoke, he pressed the accelerator. However, noticing the low morale among his subordinates, he quickly reassured them, do not be so disheartened. That Megatron is merely a junk robot. Look at his followers, preparing to modify their bodies with a heap of refuse. What can they possibly achieve? Once Captain Ironhide gathers the forces, we can easily overpower them. So, rest assured, there will be ample opportunities for glory, but not at this moment. Hearing the barricade's words, several members of the adjustment vehicle team found some merit in his rationale. Transforming their bodies with scrap, still a manual modification, would not pose an immediate threat. The captain is right. So where do we head now? Let's go to the maintenance center for some rest. Later, we can return and inform Captain Ironhide that we have scouted all night and discovered their plan to modify their bodies with junk. When the time comes, we will guide them, and after defeating Megatron, we shall follow the leader. As the barrier spoke, it diligently calculated with an abacus, convinced that this was the path to greatness. Very well, we shall heed the captain's counsel, the crowd agreed, believing they could make purchases from above while maintaining their own upkeep. An advantageous arrangement, indeed. Little did they know, the barrier's negligence provided Megatron with an opportunity to rise. At the 12th scrapyard, an assortment of discarded weapons, steel, bearings, and other debris lay in disarray. Megatron observed the bustling crowd and felt a renewed sense of purpose. His existence was meant to ensure the well-being of others. He realized that as long as he offered them substantial benefits, their productivity would soar. It appears I must leverage my superior modification module to enhance their capabilities, he mused, setting his plans into motion. Fueled by burgeoning ambition, his mind brimmed with inspiration, even envisioning scenarios for future battles. Meanwhile, a nearby bulldozer contemplated forming a brotherhood with Megatron, fearing that if Megatron ascended, he would be relegated to a subordinate role. Thus, he began recounting his experiences at the scrapyard. Leader, this scrapyard was once under my protection. After I fled the factory, I discovered many mining robots here, but they were frequently oppressed, not only by the adjustment vehicle squad, but also by the raucous crew from the 11th scrapyard, who often harassed us. Upon hearing this, Megatron turned to the bulldozer with intrigue. Is there often trouble here? Indeed, that raucous crew has sought conflict multiple times. Had I not intervened, these robots might no longer exist, the bulldozer replied, recalling past battles with the raucous crew. This group was formidable and cunning, adept at seizing opportunities in combat. It seems the 12th district is quite unstable, Megatron noted, furrowing his brow, recognizing that he must eliminate obstacles to assess the situation at Base 12. He understood that this world was not merely about mining and survival. It was also rife with complex social dynamics. After a brief moment, through the concerted efforts of all the robots in the 12th scrapyard, they gathered all usable materials. Leader, we have collected the items. Please assist us with the modifications. They chorused, forming a line in anticipation of Megatron's enhancements. Feeling a surge of excitement, Megatron sensed that these individuals might be taking advantage of him, though he lacked concrete evidence. Nevertheless, he knew that by treating them well, providing weapons, energy, and healing, they would yield to his command. Everything else was mere embellishment. Very well, I shall commence immediately. With that resolve, Megatron surveyed the scrap materials and initiated his plan, crafting steel into shields, repairing weapons, and extracting energy blocks. Under his direction, a small assembly line began to take shape. As time passed, Megatron personally equipped his subordinates with shields, weapons, and replenished their impure energy. One by one, the scrappy mining robots emerged. Although they appeared somewhat shabby, with the assistance of divine modification modules, they possessed inherent strength. Thus, a legion of scrap robots was born on the planet Cybertron. At that moment, a scout from the salvage factory No. 11 observed the situation and quickly relayed a message to Havoc. Boss, after a figure named Megatron arrived in District 12, they began modifying themselves, likely preparing to confront us. Chapter 7. The Birth of the Scrap Robot Legion. Panic at Base 12. Upon receiving the intelligence about Megatron, Havoc grew restless. What? They're actually modifying themselves? Are you certain such talents exist? I witnessed it with my own eyes. This Megatron possesses such power. Upon hearing these words, Havoc pondered for a moment, realizing that it might already be too late for him to act. After all, it would take him a day to reach the salvage factory number 12, and by the time he arrived, he would likely be met with hostility. Send their information to the recon vehicle unit, and have that individual named Barricade take action against them. Even if it's just to strike their living force, that would suffice. Boss, Barricade. He tends to shirk work. Given the situation here, he will surely flee. Upon receiving this report, Havoc sensed the gravity of the situation. If things continued on this trajectory, he would inevitably face repercussions from Megatron. I understand the matter. Leave it to me. You must report any developments from there to me immediately. Understood. After disconnecting the communication, Havoc contemplated for a moment, realizing he could not remain idle. He needed to take decisive action. Moments later, he summoned his subordinate, Frenzy. Go to Base 12 and spread a rumor that there is a mining robot in a certain salvage factory planning a rebellion. ZZZ, boss, is this news authentic? Frenzy queried, rubbing his mechanical arms in confusion. The truth of it must be verified by the Autobots at Base 12. Rest assured and proceed. I won't go. I won't risk it without clarity. Frenzy mumbled, lowering his head. Havoc, upon hearing this, felt an urge to strike Frenzy down, but recognizing the scarcity of manpower, he refrained from losing his temper. There is indeed a fellow named Megatron leading that salvage factory. He possesses modification skills, and if he grows stronger, I fear our territory will be usurped. You wouldn't want to suffer the consequences, would you? So, hasten to disseminate this information to alert the Autobots at Base 12. Once the atmosphere becomes tense over there, Megatron will undoubtedly meet his demise, and we can seize control of the salvage factory. Upon hearing this, Frenzy comprehended the situation, realizing it was tied to his own safety. He hurriedly nodded and said, I can handle this matter. With that, he left in a state of confusion. As time passed, the news of the turmoil spread throughout Base 12. The miners' mechanical beings at the junkyard were repurposing scrap steel to prepare for an invasion of Base 12. They threatened to eliminate all male Autobots and seize control of the female Autobots. Upon hearing this news, the Autobots at Base 12 gathered in alarm. They were well aware that these miners intended to rebel, and indeed, it seemed they were coming for them. What were these miners planning? Were they going to attack us? Uncertain, but I must investigate the junkyard. Yes, they must not be allowed to advance. We should strike them down upon sight. Perhaps we should send the adjustment vehicle squad, as they are armed. True, but where are the adjustment vehicles now? The crowd buzzed with concern, unsure of how to proceed. After all, their current weapons were not advanced, and they were no match for the adjustment vehicle squad. Chaos ensued at Base 12. Most Autobots felt compelled to ascertain the situation, especially as the number of miners emerging over the years had increased significantly. If they united, this base would be doomed. At that moment, Alita also received the news and began to ponder. She recalled that Megatron was a being who had transformed himself using scrap. He had fled after defeating barricades and scrap metal. Could it be that Megatron had gone to the junkyard of Base 12? Alita muttered to herself, resolved to investigate the matter. However, just as she reached the door, she was intercepted by Optimus Prime. Alita, it is unsafe outside. You should remain in the library, he urged. I just want to take a look, Alita retorted, disregarding Optimus Prime's warning as she attempted to step outside. You cannot go. You know that Base 12 is in a remote area, essentially a lawless zone. Even assistance from Carlin City would take 3 days to arrive. It is best for you to study here. Perhaps one day you might live in Carlin City. Then my concern for you, as your elder brother, would not be in vain. Upon hearing Optimus Prime's words, Alita felt displeased. To her, Optimus was merely a bookworm, possessing few merits aside from his slightly higher income, particularly his indecisive nature. Note: Autobots do not have conventional familial or gender distinctions. They acquire their designated memory systems based on their lifestyles after creation, as they are manufactured rather than born. However, due to various circumstances, some may apply for a relative system. Optimus, what do you do all day but stay in this library? Alita, with her open-mindedness, found Optimus's bookish demeanor utterly incomprehensible. What is wrong with reading? How can one succeed without learning? As he spoke, Optimus Prime chuckled softly. Do you think I could acquire 20 energy cubes without studying for a month? You are so self-absorbed, you engineer, Alita retorted, attempting to depart once more, only to be yanked back by Optimus Prime's mechanical arm. No matter how you perceive me, I will not permit you to leave. Once this situation calms, you may go wherever you wish. I refuse. You cannot impede my freedom. Freedom? With a number of minor robots proliferating, there have already been several incidents of them attacking Autobots. Can't you remain at home for a while? Optimus Prime resolutely prevented Alita from venturing outside. Remain at home for a while? I've been obedient for decades. You still won't let me go. Today I must go out. I want to witness the battles. Seizing an opportunity, while Optimus Prime was distracted, Alita broke free. After exiting the library, she turned and smiled. I'm just going to take a look. I will return shortly. Please don't go. Watching Alita's retreating figure, Optimus Prime was at a loss. He gazed up at the sky, silently praying for her safety. After all these years, still yearning for escapades, have you never considered diligently studying in Kalon City? He muttered to himself before returning to the library. Meanwhile, at the Automotive Maintenance Center, Roadblock felt as if he had been electrified. This sensation was due to a female mechanic changing his oil. Boss, your oil cap is quite rusted. It's virtually immovable, she remarked. Just add some lubricant, Roadblock replied with a chuckle. In the next moment, a chill coursed through him. The oil cap was swiftly twisted off, providing him with immense relief. Quickly, whoosh. The oil cap popped open, and a month's worth of accumulated oil sprayed everywhere. That's enough. Please refill my oil. Roadblock observed his mechanical form with a slight smile, unable to deny the female mechanic's remarkable skill. Even the seasoned Roadblock found himself unable to resist. Within minutes, he was thoroughly attended to. Just then, the sound of a spotlight echoed from the adjacent compartment. Captain Trouble, you must see the public channel. The minor robots from Junkyard 12 are attacking Base 12. Chapter 8. One shot is sufficient, the yellow robot sneered coldly, retrieving a miniature missile from behind and aiming it at Megatron. Whoosh. The miniature missile, trailing a long tail of flames, hurtled towards Megatron. Watch out, leader, Bulldozer shouted, rushing to shield Megatron from the missile. Don't interfere. Megatron forcefully shoved Bulldozer aside, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching missile. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The missile, racing towards him, appeared to magnify infinitely in Megatron's eyes. He could even discern the crimson code on the warhead. You think you can take me down with that? Dream on. Megatron roared fiercely, swinging the obsidian mining hammer in his grasp towards the miniature missile with tremendous force. The impact resonated with a thunderous explosion, obliterating the missile mid-air into a blazing fireball, and the searing shockwave surged outward. This spectacle left all the Autobots present in utter astonishment, their eyes wide in disbelief as they beheld Megatron, as if witnessing an extraordinary phenomenon. How could this be possible? The yellow robot that had launched the missile looked on in horror, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He stared incredulously at Megatron, tumultuous waves of shock surging within him. It was a high-explosive micromissile he had fired, capable of demolishing a heavy truck. Yet, this seemingly ragged mining machine had shattered it with a single blow. This was nothing short of a fairy tale. Not only he, but the other Autobots were equally awestruck by the scene. This being is formidable. A voluptuous female Autobot, adorned in pink paint, gazed at Megatron's towering figure, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Indeed, how could something that appeared so dilapidated possess such immense strength? Another blue-painted Autobot could not help but exclaim. They had initially thought these mining machines were merely a ragtag bunch, easily vanquished. Little did they know, their leader, Megatron, possessed such terrifying power. Ha 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 ha. Megatron's laughter echoed with dominance and confidence. What's this? Afraid already? I haven't even exerted myself, and you've crumbled? He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sharp as lightning, causing those Autobots who met his eyes to lower their heads, unwilling to confront him directly. A bunch of worthless fools. Megatron sneered disdainfully. With such meager capabilities, daring to wreak havoc in District 12? Go back and inform your leader that District 12 belongs to us, the mining machines. They would be wise to retreat. The Autobots, humiliated by Megatron's scorn, felt a surge of rage, itching to charge at him and tear him to shreds. However, the terrifying power he had just demonstrated instilled a sense of trepidation, rendering them hesitant to act recklessly. What is that? Are you dissatisfied? Megatron stepped forward, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. If you're not satisfied, come and strike me. Let us see whose scrap metal is tougher, yours or my obsidian hammer. The Autobots, overwhelmed by Megatron's imposing presence, found themselves paralyzed with fear, none daring to challenge him. A bunch of cowards. Megatron laughed heartily, his mirth laced with scorn and contempt. Hail the leader. Our leader is magnificent. The mining machines, witnessing this display, were instantly invigorated, erupting into thunderous cheers. Silence. Megatron bellowed suddenly, silencing the jubilant mining machines. His gaze was piercing as he surveyed them, his voice low and resolute. Do not think that this signifies victory. The battle has only just commenced. At that moment, a sudden roar of engines echoed from a distance. HM? Megatron furrowed his brow and turned to the source of the sound. There, a few shadowy figures were racing towards them at an astonishing speed. It was the formidable Captain Barricade and his team. We are saved. The initially despondent Autobots instantly perked up, their faces alight with exhilaration. Leading the charge was a sleek black Ford Mustang, the very embodiment of Captain Barricade himself, followed closely by Spotlight, Bumblebee, Freeway, Wide Load, and Pursuit. Have they finally arrived? A cold smirk crept across Megatron's lips upon sighting Barricade and his crew. It seemed this confrontation was indeed unavoidable. As he spoke, Barricade slammed to a halt, the tires screeching against the ground, raising a cloud of dust. With his robust mechanical arm casually draped over the car door, his crimson optical sensors coldly surveyed the scene, ultimately resting upon Megatron's black and gold mining hammer. Well, isn't this a familiar face? What brings you to clash with this pile of scrap? Barricade's voice was low and gravelly, imbued with a distinct scent of motor oil. Barricade, your timing is impeccable. These ruffians have been rampaging through Sector 12 and even injured my comrades. A red-painted Autobot pointed to a fallen ally, crushed by Megatron, shouting loudly. Calm down. I will handle this. Barricade turned and barked at the Autobot, who immediately silenced his engine in fright. He then faced Megatron, his tone laced with mockery. Megatron, your temper remains as explosive as ever. Can't you exercise a bit of restraint? Must you stir up discord amongst us all? Megatron snorted disdainfully. Spare me your phony concern. Today, you either make them leave, or I shall not be merciful. Barricade let out a resigned sigh. Megatron truly wouldn't relent until the bitter end. He had hoped to defuse the situation with a few casual remarks, considering Sector 12 was merely a dilapidated scrapyard. Whoever wanted it could take it. Little did he anticipate that Megatron would take matters seriously and injure an Autobot. This could spell trouble, as the scout team for Sector 12. If this news reached the ears of Ironhide or Optimus Prime, he would surely face dire consequences. I propose this. How about you claim this scrapyard as your own? And I will return to speak with Captain Ironhide. We could arrange for regular energy cube deliveries for you. What do you think? Barricade tentatively suggested. Nonsense. Why should we remain in this wretched place? We Autobots are inherently deserving of the finest resources. Indeed, how dare you scrap heaps negotiate with us? As Barricade finished speaking, the Autobots behind him erupted in a chorus of jeers, their gazes toward Megatron and the mining machines filled with scorn and disdain. Megatron took a formidable step forward, the black and gold mining hammer crashing heavily onto the ground, producing a deafening sound that silenced the boisterous Autobots in an instant. Roadblock, he declared. If you desire the 12th district, it is permissible. However, it must adhere to the standards set by Base 12. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Each word was enunciated with an undeniable firmness. The standards of Base 12? Roadblock momentarily paused, then erupted into laughter as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. You should take a moment to reflect on your own inadequacies. You, in your ragtag bunch, dare to mention Base 12? Do you not fear the wind will carry away your words? Indeed, have you even considered your own worthiness to stand alongside us? You risk losing your gears to laughter. Chapter 9. The might of the black gold hammer the Autobots, as if witnessing an absurd spectacle, began to mock Megatron and the mining drones. Their words dripping with disdain and humiliation. Fury boiled within Megatron, who yearned to smash these arrogant beings into oblivion. Just then, a piercing sound sliced through the air from the distant sky. A colossal shadow descended, crashing heavily between Roadblock and Megatron, raising a cloud of dust. Silence. A commanding voice resonated, imbued with undeniable authority. As the dust settled, a towering figure emerged before them. His robust form radiated a chilling metallic sheen. Wielding a massive electromagnetic pulse cannon, its muzzle flickering with a menacing glow. Captain Ironhide. Upon sighting the newcomer, Roadblock and the other Autobots instantly changed their demeanor, bowing their heads in deference, unwilling to utter another word. Meanwhile, Megatron narrowed his eyes, a hint of gravity crossing his features. He understood that the true battle was merely commencing. Ironhide's arrival had undoubtedly dropped a heavy bombshell into this farcical dispute. His piercing gaze swept across the scene, ultimately locking on a Megatron, akin to a hunter zeroing in on his prey. "You're Megatron?" Ironhide's voice, akin to metal scraping against metal, was icy and penetrating, directed at a presumptuous challenger of order. Undeterred, Megatron met Ironhide's gaze, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Order? Who establishes the order? Is it you self-proclaimed guardians, the Autobots?" "Impudent." Roadblock interjected, eager to assert himself, pointing at Megatron and shouting, "Before Captain Ironhide, you ought to kneel." Yet Ironhide did not even glance in his direction. His focus remained steadfast on Megatron as he slowly raised the electromagnetic pulse cannon. "This weapon can reduce you to mere fragments. Heed my warning. Relinquish your arms and return to your mining grounds." The surrounding Autobots displayed expressions of excitement, as if they could already envision Megatron being obliterated into pieces. The minor robots gripped their weapons tightly, anxiously observing their leader. What splendid weaponry! Yet, Megatron displayed no hint of fear. Rather, his eyes gleamed with avarice as he fixated on the electromagnetic pulse cannon. "It shall be mine." No sooner had he spoken than he dashed towards Ironhide with astonishing speed. Seeking death, Ironhide scoffed, pulling the trigger. A blinding blue beam, laden with the scent of destruction, surged toward Megatron. Boom! The thunderous explosion reverberated through the skies, enveloping the scene in a cloud of dust that obscured everyone's vision. Leader Megatron. The minor robots gasped in shock, desperately attempting to rush into the haze, only to be restrained by barricades. "Patience. Once the smoke clears, we shall behold the wreckage." Barricade remarked gleefully. The Autobots nodded in agreement, convinced that being struck by the electromagnetic pulse cannon left no chances for survival. However, as the dust began to settle, one figure remained steadfast. It was Megatron. Though somewhat charred, he had not sustained any fatal injuries. Even more astonishingly, he grasped the very electromagnetic pulse cannon that originally belonged to Ironhide. How could this be? Barricade and the Autobots stood in sheer disbelief, as if witnessing an extraordinary phenomenon. Ironhide was equally stunned. He had never anticipated that Megatron could evade his assault and seize his weapon. "Your weapon is now mine." Megatron cackled arrogantly, raising the electromagnetic pulse cannon toward Ironhide. "You." Ironhide, both startled and furious, dared not act rashly. He understood the formidable power of the cannon. If struck, even he would not emerge unscathed. "It seems it's time to stretch my muscles," Megatron remarked as he flexed his wrist, a bloodthirsty glint sparking in his eyes. He swung his black-gold mining hammer with tremendous force, aiming it at Ironhide. Clang! The deafening sound of metal colliding rang out as Ironhide raised his energy axe just in time to block Megatron's attack. Neither combatant resorted to ranged weaponry. Instead, they engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat. Ironhide, seasoned and ruthless, evaded Megatron's vital points with every strike. Yet, Megatron was no pushover. His formidable strength and robust defense allowed him to counter Ironhide's attacks and seize opportunities for retaliation. The aftermath of their battle fractured the ground around them. The Autobots and minor robots stood entranced, the intensity of the conflict far surpassing their expectations. Incredible. Is this what a true battle of the strong looks like? Captain Ironhide is truly impressive. He must have leveled up. Yet, it seems Megatron has also significantly improved, likely nearing a 2-star level. As time passed, the commotion of their fight reached the ears of the adversary far away in Cybertron City. At Base 12, an unusual event has transpired. The formidable Utindi gazed at the screen, displaying flickering energy fluctuations, his brow furrowing in concern. "Report, Captain," a subordinate announced. "Monitoring indicates a violent energy reaction at Base 12, preliminarily assessed as the deployment of high-energy weaponry." High-energy weaponry? Utindi's expression darkened. Base 12 was merely a junkyard. How can anyone possibly utilize such advanced weaponry there? "The situation remains unclear," the subordinate continued, "as there is no surveillance in that area. Further investigation is required. Dispatch personnel immediately to ascertain the facts." Utindi commanded decisively. The proximity of Base 12 to Kalen City was too great to allow for any issues. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to the quintessence. "Understood." As Utindi observed the footage from Base 12, a wave of confusion washed over him. This area had always been tranquil. What had caused such sudden chaos? Was this merely the beginning? Contemplating this, he cast his gaze toward the distant location of the quintessence. Thousands of kilometers away, his brow furrowing once more. If a formidable individual were to emerge from this situation, perhaps they could indeed drive away those detestable quintessence. Resolving to investigate personally, Utindi determined that he must see for himself who dared to act so audaciously. Friend or foe, he needed to witness the truth. Meanwhile, on another front, Megatron continued his fierce battle with Ironhide. The clash between the black and gold mining hammer and the energy axe erupted with blinding sparks, each collision resonating with intensity. Megatron grew increasingly emboldened, while Ironhide began to feel the strain. Damn it, how has this punk modified himself? How is his torque so immense? Ironhide silently cursed. His arm numbed from the impact. He had initially believed that his extensive combat experience would allow him to easily overpower Megatron. Yet he was taken aback by the latter's ferocity, attacking relentlessly, disregarding defense. Megatron, indifferent to Ironhide's thoughts, had but one singular focus: to vanquish him. With a thunderous roar, Megatron swung his black and gold mining hammer downward like a meteor, prompting Ironhide to hastily raise his energy axe in defense. A sharp crack echoed through the air as the energy axe was brutally cracked. Ironhide's heart raced in shock. This axe had cost him a fortune, procured from the quintessence, and was reputed for its unparalleled sharpness, able to slice through metal effortlessly. Yet today, it had faltered under the weight of Megatron's hammer. Chapter 10. Utindi's Scheme Die. Megatron would not grant Ironhide a moment's respite. Seizing the opportunity while Ironhide was momentarily stunned, he unleashed a powerful horizontal sweep aimed at Ironhide's midsection. Ironhide, unable to evade in time, was struck with tremendous force, sent flying several meters before rolling across the ground, finally coming to a halt, his chest aching intensely, nearly expelling a gush of oil. "Captain!" Roadblock and other Autobots gasped in alarm, rushing forward to provide assistance. "Stay back." Ironhide struggled to rise, wiping the oil from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with vengeful fury as he glared at Megatron. "You succeeded in provoking me. Enough of the chatter. Bring it on." With a grandiose flourish, Megatron wielded his black gold mining hammer, brimming with indomitable spirit and utterly dismissive of Ironhide. Suddenly, a piercing whistle sliced through the sky as several fighter jets swooped down, gracefully circling before landing steadily at the periphery of the battlefield. It was the Guardian Squad of Karen City. They had arrived. Roadblock, spotting the insignia on the aircraft, erupted in exhilaration. The other Autobots echoed his jubilation, as if they had glimpsed their savior. In stark contrast, the initially formidable mining robots, upon witnessing the arrival of the Autobots from Karen City, were thrown into disarray, deflating like puncture balloons. "It's over. The Guardian Squad has come. We're doomed. Flee." A few timid mining robots had already started to slink away stealthily. "Do not panic. Am I not still here?" Megatron bellowed, quelling the turmoil among the mining robots. He lifted his gaze to the Autobots disembarking from the aircraft, led by a towering and imposing figure, brandishing an extravagantly designed energy cannon. "Who are you?" Megatron inquired, his heart sinking upon assessing the stranger's formidable armament. "I am the captain of the Guardian Squad of Karen City, the inheritor of the Autobot leadership module, the figure replied slowly, revealing himself as the formidable Optimus Prime, rumored to possess unparalleled strength, having achieved a 4-star ranking, far beyond the likes of Ironhide. It seemed that today, events were about to take a troubling turn. Taking a deep breath, Megatron recognized that he must persevere in battle. Optimus scanned the area, and wherever his gaze fell, the mining robots averted their eyes, unwilling to meet his imposing stare. A hint of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth as he turned to Megatron, speaking in a condescending tone. Things aren't so dire. If you and your crew return to Mine 12 quietly, I can overlook this transgression. What? Megatron could hardly believe his ears. This Optimus Prime was demanding his retreat? Slamming his black gold mining hammer into the ground, sparks flew as he roared. In your dreams. I fought hard for this victory. Why should I heed your commands? Optimus merely smiled derisively, as if addressing an arrogant child. Why? Simply because this cannon in my grasp can shatter that pathetic hammer of yours. Preposterous. Megatron could not tolerate such insolence, swinging his black gold mining hammer towards Optimus. Foolishness. Optimus scoffed, as his energy cannon charged instantaneously, unleashing a blinding beam of energy that surged toward Megatron. Caught unawares, Megatron felt an overwhelming force strike him, propelling him through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Leader, Megatron, the mining robots gasped, yet none dared to approach, helplessly watching as Megatron lay beneath the foot of Optimus Prime. Is this truly your strength? The energy cannon in the hands of the invincible enemy flickered with a perilous glow, its tone laced with derision. With your meager skills, do you dare challenge me? Megatron struggled to rise, but was firmly pinned to the ground by the invincible enemy, utterly immobilized. He felt his spark tremble, not from fear, but from an overwhelming fury. Release me, Megatron bellowed, his voice hoarse. If you wish to be freed, I can't oblige, the invincible enemy retorted, suddenly retracting the energy cannon and leaping aside, subsequently activating an invisible energy shield. Once he confirmed that all signals were severed, he lowered his voice. Take the 12 mining drones to the mine, and I shall guarantee your safety. In due course, you may even venture to the Coliseum in Karen City, a realm where formidable warriors converge. Megatron rose from the ground, casting a perplexed gaze at the invincible enemy. What do you mean? It sounds as if you're aiding me. I never claimed such. The invincible enemy replied with a cold smirk. I merely illuminate a path for you. Whether you tread it is your own decision. Megatron fell into contemplation. He realized he was no match for the invincible enemy. Persisting in battle would only result in the needless sacrifice of himself and his brethren. Yet, the thought of retreating to the mine in such a dejected manner gnawed at him. After a moment's reflection, he concluded that he required time for a divine modification module, making a temporary return to the mine feasible. Moreover, the Coliseum in Karen City sounded like an enticing opportunity. Very well. Megatron inhaled deeply and declared in a solemn tone. We shall proceed to the mine. Indeed, to be adaptable is a mark of true character. I hope you do not disappoint me, the invincible enemy remarked, a faint smirk gracing his lips, akin to a predator relishing its play with prey. With a graceful gesture, he deactivated the flickering energy shield, rendering the previous tension a mere illusion. The air around them solidified instantaneously, and the gazes of the mining drones converged upon Megatron, each expression rife with disbelief and humiliation. They had witnessed their leader's defeat, the once mighty black gold mining hammer, now caked in dust, its luster diminished. We are heading to the 12th mine. Megatron's rugged voice shattered the silence, but was akin to cold water splashed in a boiling oil, stirring up even greater tumult. What? One mining drone exclaimed incredulously. Leader, we have barely escaped. Why must we return? The other mining drones echoed their discontent, brandishing their tools, the clashing metal producing a cacophony reminiscent of a beast's growl. They could not comprehend why their leader chose retreat when victory seemed within reach. Megatron abruptly turned, his crimson optics sweeping over each questioning face, his formidable presence silencing the uproar. Silence, he roared. This is merely the beginning. Can you not endure such minor setbacks? The 12th mine is our territory. Our return is a means to gather strength for future victories. This remains our sole path. Should you wish to continue living in a state of helplessness, then feel free to create chaos here. His words poured over the crowd like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing their anger. They exchanged glances, gradually regaining their composure. Despite the lingering doubts and dissatisfaction in their hearts, their trust in Megatron compelled them to submit. The adversary observed the scene with a cold gaze, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Since the matter is resolved, he declared with an icy tone, it is time to disperse. With that, he turned and vanished into the dust-laden battlefield. Megatron, accompanied by the 12 minor robots, prepared to depart when a towering robot, capable of transforming into a Hummer, blocked his path. Have you truly surrendered so easily? The Barricade spoke with a hint of provocation, suggesting he had conversed at length with the adversary. Remember my name, Barricade. Do come find me when you have the chance. Megatron did not spare him a glance, walking past, as if he were merely an obstructive stone. Barricade watched Megatron's retreating figure, a flicker of complex emotion illuminating his eyes. He sensed that this individual was far from ordinary. Perhaps, if he could not integrate into Carlin City, this could be an alternative path. After all, he had lingered at this 12th base for years without progress. Chapter 11. A tumultuous alliance. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the journey back to the 12th mine was stiflingly oppressive. Megatron walked at the forefront, his massive form casting a shadow akin to a moving mountain. How did the Autobots come to know of our affairs? Megatron suddenly broke the silence. It is likely that those rascals from the 11th scrap area tipped them off, the bulldozer replied gruffly. Tumult and his band of miscreants have long sought to seize our domain. A glint of cold light flickered in Megatron's eyes. The 11th scrap area. He murmured the name as if chewing on a piece of indigestible metal. We must make a visit to the 11th scrap area. As the sun descended, painting the sky a deep crimson, Megatron and a dozen minor robots arrived at the 11th scrap area, scattered with discarded metal parts and broken mechanical bodies. The air thick with the acrid scent of machine oil. Megatron, how dare you intrude upon my domain? A diminutive, yet remarkably agile robot leapt from a pile of scrap. The leader of the 11th scrap area, Tumult. He brandished a rusty steel pipe, his face brimming with arrogance. So, are you here to surrender? Megatron scoffed, tightly gripping his black gold mining hammer, the sound of its abrasive friction sending shivers through the air. Tumult, he spoke with a chilling tone. Do you believe I am the one who leaked information to the Autobots? Tumult paused, then erupted into sharp, piercing laughter that echoed through the desolate scrapyard. Are you accusing me? Megatron, you certainly have a high opinion of yourself. Even if I were to inform the Autobots, what could you possibly do to me? He provocatively raised the steel pipe in his hand, a wild gleam flashing in his eyes. Megatron remained silent, slowly lifting his black gold mining hammer. The setting sun's rays illuminated the hammerhead, reflecting a chilling light that sent shivers down one's spine. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Megatron growled, and the black gold mining hammer sliced through the air, accompanied by a whistling wind as it descended upon the rebellious one. Before the hammer struck, a powerful gust swept the scrap metal surrounding the defiant figure into a chaotic whirl. The rebellious one let out a shriek and nimbly leaped backward, narrowly evading the lethal blow. Is that all you've got? He mocked, brandishing the steel pipe with a flourish, aiming directly for Megatron's face. A glint of cold light flickered in Megatron's eyes as he sidestepped the pipe and simultaneously delivered a fierce kick to the rebellious one's abdomen. The kick landed with tremendous force, causing the rebellious one to cry out as he was propelled like a cannonball into a pile of scrap, parts scattering across the ground. Leader! Leader! The other minor robots in the scrap area, witnessing this, rushed out from their hiding places, brandishing an array of weapons, encircling Megatron. Onward! The rebellious one struggled to rise, spitting out a mouthful of oil, shouting fiercely. In an instant, the scrap area was filled with the sounds of battle cries and the clashing of metal. Though Megatron faced many adversaries, he remained unfazed. The black gold mining hammer in his grasp seemed to possess a life of its own, each swing imbued with the force of thunder, sending the attacking minor robots tumbling. As he fought, he carefully observed the surrounding minor robots. Despite their numbers, their weapons were rudimentary and lacked organization, resulting in uneven combat prowess. An audacious idea began to stir within him. Halt! Megatron's furious roar struck fear into the hearts of the surrounding minor robots. He surveyed the area, speaking in a deep, resonant voice. What benefits do you gain by following the rebellious one? Each day you rummage through garbage, barely scraping by, enduring the Autobots' bullying. Join me. I promise you better weapons and a better life. Once we seize the 12th mine, we can enter the arena. That will be our chance for redemption. The arena? The minor robots in the scrap area exchanged glances. The arena was the most brutal entertainment venue in Carlin City, reserved for only the most powerful machines. There, victors earned glory and wealth, while the vanquished were reduced to scrap metal. The rebellious one, clutching his abdomen, burst into laughter. The arena? With you? Who do you think you are? You think you deserve to enter the arena? Megatron paid no heed to the rebellious one's ridicule. Instead, he approached a pile of scrap and picked up a rusted iron plate. Under his gaze, the godly modification module activated, and the iron plate in his hand swiftly morphed, transforming in the blink of an eye into a sturdy shield. My technology surpasses that of the Autobots by a significant margin. Megatron raised the shield, its surface shimmering with a peculiar luminescence. Yet, I require time to gather strength. When the moment is ripe, I shall lead you in overthrowing the Autobots and establishing a realm of our own. This proclamation, rather than being directed solely at the mechanical miners of the scrap district, seemed more like a declaration to himself. He needed time, he needed power. He intended to make the adversaries pay, those who had once underestimated him. In the shadows, a character named Frenzy concealed himself behind a pile of scrap metal, observing Megatron with keen interest. Originally a robot from the scrap district, he had long harbored dissatisfaction with the tyrannical rule. Megatron's emergence ignited a glimmer of hope within him. "Boss," Frenzy whispered as he sidled up to the tyrant. "This guy seems to possess genuine prowess. He dares to challenge the adversaries." The tyrant shot a fierce glare at Frenzy. "Silence. What do you know? He is merely a madman, an overreaching lunatic." Frenzy recoiled, choosing silence. Yet, a resolution began to take shape within his heart. Megatron, uninterested in further discourse, decisively turned to leave. "We depart." "Understood, leader." The bulldozer and the others nodded, following in Megatron's wake. As time passed, the following morning, the tyrant discovered that several of his capable subordinates were missing, including Frenzy. Enraged, he cursed vehemently, yet felt powerless. Seated upon a mound of rusted gears, he surveyed his remaining subordinates with a menacing glare from his solitary eye. They appeared battered and worn, resembling mismatched parts salvaged from a junkyard. "Is it just you few useless ones left?" he bellowed, his voice grating like metal scraping against metal. "What benefits did Megatron offer you?" A gaunt robot timidly replied. "Leader," Megatron said he would take us to the arena. "The arena? Huh. It sounds like the most absurd joke," the tyrant exclaimed, slapping his rusted metal belly. "What does he think he is? A miner dreaming of entering the arena?" "But, leader," another robot bravely interjected, "Frenzy." He followed Megatron, didn't he? "Frenzy is clever. Perhaps silence." The tyrant's fist crashed down upon the robot's head, sending sparks flying. "Frenzy, that turncoat, has long been a thorn in my side. When I catch him, I shall dismantle him piece by piece." Chapter 12. The 12th mine. Though the tyrant feigned bravado, his heart was tumultuous, akin to a barrel of spilled oil. The 11th scrap district was scarcely large enough. The valuable resources had long been scavenged. Remaining here will inevitably lead to being swallowed by other mining robots or captured by the Autobot guards of Carlin City. At that moment, a voice echoed from the corner. "Leader, why don't we join forces with Megatron?" The speaker was a diminutive robot, a trusted confidant of the notorious Now Fantion, known for his cunning ideas. "Have you lost your mind?" Now Fantion exclaimed, his single eye widening in disbelief. "You want me to align with Megatron?" "Leader, those who recognize the times are wise." The short robot whispered conspiratorially, inching closer to Now Fantion's ear. "Consider this. Megatron has the audacity to challenge the formidable Unicron, which surely indicates he possesses considerable prowess. By following him, we may indeed carve a path into the arena." And then, Now Fantion fell silent. Did he not yearn to enter the arena and bask in the adoration of the masses? Yet, the thought of lowering himself to seek Megatron's favor was unbearable. "Leader, if you hesitate any longer, we will miss our chance," the short robot urged. "Megatron and his crew have already departed for the 12th mine. If we delay, we will not catch up." With a resolute bite of his lip, Now Fantion sprang to his feet. "Let us proceed to the 12th mine. I must see for myself what capabilities Megatron truly possesses." The 12th mine was a vast open pit, illuminated at its depths where countless mining robots toiled diligently. Megatron stood at the edge of the chasm, having reverted to his humanoid form, with his black metallic body emanating an aura of strength. Behind him stood over 20 mining robots from the 12th scrap zone, their eyes filled with fear and trepidation as they gazed into the abyss. Leader, this pit is too deep. If we descend, will we ever return? One of them nervously wrung his hands, his electronic eye flickering anxiously. What is there to fear? Follow me, and there will be a way back, Megatron replied, withdrawing a black gold mining hammer from his back and forcefully driving it into the ground. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps approached, and now Fantion, panting and accompanied by a few subordinates, rushed over. Megatron, wait for me. Now Fantion chuckled awkwardly. He glanced at Megatron and then at the throng of robots behind him, forcing a sycophantic smile. Megatron, I previously failed to recognize your worth. I hope you will overlook my past indiscretions. From now on, I shall heed your commands. Megatron remained silent, coldly regarding Now Fantion until the smile on Now Fantion's face began to falter. Finally, Megatron spoke, his tone indifferent. Have you come to your senses? Yes, I have. Now Fantion nodded eagerly, resembling a mechanical dog wagging its tail in submission. That is good to hear. A smirk curled at the corners of Megatron's lips. Follow me, and you shall witness what true power entails. With that, Megatron disregarded Now Fantion and continued his descent into the depths of the mine. Behind him, over 30 mining robots embarked on this unfamiliar metallic staircase, filled with both hope and dread for the uncertain future that lay ahead. Deep within the mine, a mesmerizing azure glow flickered, emanating from the alluring aura of energy crystal veins, signifying the most precious resource on the planet Cybertron. In the heart of the mining facility, a colossal and fearsome robot patrolled with an imposing presence. Its head resembled that of a shark, with razor-sharp teeth glinting ominously from metallic lips. This was the fearsome Shark Icon, the trusted lieutenant of the five-faced monstrosity and the overseer of Mine 12. His robust mechanical arms were adorned with a myriad of weapon interfaces, radiating a chilling energy that hinted at immeasurable power. How was production? The energy crystal quota for this month must be met. Sharkakin's electronic gaze swept over the laboring mining robots, his tone icy and void of emotion. Reporting to the leader, everything is normal. A diminutive mining robot replied, trembling in fear of inciting the ire of this capricious superior. At that moment, a camouflage robot rushed in a flurry, exclaiming, Master Shark Icon, a group of mining robots has returned. Returned? Who has come back? Sharkakin's electronic eyes narrowed, emitting a dangerous glint. It's the miners who previously fled to the scrapyard. They have returned with a being named Megatron, the camouflaged robot stammered. Shark Icon scoffed, a bunch of worthless fools. Since they have returned, let them work. The mine is in dire need of labor, saving me the trouble of hunting them down. Yes, leader. The camouflaged robot, relieved, swiftly turned to relay the command. It transformed into a rhinoceros-shaped war vehicle, rumbling toward the mine entrance. Amidst the swirling dust, the rhinoceros vehicle screeched to a halt at the mine's edge, reverting to its humanoid form, blocking the path of Megatron and his entourage. Now that you have returned, it's time to get to work, the rhinoceros robot declared, looking down upon Megatron. Let bygones be bygones. Megatron lifted his head, his black metallic visage illuminated by the cold glow of his red electronic eyes. With so many of us, we must work together. Have your superior come forth. The rhinoceros robot emitted a sharp metallic sound, akin to mocking laughter. You, a mere miner, dare to negotiate with Master Shark Icon? The miners behind Megatron began to stir restlessly, murmuring in confusion. What should we do? This rhinoceros seems formidable. The raucous one edged closer to Megatron, whispering, Leader, perhaps we should bide our time and seek another opportunity later. Megatron abruptly turned, glaring fiercely at the raucous one. Silence. Megatron, do not yield to threats. He shoved the raucous one aside and approached the rhinoceros robot, his black and gold mining hammer gripped tightly, exuding an air of danger. It seems you prefer punishment over a cordial invitation. The rhino mech let out a thunderous roar as its colossal mechanical fist descended upon Megatron. A bold move indeed. Megatron remained unfazed, wielding his black gold mining hammer in defiance. The clash that ensued resonated like a deafening metallic symphony, echoing through the depths of the mineshaft. The Rhino mech was momentarily staggered by the immense force, a flicker of astonishment gleaming in its eyes. It was inconceivable that this seemingly frail miner possessed such formidable strength. Intriguing. The Rhino mech licked its metallic lips, revealing a bloodthirsty grin, for it had been a long time since it encountered such an interesting adversary. It charged at Megatron once more, its fists raining down like a torrential storm, while Megatron countered with his black gold hammer, each strike lethal and unwavering. At the entrance of the mineshaft, the two metallic figures clashed fiercely, sparks flying as if a tempest of steel was unleashed. Other mining robots hastily retreated, wary of being caught in this fierce battle. Cowering behind a massive rock, a miner trembled, murmuring in despair, "It's over, it's over. We are doomed." Chapter 13. The Shark Demon the Bulldozer, filled with excitement, shimmered with fervent anticipation. The leader is magnificent. Go, leader. The battle raged on. Although Megatron was powerful, the Rhino mech's defenses were formidable, rendering it momentarily unbeatable. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the mineshaft. "Cease at once." A colossal figure emerged from the shadows, akin to a demon from the underworld, exuding an oppressive aura. It was the Shark Demon. With each deliberate step, it advanced, as if treading upon the hearts of all mining robots, leaving them gasping for breath. "So, you are called Megatron?" The Shark Demon's voice was deep and gravelly, akin to the harsh friction of metal. "You possess quite the audacity to cause a ruckus on my territory." Megatron halted his assault, coldly regarding the Shark Demon, devoid of any fear. "I merely seek a fair working environment," Megatron replied in a low tone. "Is that truly a crime? Fair?" The Shark Demon chuckled, a chilling metallic laughter that sent shivers down the spines of all present. "In this world, only the strong are entitled to speak of fairness. And you are but an insignificant ant." Upon hearing this, Megatron wasted no time. He decisively brandished the electromagnetic cannon he had seized from the blockade. The cannon's dark, cold muzzle pointed directly at the Shark Demon, its barrel adorned with the unique energy runes of Karin City. The air thickened, all mechanical eyes fixated on the weapon in Megatron's grasp. The Shark Demon's enormous mechanical pupils constricted suddenly, its metallic jaw clicking ominously, as if an ancient algorithm were whirring into action. The electromagnetic cannon of Karin City. The Shark Demon's tone shifted from disdainful mockery to incredulity. "Where did you acquire such a device?" Megatron's lips curled into a chilling arc, offering no response to the question posed by the Shark Demon. He merely weighed the electromagnetic cannon in his grasp, his metallic fingers gently tapping the barrel, producing a crisp sound, as if rhythmically striking at the very essence of the Shark Demon's trepidation. Intriguing. The Shark Demon's gaze flickered uncertainly, assessing the situation before him. It was evident to him that Megatron was no ordinary miner. At the very least, he wielded a weapon that even he regarded with a measure of apprehension. "How about this?" the Shark Demon proposed. "You seem to possess quite a bit of courage. Why not follow me and become a squad leader?" "A squad leader?" Megatron scoffed, his eyes brimming with disdain. "What I desire is far from merely a squad leader." "Oh, then what do you seek?" the Shark Demon inquired, his immense frame leaning slightly forward, reminiscent of a ferocious beast scrutinizing its prey. "I seek the right to enter the arena." Megatron's tone was resolute, each word resonating with conviction. At this declaration, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The mine erupted into a cacophony of metallic clinks and murmured disbelief, intertwining like a chaotic symphony. Even the bewildered figures hiding behind the boulders could not resist peering out, regarding Megatron with the incredulity reserved for a madman. "The arena? Ha ha ha." The Shark Demon erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke, shaking the very stones of the mine with his mirth. "You, a miner, dare to dream of the arena? You'd likely be torn to shreds before you even set foot inside." The surrounding miners echoed his derision, pointing fingers at Megatron's audacity. Is this fellow mad? The arena is a realm reserved for the mightiest of warriors. Who does he think he is? Undeterred by the mockery, Megatron's gaze remained unwavering, piercing through the Shark Demon. "Whether I am worthy is not for you to decide. The arena will reveal all." A formidable aura emanated from Megatron, pressing upon every robotic entity nearby. Though his stature was not imposing, in that moment he loomed like a colossal mountain before the miners. The Shark Demon's laughter abruptly ceased, his scornful demeanor retracting as he re-evaluated Megatron. This miner appeared to be more formidable than he had initially presumed. Very well. You possess some grit. The shark demon conceded, his tone now grave. I shall grant you an opportunity. Within 1 month, if you can extract 10 tons of black gold, or I will permit you entry into the arena. 10 tons of black gold, or... This was nearly an insurmountable task. Even the most seasoned miners could typically extract only 2 or 3 tons in a month. The shark demon was clearly intent on making things difficult for Megatron. Deal. Without a moment's hesitation, Megatron agreed. He knew that with his advanced modification modules, he could truly unleash his potential. Perhaps he could even engineer a combiner-class robot. The surrounding miners erupted in a cacophony of chatter. Some mocked Megatron's audacity, while others expressed admiration for his courage. Ignoring the surrounding discussions, Megatron turned and strode towards his team, his eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve. Rampage, bulldozer, chaos. Megatron's voice rang out powerfully. Gather all brothers. We commence our work. In an abandoned mine within the 12th district, Megatron convened Rampage, bulldozer, chaos, and other miners. Under the dim lights, the metallic faces appeared particularly solemn. Brothers, Megatron declared while standing atop a massive rock, surveying the crowd, I understand that extracting 10 tons of black gold is an immense challenge for us. However, we have no alternative. Only by accomplishing this task can we enter the arena and alter our destinies. Chief, Rampage interjected with a worried expression. 10 tons of black gold, that is simply unattainable. Previously, we managed to excavate only 2 to 3 tons in a month. I am aware, Megatron interrupted Rampage. But we must not be daunted by difficulties. We must devise a plan and exert our utmost effort. But what shall we do? Chaos's voice trembled. He had always been timid, and the enormity of the challenge nearly overwhelmed him. Megatron inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. We must transform our traditional mining methods. Bulldozer, you are most familiar with the terrain of the 12th district. Take a team to explore new veins and seek out areas rich in black gold, Yes, Chief. Bulldozer responded eagerly, having long grown weary of mining in barren districts, now finally presented with an opportunity to showcase his skills. Rampage, Megatron continued. You are responsible for logistical support, ensuring all brothers have adequate energy supplies, and maintaining the tools. Absolutely, Chief. Rampage assured with a pat on his chest. Chaos. Megatron turned to the trembling figure of Chaos. You shall be responsible for boosting morale. Chaos's eyes widened in disbelief. Me? Responsible for morale? He stammered, his voice scarcely a whisper. Upon reflection, Megatron replied, Every day you must tell jokes, sing songs, dance, whatever it takes to keep everyone in high spirits. Chapter 14. Surge of combat power. Chaos stood dumbfounded. A timid soul like him was tasked with uplifting spirits? This was indeed a considerable burden. Yet, contemplating his precarious situation, he reluctantly began to engage. Meanwhile, Megatron observed the miners bustling about chaotically, akin to a swarm of headless flies, growing increasingly agitated. At this rate, let alone 10 tons of black gold, or even 1 ton would prove to be a monumental challenge. He settled on a relatively clean rock, irritably striking the ground with his black gold mining hammer, sending sparks flying. This cannot continue, he muttered under his breath as he activated his internal memory panel. Name, Megatron. Category, mining robot and civilian robot. Torque, 1500 speed, 200 defense, 100. Transformation, type 38 handgun. Weapons, black gold mining hammer, electromagnetic cannon. Worn shield. Energy, 86. Modules, God-level modification module, capable of transforming itself and other mechanical bodies. Comprehensive rating, 13 stars, 13 stars, yet still a mere scrap. Megatron scoffed disdainfully, his gaze resting on the God-level modification module. He hoped this contraption would prove useful. Attempting to interact with the module on the panel through sheer will. A tingling sensation akin to electricity coursed through him, and suddenly, an array of intricate blueprints and data materialized before his eyes. Various components, gears, and circuits whirled rapidly, leaving him utterly bewildered. Indeed, everything visible could be modified. Megatron felt as though his processor was on the brink of overheating. He concentrated intently, striving to comprehend the deluge of information. Ultimately, he realized that any metal within his sight could be temporarily repurposed for modification. With so much around, Could he not create an infinite number of robots? A glimmer of insight flashed in Megatron's eyes. He turned his gaze to the excavator, laboring diligently, noting its considerable size and strength, albeit with a rather dull intellect. You shall be the one, he mused inwardly. Approaching the excavator, he patted its metallic shoulder. Excavator, come here, I have something to discuss. The excavator paused its work, looking at Megatron with a puzzled expression. Leader, what is it? I see you're putting in a great effort at mining. I wish to upgrade your equipment, Megatron stated earnestly. Upgrade equipment? The excavator perked up immediately. Really? Leader, what wonderful items will you provide me? Ah, you shall see shortly, Megatron replied with a mysterious smile, leading the excavator deeper into the abandoned mine. He instructed the excavator to stand in an open area and then activated the God-level modification module. A beam of blue light emanated from Megatron's hand, enveloping the excavator. The excavator felt its body beginning to transform, the metallic skeleton creaking ominously. Leader, I feel like my body is falling apart. The excavator exclaimed in terror. Do not panic. This is a normal occurrence, Megatron explained while manipulating the module. I am enhancing your body to make you more formidable. As time passed, the excavator underwent a dramatic transformation. Its physique grew more massive, and its metallic shell became more robust. The previously cumbersome tracks morphed into agile mechanical legs, and a colossal drill manifested in its grasp. How do you feel? Megatron gazed at the transformed bulldozer, nodding in satisfaction. The bulldozer shifted its body, feeling invigorated. Leader, I feel an overwhelming surge of power. I could obliterate a car with a single punch. Excellent. Next, I shall equip you with a special device, Megatron declared, retrieving a drill-like apparatus from a heap of discarded parts and affixing it to the bulldozer's chest. What is this? The bulldozer inquired with curiosity. This is an energy absorber, Megatron elucidated. It can harness energy from the surroundings and convert it into your power, significantly enhancing your mining speed. Marvelous, the bulldozer exclaimed, enthusiastically brandishing the drill. I shall test it at once. Observing the bulldozer eagerly rush off to mine, Megatron wore a triumphant smile. He then employed the same method to modify Rampage and Frenzy. Rampage was transformed into a colossal excavator, while Frenzy became a nimble transport vehicle. Our efficiency should see a considerable increase, Megatron mused, filled with anticipation as he regarded the three revamped miners. Yet, he felt a lingering sense of superficiality in his solutions. After enhancing Rampage and Frenzy, Megatron still sensed inadequacy. No individual, no matter how formidable, could contend with true power. He required a more potent weapon, one capable of instilling fear in all who opposed him. Strolling through the 12th mining site, his gaze swept over the surrounding debris, akin to a hawk in search of prey. These scraps, Megatron murmured, kicking aside an obstructive tire. The sharp clang of metal reverberating through the desolate scrapyard. Perhaps they could be assembled into something. A bold idea began to take shape in his mind. The Supreme Modification Module could not only enhance individual robots, perhaps it could also fuse multiple robots together, creating an unprecedented force. He noticed several miners of varied forms nearby. One, robust with heavy treads, was the bulldozer. Another, slightly smaller, bore a massive mixing apparatus on its arms. A tall, lean robot carried an enormous waste-clearing device on its back, and three similar robots were equipped with a bulldozer blade, a trailer, and a hook, respectively. They will do. A glimmer of resolve sparked in Megatron's eyes. He summoned the 6 robots together. Listen closely, I have a task for you, Megatron commanded in his characteristic authoritative tone. I offer you a chance to become truly powerful. The 6 mining robots exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion and trepidation. Leader, what do you intend to do? The bulldozer asked cautiously, its massive metal body trembling slightly. I shall combine you, Megatron declared, each word imbued with undeniable authority. Combine? The 6 mining robots were engulfed in confusion. Indeed, with a grand gesture, Megatron activated the Supreme Modification Module. A brilliant blue light once again illuminated the scene, enveloping the 6 mining robots in its glow. The jarring sounds of metal scraping and parts interlocking resonated, accompanied by the anguished groans of the mining robots. The bulldozer felt its body being torn apart by an overwhelming force, as if it were on the verge of disintegration. In a state of terror, it cried out, Leader, I can't take it anymore. Endure, Megatron shouted, This is the path to becoming a true powerhouse. Hold on. The process of transformation was long and agonizing, with the air above the scrap yard filled with chilling mechanical deformation sounds. Meanwhile, Megatron closely monitored the entire procedure, occasionally adjusting the module parameters to ensure a seamless fusion. Chapter 15. Hercules at last. The blue light dissipated and the dust settled. A colossal figure emerged before Megatron. This gigantic robot was formed from the fusion of the 6 mining robots, towering over 121 meters, its body encased in heavy metal armor, exuding an aura of intimidation. The bulldozer became the head and core of this giant. The mixer formed its chest, and the sweeper constituted its back. The bulldozer and trailer combined to create its legs, while the hook transformed into its right arm, and its left hand morphed into a massive mechanical claw. This was Hercules. Megatron gazed at his masterpiece, nodding with satisfaction. Hercules slowly moved its body, producing a deafening metallic grinding sound. My strength is limitless. The voice of the bulldozer resonated from the head of Hercules, brimming with arrogance and confidence. Excellent, Megatron remarked, standing at the feet of Hercules, looking up at the behemoth. Now, proceed to Mine 12 and demonstrate your power. Hercules took heavy strides toward Mine 12, each step causing the earth to tremble and leaving deep footprints in its wake. Other mining robots at the site halted their tasks, gazing in terror at the giant descending from the sky. What manner of creature is this? What enormous robot! Fearful whispers spread among the miners. Meanwhile, far away in Karen City, the adversary, UTND, was observing the situation at Mine 12 through surveillance footage. Upon seeing the figure of Hercules, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This Megatron possesses such capabilities. At this rate, could he become uncontrollable? UTND murmured, a trace of seriousness flashing in his eyes. After all, in his view, Megatron was a weapon against the five-faced monster. Yet now, this weapon displayed such extraordinary abilities, compelling him to remain vigilant. Meanwhile, all of this was being meticulously watched by a hidden observer. On the precipice near the mining site, the Shark Demon observed everything intently through his crimson electronic eye. This Megatron is quite formidable, he murmured, his mechanical teeth clicking ominously. Not only does he possess the Autobot's electromagnetic cannon, but he can also transform into such a colossal being. He licked his lips, a glimmer of avarice sparkling in his eyes. It seems that sending him to the arena to earn a fortune might not be out of the question. Leaping off the cliff, his heavy metallic form landed with a muffled thud, stirring up clouds of dust. His scarlet electronic eye locked on a Megatron, gleaming with calculating intent. Well done, my young friend. This giant has quite the power. He pointed sharply with his mechanical finger towards the Devastator, wreaking havoc in the distance. His tone laced with barely concealed greed. Megatron turned, his metallic visage concealing an icy glint in his electronic eye. Devastator is merely a beginning. My aim is to rally all the miners of Cybertron. Quite the ambition. Miner, Shark Demon scoffed, circling Megatron as if appraising a commodity for sale. However, I admire your tenacity. There's a place that suits a rogue like you perfectly. Where? Megatron keenly detected the opportunity in Shark Demon's words, his voice deep and resonant. The arena. Shark Demon paused, his tone growing grave. It is a most brutal entertainment venue on Cybertron, where only the mightiest robots can survive. Are you interested? Megatron did not respond immediately, scrutinizing Shark Demon as he sought to glean more information from the flickering light of his electronic eye. Conditions? Simple. Win. Shark Demon extended a mechanical finger, gesturing in the air. You can only win. Losing is not an option. If you prevail, you shall gain renown and resources, and the miners will flock to serve you. If you lose, he smiled meaningfully, his mechanical teeth clicking ominously. You should be well aware of the consequences. This was precisely what Megatron needed, a place to rapidly amass power. What must I prepare to enter the arena? Weapons, my friend. It's all about weapons. Shark Demon grinned, revealing his sharp mechanical teeth. I will provide you with the finest armaments of Cybertron, ensuring your dominance in the arena. But in return, he produced an electronic contract from behind him, projecting it into the air. 80% of the profits belong to me. Megatron scrutinized the terms of the contract without hesitation. Deal. For him, gaining power was paramount. Everything else was secondary. Shark Demon nodded in satisfaction and led Megatron to a concealed cavern. Deep within the cave lay a vast arsenal. The heavy metal door creaked open slowly, emitting a jarring sound of friction. A strong scent of machine oil and the cold, metallic atmosphere rushed forth. A dazzling array of weapons lay before him, ranging from sharp energy swords to formidable laser cannons and uniquely designed plasma guns. The air was thick with the scent of machine oil and metal, igniting a thrill within Megatron. The walls were adorned with an assortment of cold weapons, swords, spears, axes, and halberds, gleaming with a chilling luster. The floor was lined with various heavy artillery, cannons, missiles, and energy guns, each exuding an aura of formidable intimidation. He approached the display, lifting an oddly shaped energy gun. It shimmered with a ghostly blue light, heavy in his grasp and imbued with a sense of power. The intricate patterns and precise components on its surface revealed its extraordinary craftsmanship. "What is this?" Megatron's voice echoed in the vast armory. "A shockwave emitter," the Shark Master explained, "capable of unleashing high-frequency shockwaves that can instantly paralyze an enemy's nervous system. Even the toughest of Titans would struggle to withstand its effects." Megatron then picked up a massive battle axe, its blade glinting ominously. The handle, forged from an unknown metal, felt icy yet remarkably resilient in his grip. "And this?" "The Crusher," the Shark Master replied with a hint of pride, "easily cleaves through any metal, even cutting through energy shields. One swing, and there will be nothing left of the opponent." One by one, Megatron examined the weapons, his curiosity piqued by each item. From compact handguns to colossal energy cannons, and from melee weapons to long-range missiles. Every weapon stirred within him a sense of wonder and exhilaration, his eyes gleaming with visions of triumph in the arena. Laser guns, ion cannons, electromagnetic pulse guns, plasma cutters, gravity bombs, and homing missiles dazzled him beyond measure. The Shark Master observed Megatron's reaction with a sense of secret satisfaction, knowing that this miner was utterly captivated by the arsenal. Megatron's fingers glided over the cold metal, his gaze sweeping across the myriad of weapons. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to an unusually shaped cannon. It was entirely black, with a deep purple light flickering at the muzzle, surrounded by intricate energy circuits, resembling a coiled beast, exuding an air of danger. "What is this?" he inquired, pointing at the cannon with curiosity. The Shark Master followed his gesture, his expression shifting slightly before he cleared his throat. "Ah, that is the fusion cannon. Is it powerful?" Megatron raised an eyebrow, sensing the immense energy contained within. "Powerful? It's beyond mere power." The Shark Master rubbed his hands together, a glimmer of apprehension in his eyes. "This weapon, it's not something you can easily control." "Not easily controlled," Megatron repeated with growing interest, his battle spirit intensifying. "Do tell." The Shark approached Megatron, lowering his voice to say, "This fusion cannon, if provided with sufficient energy, can unleash an absorption power comparable to that of a black hole, devouring all matter." He paused, adding, "Of course, the prerequisite is that you can control it." He made an explosive gesture, his face contorting into an exaggerated expression. "This is it." Megatron's tone was resolute, devoid of any hesitation. The Shark was momentarily taken aback. He had expected Megatron to be intimidated, yet he was unwaveringly determined. "Are you certain?" he inquired, pointing at the fusion cannon, his mechanical fingers trembling slightly. "This is not a trifling matter." Megatron seized the fusion cannon, the heavy barrel remaining motionless in his grasp. "The phrase unable to control does not exist in my lexicon." His eyes glimmered with fervor, as if envisioning himself commanding everything within the arena. The Shark sighed in resignation, knowing he could not sway this obstinate miner. "Very well, do as you wish." He shrugged, adding, "However, your memory panel requires adjustment. The miner robot's memory panel is utterly incapable of bearing the energy output of the fusion cannon." With that, he retrieved a myriad of components and wires from his toolbox, commencing modifications on Megatron's memory panel. Sparks flew, the sound of metal clashing reverberating through the cavern. Megatron stood silently, allowing the Shark to manipulate him, his mind consumed by a singular thought, to grow stronger. As time elapsed, the Shark finally completed the modifications, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. "All right, give it a try." Megatron promptly accessed his memory panel, rows of data flashing before his eyes. Name, Megatron. Category, combat robot. Torque, speed, and defense varying with energy supply. Transformation, Model 38 handgun. Weapons, black gold mining hammer, electromagnetic cannon, worn shield. Fusion cannon. Each release requires 2,000 energy points. Energy, total 6,000 points, currently 4,000 points. Module, divine modification module. Capable of sudden enlightenment in mechanical modification skills. Overall rating, 19 stars. 19 stars, Megatron murmured, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. Was the highest rating. The shark extended a mechanical hand, gesturing a 5. 5 stars is already invincible. 6 or 7 stars could make one a minor leader, but as for 8 stars... He paused, a hint of reverence in his tone. That is a being that astonishes Cybertron. And 9 stars? Megatron pressed. The shark shook his head. 9 stars? No one has yet achieved it, as it requires a fusion of energy control and combat techniques to barely reach that level. He looked at Megatron, his words laden with significance. Young one, your journey is still long. Megatron clenched his fists, a fierce ambition igniting in his eyes. I will attain it. His voice was deep and resolute, as if pledging an oath. Exiting the armory, Megatron gazed upward at the sky, the stars of Cybertron emitting a chilling luminescence. He inhaled deeply, sensing the surging power within him. The arena, I am coming. 9 stars? It is but a matter of time. In his heart, Megatron mused. Though his tone dripped with disdain, he twisted his neck, the joints cracking audibly, as a torrent of energy coursed through him, filling him with an unprecedented sense of strength. When will I be able to step into the arena? He was eager to test the new prowess he had acquired. The Sharktican stowed away his tools and cast a glance at the eager Megatron, dousing his enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. Patience, young one. The fusion cannon is no toy. Do you think it can simply be wielded? Energy control, speed, defense, these require practice. In your current state, you would only serve as a meal for others. Megatron furrowed his brow, growing increasingly impatient. Practice? The battlefield is the finest training ground. Only in the throes of life and death can one master their skills most swiftly. He tightened his grip on the fusion cannon. Its metallic texture reassured him. Seeing Megatron's resolute demeanor, the Sharktican ceased his attempts to dissuade him. He understood that for certain robots, combat was an instinct etched in their very sparks. Any counsel against it would be futile. Very well, do as you wish. In 3 to 5 days, I shall assist you with your registration. Just do not let me down. He paused, adding with a hint of gravity, young one, do not perish. I shall return alive, victorious, Megatron replied firmly, turning to leave the armory. The star of Cybertron remained cold, yet within Megatron burned a fierce flame, a yearning for power, an unwavering dedication to victory. After departing the armory, Megatron quickly summoned the likes of Scrapper, Rampage, and Frenzy. At the center of the 12th scrapyard, a mountain of discarded metal parts loomed, serving as Megatron's makeshift command post. I shall be heading to the arena in a few days, he announced, surveying the gathered crowd with a steady, powerful voice. From now on, this place will be under Scrapper's management. Those who disobey will experience the wrath of the mighty. Scrapper responded with a deep, rumbling affirmation, yes, brother. His massive frame trembled slightly, seemingly eager to dismantle any insubordinate individuals into pieces. Rampage, on the other hand, appeared indifferent, casually picking his nose as he remarked, the arena? What is the point of that place? It's far more interesting to dismantle parts here. Frenzy, brimming with excitement, darted around Megatron, his small eyes glinting with mischief. Brother, I want to go too. I'm small enough to scout ahead for you, and I might even discover something valuable. Megatron looked down at Frenzy, contemplating for a moment before nodding. Very well, you may accompany me. Frenzy cheered, leaping onto Megatron's shoulder, chattering incessantly like a little bird. In the following days, Megatron did not engage in any particularly rigorous training. Rather, he continually familiarized himself with the operation of the fusion cannon, attuning to the flow of energy within him. He recognized that the Sharktican was correct. The power of the fusion cannon was formidable, and a moment's carelessness could lead to self-destruction. Yet, he harbored no fear. He believed in his ability to master this power and ascend as the sovereign of the arena. 3 days later, the Shark Spirit presented the entry qualification for the arena. Kid, this is your ticket, he said, tossing a metal plaque to Megatron. Remember, survive. Megatron caught the plaque, feeling its coldness in his hand, engraved with his name and number. I will, he replied calmly, though excitement flickered in his eyes. The entrance to the arena was a colossal metal door, marred by rust and scratches, as if it had borne witness to countless brutal battles. The rusted gate creaked open, emitting a harsh, grinding sound akin to a beast's low growl. Chapter 17. A name worthy of astonishment beyond the door. A cacophony of cheers and the deafening clamor of metal colliding filled the air. As Megatron stepped into the arena, a wave of heat enveloped him, mingling with the scent of oil and electrical sparks. The intense lights bore down, forcing him to squint. Chaos leapt from Megatron's shoulder, eagerly scanning the surroundings. Wow, so many robots. Big brother, look over there, that red one is stunning. Following Chaos's gaze, Megatron saw a vibrant group of robots in the stands, waving flags and cheering loudly. Among them, a striking red figure stood out, Alita, seated with RC and several other female robots. Her gaze fixed intently on the center of the arena. Alita had adorned herself specially for the occasion, her radiant red paint shimmering, making her remarkably conspicuous amidst the crowd. She was not merely here to watch the contest, but to witness Megatron, the miner she admired, prove himself in the arena. A bunch of showpieces, Megatron scoffed, diverting his attention back to the battle at the arena's core. Two enormous robots were locked in a fierce struggle, sparks flying as metal clashed, producing a thunderous roar. When are we going to go on? Chaos fidgeted eagerly. Patience, let us assess the situation first, Megatron said coolly, observing the unfolding combat, analyzing his opponent's strengths and weaknesses. He understood well that the arena was no trifling matter. One misstep could lead to death. The battle at the center concluded swiftly. One robot torn to shreds by its adversary, debris scattered across the ground. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, as if celebrating a grand festival. Next up, Megatron. A gruff voice boomed from the loudspeakers. Taking a deep breath, Megatron strode towards the center of the arena. Chaos followed closely, excitement gleaming in his small eyes. Upon seeing Megatron enter, Alita's heart raced involuntarily. She clenched her fists tightly, silently cheering him on. Megatron's opponent was a colossal robot, clad in heavy armor, wielding a massive chainsaw. With each step towards Megatron, the ground trembled slightly, as if shaken by an earthquake. Youngster, you must be new here. I advise you to concede gracefully, lest you suffer a painful defeat, the opponent uttered, his tone laced with disdain. Enough with your empty words, bring it on. Megatron replied fearlessly, raising his fusion cannon, aimed directly at his adversary. With an enraged roar, the opponent charged forth, brandishing a chainsaw. Megatron, composed, deftly evaded the attack while pulling the trigger. A blinding beam erupted from the fusion cannon, striking the opponent squarely in the chest. The foe staggered back, a significant dent appearing in his armor. Enraged, he bellowed and lunged forward once again. Megatron skillfully dodged the onslaught, continually seeking opportunities to counterattack. He was fully aware of the fusion cannon's limited energy and knew better than to squander it. Meanwhile, his companion, Frenzy, incessantly harassed the opponent, occasionally slashing at his legs with a knife or firing a laser gun at his eyes. Although the damage was minimal, it proved to be a constant annoyance. The battle raged on for an extended period, both sides nearing exhaustion. Megatron bore numerous wounds, oil seeping from his injuries, yet his gaze remained resolute, devoid of any trace of retreat. Suddenly, the opponent revealed a vulnerability. Seizing the moment, Megatron concentrated the energy of the fusion cannon to a point and aimed for the foe's head. He roared, pulling the trigger once more. A brilliant beam shot forth from the fusion cannon, striking the opponent's head. The adversary let out a horrific scream as his massive form collapsed to the ground, lifeless. A profound silence enveloped the audience, all stunned by the scene before them. They could scarcely believe that an obscure miner had vanquished the arena's undefeated champion. Moments later, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. Alita stood up, exuberantly waving her arms and chanting Megatron's name. Standing in the center of the arena, Megatron felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. He had finally proven himself. He was no longer a mere victim, but a true warrior. At that moment, a figure leapt from the stands, landing before Megatron. As the dust settled and the cheers subsided, a colossal silhouette descended from the stands, shaking the very ground of the arena. The alloyed feet struck the metallic surface with a resounding thud, heralding the arrival of an irresistible force. Megatron lifted his gaze, oil trickling down his forehead, blurring his vision, yet he could still discern the imposing figure of Starscream. Starscream, the undisputed ruler of the arena, towered over Megatron, his armor gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, resembling a colossal steel beast. He looked down upon Megatron with a gaze filled with contempt and menace, akin to a predator fixating on its prey. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, the cheers abruptly silencing, replaced by a stifling sense of oppression. "Youngster, you possess some skill." The voice of Shockwave resonated, deep and hoarse, akin to the harshness of metal grinding. "Yet, to dare to wreak havoc on my territory is to pay the price." Each word struck like a nail, driving deep into Megatron's heart. Wiping the oil from his face, Megatron revealed a smile. "I await your arrival." Although his voice lacked the thunderous volume of Shockwave's, it was imbued with unwavering resolve and fearlessness. With a cold chuckle, Shockwave lunged at Megatron like a cannonball. His massive form propelled forward. He swung his colossal fists, accompanied by the sound of whistling wind, aiming to land a powerful blow on Megatron. A shiver ran through Megatron as he swiftly sidestepped. Shockwave's fist grazed his armor, creating a shrill sound of metal scraping. The onslaught from Shockwave rained down like a tempest, each punch imbued with overwhelming force. Megatron, agile as a leopard, evaded and concealed himself, seeking opportunities to counterattack. He understood well that a direct confrontation would be unwise. Shockwave's strength far surpassed his own, and he needed to rely on his speed and agility to bridge the gap in power. In the arena, the cacophony of clashing metal echoed, sparks flying in every direction. Amidst the chaos, a figure cowered in the corner, anxiously watching the battle unfold. Occasionally, he let out sharp cries, cheering for Megatron. Alita, too, fixated on the combat, her heart racing, feeling a wave of anxiety for Megatron's safety. She had never witnessed such an intense clash. Her concern for his well-being was matched only by her admiration for his indomitable spirit. "Go, Megatron!" Alita silently prayed. After evading another strike, Megatron perceived an opening in Shockwave's abdomen. An opportunity. Without hesitation, he launched his counterattack, channeling all his energy into his right fist, delivering a powerful blow to Shockwave's midsection. The impact resonated with a dull thud, causing Shockwave's immense body to stagger back several steps, clutching his abdomen in disbelief. Gasps erupted from the audience. Seizing the moment, Megatron unleashed a ferocious barrage, employing both fists and feet in a tempest of strikes against Shockwave. Although Shockwave was formidable, his movements lacked the fluidity of Megatron's. Under Megatron's relentless assault, Shockwave began to falter. Chapter 18. Confrontation with Optimus Prime. Dents multiplied across Shockwave's armor, oil oozing from his wounds. Megatron grew more emboldened as his attacks became increasingly fierce and precise. He resembled an unyielding war machine, persistently creating chaos for Shockwave. In a fit of rage, Shockwave roared, attempting to turn the tide. He swung his massive fists once more at Megatron. However, Megatron was well prepared. He sidestepped Shockwave's assault, simultaneously delivering a kick to his knee. A sharp crack echoed, sending a shiver down the spine as Shockwave's knee joint emitted a sickening sound of fracture. With a piercing scream, the colossal figure of Shockwave collapsed to the ground. He struggled to rise, yet his knees could no longer bear his weight. Standing before him, Megatron loomed, casting a shadow over his fallen adversary. His breath came in ragged gasps, oil oozing from his body. Nevertheless, he remained poised for battle, his eyes ablaze with the elation of victory. He had triumphed. He had vanquished the tyrant of the arena. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of deafening cheers. Alita leaped with excitement, her face radiant with joy. She felt immense pride for Megatron and his splendid victory. Frenzy, equally exhilarated, fluttered around Megatron like a jubilant little bird. "Boss, you were incredible!" Frenzy exclaimed loudly. Megatron surveyed the jubilant throng, a wave of indescribable exhilaration swelling within him. Frenzy, the diminutive Decepticon, buzzed around Megatron like a bullet, his high-pitched voice nearly piercing Megatron's audio receptors. "Boss, you were phenomenal. That punch, bam!" Shockwave was utterly stunned. Then you follow with a sweeping kick, bang. He was down. Absolutely spectacular. Frenzy gesticulated animatedly, yearning to reenact the thrilling scene. Megatron, however, merely adjusted his shoulder joints, the recent battle having drained a significant amount of his energy. Though victorious, he felt far from refreshed. Casting a glance at the overly enthusiastic frenzy, he intoned in a low voice, "Quiet down. Act like it." Although his tone bore a hint of reproach, genuine anger was absent. At that moment, a figure dashed down from the stands, charging towards Megatron. It was Alita, her cheeks flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Megatron, you are magnificent," she called out, attempting to breach the guards' blockade. However, the arena guards were not easily swayed. They stood unwavering like a fortress against her advances. "Miss, entry into the competitor area is prohibited." Alita stomped her feet in frustration, stammering, but I want to... Struggling to express her thoughts, she could only gaze longingly at Megatron. A staff member approached Megatron, presenting a towel and a cup of energy drink, formally stating, "Congratulations. Megatron, the match tomorrow is scheduled for 3 p.m. against." Megatron took the towel, carelessly wiping the oil from his body, and impatiently interrupted, "I know." He paid little mind to who his opponent was. All he desired was a place to rest. With that, he strode away toward the competitor's tunnel without a backward glance. Observing Megatron's departure, Alita became increasingly anxious. "Let me through, please," she implored, nearly on the verge of tears, perhaps moved by Alita's determination, or perhaps deeming a small girl no real threat. The guards hesitated before ultimately granting her passage. Alita felt as though she had been granted a reprieve and immediately sprinted towards the direction in which Megatron had vanished. The corridor was dimly lit, suffused with the scents of oil and metal. As Alita hurried along, she finally caught up with Megatron at the corridor's end. "Megatron," she gasped, breathless. He halted, turning around, and upon recognizing Alita, his brows furrowed in confusion. "How did you get in here?" Taking a moment to steady her breath, Alita summoned her courage and declared, I wanted to tell you that you are truly remarkable." Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. Megatron regarded the petite Autobot before him, a flicker of unexpected softness flashing in his eyes. After a brief silence, he replied, "Thank you." Joy illuminated Alita's gaze. It was as if she had received immense encouragement. "I have been following your matches. You never give up, even when faced with formidable opponents." Megatron inclined his head slightly, remaining silent. "My brother is Optimus Prime. He always says you're a dangerous individual." Alita's voice dwindled, and she cautiously observed Megatron's expression, fearful of inciting his wrath. With a scoff, Megatron retorted, "Optimus? That bookworm who hides in the library? What does he know?" Alita quickly interjected, No, my brother is quite formidable. It's just that." "Just what?" Megatron pressed. Biting her lip, Alita hesitated for a moment before gathering her courage to say, "I just think you are more charming than he is." Megatron was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a remark. The little girl from the Autobot faction claimed he was more charming than Optimus Prime? A glint of amusement danced in his eyes as he looked at Alita. "Oh, is that so? Pray tell, in what ways am I more charming than him?" Alita's cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze cast downward, unable to meet Megatron's eyes. You are very strong and you're not as stiff as he is." Megatron erupted into hearty laughter, the sound echoing through the empty corridor. "Ha ha, you have a keen eye, little one. Unlike your bookish brother, who only clings to those dusty tomes." Alita couldn't help but laugh as well, finding Megatron's laughter surprisingly less fearsome and rather captivating. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps disrupted the delicate atmosphere between them. A figure appeared at the entrance of the corridor, Optimus Prime himself. Upon seeing Alita and Megatron together, his expression darkened instantly. "Alita, what are you doing?" Optimus bellowed. Startled, Alita instinctively cowered behind Megatron. Stepping forward, Megatron blocked Optimus's line of sight, his eyes glinting with menace. "Optimus, what do you intend to do?" Optimus glared at Megatron, his teeth clenched as he growled, "Megatron, keep your distance from my sister." All of Megatron's attention was now fully captured by Optimus's furious outburst. He slowly turned around, his crimson electronic eyes flickering with a perilous glow, reminiscent of 2 impending volcanic eruptions. "Optimus Prime, do you truly believe you can command me?" With a sudden motion, Optimus drew the energy axe from his back. The azure luminescence dancing along the blade aimed directly at Megatron. "Megatron, what have you done to Alita?" His tone was frigid, laden with hostility, as if he were poised to cleave Megatron in two at any moment. Unyielding, Megatron brandished a fusion cannon that had mysteriously appeared in his grasp. The dark muzzle trained on Optimus Prime. What I have done, does it concern you, Bookworm? The air within the corridor grew thick and tense, saturated with the acrid scent of gunpowder, as if a mere spark could ignite a cataclysmic battle. Chapter 19. Is this love? Alita cried out, emerging from behind Megatron to place herself between the two colossal figures, her slender form appearing particularly fragile amid the towering machines. Brother, stop. Do not fight. She gazed anxiously at Optimus, attempting to quell his fury. We merely encountered each other by chance. Nothing has transpired. Upon witnessing his sister's fervent defense of Megatron, Optimus's anger intensified. He swiftly pulled Alita behind him, shielding her as one would a cherished treasure. Alita, stand behind me. This creature is no benevolent soul. With a disdainful snort, Megatron cast a scornful glance at Optimus. Ha! Optimus Prime, you remain as tedious as ever, like an overbearing caretaker. No wonder you are relegated to the role of a librarian. His voice dripped with derision. Having said this, he turned to depart, seemingly weary of the futile quarrel. Seeing this, Optimus assumed Megatron was fleeing in fear, which only fueled his rage further. Megatron, halt! Do not think you can escape. He bellowed, charging forward, swinging the energy axe towards Megatron. Anticipating the move, Megatron sidestepped effortlessly to evade the attack, countering with a blast aimed at Optimus. Optimus raised the energy axe to deflect the strike, causing a violent explosion of energy that reverberated through the corridor, the thunderous roar echoing ominously. Alita, terrified, screamed and crouched down, clutching her head tightly. Enough! A thunderous roar emerged from the depths of the corridor. A colossal figure appeared at the entrance, none other than Ironhide. The electromagnetic pulse cannon in his grasp shimmered with a dangerous light, directed at both Megatron and Optimus. You two cease this at once. This is Karen City, not your arena for combat. Both Megatron and Optimus halted their assault simultaneously, eyeing Ironhide warily. Ironhide, this matter does not concern you. Optimus glared at Megatron, wishing nothing more than to tear him apart. Ha! Optimus Prime, perhaps you should mind your own affairs. Megatron sneered, the fusion cannon still aimed unwaveringly at Optimus, showing no signs of retreat. Ironhide's countenance darkened further. Megatron, you would do well not to stir trouble here. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unmerciful. Ironhide, do you believe I fear you? Megatron provocatively gazed at Ironhide, a frenzied glint illuminating his eyes. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the far end of the corridor as a throng of robots marched forth, led by none other than the bulldozer. Leader, we have arrived. The bulldozer exclaimed exuberantly, flanked by a cadre of menacing mining robots. Upon sighting the bulldozer and his entourage, a smirk crept across Megatron's face. Just in time. Today, allow me to demonstrate my might. He raised his fusion cannon, aiming it at Ironhide and Optimus Prime. A fierce battle was imminent. Wait. Alita suddenly sprang to her feet, advancing to stand before Megatron, her head tilted back to meet his gaze. Are you truly going to fight? Megatron looked down at Alita, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his features. Little girl, this is not your concern. Stay out of it. No, I will not leave. Alita stubbornly positioned herself in front of Megatron. If you wish to fight, then strike me first. Megatron was momentarily taken aback, astonished that this seemingly fragile girl possessed such courage. Optimus Prime approached, gently pulling Alita behind him. Alita, do not be foolish. This is a matter between leaders. No, brother. I do not wish to see you fight. Alita cried out, tears blurring her vision. Observing the weeping Alita, an inexplicable irritation surged within Megatron. He roughly pushed Alita into Optimus Prime's embrace. Enough with the tears. How tiresome. With that, he turned and strode away, his silhouette vanishing at the corridor's end, leaving Optimus Prime and Alita exchanging bewildered glances. He is gone? Alita asked, her expression dazed. Optimus Prime nodded, his eyes filled with confusion. He was uncertain of Megatron's true intentions, yet he sensed that the matter was far from simple. In the distance, Megatron stood at the corridor's end, gazing upon the flickering lights of Kaon City, a chilling gleam flashing in his eyes. Optimus Prime, I shall settle this score with you in due time. He turned and disappeared into the shadows. Behind him, a dark figure silently followed, disarray. Megatron, Where shall we go next? Disarray inquired softly. Megatron remained silent, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, he halted, turning to face Disarray. Spread the word here. Let all miners know the name of Megatron. Disarray hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, Megatron. Transforming into a small motorcycle, he stealthily glided into the dim alleyways of Mine 12. Following Megatron's command, he exaggeratedly disseminated the news of Optimus Prime and Ironhide being thoroughly bested by Megatron. This information detonated like a high-energy bomb within the lethargic mining community. That Prime fellow, always strutting about as if he were something special, he deserves a good thrashing. A rusted miner brandished his pickaxe, exuberantly spraying machine oil. Leader Megatron, truly formidable, exclaimed one, while another miner, eyes gleaming with schadenfreude, added that tin can, relying on his electromagnetic cannon, has finally met his match. The news spread like wildfire, igniting admiration among an increasing number of miners for Megatron. Their previously dormant spirits were rekindled, sparking newfound hope for the future. The bulldozer, accompanied by its brawny miners, approached Megatron with great fanfare. Leader, we have long harbored disdain for the Autobots. We stand with you. Megatron surveyed the spirited miners before him, nodding in satisfaction. He recognized that his Decepticon army was on the rise. In the days that followed, the 12 mining sites underwent a remarkable transformation. Under Megatron's command, the once chaotic mining area began to operate in a well-ordered manner. The miners extracted resources, constructed defensive fortifications, and even established patrols to thwart Autobot ambushes. Employing his extraordinary modification modules, Megatron upgraded several miners. He equipped one named Drill with a high-energy drill capable of penetrating any metal effortlessly. Another, known as Blast, received explosive devices that could obliterate a small mountain in an instant. The 12th region was steadily evolving into an impregnable fortress. On a sunlit afternoon, Megatron gathered all Decepticon members. Standing atop a platform, he gazed down upon the sea of dark figures, his voice thunderous and resonant throughout the mining site. Brothers, we are miners oppressed by the Autobots. We toil daily, yet receive no respect. We live like slaves. Now it is time to change all of this. After a brief pause, he continued, we must overthrow the Autobot regime. We shall establish a new order led by us, the miner machines. We will make it known to all robots on Cybertron that we miners are not to be trifled with. Megatron's impassioned speech ignited the flames of fury within the hearts of the Decepticons. Down with the Autobots. Establish the new order. Leader Megatron is invincible. The thunderous chants reverberated through the skies, echoing endlessly. The ranks of the Decepticons swelled, and Megatron's renown grew ever louder. Even miners who had previously remained ambivalent toward him began to flock to his cause. One day, a diminutive yet remarkably agile robot arrived at the 12th region. Introducing himself as Boom, an expert in explosives, he declared, Leader Megatron, I hear you require assistance. I wish to join the Decepticons. Although Boom's voice was soft, it brimmed with confidence. Megatron scrutinized him and inquired, what skills do you possess? I can fabricate a wide array of bombs, from small explosives to massive ones. I have it all covered. With a booming pride, the miner declared, as long as I am provided with ample materials, I can obliterate anything. Oh, is that so? Megatron inquired with keen interest, gazing at the miner. Can you demolish the walls of Kaon City? The miner hesitated for a moment, then thumped his chest and proclaimed, given sufficient time and materials, I assure you I can bring it down. Megatron chuckled, excellent. I admire your confidence. From this day forth, you shall be a member of the Decepticons. The miner's inclusion elevated the Decepticons' combat capabilities to new heights. As time passed, Megatron realized that the existing miners alone were insufficient to contend with the formidable Autobots. He required more powerful warriors. The miner's arrival significantly boosted Megatron's confidence. As he envisioned a future for the Decepticons, a Cybertron dominated by miner robots, he commenced training his troops, molding them into a relentless tide of steel capable of breaching the Autobots' defenses. The miners practiced day and night, drenched in sweat. The once tranquil mining site transformed into a cacophony of clashing metals and the thunderous shouts of miners. Megatron, however, was not blinded by victory. He understood that to truly defeat the Autobots, more strength was essential. He began to recruit far and wide, seeking robots oppressed by the Autobots who yearn for change. His reputation spread like wildfire through the underground world of Cybertron. An increasing number of robots, driven by various motives, joined the Decepticons. Yet, Megatron's actions attracted the attention of another force. Beneath Cybertron, a mysterious race known as the Quintessence existed. Though few in number, they possessed formidable technology and power. The Sharktican, a representative of the Quintessence on Cybertron, was a volatile and bloodthirsty creature. Upon hearing that Megatron was assembling an army to confront the Autobots, he could not suppress a derisive laugh. This minor robot truly has no sense of danger. How dare he challenge the supremacy of the Autobots? As if he does not regard us Quintessence at all, the Sharktican confronted Megatron directly, stating bluntly, "You've been making quite a stir lately. You think you can challenge the Autobots? Who do you think you are?" Megatron, unperturbed, retorted with a cold smile. "I am merely striving for a better life for the minor robots. The Autobots have gone too far. We must resist." "Resist? With you?" The Sharktican scoffed, disdain evident in his tone. "To me, you minor robots and the Autobots are cut from the same cloth. Mere scrap metal." Megatron suppressed his fury and clarified, "I only wish to establish my prowess in the arena, to build a reputation that will attract more spectators to the matches. My ultimate goal is to profit." "Profit?" The Sharktican erupted in laughter. "Do you think I care whether you make money or not? To me, the lives of you mechanical beings are utterly inconsequential." The shark spirit paused momentarily, his tone turning icy. "However, since you are so eager to challenge the Autobots, I shall grant you an opportunity. In the upcoming gladiatorial competition, you must emerge victorious. Should you fail, the consequences will be yours to bear." A chill ran through Megatron's heart. He understood that the shark spirit was not jesting. If he were to lose the contest, it would likely entail far graver repercussions than mere financial loss. His very life could be at stake. "I will undoubtedly prevail," Megatron declared with unwavering resolve. The shark spirit scoffed coldly and turned away. Watching the retreating figure, Megatron clenched his fists tightly, realizing he had become ensnared in a far greater vortex. This whirlwind concerned not only the fate of the minor mechs, but also his own survival. Upon returning to Mine 12, Megatron relayed the shark spirit's warning to the Decepticon members. "Brothers, our forthcoming battle is not solely for ourselves, but to demonstrate the prowess of our minor mechs. We must triumph. Win, win, win." The thunderous shouts reverberated throughout the mine. As Megatron observed the fervent Decepticons below, hope surged within him. He understood that no matter how arduous the path ahead, he would not relent. He would lead the Decepticons toward ultimate victory. At that moment, a communication request came through to Megatron's communicator. "Megatron, this is Optimus Prime." A deep voice resonated from the device, causing a jolt in Megatron's heart. Optimus Prime, the commander of the Cybertronian Guard in Kaon. A formidable Autobot. Why was he contacting him? "What brings you to seek me out, Optimus Prime?" Megatron inquired with a frigid tone. "I have heard that you've been causing quite a stir in the 12th sector." Optimus Prime's voice bore a hint of derision. "Do you truly believe you can overcome the Autobots? Just you wait and see." Megatron retorted defiantly. "Overestimating yourself. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Cease your endeavors while you can, or you shall come to regret it." With that, Optimus Prime terminated the communication. Megatron gripped the communicator tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury. The warning from Optimus Prime only intensified his rebellious spirit. He gazed skyward, silently vowing, "I shall defeat you. Optimus Prime, I will lead the Decepticons to forge a new Cybertron." At that moment, a figure silently appeared at the edge of Mine 12. It was a tall, elegantly curved female mech, Alita, the sister of Optimus Prime. From a distance, Alita watched Megatron, her eyes brimming with complex emotions. Observing Megatron's retreating silhouette, she was overwhelmed with conflicting feelings. She could not fathom why her brother harbored such animosity toward Megatron, nor could she comprehend Megatron's deep concern for the miners. The miners' plight, the pride of the Autobots, and the rise of the Decepticons all intertwined into a chaotic tangle within her youthful logic circuits. After a prolonged silence, she let out a gentle sigh, the glow of her electronic eyes dimming. The wind howled through the mine, stirring metallic debris on the ground and producing a harsh, grating sound. Alita raised her head, gazing at the distant twinkling lights of Kaon City, her home and the place where her brother resided. Yet, a lingering sense within her suggested that the future of Cybertron might not lie there. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately chose to walk toward the direction in which Megatron had vanished. Megatron advanced along the dimly lit mine tunnel, his massive metallic footsteps reverberating dully against the hard ground. Barricade transformed into a motorcycle, closely trailing behind him. The walls of the tunnel flickered with faint indicator lights, illuminating a short stretch ahead. Suddenly, Megatron halted, abruptly turning around. Barricade, caught off guard, collided with Megatron's leg, producing a clattering sound. Chapter 21. Megatron lacks affection, flustered. Barricade hastily transformed back into robot form, anxiously regarding Megatron. "Leader, what is it?" he inquired cautiously, his mechanical arm trembling slightly. Megatron remained silent, his crimson electronic eyes fixed intently on something behind Barricade, as if piercing through the darkness. "Who is there?" Megatron's deep voice echoed in the tunnel, laced with a subtle hint of vigilance. A slender figure emerged from the shadows. It was Alita. She slightly lowered her head, her hands nervously wringing together, displaying her tension. "It's me," she spoke softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Upon realizing it was Alita, Megatron paused momentarily before tightening his grip on the energy axe. "Why are you following me, little girl?" he asked, impatience evident in his tone, the glow of his electronic eyes flickering erratically. Alita drew a deep breath, lifting her gaze to meet Megatron's. "I wish to talk to you," she said, summoning her courage, her voice trembling yet imbued with newfound determination. Megatron was taken aback. This young girl dared to seek him out alone? He scrutinized Alita, filled with doubt. "What do you wish to discuss?" he replied, resting the energy axe on his shoulder, his tone softening somewhat. "I saw those miners." Alita paused, seemingly gathering her thoughts. They appeared quite wretched. Megatron fell silent for a moment, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes. "Wretched? They are merely lowly machines, willing to do anything for an energy cube. But they are also the citizens of Cybertron," Alita said quietly, her voice carrying a note of pleading. Megatron scoffed. "Citizens? When have the Autobots ever regarded them as such? They are merely subjects of enslavement. Perhaps we can change all of this," Alita ventured cautiously, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. "Change? How can we change?" Megatron retorted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "We can assist them." Alita hesitated, biting her lip. "We can offer them better treatment, enabling them to lead improved lives." Megatron erupted into laughter. "You naive little girl. In this world, only the strong can survive. The weak are destined for elimination." But before Alita could voice her thoughts, Megatron interrupted her. "Enough," he exclaimed impatiently, waving his hand. "I have no desire to hear your drivel. You may leave." "Wait," Alita hastily interjected, retrieving a data chip from her pocket and offering it to Megatron. This is for you." Megatron, perplexed, accepted the chip. "What is this?" "It is the defensive layout of the Karen City Guard," Alita whispered, her gaze averted, unable to meet Megatron's eyes. Stunned, Megatron did not anticipate Alita would present him with such a significant piece of information. He grasped the chip tightly, his mind swirling with shock and confusion. "Why are you helping me?" he asked in a low voice, laced with disbelief. Alita took a deep breath, summoning her courage. I disapprove of some Autobot practices. I hope to witness a fair Cybertron." Megatron fell silent, his eyes fixed on the chip in his hand. Wrestling with his thoughts, he was uncertain whether to trust Alita and questioned her true intentions. Disarray stood by, holding his breath, having never witnessed Megatron so indecisive. The mine was enveloped in silence, save for the faint glow of the indicator lights illuminating the complex expressions of the three. "Fairness?" Megatron scoffed, his eyes brimming with disdain. "Fairness is merely an illusion for the weak. Power is the only law of Cybertron." He weighed the chip in his hand. "Do you believe this defensive layout can alter anything?" Alita bit her lip, her hands nervously entwined. I know this may not change much, but I hope, at the very least, it can reduce some unnecessary sacrifices." Her voice dwindled, nearly inaudible. Megatron fixed his gaze on Alita, his eyes sharp as blades. "Who are you, truly? What is your purpose?" Alita swallowed nervously. I am merely an ordinary Cybertron resident. I have no ulterior motives." "Oomph." Megatron snorted, inserting the chip into his data interface. The information on the chip was swiftly processed, revealing the deployment details of the Karen City Guard within his mind. He withdrew the chip and regarded Alita anew, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Are you truly just an ordinary resident? Alita nodded slightly, her eyes betraying an imperceptible anxiety. Disarray, observing the interplay between them, cautiously leaned closer to Megatron, whispering, "Boss, this girl doesn't appear to be lying." His soft voice heightened Alita's tension, causing her mechanical fingers to unconsciously clutch her clothing, the smooth metallic surface marred by faint scratches. Megatron seized the bewildered figure by the arm, forcefully pushing him aside. "Silence. This is not your place to speak." He turned to press Alita further, demanding, "Where did you acquire this defensive map? Who exactly are you?" Alita's gaze flickered, her voice faltering as she stammered, I found it in an abandoned data terminal. I just thought it was important." Her words dwindled into a whisper, the flawed explanation becoming increasingly unbelievable even to herself. After listening, Megatron unleashed a powerful fist against the nearby rock wall. The resounding crash sent debris cascading through the mineshaft, stirring up a cloud of dust. In the dimly lit corridor, the flickering lights cast an eerie glow upon Megatron's menacing visage. Alita, frightened, staggered back a few steps, her face ashen, her slender mechanical fingers clutching the energy core at her chest, as though it could offer her a semblance of safety. "Why you?" Alita stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts as she gazed at Megatron in terror. His eyes pierced through her like twin lasers, leaving her feeling exposed to a chilling gale. Seeing this, the bewildered figure stepped forward protectively, cautiously uttering, "Boss, I believe she means no harm." Megatron shoved him aside with a roar, "Get out of the way. This is not your conversation." He advanced once more towards Alita. "I shall ask you again. Who are you? What is your purpose?" Alita trembled, tears welling in her electronic eyes. She realized that if she did not speak the truth, Megatron might well take her life. I, she stuttered. In truth, the Autobots are also under the control of the Quintessence. Megatron was taken aback, unable to fathom such a revelation from Alita. The bewildered figure widened his electronic eyes, staring in disbelief at Alita. "What did you say?" Megatron inquired in a low tone, skepticism lacing his voice. Alita took a deep breath and continued, "This is something Unicron should know." Chapter 22. A bit arrogant, surrounded on all sides, Megatron fell silent, his mind racing as he contemplated Alita's words. Quintessence? Controlling Autobots? How could this be? The bewildered figure murmured softly, "Quintessence? Haven't those beings long departed from Cybertron?" Megatron shot him a glare, signaling him to be quiet. He turned back to Alita. "Do you have any evidence?" Alita shook her head. I have no evidence. I merely heard some rumors." Megatron grasped Alita's arm, pulling her closer, his crimson electronic eyes fixated on her. "You had best not deceive me. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your endurance." Alita trembled uncontrollably, feeling the immense pressure radiating from Megatron, nearly rendering her breathless. "I am not lying," Alita managed to say. "What I said is the truth." Megatron released her, pacing back and forth. "Quintessence controlling Autobots? This sounds utterly preposterous. However, if it is indeed true, it would irrevocably alter the landscape of Cybertron." Dazed, I looked at Megatron, who appeared restless, and cautiously inquired, "Leader, what shall we do now?" Megatron halted his steps, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. "To Kaon City. I shall personally seek out the primal enemy for clarification." He then turned to Alita, commanding, "You will accompany us." Alita was taken aback. She had not anticipated Megatron would allow her to join the expedition to Kaon City, the stronghold of the Autobots. As a Decepticon, wouldn't she be walking into a lion's den? Hesitant, she stammered, unsure of how to respond. Megatron seized her arm with an iron grip, his tone brooking no dissent. "Enough chatter. Move swiftly." With that, he pulled Alita along, striding purposefully into the depths of the mine. Observing this, I quickly transformed into a small motorcycle, closely tailing the two. The mine echoed once more with a heavy thud of footsteps, reverberating in the vast corridor before fading into the shadows. Megatron abruptly grabbed my arm, shoving me aside. "Silence. Allow me to handle this." I stumbled, colliding with the rock wall, producing a dull thud, and then bowed my head, daunted into silence. Megatron pivoted, his crimson optics locking onto Alita once again, his voice as frigid as a blade. "Now, divulge the means by which you acquired the defense schematics along with your true identity, in full detail." Alita's gaze flickered, Her hands clenched tightly together, knuckles whitening from the strain. I stumbled upon them by chance in an abandoned energy station. I originally intended to search for energy cubes. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly inaudible. Megatron advanced menacingly. An abandoned energy station? Which one? Be explicit. Startled by Megatron's imposing presence, Alita took a step back, stammering. It's the one near the junkyard in Sector Sigma 9. Sector Sigma 9? Megatron echoed, his optics narrowing into slits. That area has been sealed off by the Autobots. How did you gain access? Furthermore, what is your true identity? Why were you there? Alita's complexion turned even more pallid, her gaze wavering. I. She faltered, unable to articulate her thoughts coherently. Speak, Megatron bellowed, slamming his fist against the nearby wall, sending a thunderous echo through the mine, dislodging debris that cascaded down amidst a cloud of dust. Alita screamed in fright, retreating several steps. She had not anticipated such a lack of compassion for Megatron. Trembling, tears finally streamed down her smooth cheeks. I just wanted to help you, she choked out, her voice barely above a whisper. Watching her weep, an inexplicable irritation surged within Megatron. He forcefully shoved Alita away, barking harshly. Enough. You weep like a child. He turned around and, with heavy steps, advanced forward, his massive metallic form casting an elongated shadow in the dimly lit mine. Wait. Alita wiped her tears and rushed to position herself before Megatron. Do you truly intend to leave? Megatron halted, towering over Alita with a flicker of impatience in his gaze. What more do you desire? Alita inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure. I wish to ask, do you feel nothing for me? Megatron was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a question from Alita. He lowered his gaze to the petite female robot before him, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Feelings? He echoed the word with a hint of derision. Do you even comprehend what feelings are? On Cybertron, only power is eternal. Everything else is but a fleeting illusion. Alita bit her lip, her eyes reddening once more. But I like you, she declared, summoning her courage. Her voice, though faint, resonated with unwavering determination. Megatron fell silent. He was unprepared for Alita's affection. He observed her, a struggle evident in his expression. Mira, watching from the sidelines, dared not breathe. She had never witnessed Megatron so uncharacteristically vulnerable. The mine was enveloped in silence, illuminated only by the faint glow of indicator lights, revealing the intricate emotions on the faces of the three. After a long pause, Megatron finally spoke. You should leave. We are not of the same kind. His tone was frigid, devoid of any warmth. Alita's tears began to flow anew. Why? Is it because I'm an Autobot? Megatron shook his head. No, it is not because you're an Autobot. It is because I'm destined to tread a path different from yours. He paused, continuing, a path filled with slaughter and devastation. I do not care. Alita cried. I am willing to walk with you. No matter the path, I am ready. Megatron took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. You should leave. I do not wish to burden you. His tone was resolute, leaving no room for debate. Alita gazed at Megatron in despair, her tears blurring her vision. Do you truly not care for me at all? She choked, her voice quivering. Megatron turned away, refusing to meet her eyes. You should go. Forget me. His voice was as cold as ancient ice. Alita's tears flowed uncontrollably. She could not fathom why Megatron was so indifferent to her. Could it be that he felt nothing at all? Collapsing to the ground, her body trembled slightly as tears streamed down like a ruptured energy conduit, pooling into a small, reflective puddle on the floor. Megatron did not look back, his colossal metal footfalls echoing dully against the mine's surface as he gradually receded, as if intent on crushing the sudden surge of emotion beneath him. Mira cautiously approached Alita, extending her mechanical arm in a gesture of comfort, only to retract it hesitantly. He muttered, the leader has this temperament. Do not take it to heart. Alita, lost in her turmoil, merely curled up and wept silently. Her sobs echoed through the mine, reminiscent of a mournful dirge from Cybertron. Meanwhile, in the heavily fortified command center of Karen City, Unicron stood before a vast holographic projection screen displaying real-time footage from the 12 mining districts. His fingers gently tapped the metallic surface of the table, producing a crisp sound, while his piercing gaze was fixated on the receding black figure of Megatron. Suppress Megatron. Unicron whispered, reiterating the directive issued by the Autobot hierarchy, a cold smirk curling upon his lips. It was indeed a providential opportunity. He had long coveted the divine reconfiguration module wielded by Megatron, a treasure capable of transforming any mechanical entity. Should he acquire it, he could forge an invincible army and seize complete dominion over Cybertron. And the Quintessence, those wretched cosmic parasites, would serve as pawns in his manipulation of Megatron. Relay the orders, Unicron commanded into the communicator. Intensify surveillance over the 12 mining districts and closely monitor Megatron's every move. Yes, Captain, came the respectful response from the communicator. Unicron deactivated the device, his eyes glinting with malevolence. He envisioned Megatron dancing to his tune, ultimately rendered a mere pawn in his grand design. In the 12 mining districts, Megatron returned to his temporary stronghold, a forsaken mine. Scrapper was directing other mining drones to reinforce the defensive fortifications and hurriedly approached upon Megatron's return. Leader, you have returned. Scrapper bellowed. I hear the Autobots plan to take action against us. We must prepare swiftly. Megatron scoffed, a bunch of fools. Let them come. I am eager to see what they're truly capable of. The leader is mighty. The other mining drones echoed in agreement. Megatron surveyed the surroundings and inquired, where's Longhaul? He has gone to set explosives, Scrapper replied, claiming he wishes to give the Autobots a surprise. Megatron nodded in satisfaction. Longhaul was his most capable subordinate, proficient in demolition, a crucial asset in siege warfare. Leader, Scrapper hesitated, are you truly going to expel Alita? A flicker of impatience crossed Megatron's eyes. What, do you wish to plead for her? Scrapper hurriedly waved his hands. Not at all. It's just that she is, after all, Optimus Prime's sister. If we could win her over. Megatron interrupted, that hypocrite, Optimus Prime, I shall eventually slay him with my own hands. As for Alita, he paused, a complex glimmer in his eyes. She is too naive and ill-suited for our path. You are right, leader. Scrapper quickly concurred. Megatron ventured deeper into the mine and retrieved his obsidian and gold mining hammer from the armory. This hammer, meticulously forged by his own hands, is crafted from the hardest metal of Cybertron, dark metal, imbued with unparalleled power. He grips the handle tightly, feeling the frigid touch of the dark metal. His eyes ablaze with furious wrath. Autobots, he seethes. Megatron, you shall pay dearly for this. Meanwhile, in Kaon City, the machinations of the Decepticon leader are unfolding step by step. The rumors he disseminates spread like a virulent contagion, plunging all of Cybertron into a state of panic. Whispers circulate that Megatron has colluded with the Quintessence to bring about the destruction of Cybertron. It's utterly terrifying. We must thwart him. The Decepticon leader will surely protect us. The public's fear escalates, and they clamor for the Autobots' high command to take action against Megatron, the traitor. Observing this turmoil, a smirk of satisfaction crosses the Decepticon leader's lips. His plan has succeeded. Megatron is now the target of scorn, isolated and defenseless. Meanwhile, he stands poised to reap the rewards and ultimately seize control of all Cybertron. In the 12th mining district, Megatron senses the unusual atmosphere. He receives condemnation and threats from all corners. Even former allies among the miners begin to waver. Leader, what are we to do now? The bulldozer anxiously inquires. We are surrounded. A fierce glint flashes in Megatron's eyes. What is there to fear? We still possess our thundering explosives. He pauses, then continues. Send the command to prepare for a breakout. We shall carve our path through blood. Yes, Commander. Just as Megatron prepares to lead his subordinates in a breakout, an unexpected piece of news arrives. The Quintessence also seek to eliminate Megatron. Chapter 23. Confrontation with the Decepticon leader, the Quintessence wish to annihilate Megatron. This revelation detonates like a high-energy bomb among Megatron and his minions. What nonsense is this? Rumble exclaims, nearly colliding with the tunnel's ceiling in his astonishment. Do those Quintessence scum dare to meddle? Nervously wringing his mechanical hands, Frenzy stutters, Captain, are we doomed? Even the usually composed bulldozer's armor begins to tremble slightly. Commander, what are we to do? Megatron tightens his grip on the dark metal mining hammer, the handle emitting ominous cracking sounds. His crimson optical sensors flicker with a dangerous light, akin to two stars on the verge of exploding. The Quintessence? Very well. They seek to plunge Cybertron into further chaos. What is there to fear? He bellows, his voice reverberating through the tunnels, causing debris to rain down. The Quintessence? Do they think themselves worthy? I do not fear the likes of them, nor do I regard the Decepticon leader with any trepidation. Scanning the room, he notices the lingering fear among his subordinates and sneers. What is this? Are you all paralyzed with terror? This is merely the beginning. To embark on a grand venture alongside me, Megatron, one must possess an ironclad will. Those who fear death may take their leave at once. Megatron's words served as a potent stimulant, invigorating the hearts of his subordinates. They straightened their postures, their eyes rekindled with the fervor of battle. They vowed to follow their leader unto death. They would clash with the Autobots and the detestable Quintessence. At that moment, a deep rumble echoed, growing louder and more deafening as it approached. It has arrived. Megatron squinted toward the entrance of the mine. A colossal spaceship descended slowly, casting a vast shadow that obscured the sun. The hatch opened, and Starscream emerged with a police car, Jazz, Ironhide, and Bumblebee, all fully armed, their laser guns glimmering ominously, exuding a palpable aura of menace. From a vantage point above, the overseer of the 12 mining sites, the Sharktican, observed the unfolding scene with a cold detachment. As a Quintessent, he exhibited little interest in the conflict between the Transformers, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as if he were witnessing a farcical performance. Megatron stepped forward, his black and gold mining hammer striking the ground with a thunderous impact. Starscream, he pointed accusingly, his voice booming like thunder. What brings you and your entourage to my 12 mining site? Starscream sneered. The 12 mining sites belong to all Cybertronians, not just to you, Megatron. Your collusion with the Quintessence, aimed at subverting Cybertron, is inexcusable. Today, I shall bring you to justice. Nonsense, Megatron roared. When have I ever allied with the Quintessence? Do not slander me with your false accusations. The evidence is irrefutable, leaving no room for your denial. Starscream waved his hand, commanding seize him. Just as tensions escalated and battle seemed imminent, the Sharktican interjected, his voice sharp and laced with mockery. Wait, I sense a delightful spectacle brewing. He leaped down from his perch, landing between Megatron and Starscream. Gentlemen, why rush into conflict? Instead, let's engage in a game, shall we? He revealed a sinister grin. A game of life and death. A game of life and death. Megatron echoed the Sharktican's words, his crimson optics narrowing into a perilous slit. What kind of trickery do you propose? Starscream also regarded the Sharktican warily, his ion cannon clenched tightly. Quintessent, you would do well to refrain from any deceit. The Sharktican cackled, his laughter echoing eerily throughout the mine. It is quite simple, he declared, his sharp claws gesturing towards Megatron and then to Starscream. You two shall duel. The victor may claim everything from the 12 mining sites. The vanquished, he paused dramatically, then uttered a chilling word, death. Silence enveloped the mine, broken only by the flickering of energy blocks and the heavy breaths of the onlookers. It was the Decepticon first to leap forward, declaring, Leader, let us take them on. Let us vanquish this horde of alien vermin. In a state of disarray, the terrified figure trembled and hid behind the bulldozer, murmuring softly, die, die, die. Although the bulldozer shared in the trepidation, it resolutely stood behind Megatron, its voice deep and resonant, proclaiming, Leader, we shall fight alongside you. Megatron, cursing inwardly at the foolishness, maintained an impassive facade. He was certainly not foolish enough to engage in a reckless confrontation with Optimus Prime here, nor would he allow the Quintessence to relish in their folly. He required time and strength. Very well. Megatron suddenly erupted into hearty laughter. A game of life and death. I shall indulge you. Optimus Prime, harboring a chilling smirk, found this entirely agreeable. He had long desired to demonstrate the Quintessence control over Cybertron to Megatron. What is there to fear? He raised his ion cannon, aiming it at Megatron, eager to showcase who the true sovereign of Cybertron was. The cunning Sharktican rubbed his hands together with glee. Splendid, splendid. Let's commence. With an enraged roar, Megatron swiftly transformed, becoming a colossal tank. Its cannon aimed squarely at Optimus Prime and unleashed a deafening blast. A brilliant energy projectile pierced the darkness of the mine, hurtling toward Optimus Prime. Prepared for the onslaught, Optimus executed a deft roll to evade the projectile, while simultaneously transforming into a heavy-duty truck, its engine roaring as it charged toward Megatron. With a thunderous crash, The truck collided with the tank, sending metal shards flying and sparks igniting. Witnessing the spectacle, the Autobots could not remain passive. In their eyes, the miners were merely meant for excavation. They disregarded the quintessence entirely. The police vehicle, Jazz, Ironhide, and Bumblebee transformed, joining the fray. The police car assumed its form. Sirens blaring, disrupting the Decepticon formation. Jazz transformed into a sports car, darting swiftly across the battlefield, seeking opportunities to strike. Ironhide morphed into a pickup truck, unleashing fierce firepower to cover his allies. Bumblebee shifted into a compact car, nimbly evading attacks while waiting to harass the enemy. Though the miners were numerous, most were outdated models, lacking the combat prowess of the Autobots. Under the relentless assault from the Autobots, they fell back, their cries echoing in despair. "Come on!" A miner screamed, swinging a rusted iron rod in a frenzy at Jazz, only to be easily dodged and sent flying with a powerful kick. In a state of sheer panic, the frightened figure darted about, wailing, "Mama, I want to go home." Despite the bulldozer's valiant resistance, it gradually succumbed to Ironhide's fierce bombardment, its armor riddled with bullet holes and scratches. The battle between Megatron and Optimus Prime was the most intense. In tank form, Megatron wielded formidable firepower but lacked mobility. In truck form, Optimus was swifter, yet his attack power paled in comparison to Megatron's. Both sides exchanged blows, locked in a fierce stalemate. The Shark Warrior stood aside, keenly observing the chaotic melee, occasionally erupting into sharp laughter as if reveling in a spectacular gladiatorial performance. "Haha, this is how the fun begins." Amidst the fierce combat, Megatron seized an opportunity, aiming his cannon at the cockpit of Optimus Prime, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Chapter 24. The Shark Warrior versus Hercules. At that moment, a massive boulder suddenly plummeted from the cavern ceiling, crashing directly onto Megatron's cannon. With a thunderous boom, the cannon was deformed, billowing thick clouds of smoke. Megatron bellowed in fury, hastily retreating to evade the falling debris. Seizing the moment, Optimus Prime accelerated, his truck hurtling towards Megatron like an arrow released from a bow. With a resounding crash, Megatron was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground, a deep fissure appearing on his armor. "Ha ha ha!" Optimus Prime triumphantly laughed. "Megatron, you have lost." Megatron struggled to rise, yet felt utterly powerless. He glared furiously at Optimus Prime, his crimson optical sensors brimming with resentment and hatred. Just then, the Shark Warrior suddenly materialized before him, looking down with disdain. "It seems the game is yours to lose." He extended his sharp claws, pointing at Megatron's spark. "According to our agreement, your spark now belongs to me." Just as the Shark Warrior's claws were about to make contact with Megatron's spark, a deafening roar erupted from deep within the cavern. The ground trembled violently, and debris flew about. A colossal figure emerged from the darkness, formed from a bulldozer. A front loader, a crane, a trailer, a sweeper, and a mixer. Hercules. He advanced like an ancient behemoth, each step causing the ground to quake. "Ah, it's you, this heap of scrap metal." The Shark Warrior seethed. Hercules disregarded the taunts and charged directly at him, his enormous fists whistling through the air. "You thick-skinned brute." The Shark Warrior cursed, yet he dared not confront Hercules directly, opting instead to maneuver with speed and agility. As Hercules and the Shark Warrior engaged in their tussle, the battle between Megatron and Optimus Prime escalated to a fever pitch. Megatron swung his black gold mining hammer with frenzied intensity, striking repeatedly at Optimus Prime. "Optimus Prime, you have seized my mining grounds. Today, you shall pay the price." Megatron roared, pouring every ounce of his strength into each blow. Optimus Prime, however, maintained his composure, deftly evading Megatron's assaults while waiting for the opportune moment to counterattack. His movements flowed like water, each dodge perfectly timed, every counter swift and precise. The mining grounds belong to all Cybertronians, not just you, Megatron. Optimus Prime retorted coldly. "Your greed will inevitably lead to your downfall." "Enough with your chatter," Megatron roared, bringing his black gold mining hammer down once more. With a resounding clang, the battle raged on. The shield of the Overlord barely withstood the onslaught, yet it bore a profound crack. A frown creased the Overlord's brow, for he understood that the might of Megatron was not to be underestimated. He needed to exercise utmost caution to secure victory in this fierce confrontation. Megatron, having missed his strike, grew increasingly frenzied, his assaults accelerating in both ferocity and speed. The black gold mining hammer whistled through the air, relentlessly crashing down upon the Overlord. While evading, the Overlord sought an opportunity to counterattack. At last, he seized a fleeting moment, aiming his laser cannon at Megatron's tank treads. With a sharp zap, the laser struck true, igniting a plume of thick smoke from the treads and hampering Megatron's mobility. "Curse it!" Megatron roared, yet he had already lost the initiative. Seizing the moment, the Overlord delivered a powerful blow to Megatron's chest plate. With a resounding crash, Megatron was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Gasping, Megatron struggled to rise, but felt utterly drained. The Overlord loomed over him, looking down with a victorious gaze. "You have lost, Megatron." Megatron glared back with fiery resentment and hatred in his crimson electronic eyes. He recognized his defeat, a complete and utter failure. "We must retreat," he commanded his subordinates, aware that this was not the time for lingering, and with his remaining forces, he vanished into the darkness of the mine. The Overlord let out a cold huff, choosing not to pursue. He understood that Megatron must be spared for now, as there would be a time when he could harness even greater power. Perhaps then, Megatron would indeed be capable of vanquishing the Quintessence. Moreover, with his leader module, he would forever remain the rightful leader. He turned his attention to the battle between Devastator and the Sharktican. Devastator had thoroughly overwhelmed his foe, who was now battered and clearly on the verge of collapse. "Cease this at once," the Overlord commanded. "Sharktican, depart. The 12 mines now belong to us Autobots." The Sharktican shot a venomous glare at the Overlord, knowing he was no match for Devastator, and that further entanglement would only lead to humiliation. "You'll regret this," he spat, turning to flee in a disheveled retreat. Devastator, witnessing the Sharktican's escape, let out a thunderous roar, proclaiming his triumph. Subsequently, he disassembled into 6 Decepticons who, heads hung low, pursued Megatron. "Captain, what shall we do next?" inquired the police car. The Overlord surveyed the surroundings. The 12 mines were entirely under Autobot control. "First, let's secure this area and bolster our defenses." The Overlord paused, his gaze shifting to the direction in which Megatron had vanished. "We must prepare ourselves for Megatron's counterattack." He glanced at a few mining robots that had not joined the Decepticons and commanded, "You lot, modify the mining site on the spot to extract energy for us Autobots." Although these mining robots were somewhat reluctant, they dared not defy the orders of their formidable adversary, and thus began to work in silence. As night fell, the 12th mining site was ablaze with light, with Autobots busily reinforcing their defenses. Meanwhile, on a distant cliff, a pair of crimson electronic eyes coldly observed the proceedings. It was Soundwave. By day, he broadcast live from the gladiatorial arena, while by night, he investigated significant matters across Cybertron, revealing his strength and ambition. Elsewhere, in the municipal library of Iacon City, the air was thick with the unique scent of aged machine oil mingling with paper. Optimus Prime's slender fingers brushed against the spine of a hefty, bound volume, the metallic tips producing a faint scraping sound. He furrowed his brow as his blue optical sensors scanned the obscure Cybertronian script on the pages. The tranquility of the library enveloped him in comfort, transporting him to another realm, far removed from the smoke and chaos of the mining site. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps shattered the stillness. Elita rushed in, breathless, her chest plate heaving. "Brother, something terrible has happened." Her voice trembled with urgency. Optimus lifted his gaze, a glimmer of concern flickering in his optics. "Elita, what has transpired?" "Speak slowly." "Megatron lost." Elita stammered, her tone rife with anxiety. Optimus's fingers stiffened momentarily. He was aware of the conflict between Megatron and the Autobots at the 12th mining site, but he had not anticipated Megatron's defeat. "Lost," Optimus echoed, incredulity lacing his voice. How could he be vanquished by his adversary? "Unicron is far too powerful," Elita replied, a note of reverence in her tone. "His weaponry and tactics surpass Megatron's. He was thoroughly beaten." Elita's account set Optimus's processors racing as he began to analyze the intricacies of the battle. Despite Megatron's recklessness, his prowess was not to be underestimated. How could he have been so utterly defeated? "What is Megatron's current status?" Optimus inquired, a hint of concern threading through his voice. "He escaped," Elita whispered, her voice dwindling, taking his subordinates with him into the darkness of the mining tunnels. Optimus fell silent for a moment, aware that Megatron, a proud warrior, would find this defeat a heavy blow. "Alita," he said, regarding his sister with a serious demeanor, "you must maintain your distance from Megatron henceforth." "Why?" Alita questioned, bewildered. "Megatron fights for the future of Cybertron, and his goal is for the mining robots and Autobots to coexist. He is a true hero." Chapter 25, Soundwave's Ingenuity Optimus Side. Understanding Alita's almost blind admiration for Megatron, which filled him with apprehension. "Alita, war is a brutal reality. One must not be deceived by superficial appearances," Optimus Prime solemnly remarked. "The actions of Megatron are not always justifiable." Alita wished to express her thoughts, yet, upon witnessing the serious demeanor of Optimus, she ultimately swallowed her words. She understood her brother's concern for her well-being, yet she could not help but harbor a certain fondness for Megatron. "I understand, brother," Alita murmured, her gaze lowered. "Very well. Take some rest," Optimus encouraged, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. "This place is safe. There is no need for worry." Alita nodded and turned to leave the library. As Optimus watched her retreating figure, a complex emotion flickered within his optics. He felt a dual sense of anxiety for his sister's safety and bewilderment regarding the future of Cybertron. Returning to the shelves, he resumed his task of organizing ancient texts, seeking guidance from these relics to discern a path forward for Cybertron. His fingers inadvertently brushed against a weathered parchment scroll, its edges frayed and coated with dust. Carefully, Optimus lifted the scroll and unfurled it with utmost caution. Inscribed upon it in ancient Cybertronian script was a cryptic prophecy. "When darkness descends and stars fall, only the token of the leader can save Cybertron." Optimus's optics narrowed, and his processor raced as he endeavored to decipher the implications of this prophecy. The token of the leader? What could it signify? How was it intertwined with the fate of Cybertron? A wave of inexplicable unease washed over him. He felt as though he had brushed against a monumental secret, one potent enough to alter the destiny of Cybertron. Clutching the scroll tightly, his heart brimmed with confusion and trepidation. Meanwhile, the night on Cybertron was as thick as ink, the rusted edifices looming like slumbering giants in the darkness. The glass facade of the command tower in Kaon reflected the twinkling stars, casting a glimmer over the austere visage of Starscream. His fingers tapped rhythmically against the window ledge, producing a crisp metallic sound, as if heralding the future of Cybertron. Megatron, this minor-turn challenger, dared to defy his authority. Though Megatron had faltered this time, Starscream felt a stirring unease within. The indomitable spirit emanating from Megatron reminded him of his former self and evoked a subtle sense of threat. A soft whirring sound shattered the silence. Starscream did not turn. He knew who had arrived. "Soundwave," he said, his voice devoid of inflection. A tall, slender figure emerged from the shadows. It was the intelligence officer, Soundwave. His faceplate glimmered with a crimson light, akin to a predator's gaze lurking in the dark. "Commander Starscream," Soundwave intoned, his voice as calm and untroubled as ever. "I bring you the latest intelligence regarding Megatron. Proceed." The formidable Unicron continued to gaze out of the window, seemingly indifferent to Soundwave's report. After Megatron's retreat, he took refuge in the abandoned mines of Sector 13, gathering the remnants of the Decepticon forces. Soundwave paused momentarily before continuing, revealing that he had contacted several underground arms dealers, as if orchestrating a new operation. Unicron finally turned around, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes on Soundwave. "A new operation? What cards does he hold?" Soundwave fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating whether to proceed. By day, he streamed battles from the arena, and by night, he acted as an intelligence officer, bearing witness to Megatron's relentless fights. The reckless. They were imbued with power and passion, stirring a faint resonance within him. According to my analysis, Soundwave's voice deepened. Megatron appears to be in pursuit of a potent energy source, one capable of altering the very fabric of Cybertron. Energy? Unicron furrowed his brow slightly. What kind of energy? Soundwave shook his head. It remains unclear for now, but I suspect it pertains to the ancient legends of Cybertron. Unicron fell into contemplation. Indeed, the ancient legends of Cybertron spoke of a formidable energy source, rumored to bestow Transformers with boundless power, yet fraught with peril. Should Megatron truly unearth such energy, the consequences would be dire. Soundwave, Unicron's gaze turned contemplative, You seem to harbor opinions about Megatron. Soundwave's body tensed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. I merely report the situation as it is, Captain. Is that so? A cold smirk crept across Unicron's lips. I advise you to remain a diligent intelligence officer, devoid of other inclinations. Soundwave fell silent, acutely aware that Unicron's suspicions were beginning to surface. He grappled internally, torn between his admiration for Megatron and his own self-interests. I understand, Captain. Ultimately, Soundwave opted for compliance. Unicron waved his hand, signaling that Soundwave could take his leave. As Soundwave turned to depart, his silhouette vanished once more into the shadows. Unicron watched the direction in which Soundwave had retreated, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. He recognized that Soundwave was a clever and perilous individual, warranting careful vigilance. Approaching the command platform, he summoned the map of Cybertron, his finger gliding across its surface until it settled upon the location of Sector 13. Megatron, Unicron murmured, can you truly be controlled? With forceful determination, he pressed a red button, causing the Sector 13 emblem to flicker momentarily before transforming into a skull's image. Meanwhile, atop the communication tower, the rusted metal platform emitted a creaking sound. Soundwave stood motionless, seemingly merging with the steel ruins. Below, the city of Cybertron resembled a shattered circuit board, flickering with scattered points of light. These luminous points, in the eyes of Soundwave, signify not hope, but rather the desperate thrashing of a dying creature. Foolishness, he muttered softly to himself, his voice contorted by the wind. To him, the likes of Megatron, Optimus Prime, and the Quintessons were merely a pack of wild dogs, tearing at each other over scraps. Their so-called ideals and glories appeared ludicrously absurd to Soundwave. True power lies not in brute strength and slogans, but in information. He who possesses information wields control over all. Soundwave's fingertips gently tapped the cassette slot upon his chest, where he had stored countless pieces of intelligence. This information was his bargaining chip, the ladder upon which he would ascend to the pinnacle of power. Sooner or later, I will trample you all beneath my feet. A cold glimmer flashed in his eyes, as if he were gazing down upon insignificant ants. He recalled the pretense he had donned before Megatron, a disdainful smirk curling his lips. That arrogant Autobot leader believed he was in command of everything, oblivious to the fact that every move he made was under Soundwave's vigilant surveillance. Soundwave opened his palm, projecting a holographic image, a complete map of Cybertron. The map delineated the distribution of various factions, the locations of energy mines, and several secret strongholds. This intelligence had been meticulously gathered over years through myriad means. His gaze lingered on a flickering red, the legendary object said to harbor immense energy. Both Megatron and Optimus Prime sought it, yet they remained unaware that Soundwave had already pinpointed its exact location. Silly fools. Let them engage in their deadly struggle for now. Soundwave deactivated the holographic image and turned towards the edge of the communications tower. He leaped, his form shifting midair into a small flying craft, vanishing into the night sky. He was bound for a location known only to him, a place concealing Cybertron's greatest secret. Chapter 26. The Alliance of Megatron and Soundwave. The rise of the Decepticon power elsewhere, in Sector 13, deep within an abandoned mine. The air was thick with dampness and decay. Megatron sat upon a massive rock, clutching a pulsating energy cube, his expression dark and brooding. Damn Optimus Prime, one day I will make you pay. He crushed the energy cube in his grasp, metallic shards cascading from his fingers. Fear not, Leader Megatron, we will surely prevail over the Autobots, Rumble interjected, his tone laced with fervor. Rumble, ascertain the next move of Optimus Prime, Megatron commanded, his tone brooking no dissent. Rumble immediately complied, disappearing into the shadows. Alone in the darkness, Megatron was consumed by a tempest of anger and resentment. He was acutely aware that his current strength was insufficient to confront the formidable adversary known as the Celestial Enemy. He yearned for a power of greater magnitude. Cosmic Cube, he murmured, his eyes glinting with avarice. The rusted energy conduits coiled around the factory walls like serpents, emitting a low, resonant hum akin to the dying gasps of a beast. The air was thick with the acrid scent of machine oil, mingling with the taste of dust, nearly provoking Megatron to sneeze. A sharp metallic screech shattered the silence. Megatron whirled around, gripping the black and gold mining hammer, which growled menacingly in response. "Who goes there?" A figure emerged from the shadows. It was Soundwave. "Long time no see, Megatron." Soundwave's voice was as frigid and devoid of emotion as ever. Megatron squinted, scrutinizing Soundwave. This individual, who streamed live from the gladiatorial arena during the day, now stood before him at night. What could he possibly want? "What brings you here?" Megatron's tone was hostile. Rather than respond directly, Soundwave approached and opened the cassette slot on his chest, revealing a data chip. "This contains the celestial enemy's next move." Soundwave's voice betrayed no hint of emotion. Megatron snatched the chip and inserted it into his data interface, swiftly scanning its contents. The chip detailed the celestial enemy's plans to ally with other Autobot factions for a full-scale assault on the Decepticons. After finishing, Megatron crushed the chip in his fist, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Why do you assist me?" Megatron fixed his gaze on Soundwave, attempting to discern his ulterior motives. Soundwave's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. "I merely seek to carve out my own path to survival in this chaotic era." "A path to survival?" Megatron scoffed. "Do you think I would fall for such nonsense?" "Believe it or not," Soundwave shrugged, "I am simply offering an opportunity. How you choose to proceed is entirely up to you." Megatron fell silent for a moment, recognizing the truth in Soundwave's words. In this ruthless world, information equated to power, and Soundwave undoubtedly held a wealth of knowledge. "What do you wish to gain from me?" Megatron inquired directly. "Resources, information, and your protection." Soundwave unabashedly revealed his ambitions. Megatron snickered coldly. "Your appetite is quite large. In comparison to my worth, this is trivial." Soundwave's demeanor remained calm, yet brimming with confidence. Megatron lapsed into contemplation. Weighing the pros and cons, collaborating with Soundwave was undoubtedly a gamble, yet he was in dire need of strength, intelligence, and a shift in the balance of power. "Very well," Megatron ultimately resolved, "I accept your proposition." A barely perceptible smile graced Soundwave's lips. He knew he had placed a successful bet. "Then let our collaboration commence." Soundwave extended his hand. After a moment of hesitation, Megatron grasped Soundwave's hand, sealing their alliance. Two mechanical hands collided, producing a chilling metallic clang. This sound resembled the signing of a contract, or perhaps the inception of a nefarious scheme. "It was time to discuss the cosmic cube," declared Megatron, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Soundwave's smile grew even colder. "I was just about to mention that." He retrieved another chip from the cassette slot and handed it to Megatron. "This is the latest intelligence I have gathered regarding the cosmic cube." Megatron eagerly accepted the chip and inserted it into the interface. The chip displayed a star map. On the map, a blinking red dot marked the location of the cosmic cube. Upon seeing this red dot, Megatron's breath quickened. He abruptly lifted his head, fixated on Soundwave. "How did you find this?" Soundwave's smile took on a more sinister quality. "This is precisely where my value lies." He paused, then continued. "However, acquiring the cosmic cube will not be so simple. That territory belongs to the Quintessence." Upon hearing the name Quintessence, Megatron's expression darkened. He recalled those grotesque beings, their invasion of Cybertron, and their enslavement of the Transformers. "Quintessence," he gritted his teeth. "One day I shall eradicate them all." Soundwave remained silent, merely observing Megatron, a mysterious glimmer in his eyes. He seemed to anticipate something, yet also appeared to mock. Deep within the abandoned factory, darkness enveloped everything, as if foreshadowing an impending storm. "You know, I have been pondering a question." Soundwave suddenly broke the silence. "What question?" Megatron inquired, his tone tinged with impatience. Soundwave approached a shattered window, gazing at the desolate scene outside, and slowly articulated. Let me emphasize, if the cosmic cube were to fall into the hands of the Quintessence, what would happen?" At the mention of the Quintessence, Megatron's expression shifted dramatically. "Quintessence," he repeated, his tone rife with disdain and loathing, as if uttering a foul odor. "What are they?" "A bunch of squishy worms hiding in their shells." Soundwave observed Megatron with a placid demeanor, a hint of a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "That being said, their technological prowess should not be underestimated. Should the cosmic cube fall into their possession, it would bode ill for us. If they dare to tamper with the cosmic cube, I will shatter their shells." Megatron struck a nearby pile of metallic debris with a resounding blow, sending sparks flying that illuminated his fierce visage. Calm down, Megatron, Soundwave urged, his tone remaining steady. Rash actions will not resolve our issues. We must devise a meticulous plan. A plan? Megatron scoffed disdainfully, proclaiming that his favorite plan was to charge in and crush them all. Soundwave sighed, aware that reasoning with this single-minded individual was futile. Very well, since you are so confident, let's first gather our forces and discuss the specific course of action. Within the depths of the dilapidated factory, Megatron sat atop a heap of discarded mechanical parts, surveying his subordinates like a tyrant. Thundercracker diligently polished his black gold mining hammer, occasionally glancing at Megatron with eyes filled with flattery and trepidation. Meanwhile, Bombshell fiddled with his explosives, muttering incantations, seemingly devising a cataclysmic demolition plan. Scrapper and Laserbeak stood silently in the corner, patiently awaiting Megatron's command. Leader, is Soundwave truly reliable? Thundercracker inquired cautiously, his tone laced with skepticism and jealousy. He had always harbored resentment towards Soundwave, convinced that this cunning character would eventually betray them. Silence, Thundercracker. Megatron interrupted impatiently. Soundwave is now our ally, and his intelligence is crucial to our success. Thundercracker wished to voice further objections, but was deterred by Megatron's piercing glare. Enough idle chatter, Megatron declared as he rose and approached a massive metal panel, pointing to the star map provided by Soundwave. The Tesseract lies here, the stronghold of the Quintessence. We must act swiftly to seize it before they do. Chapter 27. The Quest for the Tesseract Leader. How do we gain entry? Bombshell excitedly asked, his eyes sparkling with fervor. What if we simply blast our way in? Megatron shot him a disapproving look. Have you lost your mind? That would alert the entire planet. Then what do we do? Soundwave has devised a stealth plan, Megatron replied, casting a glance at Soundwave, who nodded and stepped forward to the metal panel. He pointed at several marked locations on the star map. According to my intelligence, the Quintessent defense system has several vulnerabilities. We can exploit these gaps to bypass their patrols and infiltrate their base. And how exactly do we execute this? Thundercracker asked, his tone tinged with mistrust. Soundwave ignored him and continued. Laserbeak, you will conduct aerial reconnaissance and report enemy movements at all times. Bombshell, you and Frenzy will be responsible for controlling the energy mine and severing their power supply. Scrapper, you will. Soundwave meticulously elaborated on his plan, with every step calculated and every detail considered. Megatron nodded in satisfaction, knowing that with Soundwave's assistance, their chances of acquiring the Tesseract had significantly increased. At that moment, a blaring alarm suddenly pierced the tranquility of the factory. Laserbeak rushed in, flustered, urgently exclaiming, Leader, trouble. The Autobots are here. As Megatron's expression shifted, he roared. What? How could they discover our plan so swiftly? Starscream, reveling in the chaos, chimed in. I told you Soundwave was unreliable. It must be him who leaked the information. Silence. Starscream, Megatron bellowed. This is not the time for infighting. Everyone, prepare for battle. With a thunderous crash, the factory doors swung open, and a battalion of fully armed Autobots surged in, led by their commander, Optimus Prime. A faint smirk graced Optimus's lips as he tightly gripped his battle staff. His icy gaze fixed upon Megatron. Ah, I knew Soundwave would be here, he remarked, surveying the scene before finally settling his eyes on Soundwave, his tone laced with derision. Soundwave stood unmoved, arms crossed, clearly aware that Optimus had no intention of confronting Megatron. You know I'm here, yet you still come? Is the Autobot leader so leisurely? His tone was flat, yet concealed a sharp edge, as if he held little regard for Optimus and the assembled Autobots. The atmosphere crackled with tension, both factions poised for confrontation, as it seemed a fierce battle was imminent. However, Optimus unexpectedly shifted his approach. Megatron, if you can defeat the Quintessence, we can settle our scores later. This unforeseen proposition left everyone in attendance momentarily stunned. Even the typically composed Megatron displayed a look of confusion. What do you mean? Optimus approached the star map, pointing at the Quintessence stronghold, and continued, You seek the Allspark. In due course, you shall inevitably face the Quintessence. I shall retrieve the Allspark. Pausing, he added, Of course, should you fail, I will take care of your remains. A profound silence enveloped the factory, broken only by the hum of machinery. Megatron paced back and forth, the sound of his metallic feet scraping against the floor echoing ominously. his brow furrowed, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Starscream fidgeted anxiously at his side. "Commander, do not be swayed by this old fox's sweet words. His intentions are far from noble." "Be quiet," Megatron growled, continuing to ponder. Although Optimus's proposal seemed absurd, upon reflection, it bore a semblance of logic. The Quintessence were formidable. If their strength could be diminished through this conflict, it could indeed benefit the Decepticons. Agreed. Ultimately, Megatron reached a resolution. "However, should I obtain the Allspark, you must vacate my territory." Optimus chuckled coldly. "It is a deal." Thus, an astonishing alliance was forged. The Decepticons and Autobots, fierce adversaries, temporarily united against a common foe. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly astonish the entirety of Cybertron. Once the agreement was established, Optimus and the Autobots departed with purpose, leaving behind an atmosphere thick with gunpowder and the acrid sound of tires grinding against the ground. Megatron gazed intently in the direction from which they had vanished, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his mechanical eyes. "Leader, what trickery is that old rascal up to?" Thundercracker inquired gruffly, his enormous metallic hand nervously rubbing against itself, producing a creaking noise. "Collaborating with the Autobots? I, for one, refuse to accept it." Megatron paid no heed to Thundercracker's complaints and turned to Soundwave. "Soundwave, what is your perspective?" Soundwave, standing with arms crossed, emitted a faint glow from his electronic eyes. "Unicron is devious. His proposal is far from straightforward, yet he underestimates our resolve. The Cosmic Cube is ours for the taking. Whatever schemes he employs. As long as we can obtain the Cosmic Cube, I care not with whom I collaborate." Thundercracker grumbled, casting a furtive glance at Soundwave, seemingly still troubled by the earlier discussion. After a moment of contemplation, Megatron commanded, "Soundwave, activate your intelligence network immediately and search relentlessly for the whereabouts of the Cosmic Cube. Thundercracker, rally our brethren and prepare for battle." "At your command, leader." Thundercracker and Soundwave replied in unison, then set off to fulfill their orders. Soundwave's intelligence network spanned every corner of Cybertron, even extending to other planets. Countless laserbirds, resembling shadowy specters, flitted through the ruins and steel jungles, gathering a plethora of information. During a reconnaissance mission, one laserbird fortuitously intercepted an ancient audio signal, fragmented and filled with static, yet mentioned a supercomputer known as the Matrix, along with a powerful energy source concealed within its core. The laserbird promptly transmitted this audio signal back to Soundwave's base. Soundwave replayed the audio repeatedly, excitement shimmering in his electronic eyes. He recognized the Matrix as a supercomputer from Cybertron's ancient era, possessing incredible computational capabilities and housing vast stores of knowledge. The energy source hidden within its core was likely the Cosmic Cube they had long sought. He immediately reported this revelation to Megatron, who echoed the name, his eyes gleaming with avarice. "The legendary supercomputer of Cybertron? It seems our objective lies there. Leader, what are we waiting for? Let's set forth at once." Thundercracker exclaimed, eager for action. "Patience," Megatron replied calmly. "The Forsaken Technological City is fraught with peril. We must be thoroughly prepared." He paused before continuing, "Soundwave, continue gathering intelligence on the Matrix and the Technological City. Thundercracker, summon all Decepticon members and prepare for departure." "At your command, leader." The Forsaken Technological City, once the pinnacle of Cybertronian civilization, now lay in ruins, strewn with shattered buildings and corroded mechanical remnants. In the shadowy corners, a chilling sound of mechanical friction echoed intermittently, as though something lurked within the darkness, poised to strike. Megatron stood at the entrance of the Technological City, gazing at this once glorious metropolis, a peculiar sensation swelling within him. Something felt amiss here. No sooner had he voiced this thought than a grating metallic sound emanated from the depths of the ruins, followed by the gradual emergence of a colossal figure from gloom. Chapter 28. The return of the Red Spider to the Decepticons in the obscurity. The figure finally became fully visible, adorned in a vivid red finish, with sharp wings and an arrogant demeanor. It was none other than the aerial commander of the future Decepticons, the Red Spider, though he had not yet attained that status. Trailing behind him were several robots, each with distinctive markings, exuding an air of menace that suggested they were not to be trifled with. The Red Spider cast a disdainful glance at Megatron and his entourage, a hint of mockery in his tone. "Well, Who do we have here? What brings you to this heap of scrap? Decepticons, Megatron replied succinctly, his tone icy. The Red Spider erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Decepticons? Ha ha ha. Is that the minor robot that triumphed in the arena against Shockwave, only to scurry away in disgrace? His companions joined in a raucous laughter, unabashedly deriding Megatron. A flicker of rage ignited in Megatron's eyes, but he swiftly quelled it. He had no desire to squander time on such trifling adversaries. With a cold disdain, he uttered a single command: leave. The Red Spider's laughter abruptly ceased, his expression darkening. He had not anticipated such insolence from this minor robot. You're quite bold, aren't you? Do you even know who I am? I have no interest in knowing, Megatron replied, his impatience evident as he waved dismissively. I'll say it once more, leave. You seek your demise. The Red Spider bellowed, his thrusters igniting with a brilliant blaze, launching toward Megatron like a bolt of crimson lightning. A fierce battle erupted instantly. Though the Red Spider was arrogant, his prowess was not to be underestimated. He deftly maneuvered through the air, unleashing missiles and lasers in an attempt to subdue Megatron. Yet, Megatron was no easy prey. Wielding his black gold mining hammer, he thwarted the Red Spider's assaults one after another, awaiting the opportune moment to counterattack. His formidable strength and precise judgment gradually turned the tide against the Red Spider. After several exchanges, the Red Spider found himself battered and bruised, in a state of disarray. Realizing he was no match for Megatron, dread and resentment filled his heart. At that moment, Soundwave, who had been observing silently, approached. With a calm demeanor, he regarded the Red Spider with interest and said, "Your skills are commendable. Would you care to join the Decepticons and follow our leader, Megatron?" The Red Spider paused, a glimmer of insight flickering in his eyes. He understood that continuing his fight against Megatron would only lead to his inevitable defeat. Joining the Decepticons may indeed be a commendable choice. He could seize this opportunity to enhance his abilities, and perhaps one day usurp Megatron, becoming the true leader of the Decepticons. Very well, I accept your proposition. Starscream gritted his teeth and ultimately reached a decision. A wise choice, Soundwave acknowledged with a nod, then turned to Megatron. What is your perspective, Megatron? With a disdainful grunt, Megatron remained silent, tacitly agreeing to Soundwave's arrangement. Though he held a low opinion of Starscream's character, he could not deny the latter's strength. Having an additional ally is always preferable to acquiring another adversary. At that moment, Starscream clutched his stinging cheek and spat a mixture of oil and saliva. He cast a sidelong glare at Megatron, who regarded him with the same disdain reserved for scrap metal, inwardly cursing, "Just you wait." Yet he respectfully replied, "Yes, leader." In the derelict city of technology, heaps of metallic debris towered like mountains, while the air was thick with the stench of decay and dust. Megatron and Soundwave were at an impasse, scrutinizing the complex blueprints before them. This contraption was more intricate than an antiquated Cybertronian radio, its wires entwined in a manner that left one feeling dizzy. How on Cybertron are we supposed to manage this? Starscream complained impatiently. This place doesn't even have a charging station. My energy reserves are nearly depleted. Grimlock, silent yet industrious, was clearing the rubble, his large frame and strength well suited for physical labor, though his intellect was rather limited. He occasionally emitted low rumbling sounds, leaving one to wonder if he was lamenting or merely motivating himself. High above, Laserbeak soared, its keen electronic eyes scanning the surroundings like a vigilant hawk, poised to report any anomalies to Megatron. Meanwhile, within the cold metallic fortress of the Quintessence, the atmosphere was as frigid as the vacuum of space. 5 metallic tentacles danced across the control panel, producing an excruciatingly grating sound. The Allspark was of utmost importance. The Quintessence voice, sharp and piercing like metal scraping against glass, declared, Megatron must perish. As Shark Icon received the Quintessence command, his massive metallic form trembled uncontrollably. The Quintessence orders were akin to the immutable laws of the universe, unquestionable and insubordinate. Taking a deep breath, he commanded his subordinates, set forth immediately to the abandoned technology city, eliminate Megatron, and seize the Allspark. The Shark Icons, a fearsome band of Quintessence warriors, sprang into action, their metallic bodies glinting ominously, akin to hounds from the depths of hell, eager to rend their prey asunder. Within the abandoned city of technology, Soundwave suddenly sensed a powerful surge of energy approaching rapidly. Instantly alert, he issued a warning. Enemies are nearing. Prepare for battle. Megatron abruptly lifted his head, a glint of cold ferocity flashing in his eyes. He seized the fusion cannon and declared in a low voice, "Come forth. Let me see who dares to obstruct my path." The red spider, trembling with fear, hid behind the thunderous roar, muttering incessantly, "If I had known, I would not have come here. This cursed place is truly ill-fated." Thunderous roar and the raucous commotion gripped their weapons tightly, aware, despite their limited intellect, that the newcomer bore ill intentions. The laser bird swooped down from the sky to report to Megatron, "Leader, it is the Shark Demon. He approaches with a legion of quintessent warriors." The Shark Demon? Megatron scoffed, a mere lackey of the quintessence, arriving just in time. In the distance, dust billowed as the Shark Demon charged forth with his subordinates, a formidable force like an unstoppable tide of steel. "Megatron!" The voice of the Shark Demon thundered across the desolate technological city by the decree of the quintessence. "Your life is forfeit. Today, you shall not escape." Unfazed, Megatron met the Shark Demon's gaze, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. "Then let us see what you are made of." The impending battle loomed ominously. Laser beams sliced through the night sky, and a cacophony of explosions reverberated. The abandoned technological city transformed into a battleground. Megatron wielded the fusion cannon with the ferocity of a war deity, each strike delivering catastrophic force. The Shark Demon, equally relentless, transformed into a mobile fortress, his energy weapon unleashing torrents of searing energy. The red spider cowered behind the thunderous roar, shivering, occasionally peeking out to assess the unfolding chaos. He schemed secretly, pondering how to preserve his own life amidst the melee and perhaps seize an opportunity for gain. "With such meager skills, you dare challenge the authority of the quintessence?" The Shark Demon roared, his voice grating like metal scraping against metal. "You overestimate your chances." Megatron, with a cold chuckle, increased the energy output of the fusion cannon, declaring, "The quintessence are nothing but cowards lurking in the shadows. Once I acquire the cosmic cube, I shall obliterate their lair." In the midst of the fierce combat, the armor on Megatron's chest was deeply gashed by the Shark Demon's energy blade, sparks flying in all directions. The Shark Demon was not faring any better. A blast from Megatron's fusion cannon struck his shoulder, creating a charred crater. Cursed be this place. Chapter 29, The Eerie Abandoned Technological City. The Shark Demon clutched his wound, a flicker of pain in his eyes. "The energy interference in this wretched locale is too severe. My weapon's power cannot be unleashed." Seizing the opportunity, Megatron launched a fierce assault, beams from the fusion cannon pouring forth like a torrential storm, forcing the Shark Demon to retreat repeatedly. Peeking cautiously from behind thunderous roar, the red spider observed the battlefield, praying for Megatron's victory while fearing his own entanglement in the tumult. "Thunderous roar, do you think the leader will prevail?" The red spider inquired softly. Thunderous roar responded in a muffled tone, "I do not know. All I comprehend is that I am on the verge of being overwhelmed." Meanwhile, on the other side, Soundwave remained composed, meticulously analyzing the unfolding situation. He observed that although Megatron temporarily held the upper hand, the Shark Decepticon's minions were numerous and coordinated, gradually encircling them. "Megatron, the situation is dire." Soundwave warned through the communicator, "The enemy outnumbers us significantly. We may not," before he could finish, a sudden roar of engines echoed from a distance. "This is bad. It's the Autobots." Laserbeak swooped down from above, frantically exclaiming, "Unicron is coming with a large force." Indeed, several vehicles in the form of Transformers swiftly entered the abandoned technological city, led by none other than Unicron. "Megatron, your nefarious deeds end here." Unicron's voice was as frigid as ice. Megatron bellowed in fury, "Unicron, your timing is impeccable. Today, we settle both old and new scores." The police car, Jazz Ironhide, and Bumblebee transformed and joined the fray, mingling with the Decepticons and Shark Decepticons minions, leading to further chaos. Soundwave recognized the unfavorable situation and once again suggested to Megatron, "We are outnumbered. We should retreat." Reluctantly, Megatron cast a glance in the direction of their adversaries and ultimately ordered a retreat. Decepticons, fall back. The Decepticon members fought as they withdrew, attempting to break free. The Shark Decepticon hastily pursued, but he was ensnared by Unicron and unable to escape. What are you doing? Unicron? Are you resisting the quintessence? Hearing the shark Decepticon's words, Unicron chuckled softly. What nonsense is this? We have collaborated for so long for Cybertron. How could we possibly betray that alliance? His voice was deep and resonant, yet this temporary ceasefire did not erase the animosities between them. You would do well to remember that. The shark Decepticon sneered, revealing his sharp teeth. Enough of your prattle, Unicron. If it weren't for that madman Megatron rampaging through, I would have no interest in collaborating with a hypocrite like you. He crossed his robust arms over his chest, and his subordinates echoed his sentiments with low growls, resembling a pack of restless hyenas. Silence. The shark Decepticon suddenly barked, and his followers fell silent, though their eyes still glinted with menace. He turned to Unicron and declared, "My men are not as noble as your Autobots. They could tear you apart at any moment. So you had best keep your own in line and avoid stirring up trouble." The police car behind Unicron scoffed, "With these miscreants? We could take 10 of them with ease." "Police car," Unicron sharply interjected, not wishing to complicate matters at this critical juncture. He understood well that the alliance with the shark Decepticon was merely a temporary measure. Once Megatron was dealt with, a fierce battle between them was inevitable. "Boss, do we really have to collaborate with these Autobots?" One of the shark Decepticon's subordinates inquired in a hushed tone. "They are our mortal enemies." The shark Decepticon glared fiercely at him. "Fool. Now, Megatron stands as our most formidable adversary. Once we have dealt with him, we can gradually take care of the Autobots. However, boss, I have heard that Megatron has acquired the Cosmic Cube," one of his subordinates remarked cautiously. The expression on Shockwave's face darkened. "The Cosmic Cube? Damn it. If this news is true, we are in serious trouble." He anxiously paced back and forth, the sound of his metallic feet scraping against the ground echoing ominously. "Starscream." He suddenly halted, his tone urgent. "We must locate Megatron at once. We cannot allow him to seize control of the Cosmic Cube." Starscream scoffed. "I am well aware of that without your prompting. Should the Cosmic Cube fall into Megatron's hands, it would spell disaster for all of Cybertron. Then what are we waiting for? Let us pursue him." The police car was eager, brimming with anticipation for another confrontation with the Decepticons. "Wait." Starscream raised a hand to halt him. "The terrain here is complex. A reckless pursuit could lead us into an ambush. We must devise a plan first." "A plan? What nonsense!" Shockwave impatiently interrupted. "That scoundrel Megatron cannot have gone far. We simply need to catch up and eliminate him." "What do you know?" Jazz retorted. "Going in without a plan is tantamount to courting death." "Who is courting death?" Shockwave's subordinates were immediately incensed, brandishing their weapons and adopting a combative stance. "Cease this at once." Starscream and Shockwave bellowed in unison, barely managing to suppress their subordinates' agitation. "Starscream," Shockwave lowered his voice, laced with a hint of menace. "I care not for your schemes. I merely wish to find Megatron swiftly. If you dare play any tricks, I will be the first to hold you accountable." Starscream coldly retorted, "You best refrain from any deceptions, Shockwave. Otherwise, I assure you, you shall come to regret it." The air crackled with tension, both sides poised for conflict at any moment. At that instant, Bumblebee suddenly pointed toward the distance, exclaiming, "Look over there! What is that?" The group followed Bumblebee's gesture and beheld a colossal metallic apparatus pulsating with an eerie glow amidst the ruins. The device was oddly shaped, resembling a gigantic metal spider, with countless mechanical appendages flailing in the air, emitting a chilling sound. "What in the world is that?" the police car asked in terror. "I don't know." Ironhide shook his head. "I have never encountered such a device." Shockwave's expression grew serious. This contraption appeared to be quite ominous. As confusion settled over the group, the immense metal spider suddenly began to rotate, numerous red lights shooting forth from its eyes, sweeping toward them like a torrential downpour. "Get down!" Starscream shouted, being the first to drop to the ground. The laser beams whizzed past his head, igniting a flurry of sparks upon impact with the ground. The other Transformers scrambled to evade, chaos erupting all around them. "What manner of attack is this?" Jazz inquired, his voice tinged with unease. "I cannot discern. Yet this entity is undeniably formidable." The tremor in Ironhide's tone betrayed a hint of trepidation. "What in the world is this cursed place?" Shark Icon cursed vehemently, all the while evading the onslaught of laser beams. Suddenly, the metallic arachnid's mechanical appendages lunged forth, ensnaring one of Shark Icon's subordinates. The unfortunate soul emitted a harrowing scream as the tendril coiled around him, lifting him aloft. "Release him," Shark Icon bellowed, brandishing his weapon and directing fire at the metallic spider. However, his assault proved futile against the creature. The spider's appendage tightened with a sickening crack, and the subordinate fell silent, sending a chill through the hearts of the onlookers. They realized they were indeed confronted with a daunting adversary. The mechanical spider's limbs swung once more, capturing another quintessent minion. This time, rather than crush him outright, it raised the hapless being before its multifaceted eyes, red lights flickering as if scanning for something. "What is it doing?" Jazz asked, his voice quivering with dread. "God knows." Shark Icon spat. "This wretched place is truly sinister." Once the scanning concluded, the appendage flung the minion aside. Although he was not crushed like the previous one, he was riddled with myriad punctures, as though struck by some energy weapon, collapsing to the ground, evidently bereft of combat capability. "We must devise a means to escape." Ironhide's voice trembled as he concealed himself behind a massive metal panel, too fearful to expose himself. Escape? Were we not meant to infiltrate and pursue Megatron? The sound of police sirens resonated from a distance, laden with despair. Unicron's brow furrowed deeply, his mind racing to formulate a strategy. He understood that the predicament they faced was perilously dire, and they must swiftly discover a route to safety. Chapter 30. Roadblock also seeks the Allspark meanwhile. On the opposite side of the derelict technological city, Megatron led his contingent through the treacherous terrain. "Cursed quintessence, what have they done to our Cybertron?" Misfire cursed, kicking aside a piece of obstructive metal debris. "Conserve your strength." Misfire, Knockout interjected, complaining resolves nothing. "Silence, Knockout." Misfire retorted furiously. "Do you think I relish this lamentation? I simply cannot abide these accursed quintessence." "Enough," Megatron growled, quelling the discord among his subordinates. "Our paramount objective is to locate the Allspark. Only then can we reverse our fortunes." Prolonged searches and battles had severely depleted the Decepticons' energy reserves. Many members began to exhibit sluggish movements and dwindling weapon energy. "Leader, our energy is nearly depleted," Rampage weakly uttered. "If this continues, we may not last much longer." Megatron's expression darkened. He was acutely aware of the gravity of their energy shortage. Scanning the vicinity, his gaze fell upon a pile of discarded energy cubes. "Go collect those energy cubes," he commanded, gesturing towards the heap. "Every little bit helps." His subordinates immediately sprang into action, gathering the scattered energy cubes. However, the quantity was insufficient to sustain them in battle. At that moment, Soundwave's voice crackled through the communicator. "Leader, I have detected an abandoned energy station not far from here. Though modest in scale, it should suffice to replenish our current energy consumption." Megatron's spirits lifted. "Let us depart at once." The Decepticons followed him through a debris-laden area, arriving at the entrance of the Forsaken Energy Station. The massive doors were firmly sealed, with remnants of Autobot sentries evident around the perimeter. "It seems the Autobots have also discovered this place," Megatron sneered, "but this energy station will belong to the Decepticons." "Leader, the doors are tightly shut. How shall we gain entry?" Rampage inquired. "Dirt Boss, this task falls to you," Megatron commanded. Dirt Boss nodded, approaching the entrance and transforming. His form enlarged, limbs morphing into colossal shovels and drills, swiftly becoming a massive excavator. "Watch me," he bellowed, brandishing the enormous drill and crashing it into the energy station's entrance. With a resounding crash, a large hole was breached in the door. "Charge!" Megatron ordered, and the Decepticons surged forth. Inside, darkness enveloped them, the air thick with dust and the scent of machine oil. "Be cautious. Autobot sentinels may still linger," Megatron warned. The Decepticons advanced with vigilance, weapons at the ready. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared, and the lights of the energy station flickered to life, illuminating the interior. "This is bad. It's a trap," Megatron roared. Before his words could settle, a barrage of laser fire erupted from all directions, striking the Decepticons and eliciting cries of agony. "Damn those Autobots for ambushing us," Megatron thundered, raising his black gold mining hammer to shatter the incoming laser beams. "Leader, we are surrounded," Rampage cried in terror. From every corner of the energy station, a multitude of Autobot warriors emerged, encircling the Decepticons. The laser beams wove a deadly net, the explosions casting a harsh light on the Decepticons' grim visages. Megatron wielded his black gold mining hammer, each swing accompanied by the anguished cries of the Autobots. However, the sheer number of Autobots surged forth like an unrelenting tide, leaving the Decepticons feeling increasingly overwhelmed. Cursed be these wretched Autobots. Their presence is inescapable. Hiding behind a metal panel, he muttered curses under his breath. The energy indicators on his body flickered erratically, threatening to extinguish at any moment. Curling into a ball, he trembled, whispering, "I wish to return home." At that moment, a thunderous roar of engines erupted from the entrance of the energy station, followed by the arrival of a black Hummer 2, charging in like a steel beast. "Who goes there?" Megatron cast a wary glance toward the entrance. The Hummer 2 executed a deft drift, halting right before Megatron. "Reporting for duty, Commander." It's Barricade from the Decepticon unit. Following closely behind, Searchlight, Bugbite, Freeway, Payload, and Chase transformed and joined the fray. "Barricade? What brings you here?" Although Megatron was perplexed, he understood that every additional force brought a glimmer of hope. "Commander, we have long admired you," Barricade proclaimed loudly. Brandishing his weapon and firing a shot at the head of an Autobot, "We are willing to follow you and fight for the glory of the Decepticons." Upon transforming, Searchlight's enormous head illuminated abruptly, casting a blinding light that temporarily incapacitated the Autobot warriors, who shielded their eyes in agony. A prime opportunity. Bugbite seized the moment, launching a barrage of small missiles that accurately struck several Autobots. Freeway, Payload, and Chase showcased their prowess, charging into the Autobot ranks like three ferocious beasts. Engaging in a frenzy of close-quarters combat, Freeway darted through the Autobots with lightning speed, his blades slicing through metal and sending shards flying. Payload, with his robust physique, sent Autobots tumbling like bowling pins. Chase moved like a specter, silently appearing behind the Autobots and rending their armor with his razor-sharp claws. The reinforcements from Barricade's unit rekindled the fading flame of battle, swiftly turning the tide. The morale of the Decepticons soared, and they began their counteroffensive. Megatron observed Barricade and the others fighting valiantly, silently commending their efforts. Though they appeared somewhat reckless, their combat prowess was undeniably formidable. Barricade transformed into Hummer form, rampaging through the energy station, completely disrupting the Autobots' formation. He was like a frenzied destroyer, leaving devastation in his wake. Under the combined assault of the Decepticons and Barricade's unit, the Autobots were forced to retreat, their ranks crumbling. "Retreat!" shouted an Autobot commander, as the remaining Autobots fled the energy station in disarray. The battle concluded. The energy station lay in ruins, littered with the remnants of Autobots and scattered parts. Megatron approached Barricade, asking, "Why have you chosen to assist me?" "Leader, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Your indomitable spirit and formidable prowess have profoundly captivated me. I have yearned to follow a true powerhouse, and you are the very individual I have sought. Rise," and with a nod of satisfaction, Megatron welcomed you to the Decepticons. "Thank you, leader," Breakdown exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The other members of the Stunticon team also pledged their loyalty to Megatron. "From this day forth, you shall be counted among the Decepticons," Megatron proclaimed, surveying the assembly with authority. The ranks of the Decepticons swelled further, undoubtedly posing a significant threat to the Autobots. The atmosphere among the retreating Autobot forces grew tense. "Who would have thought Megatron would gain the support of the Stunticon team?" remarked one Autobot warrior. "This spells trouble." "Indeed, that Breakdown fellow is a force to be reckoned with," another Autobot warrior added. "His Hummer form is akin to a mobile tank. We must reassess the Decepticon strength." The Autobot commander stated, "The expansion of Megatron's forces presents us with a formidable challenge." Chapter 31. Optimus Prime confronts the threat. The rise of new power meanwhile. In another corner of Cybertron, Optimus Prime and Alita hid within an abandoned warehouse. "Brother, what shall we do next?" Alita inquired with concern. Optimus furrowed his brow, acutely aware that the situation on Cybertron was growing increasingly complex. The rise of Megatron and the predatory gaze of the Quintessence cast a shadow of uncertainty over Cybertron's future. Seated amidst a pile of discarded parts, Optimus's brow remained furrowed as his fingers glided over the yellowed parchment. Alita busied herself beside him, meticulously organizing the scattered documents according to an unseen order. Occasionally, she would steal a glance at her brother, her eyes reflecting a hint of worry. Brother, do you truly believe we can locate other Autobots? Alita's voice was soft, as if afraid to disturb something fragile. Optimus lifted his gaze, resting it upon his sister's face, a fleeting weariness flickering in his eyes. Alita, the future of Cybertron now hinges upon us. We must find them and unite if we are to stand against Megatron and the Quintessence. Alita bit her lip and nodded. Though a semblance of admiration for Megatron lingered in her heart, her brother's safety and the fate of Cybertron were evidently of paramount importance. She picked up a circuit board and began attempting to repair a dilapidated communicator. Optimus continued to sift through the documents in his hands, his gaze sweeping over lines of ancient text. Suddenly, his fingers paused, and a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes. Fortress, he whispered, savoring the name like a long-lost delicacy. Fortress? Alita inquired curiously, leaning in. What is that place? Once a pivotal stronghold of the Autobots, Optimus Prime elucidated. Should any Autobots still remain, they are likely concealed within its depths. A flicker of hope danced in Alita's eyes. What are we waiting for? Let us hasten to Iron Fortress. Optimus nodded, a glimmer of optimism igniting within his gaze. He carefully rolled up the scroll and stowed it away in his backpack. Very well, we shall embark at once. However, we know nothing of the situation at Iron Fortress. Peril may abound along the way, so you must exercise caution. I understand. Brother, Alita replied resolutely, I will safeguard myself. The two swiftly gathered their belongings, preparing to commence their journey to Iron Fortress. The massive doors of the warehouse creaked open, revealing the desolate landscape of Cybertron, where rusted metal edifices loomed ominously in the dim light. Simultaneously, on the opposite end of Cybertron, Megatron advanced towards the derelict tech city, accompanied by Soundwave and a cadre of loyal Decepticon warriors. Soundwave, are you certain the Allspark resides in this wretched place? Megatron surveyed the dilapidated surroundings, his tone tinged with impatience. According to the intelligence I have gathered, the Allspark should be concealed within the core of the supercomputer, Soundwave replied in his characteristic cold demeanor. And it is indeed located in this tech city. I hope your information is accurate, Megatron scoffed. If this proves to be a fruitless expedition, you shall have to answer for it. Soundwave paid no heed to Megatron's threat, continuing to guide the group forward. Within the abandoned tech city, remnants of broken machinery and scattered components littered the ground, while an air of decay permeated the atmosphere. This place is utterly revolting, Megatron grimaced. I cannot fathom how those Autobots managed to survive in such a wretched environment. They would do anything to endure, Soundwave remarked nonchalantly, just as we do. Megatron fell silent, quickening his pace. He yearned for the power of the Allspark. Only then could he realize his ambitions and establish Decepticon dominion over all of Cybertron. Deep within the forsaken tech city lay a colossal structure, the abode of the supercomputer. The entrance was laden with a myriad of traps and defensive mechanisms, evidently designed to thwart intruders. Soundwave, you are to handle those contraptions, Megatron commanded. Do not disappoint me. Rest assured, Soundwave nodded, commencing the decryption of the defense system. He deftly manipulated the device in his hands, streams of data swirling gracefully at his fingertips. Impatiently, Megatron tapped his foot. Soundwave, are you finished yet? I feel as if I might rust. Have patience, Megatron, Soundwave replied without looking up. This antiquated defense system requires a measure of time to breach. Just then, a sudden, jarring alarm pierced the air, causing the entire technological city to tremble. What could it be? Megatron scanned his surroundings with heightened vigilance. It appears we have been discovered, he noted calmly. The Autobots are approaching. No sooner had he spoken than a throng of Autobot warriors surged forth from all directions, surrounding the Decepticon forces. Megatron, you shall not lay claim to the Allspark, roared a towering Autobot warrior, pointing an accusatory finger at him. What can you scrap metal do? Megatron scoffed derisively with a chilling laugh. Charge! Eliminate them! An intense battle was on the verge of erupting. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime and Alita were laboriously making their way to Ironhide's stronghold, unaware that an even greater crisis awaited them within a nearby canyon. They stumbled upon an abandoned Autobot supply station, its doors ajar and the interior in disarray, as though it had endured a fierce confrontation. What transpired here? Alita asked in terror. Optimus, his expression grave, stepped inside the supply station, meticulously examining the surrounding evidence. The ground was strewn with the remnants of Autobot warriors and peculiar metal fragments. These shards bore no resemblance to either Autobots or Decepticons. Picking up a piece, Optimus scrutinized it closely. Could it be remnants from the Autobots that once battled the Quintessence? Quintessence, Optimus murmured, carefully placing the fragment into his pocket. These fiends are relentless. It seems further investigation is warranted. His gaze drifted to what appeared to be an ordinary wall deep within the supply station. Instinctively, he sensed that there was more than meets the eye. "Look, brother," Elita exclaimed, pointing to a loose metal panel in the corner. "It seems it could be opened." Stepping forward, Optimus exerted force, and the metal panel fell away, revealing a dark, gaping aperture. A hidden chamber? Optimus raised an eyebrow, retrieving a flashlight from his toolkit and stepping inside first, with Elita closely following. The air within the chamber was oppressive, thick with the scent of dust. "Cough, cough," Elita complained, covering her nose. "How long has it been since anyone set foot here?" The beam of the flashlight illuminated the chamber walls, etched with strange symbols. Were these bizarre markings? Elita queried, confused. Optimus produced a scanner he always carried, directing it at the symbols. "These are ancient Autobot glyphs," he exclaimed, a hint of astonishment in his voice as it became evident that a secret lay hidden here. The scanner translated the symbols into Cybertronian standard language, revealing passages that narrated the dark history of the Quintessence conquest of Cybertron and their enslavement of the Transformers. Elita listened, wide-eyed with shock. These Quintessence are truly despicable. Suddenly, a deep voice reverberated from the depths of the chamber. "Who are you?" Optimus Prime and Alita instantly became alert, directing their flashlights towards the source of the sound. A tall figure gradually emerged from the shadows, clad in battle armor and wielding a massive energy axe, exuding an overwhelming presence. It was Sentinel Prime. Optimus recognized the figure as a legendary warrior among the Autobots, rumored to have been secretly organizing resistance against the Quintessence. "How'd you find this place?" Sentinel Prime inquired cautiously. Optimus succinctly recounted their discovery of the supply station and hidden chamber, demonstrating the inscriptions on the wall. "We seek to uncover more about the Quintessence and the truth behind their occupation of Cybertron." Sentinel Prime remained silent for a moment, seemingly assessing the intentions of Optimus and Alita. Finally, he spoke. "The Quintessence are more formidable and cunning than you can imagine. They have not only enslaved our brethren, but have also stolen our technology." Furthermore, his voice suddenly grew somber. "They are conducting horrific experiments." "Experiments?" Optimus and Alita echoed in unison. "Indeed," Sentinel Prime nodded. "They capture Transformers and subject them to various inhumane experiments, attempting to alter our bodies and control our minds." "Those scoundrels!" Alita clenched her fists, her eyes ablaze with fury. Optimus's expression darkened as well. "We must put an end to their atrocities." "I understand your resolve," Sentinel Prime replied. "I have been uniting other Autobots to confront the Quintessence, yet our forces are insufficient. We need more warriors like you to join our cause." Without hesitation, Optimus declared, "I shall join." Alita firmly nodded in agreement. "I too will join." Sentinel Prime smiled with satisfaction. "Excellent. Welcome to our ranks. Together, we shall confront the Quintessence and reclaim our homeland." He paused before adding, "However, before we commence our actions, there is one more matter I must disclose." Sentinel Prime's expression turned grave. "It concerns the Allspark." He approached the wall and forcefully twisted a rusted gear. With a click, the gear turned, accompanied by a low, grinding sound, as the wall slowly parted to reveal a deeper chamber. A chill swept through, carrying the scent of metal and dust. "Step inside," Sentinel Prime urged, leading the way, with Optimus and Alita closely following. In the center of the chamber, a cube radiating an otherworldly glow floated in midair, slowly rotating. The light pulsed in and out like a breath, illuminating every corner of the chamber. "Is this the Allspark?" Optimus gasped, holding his breath. "Indeed," Sentinel Prime nodded. "The energy source the Quintessence have been relentlessly searching for lies right here." Optimus Prime cautiously approached the Tesseract, extending his hand to sense a formidable surge of energy emanating from it, as if it were attempting to draw him in. He quickly retracted his hand, filled with reverence. This energy was astonishingly powerful. "What purpose does this artifact serve?" Alita inquired curiously. "What do the Quintessence intend to accomplish with it?" "The Cosmic Cube possesses the ability to warp space-time and generate energy," explained Sentinel Prime. The Quintessence seek to use it to open portals to other planets, continuing their campaign of aggression and turning other worlds into their slave mines. Those wretched Quintessent parasites. Alita cursed vehemently. We cannot allow them to succeed. Optimus nodded in agreement. We must safeguard the cosmic cube and thwart the Quintessent's nefarious schemes. Easier said than done, Sentinel scoffed. Do you comprehend the extent of the Quintessent's might? Their weaponry and technology far surpass our own. But we are not without our strengths. Alita retorted defiantly. We possess courage, intellect, and the cosmic cube. Courage and intellect? What value do they hold? Sentinel countered. Without strength, all is mere rhetoric. We require a meticulously devised plan. He retrieved a crumpled map of Cybertron from his pocket and spread it upon the dust-laden ground. This is intelligence I have gathered over the years, he stated, pointing to several markings on the map. These denote the Quintessent's primary strongholds. Here lies their energy nexus, and here is their armory. Optimus and Alita leaned in closer, scrutinizing the map. We must first dismantle their energy nexus, Optimus declared, indicating one of the markers. This will significantly diminish their combat capabilities. I concur, Alita added, pointing to another marker. Then we can seize their armory and turn their own weapons against them. You are thinking too simplistically. Sentinel shook his head. These strongholds are heavily fortified. Breaching them is out of the question. What then? Alita asked, her spirit waning. We need to identify their vulnerabilities. Optimus mused after a moment of contemplation. Every fortress has its weak points. We must uncover them. Agreed, Sentinel said, casting an approving glance at Optimus. I have already dispatched scouts. I trust we will receive intelligence shortly. Meanwhile, Megatron and his comrades had taken control of an energy station. Energy levels are low, requesting replenishment. The thunderous sound echoed within the station like a cacophonous drum. His massive form occupied half the space, while other Decepticons, Constructicons, Predacons, and others swarmed around him like a pack of ravenous vultures. Megatron stood impatiently, pounding the metallic floor. Hurry up! What are you dawdling for? Report, Megatron. We have located the position of the cosmic cube. As the sound waves reached Megatron, they projected a scene before him, a depiction of Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, and Alita discussing the Allspark. Chapter 33, Shockwave and the Sharktican Optimus Prime. How dare he take the initiative? A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Megatron's eyes. All Decepticons, move out. Retrieve the Allspark. Meanwhile, in another corner of Cybertron, Starscream stood side by side with a Sharktican, both gazing at a screen displaying the image of the Allspark. It appears that everyone desires this coveted treasure, remarked the Sharktican, grinning to reveal razor-sharp teeth. Captain Starscream, shall we join forces? Let us seize the Allspark first, and then negotiate the division of spoils. Starscream narrowed his eyes, contemplating. Collaborating with the Quintessence was akin to allying with a ferocious beast. Yet the allure of the Allspark was too great to dismiss. Very well, but I demand 70%. Agreed. The Sharktican readily acquiesced. The two exchanged knowing smiles, each harboring ulterior motives. At the command center on Quintessa, Unicron observed Cybertron's situation through monitors. Upon spotting Optimus Prime, he was instantly filled with rage. That accursed wretch! How dare he reappear before me? Unicron's 5 faces contorted in fury, shrieking, kill him, at any cost. Simultaneously, within the abandoned technological city, Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, and Alita were deliberating on how to activate the Allspark. This artifact seems to require a specific type of energy for activation, Alita pondered as she circled the cube. According to ancient texts, the Allspark necessitates a Cybertronian spark to function, Optimus remarked, furrowing his brow as he leafed through the data. However, the sparks have been lost for many years. Where shall we find one? Perhaps we can try this, Bumblebee suggested, producing a crystal pulsating with a violet glow from his pocket. I discovered this in an ancient ruin. It may prove useful. He brought the crystal close to the Allspark, which suddenly erupted in brilliant light, a surge of potent energy flooding into the cube. The Allspark began to tremble violently, emitting a low hum, and the surrounding space warped and twisted. At that moment, a thunderous roar approached, as Megatron stormed in with a host of Decepticons. The Allspark belongs to me. Megatron raised his fusion cannon, aiming it at Bumblebee. Prepare to meet your end, old fool. Not so fast. Alita interposed herself before Bumblebee, brandishing an energy sword that had materialized in her hand, its tip pointed directly at Megatron. A fierce battle was imminent. Simultaneously, Starscream and the Sharktican led their respective teams to the scene. Observing the tense standoff, Starscream cracked a cold smile. When clams quarrel, it is the fisherman who profits. He whispered, his eyes glinting with greed. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen transformation occurred. The cosmic cube suddenly erupted with an even more intense radiance, enveloping the entire abandoned technological city in its luminous embrace. The very fabric of space began to warp violently. The ground fractured, and edifices collapsed, evoking an apocalyptic spectacle. A colossal figure gradually emerged from the distorted space, towering above any transformer, exuding an oppressive aura that was almost suffocating. To their astonishment, it was Shockwave, poised atop the immense drilling machine of the Decepticon, gazing down at the diminutive figures below as if they were mere toys, his eyes glinting with a cold, calculating light. All Transformers were momentarily paralyzed. What was this? The chaotic skirmish was already tumultuous enough, and now a fifth contender had emerged. The metallic visage of the Sharktican contorted slightly, seemingly assessing the impact of this unexpected variable on his meticulously crafted plans. The Predacon narrowed his eyes, cursing under his breath. He had anticipated reaping the benefits of other struggles. Yet it appeared the situation was far more intricate than he had envisioned. Megatron clenched the fusion cannon, his fury ignited. He detested disruptions to his plans. Who was this reckless fool who dared to interfere? His roar reverberated through the ruins. Even the typically composed Thundercracker could not suppress a gasp. Shockwave's emergence was entirely unforeseen. Only Optimus Prime, amidst this chaos, felt a profound sense of despair. He gazed upon the ravaged ruins, witnessing the fratricidal conflict among his brethren over the cosmic cube, and a wave of indescribable sorrow surged within him. "Cease this," he bellowed, but his voice was drowned out by the thunderous roar emanating from Shockwave's drilling machine. "No more fighting. If this continues, Cybertron will cease to exist." Though his plea was faint, it struck like a bolt of lightning across the tumultuous battlefield. All Transformers halted their actions, turning their gaze towards Optimus Prime. Megatron scoffed disdainfully. "Silence, librarian. This is no place for your words." Unfazed, Optimus Prime met his gaze. "Do you not comprehend? We are destroying one another. The Quintessons are watching with keen interest, while we squabble over a cube whose consequences remain unknown. Have you forgotten our shared home?" Just as Megatron prepared to retort, Shockwave interjected, his voice deep and magnetic, reverberating like echoes from the abyss. "The cosmic cube is mine." He slowly raised a hand, and the drill of his machine began to spin at an alarming speed, emitting a piercing shriek as a formidable wave of energy radiated from the drill, warping the surrounding space. "Those who dare to obstruct me shall meet their demise." Shockwave's voice was cold and merciless, as if sealing the fate of all present. A chill ran through every Transformer, surging from their feet to the crown of their heads. They realized that this newly emerged figure was even more perilous than Megatron and Starscream. The Sharktican licked his lips, excitement glimmering in his eyes. How intriguing. It was becoming increasingly fascinating, he murmured, seemingly eager to witness the unfolding drama. Starscream, however, furrowed his brow, contemplating how to navigate this new predicament. His original plans had been utterly disrupted, and he now had to reconsider how to maneuver among the 5 factions to ultimately secure the greatest advantage. At that moment, Optimus Prime suddenly noticed that the glow emanating from the Allspark seemed to resonate with the energy fluctuations radiating from Shockwave. The light of the cube intensified, and the energy waves from Shockwave grew increasingly potent, as if a wondrous bond had formed between the two. Abruptly, a blinding beam shot forth from the Allspark, hurtling toward Shockwave. The dazzling light struck him like a sword of judgment, eliciting a pained howl as if his very soul was being scorched. The rapidly spinning drill came to an abrupt halt, sparks flying and an acrid scent of burning filling the air. Seizing this rare opportunity, Optimus Prime leaped towards the Allspark. In his eyes, the cube had transformed from a symbol of destruction into the sole hope for saving Cybertron. "Stop him. Do not allow that bookworm to touch the cube," Megatron roared, his voice hoarse and filled with murderous intent. The Decepticons surged forward like unleashed beasts, charging at Optimus Prime with reckless abandon. The bulldozer swung its massive bucket, attempting to cleave Optimus in two. Rampage let out a piercing shriek, striving to disrupt Optimus's movements. This is going to be entertaining. The Sharktican cackled, as his quintessence surged forth like a tidal wave towards the Autobots, laser fire pouring down like torrential rain. The battlefield instantly devolved into a chaotic slaughterhouse. The clatter of metal, the thunder of energy cannons, and the roars of transformers intertwining to create a symphony of death. Chapter 34. The clash of the five factions. Starscream observed the chaos from a high vantage point, his cold gaze taking in the scene. Weighing the pros and cons in his mind, he ultimately made a decision. Grimlock, Slag, Snarl. Advance. Cover Optimus Prime. 3 colossal mechanical dinosaurs roared onto the battlefield, their immense forms resembling moving mountains, sending Decepticons hurtling through the air. Grimlock clamped down on the bulldozer-esque bucket, while Slag pierced Rampage's chest plate with his sharp horn. Snarl charged wildly, scattering a group of quintessence in all directions. In the midst of the turmoil, Optimus Prime surged forward to the Allspark, extending his hand to touch the artifact brimming with boundless energy. Just then, Shockwave regained his composure from the impact of the light. Upon seeing the Allspark on the verge of falling into Optimus Prime's grasp, a flicker of frenzied malice flashed in his eyes. Damn it, that belongs to me. He raised the drill demon once more, its drill spinning at high velocity, emitting a piercing shriek as an even more formidable wave of energy radiated from its tip. The shockwave roared, driving the drill demon forcefully into Optimus Prime's back. In the nick of time, a figure stepped in front of Optimus. It was Alita. She opened her arms, using her frail body to shield him from the lethal impact of the shockwave. The drill pierced through her chest plate, oil splattering everywhere. Alita, Optimus exclaimed, his eyes filled with an unbearable sorrow. Alita struggled to lift her head, gazing at Optimus with a faint, tragic smile. Optimus, I have always admired Megatron, she said haltingly, her voice growing ever fainter. No, Alita, Optimus trembled as he reached out, longing to embrace her, yet hesitating to touch her shattered form. I wanted to become a warrior as powerful as he is. Alita uttered her final words, her head drooping in defeat as the flame of life flickered out completely. Optimus cradled Alita's lifeless body, letting out a mournful howl, consumed by grief. His eyes burned red, reminiscent of a wounded beast, overflowing with boundless rage and hatred. Shockwave, I demand blood for blood. At that moment, lurking in the shadows, Soundwave smirked subtly. He discreetly activated a device in his hand, sending forth a concealed signal. Clearly, Soundwave had a backup plan. The scene descended into chaos, with all eyes fixated on the cosmic cube, as if possessing it would grant dominion over Cybertron. The energy core within Megatron's chest emitted a deep, resonant hum, akin to a spark on the verge of explosion. Alita's fall stirred an indescribable turmoil within his cold metallic frame. This sensation felt akin to a rusted wrench tightening painfully around his core, a blend of anguish and irritation coursing through him like an electric current. Why? He murmured to himself, his massive metallic hand clenching involuntarily, the knuckles creaking under the pressure. A mere lowly Autobot. What significance did her death hold for me? His logical circuits insisted that Alita's demise was but a trivial interlude, an insignificant variable. He, Megatron, leader of the Decepticons, burdened with the monumental task of reviving Cybertron, could not afford to waver over the loss of an unknown soldier. Yet, that inexplicable agitation gnawed at him like a relentless parasite, pushing his processors to the brink of overload. Leader? The bulldozer approached cautiously, its massive shovel scraping uneasily against the ground, producing a jarring noise. What shall we do now? There are too many unknown forces at play. Although Starscream and Barricade have joined us, there are still formidable factions to contend with. Megatron abruptly lifted his head, his crimson optics scanning the chaotic battlefield. Optimus Prime cradled Alita's lifeless form, engulfed in profound sorrow, while the Autobots descended into chaos. The quintessence, resembling a pack of bloodthirsty vultures, greedily fixated on the Allspark, poised to seize it at any moment. To act now would undoubtedly plunge them into turmoil, yielding more losses than gains. Retrieve Alita's mechanical body, Megatron commanded, his tone icy and unequivocal. Then, everyone retreat. This wretched artifact is no longer of any value. What? Soundwave's sharp voice crackled through the communicator, brimming with disbelief. Megatron, we have exerted tremendous effort, and we are on the verge of, you may leave if you wish. Megatron brusquely interrupted, turning to issue orders to the Decepticons. Although perplexed, they complied, transforming and preparing for withdrawal. Cautiously, a bulldozer approached Optimus Prime and, taking advantage of his momentary distraction, snatched Alita's mechanical body and hoisted it onto its shoulder. Hastily retreating, Soundwave remained rooted in place, his optical sensors flickering erratically. He had initially planned to exploit the chaos to seize the Allspark, but Megatron's abrupt withdrawal had derailed his scheme. Damn it, enough of this. Patience is a virtue, with Trypticon and Omega Supreme present. It seems acquiring the Allspark is truly out of reach. He cursed under his breath, casting a reluctant glance at the Allspark, now tantalizingly close. Just then, the Quintessence surged forward, enclosing the Allspark in a tight circle. The Sharktican grinned malevolently, extending its claws towards the artifact. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and a powerful energy wave emanated from the depths of the ruins. What is happening? The Sharktican stumbled back, uncertainty etched on its face. In the next moment, the earth split open, and a colossal metallic figure slowly emerged from the subterranean depths. It was clad in formidable armor, wielding a massive energy battle axe, exuding an oppressive aura. What in the world is that? The Sharktican gasped in terror, its eyes wide with fear. The gigantic metallic figure lifted its head, revealing a grotesque visage. Its electronic eyes glowed with an eerie green light, reminiscent of a demon from the abyss. I am a mighty Primus, it roared, a thunderous sound laden with the essence of destruction. All Transformers, including the retreating Megatron, stared in astonishment at this sudden behemoth. Primus, is that not a military base from Cybertron? How could it manifest here? Run. Megatron's crimson optics fixated on the emerging giant, his energy core racing with trepidation. This entity was far beyond his current capabilities. He abruptly cut off Soundwave's still unfinished protest, exclaiming, "Are you all deaf? Retreat. Immediately." Now, the Decepticons, though filled with questions, dared not defy their leader's command. The Crimson Spider transformed with a cacophony of roars, its engine roaring as it surged into the distance. Damn it. The duck that was almost in hand has flown away. The bulldozer, bearing Alita's mechanical form, raced ahead faster than any other. As it dashed forward, it glanced back at the mighty Optimus Prime, whose enormous shovel swayed perilously, as if it might tumble down at any moment. Would this contraption catch up to us? Soundwave ground his teeth in frustration, as the meticulously crafted plan had been thrown into disarray by this unforeseen turn of events. Megatron, you foolish coward. His curses were abruptly cut off as Megatron severed the communication with a single swipe. Enough of your chatter. Survival is paramount. Amidst the chaos, one figure stood resolutely unmoved. Thunderwing, another formidable warrior of Kaon, advanced step by step, wielding an energy sword crackling with arcs of electricity, approaching Optimus Prime. Clearly, Optimus Prime was now allied with Thunderwing. Skyquake, shall we join forces? Together we can eliminate the Sharktican, and the Cosmic Cube will be ours. Skyquake observed the unfolding scene coldly, his expression devoid of emotion. Thunderwing, you are exceedingly naive. Do you truly believe we can control this beast? He cast a glance at the Sharktican, who, though greedy, was not foolish, now retreating with evident trepidation towards Optimus Prime's emergence. Chapter 35. You are formidable. I shall carry Alita and take my leave. Shall we allow the Cosmic Cube to fall into the hands of the Quintessence? Thunderwing provocatively regarded Skyquake. Or are you afraid? Skyquake disregarded his taunts, maintaining a calm analysis of the situation. The Cosmic Cube is undeniably significant, but when weighed against the safety of Cybertron, he was acutely aware of what truly mattered. Seeing Skyquake unfazed, Thunderwing snorted in disdain. If that is the case, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. He charged at the Sharktican, the energy sword slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. Optimus Prime also sprang into action. With a deafening roar, he swung his colossal energy battle axe. Joining the fray, the Sharktican, caught off guard, was struck by Thunderwing's sword on the shoulder, green fluid spraying forth. He emitted a blood-curdling scream, desperately evading Optimus Prime's assault. In the tumultuous melee, energy shockwaves ravaged the derelict technological city, which seemed on the brink of collapse. Simultaneously, the forces of the five-faced beast arrived, engaging with Thunderwing and Optimus Prime in a chaotic clash. Observing the sudden skirmish, Skyquake commanded Mechanical dinosaurs. All Autobots retreat. He watched the fray with a cold gaze, secretly cursing Thunderwing's recklessness. Could they truly control a being of Optimus Prime's caliber? This was akin to inviting a wolf into the fold. Without hesitation, he issued the withdrawal order. Mechanical dinosaurs. All Autobots retreat. With that, he transformed into a sleek Cybertronian jet, its engine howling as it soared skyward. The mechanical dinosaur squad, comprising steel cable, iron slag, sludge howl, dart, tin can, and ambulance, swiftly followed, transforming into 5 streaks of light that vanished into the horizon. Seizing the opportunity when the fearsome giant was distracted by the 5-faced monster aircraft, Zhen Tianwei thrust his energy, soared like a venomous serpent, aiming directly at the chest of the shark demon. The shark demon narrowly evaded the blow. Yet a gash was still inflicted upon his shoulder, causing a greenish liquid to ooze forth, filling the air with a pungent, fishy odor. Damn it, this lunatic! He cursed, casting a furious glare at Zhen Tianwei. The giant roared, wielding his colossal energy battle axe, cleaving a 5-faced monster aircraft in 2 with the ease of swatting a fly. The explosive flames illuminated his grotesque metallic visage, resembling a demon from the depths of hell. Realizing the dire situation, the shark demon discerned the cosmic cube was tantalizingly close, yet just out of reach, leading him to reconsider his course of action. He glanced at the 5-faced monster aircraft being relentlessly pursued by the giant and then at the intimidating Zhen Tianwei. Weighing his options, he reluctantly chose to abandon his hard-won prize. Retreat. Everyone retreat. He bellowed to the remaining 5-faced aircraft, activating his thrusters and transforming into a green beam as he fled the scene. Seeing the shark demon escape, the remaining 5-faced aircraft disregarded further assaults on the giant and swiftly altered their course, pursuing the shark demon instead. They were keen to avoid becoming the next victims of this rampaging behemoth. Ha ha! A bunch of cowards! Zhen Tianwei proclaimed from atop the giant's shoulder, laughing triumphantly as he commanded the giant to continue the chase. Despite its enormous size, the giant moved with remarkable agility, its heavy footsteps sending tremors through the earth beneath. As the 5-faced aircraft were on the verge of fleeing the confines of Technopolis, Zhen Tianwei abruptly changed his mind. Forget it. Don't pursue a cornered enemy. Let us secure the cosmic cube first. He patted the giant's head, signaling it to halt. The giant obediently came to a stop. Zhen Tianwei leaped down from its shoulder, advancing towards the site where the cosmic cube had fallen, bending to retrieve it. The moment he grasped the cosmic cube, a surge of potent energy coursed through his body, filling him with an invigorating power. Clenching his fists, he reveled in this unprecedented strength, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. With this artifact, the entirety of Cybertron shall bow before me. At that moment, the giant suddenly turned around, its massive metallic hand crashing down towards Zhen Tianwei. Taken by surprise, Zhen Tianwei was sent flying by the unexpected strike, landing heavily on the ground, causing the cosmic cube to slip from his grasp and roll aside. What are you doing? He struggled to rise, staring incredulously at the giant. The giant emitted a deafening roar, its eyes glinting with a cold light. Slowly it bent down, picked up the cosmic cube, and then swallowed it whole. After Megatron and numerous Decepticons gathered, he was perplexed by the current state of Cybertron, where power and strength were pursued at any cost. Not only were there formidable forces like Shockwave and Thundercracker, but even minor factions such as Starscream and Barricade sought to seize a piece of the pie. Unifying Cybertron, it seemed, was far more challenging than he had anticipated. Irritated, Megatron grasped his helmet and cast a glance at the varied expressions of his fellow Decepticons. Shockwave maintained his ever-impassive demeanor, while Starscream exhibited a fawning hesitance. Barricade and a few other minor minions dared not even breathe. The aftershocks of the recent battle still reverberated in the air, and smoke lingered over the ruins outside the tech city. Although the skirmish had been brief, it had made Megatron acutely aware of the complexity of the situation on Cybertron. The entrenched powers like Shockwave and Thundercracker were expected, but even lesser figures like Starscream and Barricade were audacious enough to emerge and vie for dominance. An outrage indeed. A faint cough interrupted Megatron's thoughts, jolting him to remember the unconscious Elita. He hurried to her side. Elita lay still amidst the rubble, her energy indicator flickering a faint crimson glow. as if it were on the brink of extinguishment. Megatron turned to Soundwave with a hint of urgency in his tone. Can she be saved? Soundwave crossed his arms, a displeased snort escaping him. Without the cube, what can I use to save her? I'm not a medic. He glared at Megatron, his voice dripping with resentment. That cube was a cosmic artifact. To have it slip away was infuriating. Furrowing his brow, Megatron recognized Soundwave's expertise in technology and was certain he possessed a solution. Gritting his teeth, he proposed an enticing offer. Revive her, and the cube shall be yours. Instantly, Soundwave's eyes sparkled with interest, as if they were twin searchlights fixated on Megatron. He licked his lips, the hint of greed unmistakable in his tone. Is that a promise? I, Megatron, am a being of my word. Satisfied, Soundwave nodded and approached Alita, extracting a device that shimmered with an unusual luminescence from his chest cavity. This contraption resembled an odd surgical knife, yet also seemed akin to a miniature energy cannon, certainly not a conventional medical instrument. This is my prized possession, an energy siphon. It can draw energy from other transformers to replenish a dying comrade. However, Soundwave paused, surveying the surrounding Decepticons with a sinister grin. It requires an energy donor. Starscream trembled, instinctively taking a step back. Barricade and several other minor lackeys huddled together, quaking in fear. Don't look at me. Megatron turned away, his tone frosty. My energy is precious. I have no time to waste on trivial matters. Chapter 36. The Deceptive Soundwave? Megatron cast a piercing glare at him, just about to speak when he noticed Soundwave had already aimed the energy extractor at himself. Wait, what are you doing? Megatron exclaimed, panic washing over him. Soundwave grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp metallic teeth. Fear not, leader. I merely wish to borrow a fraction of your energy. Rest assured, you shall not perish. With that, he activated the energy extractor without hesitation. A blinding light flashed, and Megatron felt a powerful surge of energy being drawn from within him, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. You bastard! He roared, powerless to intervene. Soundwave channeled the extracted energy into Alita, watching as the energy indicator on her chest gradually stabilized, the flickering frequency returning to normal. All done, Soundwave said, retracting the extractor and clapping his hands, a look of ease upon his face. She is well. Weakened, Megatron leaned against a rock, feeling utterly drained. He glared at Soundwave with a ferocity that suggested he wished to dismantle him piece by piece. Just then, Alita slowly opened her eyes, a strange light flickering within. Her gaze fixated intently on Megatron. I sense your energy. Did you save me? She asked, gradually sitting up, her expression vacant, like a lens that had lost its focus, sweeping over the chaotic scene around her. Eventually, her gaze settled on Megatron. She reached out, her fingers gently brushing against the rough metallic surface of his faceplate, the tips gliding over the cold metal with a faint sound of friction. Megatron froze, standing rigid as he felt Alita's chilling touch. A tumult of indescribable emotions surged within him, akin to a spilled spice jar, blending sweet, sour, bitter, and salty in a chaotic mlang. This sensation felt unlike his usual dealings with subordinates. It was as if he shook his head, attempting to dispel this peculiar thought. Observing this, Soundwave stepped closer to Alita, towering over her with an air of scrutiny. He twirled the energy extractor in his hand, the device spinning nimbly between his fingers, emanating an unsettling glow. Awake? How do you feel? He scoffed, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. Alita's gaze shifted from Megatron to the energy extractor in Soundwave's hand. Suddenly, she seized Soundwave's wrist with such force that he gasped in surprise. What have you done to me? Her voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion, cutting like the bitter winds of Cybertron. Soundwave grimaced in pain, struggling to free himself, yet found himself utterly immobilized. Alita's grip was as unyielding as a vice, making him feel as though his very bones were about to shatter. Ouch! Easy now. If you break it, you'll owe me. Red alert, sensing the tension, stealthily approached Megatron and whispered, Leader, this female Autobot seems rather off. Perhaps we should seize control of her while she is vulnerable, lest the night be long and fraught with unforeseen consequences. Megatron raised his hand to halt Starscream, his gaze laden with complexity as he regarded Alita and Soundwave. Let us first assess the situation, he murmured, a hint of barely perceptible hesitation lacing his tone. Alita remained resolutely gripping Soundwave's wrist, her eyes cold and unyielding. Answer me. What have you done to me? She demanded again, her tone growing increasingly assertive. Soundwave, in pain and perspiring, struggled to articulate his response. I saved you. Please, release me. If you do not, my hand will surely break. A flicker of confusion crossed Alita's eyes. She seemed bewildered by the unfolding events. She reluctantly released Soundwave's wrist and stepped back, warily scrutinizing the surrounding Decepticon members. I am Alita, sister of Optimus Prime, she murmured, her voice tinged with uncertainty. How'd I end up here? Observing Alita's bewildered demeanor, Megatron's intrigue deepened. This girl does not appear to be feigning her confusion. Could it be that Soundwave's device has affected her mind? You do not remember? Megatron inquired tentatively. Alita shook her head, her gaze growing even more vacant. I only recall being struck by something, and then everything went dark. Upon hearing Alita's disoriented response, Megatron grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of metallic teeth. It is fortunate that your mind remains intact. Starscream, take her to a place for rest. Do not neglect Optimus Prime's sister. Starscream, with a reluctant grimace, acquiesced and led Alita away. Soundwave, come here. Let us discuss our next course of action. Megatron beckoned, gesturing for him to join in a private conversation. Soundwave approached with measured strides, still toying with the energy siphon, his gaze flickering uneasily. What is your assessment of the capabilities of the Autobots, particularly those under Optimus Prime and Ultra Magnus? Furthermore, what is the current state of affairs? Megatron queried directly. Soundwave paused, stowing the energy siphon in his chest compartment before responding with deliberation. Based on my analysis, the Shockwave possesses approximately a 3-star rating in strength, while Optimus Prime is estimated at 4 stars. As for the combined forms of the Constructicons and the Mighty Devastator, they likely exceed 5 stars. Engaging them head-on would yield us little chance of victory. 5 stars. Megatron could not restrain an expletive, incredulous at their rapid enhancement in power. He irritably raked his fingers through his helmet, the metallic touch producing a grating sound. It appears we must devise a means to bolster our own strength. After a moment of contemplation, an idea sparked within him, and his eyes brightened. My supreme modification module. He eagerly activated the memory panel. A cascade of code cascading forth like a waterfall, shimmering with an ethereal blue glow. Soundwave, behold. This is a remarkable asset. It can enhance any mechanical form, including my own. Megatron exclaimed excitedly, gesturing toward the glowing lines of code on the panel. The Soundwave approached and examined the module closely, a hint of surprise flickering in his gaze. This module appeared somewhat antiquated, and its energy source made him hesitate. Antiquated? What about the energy source? Megatron inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. The energy source of this module seems to be life energy. The Soundwave paused, his tone becoming grave. Which means to activate it. One must. What do you need? Speak up. Megatron's impatience was palpable. It requires a sacrifice. The Soundwave finally articulated, a trace of unease evident in his voice. A sacrifice? Megatron was taken aback. What kind of sacrifice? The Soundwave took a deep breath and replied slowly. A spark sacrifice. The air became thick with tension as Megatron's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the Soundwave in shock. What did you just say? He asked through clenched teeth, his voice resonating with a terrifying depth. Chapter 37. Collaborating with the Primes and the Titans is the true path. A spark sacrifice. That is the very essence of a Transformer-S life. I have no other choice, leader, the Soundwave stated calmly, though a fleeting chill shimmered in his eyes. To enhance our power, a price must be paid. Megatron fell silent, trapped in a moral quandary. On one hand, immense power. On the other, the lives of his comrades. How should he decide? At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps shattered the silence. Leader, this is bad. The Autobots are approaching. They're just a few dozen kilometers away. A panicked Decepticon rushed in, his voice tinged with fear. What? Megatron sprang to his feet, a fierce glint flashing in his gaze. It seemed the time for decision had arrived. The Soundwave remained impassive, as if merely stating an ordinary fact. Leader, I have no other option. The Autobots are coming in full force, and our current combat capabilities are woefully inadequate to confront them, not to mention the lurking threat of the Quintessence. To survive and secure a foothold on this wretched planet, we must become stronger. Nonsense. Megatron slammed his fist against the rusted wall, eliciting a mournful metallic wail. Do you think those hypocrites of the Primes will spare us? Am I a fool? They would relish the chance to eradicate us Decepticons. A glimmer of insight crossed the Soundwave's eyes, yet his tone remained unruffled. Leader, you are mistaken. The Primes do not aim to annihilate us. Their target is the Quintessence. As long as we continue to assault the Quintessence, they will leave us unharmed. Megatron froze, his metallic fingers still gripping the dented wall, his gaze darting with uncertainty. What did you just say? The Primes do not intend to kill me? Indeed. The Soundwave affirmed with a subtle nod, a hint of sardonicism lacing his tone. They need you to assist them against the Quintessence. After all, compared to eliminating us remnants, the Quintessence represent a far greater threat. Megatron fell silent, weighing the pros and cons, as he absorbed the astonishing statements made by Soundwave. If Soundwave spoke the truth, this indeed presented a remarkable opportunity. What do you think? At last, Megatron spoke, his tone laced with a hint of skepticism. Soundwave's lips curled ever so slightly, revealing a cold, sinister smile. It is quite simple, my leader. We must collaborate with the Autobots. Collaborate? Megatron nearly leapt from his position, incredulous at the thought of joining forces with those hypocrites. Have you lost your mind? No, I am not insane, Soundwave replied calmly. Not only must we ally with the Autobots, but we should also consider an alliance with Unicron. Unicron? That uncontrollable entity? Megatron could hardly believe his ears. You want me to collaborate with both the Autobots and Unicron? Are you jesting? Leader, please remain composed, Soundwave explained unhurriedly. Although Unicron is unpredictable, he harbors a deep-seated hatred for the Quintessence. As long as we continue our assault on the Quintessence, Unicron will undoubtedly join our cause. At that point, with the combined might of the Autobots, Decepticons, and Unicron, we could forge an overwhelming force capable of opposing the Quintessence, even turning the tables to control them. Once again, Megatron fell silent, lost in contemplation. Soundwave's scheme appeared audacious. It was not devoid of feasibility. If they could indeed unite with the Autobots and Unicron, they might have a genuine chance to reverse their fortunes. Very well, it shall be done. Megatron suddenly raised his head, his eyes gleaming with resolute determination. Soundwave, reach out to Unicron and inform him that I, Megatron, am willing to collaborate in our fight against the Quintessence. Soundwave bowed slightly, as commanded my leader. He turned and vanished into the shadows. Megatron stood still, gazing in the direction Soundwave had departed, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Collaborating with the Autobots and Unicron was undoubtedly a gamble for him. Should he succeed, he could emerge as the savior of Cybertron, perhaps even seize control of the entire planet. But should he fail, he would lose everything, potentially paying the ultimate price with his life. On the rust-stained soil of Cybertron, two factions faced each other. On the Autobot side, Optimus Prime stood with arms crossed, his expression grave, while Prowl, Jazz, Ironhide, and Bumblebee readied themselves, their energy weapons shimmering ominously. Across from them, Megatron, flanked by his battered remnants, appeared disheveled, yet his eyes burned with a fervent ambition. Optimus Prime, Megatron growled, feigning humility in his tone. I believe there has been a misunderstanding between us. With a formidable foe at hand, we should set aside our grievances and unite against a common enemy. Optimus scoffed coldly. Set aside grievances? Megatron, how many of my brothers have you slain? How many cities have you razed? And now you speak of reconciliation? Do you think I would believe such empty words? Megatron hastily clarified. This is a different time, a different circumstance. The Quintessence are our shared adversary. Soundwave can attest to my decision to collaborate with you against the Quintessence. Soundwave? UCND raised an eyebrow, addressing the two-faced scoundrel, demanding him to step forward and speak. At that moment, Soundwave appeared before the crowd, bearing his signature sinister smile. Ah, Captain UCND, how delightful to see you again. I have just released a crucial piece of intelligence that I believe you will soon come to know. He paused before continuing. I think it is time for us to cease our internal strife. Megatron has conferred with me, and he is currently preparing to assault the Quintessence. However, prior to that, we must make a visit to Treadbolt. UCND squinted, scrutinizing Soundwave. Treadbolt? That lunatic? What business do you have with him? Collaboration, of course, Soundwave shrugged. Though Treadbolt is unpredictable, he harbors a deep-seated hatred for the Quintessence. If we join forces, we can forge a formidable alliance, potent enough to combat the Quintessence, and perhaps even subjugate them. UCND fell silent for a moment, weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he spoke, his voice slow and measured. If you can truly persuade Treadbolt and launch an immediate offensive against the Quintessence, I may allow you to leave. However, his tone shifted, and his gaze sharpened. You must surrender Elita. She's an Autobot and does not belong to your Decepticons. Megatron's expression shifted, for although Elita was Optimus Prime's sister, she had long revered him, almost as a devoted admirer. To demand her surrender was akin to tearing away a piece of his very flesh. Megatron hesitated. What is the matter? Unwilling? UTND pressed? Or is your so-called collaboration merely empty rhetoric? Seeing the tension escalate, Soundwave quickly intervened. Captain UTND, let us not escalate the situation. We can discuss Elita further. Leader, what do you think? Chapter 38. The betrayal of Grimlock. He turned to Megatron, his eyes urging him forward. Megatron took a deep breath, fully aware that he had little room for negotiation. Gritting his teeth, he declared, I must first meet Treadbolt to ascertain his willingness to join us before I can relinquish Elita to you. Agreed, UTND replied with a cold snort. Megatron and Soundwave turned to depart, heading toward Treadbolt's domain. Along the way, Megatron maintained a sullen demeanor, remaining silent. He understood that this alliance was fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Leader, what troubles you? Soundwave inquired cautiously, perceptively gauging the atmosphere. Abruptly, Megatron halted, seizing Soundwave by the collar and lifting him off the ground. Soundwave, you had better pray your plan succeeds, or else. His eyes glinted with menace. I shall be the first to tear you apart. Soundwave's face turned pale, yet he forced a calm smile. Rest assured, my plan is foolproof. We shall undoubtedly succeed. At that moment, a fierce gust of wind swept through, and a colossal figure descended from the sky, blocking their path. Before them stood a transformer towering even higher than Megatron, radiating an aura of terrifying energy fluctuations. Yet it bore countless scars, suggesting it had recently engaged in a fierce battle. It was the formidable Titan, a being whose very presence instilled dread. Megatron instinctively took a step back, while Soundwave cowered behind him, peeking out with trepidation. Despite its battered form, the Titan exuded an oppressive aura, akin to a wounded beast poised to strike at any moment. The Titan cast a disdainful glance at the two diminutive figures, letting out a cold, derisive snort. Megatron, Soundwave, what business do you have here? Its voice was as grating as metal scraping against metal, sending shivers down one's spine. We seek to discuss a potential alliance, Megatron stammered, striving to maintain composure and adopting a calm tone. An alliance? The Titan erupted in laughter, as if hearing the most absurd of jokes. You wish to collaborate with me? It laughed so violently that its wounds reopened, dark crimson liquid seeping forth, rendering its appearance even more fearsome. Suppressing his fear, Megatron pressed on. We aim to unite against the Quintessence and reclaim control of Cybertron. Quintessence? The Titan's laughter ceased abruptly, its gaze turning icy. What do you know of them? Metroplex, Megatron began, only to be cut off abruptly. Do not mention that traitor. The Titan bellowed furiously. He has no genuine intention of allying with me. He is among Cybertron's elite, already under the Quintessence control. That scoundrel stole the Allspark. Upon hearing this, Megatron was momentarily taken aback. But then a sardonic smile spread across his face. He hadn't anticipated such chaos within Cybertron. It was far more intriguing than he had envisioned. Is this truly Cybertron? What a mess. Soundwave cautiously emerged from behind Megatron, speaking softly. Indeed, my leader. Cybertron is in disarray. Currently, only Unicron stands in the balance, while everyone else is deemed expendable by the high-ranking officials. Megatron's smile faded, his eyes sharpening with determination. It appears we must deliver a resounding blow to the Quintessence. The Titan nodded in agreement. I am willing to join forces with you to eliminate those Quintessent lackeys and the traitors of Cybertron. Excellent. Megatron extended his right hand. To a fruitful collaboration. The Titan hesitated, glancing at its oil-stained and bloodied hand, but ultimately clasped Megatron's in agreement. To a fruitful collaboration. At that moment, a violent tremor shook the ground, accompanied by distant explosions. What is happening? Megatron inquired, alert and scanning the surroundings. Soundwave's expression shifted to one of alarm. This is dire. It is the Quintessence reinforcements. They have launched a preemptive strike. The Titan roared to the heavens, cursed Quintessence. How dare they ambush us? In the sky, A colossal quintessent warship descended slowly as countless quintessent soldiers surged forth from the vessel, advancing towards their encirclement. "Prepare for battle," roared Megatron, brandishing his obsidian mining hammer as he charged headlong into the enemy ranks. Soundwave promptly transformed into his recorder form, taking refuge behind Megatron. The mighty Thundercracker bellowed in fury, swinging his enormous fists and sending quintessent soldiers flying with each strike. Thus, a chaotic melee erupted, the air filled with the cacophony of explosions, metallic clashes, and anguished cries, resonating throughout Cybertron. Suddenly, a massive figure plummeted from the heavens, crashing heavily before Megatron, sending dust swirling and obscuring the view. As the dust settled, Megatron beheld the imposing silhouette of a transformer, robust and clad in emerald-scaled armor. He bore a head reminiscent of a crocodile, with glinting metal teeth and powerful limbs. In his grasp was a gigantic energy battle axe, stained with an unknown liquid that exuded a nauseating stench. Crocodile King. Megatron spat the name through gritted teeth, his eyes ablaze with hatred. The Crocodile King, captain of the five-faced Beast Guard, a notorious executioner known for his ruthless bloodlust, was stained with the oil of fallen Transformers. "All of you shall perish. I will eradicate you, and Cybertron will know peace." His voice grated like metal scraping against metal, sending chills down the spine. "Peace," Megatron bellowed. "Your demise is merely the beginning of our conquest over Cybertron." With unwavering resolve, Megatron charged alone toward the quintessent fleet, his obsidian hammer gleaming ominously, as if it could devour all in its path. "Leader!" Soundwave exclaimed in alarm, desperate to halt Megatron's advance, but it was too late. "Is this truly Megatron?" Barricade muttered, a flicker of admiration crossing his features. Even the typically arrogant Starscream could not help but acknowledge the courage displayed by Megatron. Like a black meteor streaking across the night sky, Megatron surged toward the quintessent warship. His hammer swung with ferocious strength, hurling any quintessent soldier that dared to obstruct his path. "Open fire! Eliminate him!" the Crocodile King roared. From the quintessent warship, a torrent of artillery descended, enveloping Megatron in a conflagration of flames. The deafening explosions echoed, flames soaring into the sky. Leader, Soundwave, Barricade, and Starscream watched helplessly, their hearts heavy with despair as they witnessed Megatron consumed by the inferno. Yet, just then, a massive black figure emerged from the blaze. It was Megatron. He emerged unscathed. In his grasp, the black gold mining hammer blazed with a fierce black flame, as if it were conjured from the very depths of hell. Chapter 39. Slaying the Crocodile Demon. Shocking Cybertron. Impossible. The Crocodile Demon stared in horror, eyes wide with disbelief. Megatron let out a thunderous roar, leaping high into the air, wielding the black gold mining hammer with catastrophic force, striking down upon the quintessent warship. Boom! A resounding explosion shattered the ship's energy shield, leaving a gaping hole in its hull. Ack! Within the warship, the screams of quintessent soldiers echoed in despair. As Megatron descended back to the ground, he was drenched in the green blood of the quintessent soldiers, resembling a demon risen from the abyss. "Now it is your turn." Megatron turned, his icy gaze locking onto the Crocodile Demon. The Crocodile Demon was paralyzed with fear. He had never encountered such a formidable transformer. Attempting to flee, he found his legs immobilized by terror, rendering him unable to move. Megatron advanced step by step, raising the black gold mining hammer high, akin to the scythe of death, poised to reap his life. "Wait!" At that moment, a voice echoed from afar. A colossal figure descended from the heavens, standing protectively before the Crocodile Demon. "Optimus Prime?" Megatron furrowed his brow, recognizing the familiar silhouette before him. Optimus Prime, a high-ranking officer of Cybertron, had once allied with him, only to become adversaries for reasons long forgotten. "Megatron, it has been a while." Optimus Prime spoke coldly, astonished that Megatron still drew breath. "You too," replied Megatron with a dismissive snort. "What brings you here?" "I have come to stop you," Optimus Prime declared solemnly. "Silence, you wretched circuit board." Megatron had little patience for idle chatter. He knew that this old schemer reveled in verbal sparring to buy time. Rather than squander words, it was better to eliminate the immediate threat. Seizing the moment, while the Crocodile Demon remained dazed, he swung the black gold mining hammer, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. With a sharp crack and a spray of green oil, The crocodile demon's head burst apart like a rotten watermelon. You seek your own demise, Optimus Prime roared, his immense form lunging fiercely at Megatron. This behemoth dwarfed Megatron and exuded an overwhelming aura of oppression. Come on, I fear you not, you rusted scrap. Megatron remained undaunted. As his arsenal of weaponry sprang forth, the electromagnetic cannon's muzzle glimmering ominously, and the battered shield clamped onto his arm with a resounding click. Yet, he soon realized that these encumbrances would hinder his speed and agility. To contend with a robust opponent like Optimus Prime, hand-to-hand combat was the only viable strategy. With a resounding crash, Megatron decisively discarded his weapons, retaining only the obsidian mining hammer in his grasp, charging forth like a wild stallion. Bang! Clang! Boom! The cacophony of metal colliding reverberated through the night sky, sparks flying in every direction. Megatron and Optimus Prime clashed like two titanic steel beasts, engaging in a frenzied battle. Optimus, leveraging his imposing stature, unleashed devastating punches and kicks with overwhelming force. In contrast, Megatron relied on his agility and precise strikes, continually probing for weaknesses in his opponent. The obsidian mining hammer struck repeatedly against Optimus Prime's armor, leaving deep indentations. Long live the leader. Bring him down. The Decepticons shall prevail. The sight of Megatron's ferocity invigorated the spirits of the Decepticon members, who rallied with fervent cheers. Even the typically skeptical Black Arachnia found herself unable to suppress her admiration. Now, this is a true leader, Roadblock exclaimed, his fists pumping with enthusiasm, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Soundwave, broadcast this battle. Let every Cybertronian witness who the true champion is. Black Arachnia shouted to Soundwave, who nodded and promptly activated his broadcasting equipment. As the fight intensified, both Megatron and Optimus became increasingly consumed by the clash. A powerful blow from Optimus aimed at Megatron's head was narrowly evaded as Megatron sidestepped, countering with a hammer strike directed at Optimus's knee joint. Crack! The knee emitted a painful sound, and the massive figure of Optimus lost its balance, crashing to the ground. An opportunity. A gleam of determination flashed in Megatron's eyes as he leaped high into the air, the obsidian mining hammer whistling through the wind, poised to deliver a crushing blow to Optimus's head. Die, old fool! Megatron roared, the hammer descending with the force of tempest, seemingly destined to obliterate Optimus's skull. In a dire moment, Optimus twisted his head just in time, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. The hammer struck his shoulder, sending sparks flying and metal shards scattering. Yet Optimus merely grunted, refusing to fall. Is that all you've got? Optimus sneered, retaliating with a powerful punch aimed at Megatron. Caught off guard, Megatron was struck squarely in the chest, sending him careening backward to the ground. Gasping, Megatron clutched his chest, expelling a spray of oil. Damn, this old wretch is stronger than I anticipated. Optimus approached with deliberate steps, his eyes gleaming with malice. Now, it is my turn. Suddenly, a startling transformation occurred. A brilliant purple light erupted from Optimus's chest, and a cubic object shot forth from his torso. The Tesseract, gasped the observing Decepticons in astonishment. Megatron momentarily froze. Then his eyes sparkled with avarice. This was the fabled artifact. As the moment arrived with breathtaking swiftness, Megatron executed an agile maneuver, leaping from the ground to seize the cosmic cube. A surge of formidable energy coursed through his being, enhancing his strength and speed dramatically. With a resounding laugh, Megatron looked skyward, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Is this the power of the cosmic cube? It is magnificent. No, bellowed Devastator in despair. Deprived of the cosmic cube, his strength waned significantly, rendering him incapable of further resistance. Megatron turned, gazing down upon Devastator with palpable contempt. Now it is time to conclude this. He raised his black and gold mining hammer high and brought it crashing down. With a thunderous impact, Devastator's head was shattered, sparks and oil erupting in all directions. Silence enveloped the arena as the spectators were rendered speechless by the spectacle. Megatron, once a mere minor, had vanquished Devastator and claimed the cosmic cube. All hail the leader. Barricade broke the silence, exclaiming with unrestrained excitement. Decepticons shall prevail, echoed the other Decepticon members, joining in jubilant cheers. The broadcast captured this moment, transmitting it across all of Cybertron, leaving the robotic audience in utter disbelief. How could this be? Megatron had triumphed. He had acquired the cosmic cube. The entirety of Cybertron erupted in fervor. Standing beside Devastator's lifeless form, Megatron hoisted the cosmic cube aloft, resembling a sovereign ruler. A tremendous sense of power enveloped him, instilling an overwhelming confidence and exhilaration. He had finally attained the power he had long coveted. From this day forth, he would no longer be a subjugated minor, but the overlord of Cybertron. Chapter 40. The Grand Battle Against the Five-Faced Sorcerer. From this day forth, Cybertron shall not permit the presence of quintessence, Megatron proclaimed with commanding authority before the camera. Just then, a chilling voice echoed from behind. You celebrate too soon, Megatron. Startled, Megatron whirled around to behold a towering figure advancing slowly, radiating a menacing aura. As he turned, the air shimmered with an unusual disturbance, as if the very fabric of space were contorting. A figure materialized before Megatron, slender and cloaked in a deep purple robe, its hood obscuring its visage, revealing only a tuft of grizzled beard along the chin. In its grasp, it held a uniquely shaped staff, crowned with a gem that glimmered with an eerie green light. Who are you? Barricade demanded, warily raising his weapon, while the other Decepticons assumed combat stances. The figure slowly lifted its head, allowing the hood to fall away, revealing a visage etched with wrinkles. Its eyes were profound and frigid, seemingly harboring boundless arcane power. I am the sorcerer, the chief executive officer under the five-faced beast. He spoke in an ancient and authoritative voice, tinged with an air of undeniable arrogance. The five-faced beasts. Megatron furrowed his brow. Having heard that name before, a mysterious race from a distant galaxy, reputed to possess immense power and ambition. Indeed, the sorcerer nodded. Lord Five-Faced Beast is exceedingly interested in the future of Cybertron. And you, Megatron, have disrupted his plans. What do you mean? Megatron clenched the cosmic cube in his hand, a surge of powerful energy coursing through him. It is quite simple, the sorcerer sneered. Today, I must defeat you in front of all the inhabitants of Cybertron. Only in this manner can the authority of the five-faced beasts be re-established, compelling these foolish metallic minds to obey. Is that so? Megatron scoffed. Who do you think you are? A person you cannot contend with. A flicker of cold light flashed in the sorcerer's eyes as he raised his staff, pointing it at Megatron. I shall make you understand the consequences of challenging the authority of the five-faced beasts. The gem atop the staff suddenly erupted with dazzling brilliance, a wave of potent energy radiating outward, causing the surrounding Decepticons to retreat in fear. Megatron, too, felt the strength of this power and, wary of underestimating it, immediately infused the energy of the cosmic cube into his black gold mining hammer in preparation for battle. Come on, old man, Megatron bellowed, swinging the black gold mining hammer as he charged at the sorcerer. Overconfident, the sorcerer retorted with a cold huff, sweeping his staff as a bolt of purple lightning struck towards Megatron. He pivoted sharply, narrowly evading the lightning's assault. Yet the residual energy still jolted him back a few steps. Interesting, Megatron steadied himself, excitement gleaming in his eyes. It seems you are not merely all talk. Oomph. The sorcerer disregarded Megatron's provocation, once again wielding his staff as torrents of purple lightning rained down upon Megatron. He swung the black gold mining hammer, deflecting the strikes. But the sorcerer's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, and he began to feel the strain. Just then, the sorcerer abruptly ceased his onslaught, thrusting his staff into the ground and murmuring incantations. The earth trembled as a colossal black vortex manifested beneath Megatron's feet, rapidly expanding with a formidable pull that ensnared him. He struggled desperately to free himself from this binding force, but it was all in vain. Foolish mortal, feel the wrath of the five-faced beasts. The sorcerer cackled, the gem atop his staff glowing even brighter, just as Megatron was on the verge of being consumed by the vortex. The cosmic cube in his hand suddenly erupted with blinding radiance. A powerful shock wave emanated from Megatron, obliterating the black vortex in an instant. The sorcerer was hurled backward by the sudden surge of energy, crashing heavily to the ground, his staff slipping from his grasp. Coughing, the sorcerer clutched his chest, a trickle of crimson seeping from the corner of his mouth. What kind of power is this? Megatron steadied himself, the cosmic cube pulsating with an ethereal blue glow in his grasp. He regarded the sorcerer with a frigid gaze and proclaimed, "This is the power of the universe." With a sudden motion, he raised the cosmic cube above his head, unleashing a wave of even more formidable energy that distorted the very air around them. No, this is impossible. The sorcerer's eyes widened in terror. He had never witnessed such overwhelming force. Megatron paid no heed to the sorcerer's dread, channeling the entirety of the cosmic cube's energy into the black gold mining hammer. In an instant, the hammer radiated blinding light, resembling a star on the verge of explosion. "The old fool!" Megatron bellowed, swinging the black gold mining hammer down upon the sorcerer. The sorcerer attempted to evade, but it was too late. The hammer, imbued with cataclysmic power, struck the sorcerer, reducing him to a mere heap of scrap metal. The surrounding Decepticons stood in stunned silence, having never encountered such might or witnessed such brutal ferocity. "Our leader is magnificent." Barricade was the first to react, exultantly cheering. The other Decepticons soon followed suit, echoing their admiration. "Leader, leader, leader." Megatron sheathed the black gold mining hammer and cast a cold glance over the Decepticons. "Silence," he growled, instantly silencing them. "We have not yet triumphed." His voice was grave as he continued. "The Quintessence will not relent. We must prepare ourselves." "Yes, leader." The Decepticons responded in unison. Megatron gazed upward, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. "Quintessence, await your reckoning. I shall make you pay." After the battle, Megatron returned alone to his base, his injuries severe. He sat in a chair, the cosmic cube in hand, lost in contemplation. He knew that today's victory was but a fleeting triumph. The Quintessence were powerful and would not easily let him go. Moreover, while the cosmic cube's strength was immense, it was fraught with peril. He needed to discover a means to control the cube swiftly, or it would inevitably turn against him. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. "Enter," Megatron commanded. The door swung open, revealing Elita. "Leader, are you unscathed?" she inquired with concern. "I am fine," Megatron replied, shaking his head. "What brings you here?" Elita hesitated before speaking. "Leader, I wish to join the Decepticons." Megatron paused, taken aback, then broke into a smile. "Why?" he asked. Because I admire you," Elita murmured. Her gaze lowered. Megatron studied Elita, noting the sincerity in her eyes. "Very well," he nodded. "Welcome to the Decepticons." Elita lifted her head, a radiant smile illuminating her face. "Thank you, leader," she exclaimed with excitement. Megatron gazed at Elita's departing silhouette, lost in contemplation. He was uncertain whether his decision was right or wrong, yet he knew there was no turning back. He must guide the Decepticons towards victory. Subsequently, Megatron activated his internal memory panel. Name: Megatron. Category: Combat Robot. Torque, Speed, and Defense vary with energy supply. Transformation: Type 38 Handgun, Armed Tank. Weapons: Black Gold Mining Hammer, Electromagnetic Cannon, Worn Shield. Fusion Cannon requires 2,000 energy points per discharge. Energy: Total 6,000 points, currently 500 points. Cosmic Cube provides an additional 20,000 points. Module: Divine Modification Module. Enables profound understanding of mechanical modification capabilities. Overall rating: 26 stars. Chapter 41. Modification of the Cosmic Cube. Birth of the Super Fusion Cannon. Megatron scrutinized the data displayed on the panel, particularly the meager energy reserve, and let out a disdainful snort. With such scan energy, it was hardly sufficient for anything. It seemed he would need to utilize the Cosmic Cube's energy. Grasping the Cosmic Cube, a purple glow danced across his metallic visage, illuminating the fervor in his eyes. Divine Modification Module, activate. A wave of electric pain surged through his entire being, as countless mechanical schematics and energy formulas erupted in his mind, ultimately coalescing into a clear modification plan. Megatron yanked down the dilapidated shield that hung on the wall, a relic he had long regarded as mere scrap metal, seized from some unfortunate Autobot. Now, it would serve its purpose. This shall be it. With the precision of a master watchmaker, he disassembled the shield using his claw-like hands, deftly intertwining the energy circuits of the Cosmic Cube with the shield-S structure. Blue arcs of electricity danced through the air, accompanied by the piercing sound of metal grinding against metal echoing throughout the base. As the final component clicked into place, the battered shield transformed dramatically, its surface adorned with flowing purple energy patterns, with the Cosmic Cube embedded at its center, pulsating like a beating heart. The shield vibrated gently. As energy surged wildly around it, the energy reading on Megatron's panel rising at a visible rate. Ha ha ha, is complete. Megatron roared with laughter, feeling an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. Fusion cannon, activate. He raised the shield before him, the cosmic cube's brilliance intensifying, as a formidable energy gathered at the muzzle, erupting forth with a thunderous blast. Instantly, a massive charred hole appeared in the wall, debris and metal fragments scattering in every direction. The explosion startled Alita, who had just departed moments earlier. She burst through the door, anxiously exclaiming, "Leader, what has happened? Come and witness my new toy." Megatron proudly displayed the shield in his hand alongside the gaping hole in the wall. With this device, energy would be abundant. The fusion cannon could unleash its full might at will. Alita's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed upon the scene before her. This battered shield could actually absorb energy. It could enhance the firepower of the fusion cannon. This was utterly extraordinary. At that moment, a cacophony erupted outside the base. The shrill voice of Starscream mingled within the clamor. "I'm telling you, Thundercracker, you wouldn't believe it. Back in my day, before he could finish." He caught sight of the scene inside the base. The massive hole in the wall, the shield shimmering with a purple glow, and the arrogant smirk etched upon Megatron's face. Both Starscream and Thundercracker stood frozen, their mouths agape, as if they could swallow an energy cube whole. He pointed at the shield in Megatron's hand, stammering, "What on earth is that? Did you install the cosmic cube on the shield?" Megatron cast a disdainful glance in his direction, sneering, "What's wrong? Jealous? Would you like me to upgrade your pathetic wings?" Starscream's face shifted from crimson to pallid. He had just recalled Megatron's devastating cannon blast and found himself at a loss for words. He cleared his throat and feigned calmness, saying, "I'm merely curious. This device appears rather perilous." "Perilous?" Megatron laughed heartily. "Indeed, it is quite hazardous for foes." Suddenly, he aimed the fusion cannon at Starscream, the purple energy flickering at the barrel's tip. Starscream trembled in fright, his legs quaking uncontrollably. "Wait, leader, let us discuss this civilly." His voice quavered, and his wings instinctively spread open, poised for flight. A wicked smile crept across Megatron's lips. "Tell me, what do you think would happen if I transformed your wings into energy receivers?" He retracted the fusion cannon, and the purple energy flickered out as if snuffed by an invisible hand, leaving a charred scent wafting through the air. He strode purposefully toward a pile of discarded metal parts in the corner, resembling a beast foraging for sustenance. Seeing this, Starscream's eyes darted around, formulating a plan. The madman had finally calmed down. Now was his chance to make a discreet exit. He began to shuffle sideways like a crab, attempting to silently retreat from this treacherous place. However, such a trivial maneuver could not escape Alita's keen gaze. She dashed forward, blocking Starscream's path, her eyes sharp as daggers. Fixated on him, with a pointed chin, she gestured toward Megatron and then to the spot where Starscream had just stood, conveying a clear message. "You better behave." Starscream swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He had no desire to experience the wrath of the fusion cannon again and reluctantly retreated, watching helplessly as Megatron busied himself among the heap of scrap metal. Megatron hummed a dissonant tune as he sifted through the pile of scrap metal, resembling a scavenger assembling an array of peculiar components. Before long, a rudimentary energy receiver emerged in his hands, shimmering with an eerie blue light. He approached the wall and activated the fusion cannon once more. Boom! Another resounding explosion echoed as a larger hole appeared in the wall, nearly large enough for a small car to pass through. Debris and metallic fragments scattered like raindrops, shrouding the air in dust. "How about that? Quite impressive, isn't it?" Megatron proudly exhibited his creation to the onlookers, akin to a child flaunting a prized toy. Starscream's eyes glinted, and he promptly donned a sycophantic grin. "Oh, Commander, your brilliance is unparalleled. This fusion cannon is truly a formidable weapon. My admiration for you flows like an endless river." He rubbed his hands together, leaning closer to Megatron. "Might I request an upgrade as well? I am willing to serve you with unwavering loyalty, ready to face any peril for your cause." Megatron cast a sidelong glance at him. "Oh, how do you wish to serve?" Starscream quickly replied, "I can assist in maximizing the shield's capabilities, elevating its power to unprecedented heights." Megatron approached Starscream, seizing his wings with a firm grip. Starscream trembled, the metal of his wings creaking ominously as if they might disassemble at any moment. What do you intend to do? He stuttered, his voice quivering like a chicken ensnared by the neck. Do not fret. I am merely enhancing you. Megatron smirked devilishly, affixing the energy receiver to Starscream's wings. He activated the cosmic cube shield, and the purple energy streams began to flow along intricate circuits, gradually feeding into the apparatus on Starscream's wings. How does it feel? Megatron inquired. Starscream paused momentarily before joyfully realizing that the energy within him surged rapidly, an unprecedented sensation of power coursing through his being. It's utterly marvelous. Commander, you are a genius, Starscream exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement, nearly compelled to kneel before Megatron in reverence. Soundwave, witnessing the scene, hurried over to flatter. The commander is magnificent. The commander is awe-inspiring. I too am eager to serve you. Megatron nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Henceforth, you shall follow my lead diligently, and your rewards shall be plentiful. Chapter 42. Enhancing Starscream. The battle against Quintessence, he turned and strode deeper into the base, declaring, Starscream, you're tasked with researching how to convert the shield's energy into offensive power. Soundwave, seek out additional energy mines to replenish the cosmic cube. At your command, Commander. Starscream and Soundwave replied in unison, their faces aglow with exhilaration. Alita gazed at the retreating figure of Megatron, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her eyes. She could not fathom Megatron's true intentions, yet the formidable power and ambition he exuded instilled in her a sense of both dread and exhilaration. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed outside the base, accompanied by a frantic voice exclaiming, It's bad. Quintessence. The Quintessence are attacking. Instantly, the atmosphere within the base grew tense, permeated with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Scorponok, in a fit of panic, plummeted from midair, sparks flying from the devices on his wings as he clumsily scrambled to his feet, shouting in alarm. Where the Quintessence scum? Thundercracker was no better off, clutching his cannon, trembling as if he were a dilapidated machine on the verge of disintegration. What do we do now? Leader. He stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Megatron looked at these two incompetent beings, a wave of irritation washing over him. These two fools could do nothing but create chaos at a critical moment. However, his face remained impassive, a cold smile curling upon his lips. What are you afraid of? The Quintessence arrival is fortuitous. I have been yearning for an opportunity to showcase the might of the Decepticons. He seized Scorponok by the neck and lifted him with ease. Scorponok, did you not wish to demonstrate the prowess of your new wings? Now is the time. He hurled Scorponok into the sky. Get airborne and take down those Quintessent pests. Turning to Thundercracker, he commanded, Thundercracker, is your cannon merely ornamental? Fire with all your might. Let the entire Cybertron hear the roar of the Decepticons. Megatron approached Soundwave, his tone somber yet resolute. Soundwave, initiate a planetary broadcast. I want all Transformers to witness who the true master of Cybertron is. Soundwave nodded, uttering not a word, and promptly activated his laser beak, commencing the planetary transmission. The live footage revealed Megatron wielding a black gold mining hammer, standing at the base's entrance like a guardian deity. Behind him, the Decepticon members, though somewhat disordered, gradually steadied themselves under Megatron's leadership, assuming battle stances. In the distance, clouds of dust billowed as the Quintessent warships emerged on the horizon, a dark swarm akin to locusts blotting out the sun. They've arrived, Megatron growled, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He understood that this would be a fierce battle. Yet it was also one that could alter the fate of Cybertron. The Quintessent warships fired the first shot, energy projectiles cascading down like a torrential rain. Megatron raised the cosmic cube shield, a violet energy barrier unfurling instantly to deflect all incoming attacks. Charge! At his command, he surged forward into the enemy ranks. The black gold mining hammer in his hand swung with ferocity, each strike obliterating a Quintessent into fragments. In his grasp, the cosmic cube shield exhibited formidable offensive power, wielded as a weapon to send adversaries hurtling away. Red Spider, what are you doing? Buzzing around like a fly, what good is that? Megatron admonished, all while engaged in combat, not forgetting to chastise the errant Red Spider flitting about in the air. Startled by the reprimand, Red Spider finally recalled his newly modified wings. He plunged down with vigor, the crimson energy emanating from his wings radiating brightly, slicing through the body of a quintessent, cleaving it in twain. Ha ha ha! Leader, I did it! Red Spider exclaimed with exuberance, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. Enough chatter. Continue the assault. Megatron coldly quashed Red Spider's exuberance. Meanwhile, Thundercracker hid behind Megatron, occasionally firing a shot. Though his aim was lacking, the tremendous explosions were sufficient to intimidate their foes. Barricade, Rampage, Devastator, and the others were also embroiled in fierce struggle, as if battling for their own futures. After all, they were merely mining robots. Above, Soundwave's laserbeak soared, transmitting live footage of the intense battle to every corner of Cybertron. In the visuals, Megatron appeared as if possessed by a war god, unstoppable in his advance. Each strike he delivered was infused with strength and finesse, and every roar echoed powerfully. Transformers across Cybertron paused their tasks to witness the live broadcast. They had never witnessed such valorous combat or such a formidable leader. A wave of resistance against the Quintessons began to ripple through Cybertron. They started to realize that the Quintessons were not invincible. United, they could indeed protect their homeland. The battle raged for hours, with the Quintessons suffering heavy losses, yet they did not relent in their assault. Instead, they seemed enraged, deploying even more powerful weaponry. At that moment, a massive Quintesson warship loomed above the battlefield. This vessel dwarfed the previous ships, armed with weapons of even greater might. This is bad. It's the Quintesson flagship, Red Spider cried in terror. Megatron felt the immense pressure, but did not falter. He took a deep breath, his eyes shining with determination. Decepticons, prepare for the final showdown. The flagship's main cannon began to charge, a wave of destructive energy coalescing. Megatron knew that if the shot landed, the entire Decepticon base would be reduced to ashes. He had to find a way to prevent it. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, Elita appeared. She drove a modified Cybertronian sports car, racing toward the Quintesson flagship with lightning speed. The sight of Elita sent all the Autobots watching the broadcast into stunned silence. What? An Autobot? How can there be an Autobot? Are they not all miners and machines? Why have the Autobots joined their ranks? It remains unclear. However, observe the barricades in Sector 12, where the adjustment vehicles have also allied with the Decepticons. What is the meaning of this? How could Megatron possess such charisma? Meanwhile, Alita, piloting her modified sports car, darted through the chaos like a crimson lightning bolt amidst the barrage of fire. The bombardment from the Quintesson flagship erupted behind her, the deafening explosions nearly overwhelming her audio receptors. Yet, she felt no fear. Instead, exhilaration coursed through her veins. She relished the thrill of skirting the edge of mortality, the intoxicating rush of pushing her limits. Megatron, behold! Alita exclaimed, yanking the control stick with fervor, her vehicle narrowly grazing the flagship's energy shield. In that fleeting moment, she pressed the launch button. A specially designed electromagnetic pulse bomb was unleashed, striking precisely at the flagship's energy shield generator. Chapter 43. The suspected cosmic overlord prepares for battle. The flagship's energy shield flickered momentarily before extinguishing. A golden opportunity, Megatron declared, immediately issuing orders. Thunderous, target their vulnerabilities and strike with ferocity. Thunderous could hardly contain his impatience. He hefted his colossal cannon, aiming at the flagship's exposed core, and fired. The energy projectile, trailing a long plume of flame, crashed into the flagship, igniting a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! The flagship's weapon systems were instantly incapacitated, flames erupting in all directions. Dense smoke billowing forth. Ha ha ha! What a delight! Thunderous cawed with excitement, piloting his fighter jet like a ravenous wolf lunging for its prey, heading straight for the flagship's engine. Taste my wrath. A series of explosions erupted, engulfing the engine compartment in fierce flames, clouds of smoke blotting out the sky. The flagship trembled violently, losing control as it began its slow descent. Charge, brothers! Thunderous roared, rallying the adjustment vehicles, which surged forth like a pack of iron beasts towards the disoriented Quintesson ground forces. Crush them! The searchlights howled as they sent one Quintesson flying. Our captain is magnificent! Golden Bug, Highway, Broadload, and Pursuit echoed their support, spirits soaring high. The laser birds of Soundwave circled above, relaying real-time updates of the battlefield to Megatron. Leader, The enemy is in full retreat. Their escape route is clear. Pursue with all our might. Leave no one behind. A cold glimmer flashed in Megatron's eyes as he commanded. The Decepticons, emboldened, chased after the fleeing quintessence. The cacophony of battle cries, explosions, and metal clashing weaving a chaotic yet intense symphony of war. Standing atop the heights, Megatron surveyed the retreating quintessence, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This victory not only bolstered the Decepticons' morale, but also ignited a flicker of hope among the other Transformers of Cybertron. "This is merely the beginning," Megatron murmured, his eyes glinting with ambitious fervor. He yearned for greater power, desiring to conquer all of Cybertron, and even the entire universe. At that moment, a figure emerged behind him. "Alita, are you all right?" Megatron inquired with concern upon seeing Alita. Her vehicle was severely damaged, yet she remained unscathed. Approaching Megatron, she wore a hint of an exhilarated smile. "I'm fine, leader." This battle was absolutely thrilling. Observing Alita's enthusiasm, Megatron felt a stir within him. This young Autobot possessed a brave and fearless heart, along with an insatiable thirst for power, truly a reflection of himself. A future leader in the making. "You performed admirably, Alita," Megatron praised, patting her shoulder. "You have great potential. Follow me, and I shall make you even stronger." Alita's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing Megatron's words. She had long admired him, yearning for his acknowledgement. Now, her dream had finally come to fruition. "Thank you, leader. I will strive to do my best," Alita exclaimed with enthusiasm. Megatron gazed at her, a profound understanding in his eyes. He recognized that Alita's allegiance would greatly benefit the Decepticons. Just then, Soundwave approached. "Leader, I have intercepted a communication from the Quintessence," he reported. "They are requesting reinforcements." Megatron's brow furrowed slightly at this revelation. It seemed the Quintessence had not abandoned their plans to conquer Cybertron. "It appears we have a fierce battle ahead," Megatron stated solemnly. "Leader, I have another discovery," Soundwave continued. The Quintessence mentioned an entity known as the Cosmic Emperor. The namesake caused both Megatron and Alita to pause in surprise. They had never encountered it before. "According to my intelligence analysis, the Cosmic Emperor is an exceedingly powerful being, even more formidable than the Quintessence," Soundwave elucidated. "It appears the Quintessence are seeking assistance from the Cosmic Emperor." A wave of unease surged within Megatron at this revelation. If the Cosmic Emperor indeed existed, the future of Cybertron will be even more perilous. We must expedite our search for stronger energy sources or weaponry to enhance our might. Only then can we stand against the Quintessence, and even the Cosmic Emperor. "Soundwave, the matter of the Cosmic Emperor is entrusted to you," Megatron commanded, his voice low and authoritative, imbued with a metallic resonance. His crimson optic gleamed with perilous light, akin to the flickering energy sparks across the desolate plains of Cybertron. "As you wish, leader," Soundwave replied, his tone as calm and unruffled as ever. The cassette slot on his chest slightly opened, and a laser bird sprang forth, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the horizon. The Soundwaves promptly activated the data analysis program, and a torrent of vast data surged within him, with various cosmic signals and fragments of intelligence swirling before his eyes, interweaving into a complex and enigmatic tableau. "Alita," Megatron turned to the female Autobot beside him, his tones somewhat softened, yet still imbued with an undeniable command. "Your performance is commendable, but falls short. A true warrior must continuously hone their skills." Alita's eyes sparkled with excitement and admiration. She clenched her fists and resolutely replied, "I will strive harder, my leader. I yearn to grow stronger. Otherwise, how could I ever?" "Very well," Megatron nodded in satisfaction. "I shall personally guide you to become a true warrior." He gestured towards a nearby training ground. "Go. Let me witness the limits of your capabilities." Immediately, Alita dashed towards the training area, transforming into her car mode, racing across the field with tires screeching against the ground. She practiced various combat techniques, shifting into her robot form for hand-to-hand combat training and reverting to her vehicle mode for high-speed maneuvers and shooting exercises. Sweat and oil mingling as they streamed down her metallic frame. Megatron observed Alita's training in silence, a flicker of approval crossing his eyes, yet accompanied by a sense of inexplicable conflict. He understood that Alita's presence here was merely a desire to be near him. After pondering for a moment, He decided it best to stabilize the situation. Starscream, Megatron contacted him through the communicator, "Come to my command room." Before long, Starscream arrived, fidgeting as he entered Megatron's chamber. He cautiously assessed Megatron's expression, fearful of inciting the ire of his volatile leader. "My lord, you summon me?" Starscream inquired, his tone submissive. "We require more powerful weaponry." Megatron stated bluntly, "The Quintessons are merely the beginning. Greater threats loom ahead." The name Unicron unsettles me. Starscream paused momentarily, then quickly responded, "Unicron? What manner of being is that?" "We do not yet know," Megatron replied coldly, "but we must prepare ourselves. I need you to secretly develop a new type of weapon, one of immense power, preferably capable of obliterating a city in a single shot." Chapter 44. The Return of the Fallen. The Cybertronian War begins. Starscream's circuits trembled at the command, and he swallowed nervously, stammering, "My lord, the development of such a weapon is extraordinarily challenging." With a swift motion, Megatron struck Starscream's head, sending him tumbling to the ground. "Enough of your prattle. I only care for results. Fail to complete the task, and you shall face the consequences." The Red Spider, terrified to the core, hastily scrambled to his feet and fled the command room in a frantic tumble. As he ran, he muttered to himself, "To obliterate an entire city with a single strike. What a ludicrous fantasy." Yet, the leader's command is not to be defied. Megatron, observing the Red Spider's clumsy retreat, could not suppress a cold smirk at the corner of his mouth. Such a duplicitous character. Were it not for the current shortage of personnel, I would have long since cast you into the furnace for reforging. Once he had dealt with these matters, Megatron made his way to the Decepticon energy reservoir. Within the vast chamber, the energy cubes essential for the Decepticon survival gleamed with an ethereal blue light, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky. As Megatron scrutinized the energy reserves, his brow furrowed in concern. Despite their recent victory and the acquisition of several quintessent energy cubes, the Decepticon supply was still insufficient to sustain a large-scale war. Energy. Megatron mused, lost in contemplation. He understood that energy was the cornerstone of warfare. Without ample resources, all discussions were futile. Suddenly, a thought struck him, the Allspark. This enigmatic object, brimming with immense energy, could not only create transformers, but also unleash a significant amount of power. Perhaps it could resolve the Decepticon energy crisis. Soundwave, what progress have you made regarding the Allspark? Megatron immediately contacted Soundwave. Leader, based on the intelligence gathered thus far, it appears the Allspark is hidden in a place known as the Lost Zone. Soundwave's voice resonated through the communicator. The Lost Zone? Megatron's brow knitted in confusion. What manner of place is this? An ancient legend, Soundwave elucidated, claims that the Lost Zone is the most perilous location on Cybertron, fraught with unknown dangers and traps, so treacherous that even the Quintessons steer clear of it. Upon hearing this, Megatron felt a surge of exhilaration. Danger? Traps? Such trivialities meant little to him. He craved challenge. He yearned for conquest. Excellent. A greedy glimmer sparkled in Megatron's eyes as he prepared to set forth. Destination, the Lost Zone. He thought to himself, the Allspark shall be mine. No one will dare take it from me. Thus, he emerged from the energy reservoir to rally the Decepticons, ready to embark on a journey to the Lost Zone. Just then, the alarm in the energy reservoir blared, its shrill sound echoing throughout the entire base. "What is happening?" roared Megatron, his voice laced with fury. A panicked Decepticon soldier stumbled towards him, pale and stammering. "Leader, it's terrible. The energy reservoir, it's been stolen." "What?" Megatron felt an electric shock surge from his feet to the crown of his head. He seized the soldier by the neck, bellowing, "What did you say?" "The energy reservoir has been stolen." "Who did this?" The soldier trembled in fear, pointing towards the energy vault and stammering, "A red figure." A red figure. A chilling thought flashed through Megatron's mind as a shiver coursed down his spine. He forcefully shoved aside the quaking Decepticon soldier and hastened towards the energy vault. The vault's entrance had been brutally breached, and the once towering stacks of energy cubes had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only an empty metallic framework that appeared desolate under the dim lighting. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burnt materials, and scattered across the ground were shards of red metal, glinting ominously in the faint light. "Damn it!" Megatron bellowed, striking the metallic wall with a fist that echoed through the chamber. The theft of the energy vault was a dire blow to the Decepticons. Without sufficient energy, they would be unable to continue their struggle against the Quintessons and Autobots, let alone seek the Allspark. He immediately contacted Soundwave. Soundwave, investigate at once. I need to know who has stolen our energy cubes. At your command, Soundwave replied, his voice maintaining its calm demeanor, though Megatron sensed a grave undertone. Shortly thereafter, Soundwave relayed his findings. Leader, based on residual energy signatures and eyewitness accounts, it is highly likely that the thief is the Fallen. The Fallen. Megatron sprang to his feet, astonishment and confusion etched across his features. What manner of being is that? A relic of ancient lore, Soundwave intoned, his voice low and gravelly. He was the leader of the Autobots in a bygone era, lost time. Some say he was devoured by Unicron, while others claim he has fled to the depths of the cosmos. An ancient artifact? What do you want with my energy cubes? Megatron seethed, his anger palpable. Does he intend to rise again and contest my dominion? The Fallen is immense and possesses formidable strength, Soundwave elucidated. Sustaining such power demands a considerable energy supply. He likely stole your energy cubes to replenish himself. Megatron paced the command room, his expression dark and foreboding. The emergence of the Fallen had utterly disrupted his plans. He had intended to locate the Allspark first, resolve the energy crisis, and then confront the Autobots and Quintessons. Now, he was compelled to address this unforeseen threat at once. The matters of the Lost Sector and the Allspark would have to be set aside for the moment. Resolutely, Megatron declared, our immediate priority is to locate the Fallen and reclaim our energy cubes. Soundwave, track the Fallen's whereabouts immediately. At your command. Soundwave worked with remarkable efficiency, swiftly pinpointing the Fallen's location. He was concealed within a desolate ruin on Cybertron, a place that had once been a thriving city but now lay in ruins, scattered with remnants of abandoned machinery. Starscream, Megatron bellowed into the communicator, assemble the troops immediately. Prepare for departure. Target the ruins. Yes, leader. A formidable legion of Decepticons surged forth under Megatron's command, their presence exuding palpable menace as they advanced towards the ruins. They obliterated every obstacle in their path, reducing the surrounding structures to rubble under their relentless barrage, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Upon reaching the ruins, Megatron's gaze fell upon the Fallen, a colossal figure radiating a sinister crimson glow, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell. The Fallen. Megatron roared, you have stolen my energon, and today you shall pay the price. The Fallen slowly turned, his scarlet eyes locking onto Megatron, emitting a low, menacing growl. Megatron, you have finally arrived. Spare me your words. Megatron raised his fusion cannon, aiming it at the Fallen. Return my energon to me. The Fallen erupted into laughter. Those energon cubes are mine now. If you desire them, you must seize them yourself. A fierce battle was imminent. Megatron struck first, unleashing a brilliant beam of energy from his fusion cannon towards the Fallen. The Fallen stood his ground, absorbing the blast with unwavering resolve. The energy burst erupted upon him, igniting sparks, yet failed to inflict any harm. Is this all you are capable of? The Fallen taunted, you are far too weak. With a powerful swing of his massive arm, he sent Megatron hurtling through the air. Chapter 45. Your sword is my sword. Hand it over. Megatron crashed heavily to the ground, feeling as though his very bones were about to shatter. Struggling to rise, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes ablaze with fury and defiance. Curse that old wretch, he muttered under his breath. I will slay you. He raised his fusion cannon once more, preparing to strike. At that moment, a peculiar energy fluctuation surged behind him. He spun around to discover a shadowy figure had silently materialized at his back. This enigmatic entity, tall and cloaked in darkness, wore a black mask that concealed its face, revealing only a pair of chilling blue eyes that seemed to penetrate through all. Who are you? Megatron inquired, his voice laced with caution. The mysterious figure offered no response, instead slowly raising an unusual weapon, a long black sword. The blade shimmered with an eerie violet glow, emanating a potent dark energy that sent a shiver through Megatron's core. You. A sense of ominous foreboding washed over Megatron. What manner of being are you? The figure remained silent, merely lifting the sword, pointing its tip mere inches from Megatron's nose, the frigid aura of the blade seemingly freezing the very paint upon his armor. He stood rigidly, the energy hum of the fusion cannon diminishing, as the air became saturated with the acrid scent of gunpowder and an indescribable, peculiar odor reminiscent of decaying circuit boards mingled with cheap motor oil. At this critical juncture, the raspy voice of the fallen Titan shattered the silence. Cease, Shadow Demon. He is not your prey. The enigmatic figure known as the Shadow Demon slowly sheathed his sword, yet did not lower it, the tip still aimed at Megatron. His blue eyes glimmering with an unsettling light through the mask. He disregarded the fallen Titan, appearing entirely oblivious to his words. Seizing the moment, Megatron retreated a step, widening the distance between himself and the Shadow Demon, as the energy of the fusion cannon surged once more, buzzing ominously. Fallen Titan, who is this individual? Your new ally? His tone dripped with sarcasm, while he remained vigilant, ready to unleash fire at any moment. The fallen Titan emitted a low, sardonic chuckle, akin to the sound of rusted gears grinding. Ally? You overestimate my position, Megatron. This fellow is no trifling adversary. I merely escaped by a stroke of luck from his blade. These wounds, he gestured to the myriad of scratches adorning his body, are a testament to his prowess. The Shadow Demon remained silent, seemingly indifferent to the world around him, standing there quietly like a specter from another realm. That technique he employed seemed somewhat familiar. Megatron squinted, meticulously recalling the trajectory of the Shadow Demon's strike and the accompanying energy fluctuations, reminiscent of the shadow power of the Cosmic Emperor. The fallen Titan's voice carried a note of surprise. You recognized it? Indeed, this lad has somehow mastered the Cosmic Emperor's shadow power. In my previous encounter with him, he nearly drained my energy. He paused, a hint of pride creeping into his tone. However, I acquired a few tricks from the Cosmic Emperor myself, and I've returned to test my mettle against the Quintessence five-faced beast. If we join forces, we can certainly defeat the five-faced beast and reclaim control of Cybertron. Megatron internally scoffed, aware that the fallen Titan sought to draw him into the fray. This cunning old fox aimed to use him against the five-faced beast. He was not so easily fooled. Collaboration? It warrants consideration. He feigned contemplation. However, you must first demonstrate your prowess against the five-faced beast. If you truly possess the skill, I shall naturally consider an alliance. The fallen Titan fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. His crimson eyes sparkled with avarice, clearly coveting the resources held by the five-faced beast for some time. Very well, he finally acquiesced. I shall strike first at the five-faced beast. Prepare to witness my might. With that, the fallen Titan turned and strode away, his massive form echoing heavy footfalls upon the ground, soon vanishing into the depths of the ruins. Megatron observed the retreating figure of the fallen Titan, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. He certainly would not fully trust the words of the fallen Titan. This old fellow was cunning and shrewd, and one could only speculate what schemes lay beneath his facade. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to test the strength of the five-faced monster, allowing him to reap the benefits from the ensuing chaos. Hey, Megatron turned to the Shadow Demon. What are you following me for? The Shadow Demon remained silent, merely trailing behind Megatron like a steadfast shadow. Growing increasingly impatient, Megatron demanded, What do you want? Speak. Finally, the Shadow Demon reacted. He slowly lifted his head, his blue eyes, concealed beneath the mask, fixated on Megatron, emanating a chilling tone. I require your energy. My energy? Megatron paused momentarily, taken aback. What do you need my energy for? To restore my sword, the Shadow Demon replied succinctly. Restore your sword? Megatron's confusion deepened. What is wrong with your sword? The Shadow Demon fell silent for a moment before responding slowly. My sword has been tainted by the dark energy of the Cosmic Emperor. I need immense power to purify it. At last, Megatron comprehended. The Shadow Demon was not an ally of the fallen Titan. He had his own agenda. He sought Megatron's energy to mend the sword corrupted by the Cosmic Emperor's dark power. Very well, Megatron shrugged. I can provide you with some energy. However, in exchange, you must do me a favor. What favor? The Shadow Demon inquired. In a crucial moment, assist me in eliminating the fallen Titan. A glint of coldness flashed in Megatron's eyes. The Shadow Demon remained silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Agreed. Thus, Megatron and the Shadow Demon forged an alliance. Megatron would supply energy for the restoration of the Shadow Demon's sword, and in return, the Shadow Demon would aid Megatron in vanquishing the fallen Titan. Together, they departed the ruins, heading towards the Decepticon base. Along the way, Megatron contemplated how to wield the Shadow Demon's power for his own ends. He recognized that the Shadow Demon was a formidable warrior, endowed with the shadowy might of the Cosmic Emperor. If he could control him, he would become a powerful weapon against both the Autobots and the five-faced monster. However, the Shadow Demon was an enigma, shrouded in mystery, with secrets hidden deep within. Whether Megatron could master this perilous ally or ultimately fall victim to his treachery remained an uncertainty. Upon returning to the base, Megatron placed the Shadow Demon in a concealed chamber and provided him with several energy blocks. The Shadow Demon accepted the energy blocks and silently commenced the restoration of his sword. The purple luminescence of the blade gradually faded, replaced by a purer, more profound black glow. Megatron stood by, quietly observing the Shadow Demon. He noted the powerful aura of darkness that emanated from him, causing a shiver down his spine. This aura reminded him of the Cosmic Emperor. Did the Shadow Demon share a connection with the Cosmic Emperor? The thought flickered through Megatron's mind, instilling a sense of unease within him. He resolved to swiftly uncover the true identity of the Shadow Demon and the nature of his connection with the Cosmic Emperor. Subsequently, Megatron recalled his divine modification module, pondering whether it could assist in restoring that sword. "Perhaps I have a method to genuinely restore your weapon," he declared, stepping forth from the shadows, his tone laced with a barely perceptible arrogance. He thumped his armored chest, the metallic clang resonating with a dull sound. "My divine modification module is far from mere decoration." The Shadow Demon lifted his gaze, his crimson, singular eye glinting with skepticism. The shadow, sword in his grasp, buzzed ominously, the purple corrosion upon its blade spreading like a venomous serpent, aggravating him immensely. Megatron approached the Shadow Demon, pointing at the sword. "This item appears formidable, albeit somewhat worn." A grin broke across his face, revealing a jagged array of metallic teeth. "Allow me to rejuvenate its color, shall we?" The Shadow Demon remained silent, merely extending the sword towards him. He was curious to see what tricks this audacious individual could conjure. Accepting the Shadow Sword, Megatron activated the Divine Modification Module, unleashing a blinding radiance. The previously dim purple glow of the blade intensified abruptly, as if it sought to consume all. Yet the brilliance was fleeting, quickly fading into pure black, akin to a starlit void. Simultaneously, intricate golden patterns emerged upon the blade, resembling ancient runes, mysterious and enigmatic. An unprecedented surge of power emanated from the sword, and a flicker of imperceptible delight crossed the Shadow Demon's eyes. He nodded slightly, a gesture of gratitude towards Megatron. Sensing the success of his endeavor, Megatron's heart swelled with joy. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Seizing the moment, he remarked, "What do you think? My craftsmanship is rather commendable, is it not?" This sword now truly embodies the essence of the Shadow Sword. "Indeed, its prowess has significantly increased," the Shadow Demon replied, caressing the blade with a hint of excitement in his voice. Megatron stepped closer, patting him on the shoulder. "In that case, why not join forces? Together, we shall confront the Autobots and those accursed quintessence. What say you?" The Shadow Demon did not respond immediately, instead countering, "Collaboration? What form would it take? What benefits shall I reap?" Megatron erupted into hearty laughter. "Benefits? Accompany me, and all that you desire shall be yours. Power, energy, everything in abundance." The Shadow Demon appeared unimpressed by such offerings, his singular red eye fixated on Megatron. "I require none of that. I seek only power and all the energy of Cybertron." Megatron was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the Shadow Demon's lofty ambitions. However, he soon considered that if he could dominate the Shadow Demon and bend him to his will, the sovereignty over Cybertron would be of little consequence. "Very well." Megatron gritted his teeth. "I accept your terms. As long as you assist me in vanquishing the Autobots and the Quintessence, Cybertron shall be yours." Upon hearing this, Shadow Demon fell into deep contemplation. He weighed the proposal of Megatron while pondering the trajectory of his own future. "Allow me some time to consider," Shadow Demon finally replied. "Very well," Megatron responded readily. "But I advise you to reach a decision swiftly. The Autobots and Quintessence will not wait for us." Shadow Demon chose not to speak further, turning to depart the room, leaving Megatron standing there, a triumphant smile gracing his features. "Do you think you can rule Cybertron? Once I have extracted all your worth, I shall cast you into the cosmic junkyard. Megatron mused darkly. In the ensuing days, Shadow Demon sequestered himself in his quarters, remaining unseen. Megatron did not intrude upon him, understanding that Shadow Demon required time for contemplation. During this interval, Megatron busied himself, convening the Decepticon ranks to formulate a new battle strategy. Starscream, ascertain the movements of the Autobots, he commanded. Soundwave, gather intelligence on any recent activities of the Quintessence. The subordinates responded in unison. As you command, leader. Thundercracker and Shockwave, reinforce the base's defenses to guard against any surprise assaults from the Autobots. Yes, leader. They acknowledged and promptly set about their tasks. Once arrangements were complete, Megatron ascended to the observation deck of the base, gazing out over the distant cityscape of Cybertron. Soon, I shall become the sovereign of this planet. Ambition sparkled in Megatron's eyes. At that moment, a figure suddenly materialized behind him. Have you reached a conclusion? Megatron inquired without turning. I accept your terms. Shadow Demon's voice was low and gravelly. Megatron turned to face him, a victorious grin spreading across his visage. Excellent. From this moment forward, we are allies. Before Megatron's resounding laughter could fully dissipate, an individual burst in with urgency, nearly colliding with Shadow Demon. It was Thundercracker, disheveled and covered in unfamiliar grime, as though he had just crawled from a refuse heap. Megatron, we have a grave situation, Thundercracker exclaimed, breathless and flustered, a stark contrast to his usual composed demeanor. Megatron frowned in discontent. Thundercracker, must you not be mindful of your appearance? One might think you were pursued by a pack of mechanical hounds. Shadow Demon's crimson optic coldly scrutinized Thundercracker, clearly displeased at the interruption of their discourse, ignoring the mockery of Megatron and the disdainful gaze of Shadow Demon. Thundercracker hastily continued. Optimus Prime intends to ally with the Fallen to assault the Quintessence base. Shockwave has even been rallying forces in the gladiatorial arena. And now Optimus Prime is getting involved. Stunned by this barrage of revelations, both Megatron and Shadow Demon stood speechless. Optimus Prime? What business does he have in this? Megatron questioned, bewildered. Who knows? Perhaps he merely wishes to showcase his pitiful combat prowess. Tread of Heaven disdainfully curled his lip. In any case, the current situation is utterly chaotic, and our opportunity for collaboration has arrived. Megatron rubbed his metallic forehead. Although he acknowledged that Tread of Heaven's intelligence was consistently accurate and that this seemingly erratic individual possessed formidable strength, the mention of collaboration made his head throb. Collaboration? Must we partner again? How long will this conflict drag on? Megatron couldn't help but grumble. This time is different, Megatron. Tread of Heaven leaned in mysteriously, lowering his voice. I have arranged for someone to enhance Optimus and his allies. When the Fallen and the six-faced monster have exhausted each other, we shall strike decisively and seize Cybertron. Shadow Demon listened silently, offering no comment, merely polishing his shadow sword. After a moment of contemplation, Megatron deemed Tread of Heaven's plan somewhat audacious, yet not entirely devoid of feasibility. After all, the age-old adage of the clam and the snipe leading to the fisherman's gain was one he understood well. Very well. Megatron finally nodded in agreement. We shall proceed as you suggest. However, should this fail, I will hold you accountable. Rest assured, Megatron, you can trust my capabilities. Tread of Heaven patted his chest in assurance, his face regaining its former confidence. In the ensuing days, the situation on Cybertron grew increasingly intricate. The 13 faced the Fallen in secret meetings, devising plans to confront the six-faced monster. Shockwave roamed the gladiatorial arena, rallying support to build his own faction. Optimus Prime, meanwhile, delved into ancient texts within the library, seeking methods to counter the six-faced monster, frequently visited by a blacksmith known as Master Titanium. Megatron and Shadow Demon remained inactive, observing the unfolding events and awaiting the opportune moment to act. Tread of Heaven mysteriously vanished for several days, reportedly in search of a mysterious figure to aid in enhancing Optimus and his comrades. One day, while Megatron and Shadow Demon were discussing battle strategies in the base, suddenly, Black Arachnia rushed in, flustered. Leader, trouble. A significant crisis has arisen. She panted. What is it? The sky could fall, and I would still be here to support you. Megatron retorted impatiently. Speak slowly. What has transpired? The Fallen has been captured. Black Arachnia stammered. What? Both Megatron and Shadow Demon exclaimed in unison. The six-faced monster set a trap and captured the Fallen. They are now preparing for a public execution. Black Arachnia finally conveyed the news. Cursed six-faced monster. Megatron roared, slamming his fist onto the table, indenting the metallic surface. It seems our plans must be expedited, Shadow Demon remarked coldly, a glint of cold light flashing in his crimson eye. Megatron took a deep breath, striving to calm himself, and promptly summoned all Decepticon members to prepare for an assault on the five-faced monster's base. Yes, Commander, Red Spider replied as he departed. At that moment, Thunderwing appeared unexpectedly, still bearing the same disheveled appearance, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Megatron, I have splendid news. I have located individuals capable of enhancing Optimus Prime and his allies. Thunderwing exclaimed with fervor. What good is that now? Megatron bellowed. The Fallen has already been captured. We must act immediately. Do not fret, Megatron. Thunderwing replied with a mysterious smile. I have already sent Optimus and his team for enhancement training. Enhancement training? What in the world are you talking about? Megatron asked, utterly bewildered. Without explanation, Thunderwing pointed to the sky. Look, what is that? Following Thunderwing's gesture, Megatron and Shadow Demon gazed skyward, where a brilliant light suddenly illuminated the sky, and a colossal figure descended, crashing heavily before the five-faced monster's base. It was none other than Optimus Prime. However, he had shed his former image of a frail scholar. He now radiated immense energy, wielding a magnificent sword that glimmered with golden light, his eyes ablaze with determination. What on earth is happening? Megatron inquired, astonished. Thunderwing chuckled with satisfaction. I told you, this time is different. As Optimus landed, dust billowed, obscuring the sun. He gradually straightened, the golden sword humming resonantly, and a powerful wave of energy expanded outward, causing even Megatron, at a distance, to feel a pang of trepidation. Megatron, Optimus's voice was deep and commanding, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. I am aware of your disdain for me, but now, we must unite. Megatron stood in shock, unable to fathom that the bookish figure he had once dismissed had transformed into such a formidable and commanding presence. For Cybertron, Optimus continued, his gaze fixed firmly on Megatron. For the future of our Transformers, I am willing to collaborate with you and the Decepticons. He paused, adding, with Thunderwing and I joining forces. We can carve a path through our enemies. You need only lead the Decepticons in a battle. Megatron regained his composure, his emotions swirling within him. He had always viewed Optimus as a thorn in his side, yet now he was being offered an alliance. However, the five-faced monster remained the greatest threat. For the sake of Cybertron and the Decepticons' future, he knew he must set aside his grievances. Very well, Megatron replied in a low voice. I agree to cooperate with you. Thunderwing chuckled beside him, patting Optimus on the shoulder. I knew you could do it. Optimus smiled faintly, his eyes brimming with confidence. At that moment, the voice of Soundwave suddenly echoed through Megatron's communicator. Leader, Shockwave has arrived. He expresses a desire to discuss collaboration with us. His voice remains as composed as ever, yet tinged with an almost imperceptible hesitation. Collaboration? Megatron furrows his brow, his countenance darkening instantly. What trickery does this opportunist intend to employ? He claims to know the whereabouts of the Allspark, Shockwave adds. The Allspark? A flicker of intrigue ignites within Megatron. This legendary energy source possesses the potential to alter the fate of Cybertron. Should it fall into his grasp, let him come forth. Megatron bellows, eager to discern what ruse he aims to play. Before long, Shockwave materializes before Megatron, maintaining his cold and unyielding demeanor, his eyes gleaming with cunning. Megatron, he inclines slightly, feigning a veneer of respect. It has been quite some time. Enough with the pleasantries. Megatron retorts, sharply, what brings you to me? Naturally, I am here to discuss collaboration. Shockwave replies nonchalantly, I am aware that you seek the Allspark, and fortuitously, I know its location. You know? Megatron scoffs, do you believe I would trust you? Trust me or not. Shockwave shrugs, however, I can inform you that the Allspark resides within the base of the Quintessence. The Quintessence base? A jolt of surprise courses through Megatron. He had never anticipated that the Allspark would be in their possession. Indeed, Shockwave affirms confidently, and I also know how to infiltrate their stronghold. Megatron falls silent, aware that Shockwave's words may be dubious. Yet the allure of the Allspark is too great to dismiss. You must take a gamble. Very well. Megatron ultimately concedes. I shall collaborate with you, but should you dare to deceive me, you will pay the price. Rest assured. Shockwave replies with a sinister smile, I shall not disappoint you. Thus, a partnership rife with schemes and machinations commences. Megatron, accompanied by the Decepticons, launches a fierce assault on the Quintessent base under the cover of Optimus Prime and Sentinel Prime. Laser fire intertwines to form a lethal net of destruction, the explosions deafening, plunging the entire base into chaos. Optimus, wielding his radiant sword, descends like a divine being, carving a path through all that stands in his way. Sentinel, like a madman, swings his massive hammer, obliterating any Quintessent soldiers in his path. Meanwhile, Megatron and Shockwave, along with a contingent of Decepticons, stealthily infiltrate the interior of the Quintessent base. The Allspark lies just ahead. Shockwave indicates towards a grand door, but it is heavily guarded. We must proceed with caution. Megatron nods, signaling for Black Arachnia and Shockwave to prepare. Just then, a piercing alarm suddenly blares, illuminating the entire base with red warning lights. This is bad. We have been compromised. Shockwave exclaims. What is there to fear? Megatron scoffs. Let us break through. He forcefully kicked open the grand door and charged inside. Within the entrance lay an expansive laboratory, at the center of which floated a luminous cube, emanating a dazzling light. Guarding this ember was the Quintessent leader, the five-faced monster. You have finally arrived. The five-faced monster said with a sinister smile, I have awaited your presence for a long time. Chapter 48. The battle against the five-faced monster. The shrill voice of the five-faced monster reverberated through the laboratory, dripping with derision. Insects, how dare you trespass into my domain? Megatron paid no heed to such trifles. His focus was solely on the powerful ember radiating energy. He charged forward like a rampaging rhinoceros, ignoring the laser beams aimed at him, and made a beeline for the ember. Red Spider and Soundwave followed closely, unleashing a barrage of fire while cursing the obstructive Quintessence. Trash! Get out of my way! Red Spider's shouts echoed throughout the laboratory. Meanwhile, Soundwave silently unleashed sonic attacks, sending several Quintessents crashing against the walls. Reduced to mere scrap metal, amidst the chaos, Shockwave stealthily approached the laboratory's control panel. His slender fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, attempting to disable the base's defense system. A sly grin adorned his face as he schemed to maximize his own gains amid the turmoil. Meanwhile, outside the base, Optimus Prime and Ultra Magnus heard the piercing alarm. Furrowing his brow, Optimus realized that the situation had escalated. Megatron must be in trouble, he said gravely. We must enter to assist him. Ultra Magnus, unable to contain his eagerness, hefted his massive hammer and shouted, Charge! Smash those five-faced monster shells. He surged into the base like a cannonball, scattering the Quintessent soldiers in his wake. Optimus Prime followed closely behind, wielding his golden sword to dispatch any enemies in his path. Inside the laboratory, Megatron had reached the ember but found several energy barriers materializing out of thin air, isolating him from it. He pounded furiously against the barriers, yet they remained unyielding. Damn it, he roared. Five-faced monster, you are deceiving me. The five-faced monster hovered above, its five faces adorned with mocking expressions. I created you. Why do you defy me? Its voice was sharp and grating, akin to the sound of metal scraping. Created? Megatron retorted with fury-laden laughter. You treat us as slaves, commanding us at will. This is your notion of creation? You are nothing but a heap of metal refuse. Without my endowment, you are not. The five-faced monster's voice grew even sharper, brimming with arrogance and disdain. Nonsense. Ultra Magnus' voice boomed from the entrance of the laboratory as he smashed a Quintessent with his hammer and strode in. The fate of the Transformers is ours to command. Optimus Prime followed closely behind, his golden sword shimmering with a blinding radiance. Megatron, we are here to assist you. The Decepticon leader paused momentarily, taken aback, but soon grasped their intentions. Although he had always been an adversary of the Autobots, at this juncture, they shared a common foe, the Quintessents. A chaotic melee erupted within the confines of the laboratory. Autobots and Decepticons united to combat the Quintessents, with laser beams and explosions echoing throughout the space, shattering the equipment around them. Meanwhile, Shockwave seized the opportunity amidst the turmoil to continue his efforts at the control console. a sinister smirk creeping across his lips as he mused. While the clam and the heron contend, the fisherman benefits. Once they are mutually vanquished, I shall strike and reap the rewards. The quintessence was caught off guard by this sudden alliance. It shrieked in fury, manipulating an energy barrier in a desperate attempt to thwart Megatron's advance toward the Allspark. However, Optimus Prime's golden sword effortlessly cleaved through the energy shield, paving a path for Megatron. The Decepticon lunged once more for the Allspark, reaching out to grasp the cube imbued with immense power. At that moment, Shockwave suddenly shouted, "It's done!" The lights in the laboratory flickered, and all energy barriers vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, the base's defense systems collapsed entirely. Ha ha ha! Shockwave cackled madly, pointing at Megatron. "Now the Allspark is mine." He lunged toward the Allspark, eager to seize the power that could alter the fate of Cybertron. Just as Shockwave was about to make contact with the Allspark, a shadow darted past, and a massive metal hand seized his ankle, slamming him forcefully to the ground. "Did you think I would allow you to succeed?" A deep voice resonated. Shockwave looked up to see the figure of the Shadow Demon, wielding him like a ragged oil drum, smashing him against the laboratory wall. He emitted a painful, metallic screech as sparks flew, reminiscent of a string of subpar firecrackers igniting upon his body. "Curse it! Let me go!" he howled, his voice contorted by agony. In that moment of distraction, Megatron grasped the Allspark in his hand. The cube radiated a dazzling light, a powerful surge of energy coursing through his circuits, granting him unprecedented strength. "Optimus." He nodded towards the Autobot leader, a cold smile gracing his lips. "It seems we must temporarily unite." Optimus remained silent, merely raising his golden sword, its tip aimed squarely at Shockwave. Upon receiving the command, the Autobots concentrated their fire on Shockwave. Laser cannon fire poured down like a torrential storm, leaving Shockwave to flail like a wretched creature caught in a deluge, desperately seeking refuge. His arm-mounted weapons retaliated, beams of laser slicing through the air, intertwining with the Autobots' barrage to form a lethal web of destruction. The quintet of grotesque eyes witnessed the theft of the Allspark. Their 5 faces contorted into a grotesque amalgamation, resembling 5 squashed, rotting persimmons. They shrieked in a high-pitched wail, commanding the remaining quintessence to besiege Megatron and Optimus Prime. Eliminate them. Retrieve the Allspark. Megatron and Optimus stood back to back, forming an impenetrable fortress of steel, steadfastly fending off the onslaught of the quintessence and Shockwave. The black gold mining hammer in Megatron's grasp swung with ferocious might, shattering the skulls of the quintessence with ease, akin to a game of whack-a-mole. "Optimus, your movements are dreadfully sluggish. You cannot keep pace with me," he taunted, his tone laced with disdain. Optimus, unfazed by Megatron's provocation, wielded his golden sword with precision and lethality, each swing claiming an enemy's life. He resembled a merciless harbinger of death, reaping the souls upon the battlefield. The skirmish intensified, metallic debris and sparks flying within the lab, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred remnants. Shockwave finally broke free from the grip of the Shadow Demon. His rage ignited as he activated all his weaponry, unleashing a frenzied barrage upon everything in sight. "You wretched creatures, I shall tear you all to shreds," he bellowed, akin to a wounded beast. At that moment, the laboratory's grand door was suddenly breached, and a colossal figure strode in. Cease at once. The newcomer was none other than Bulldozer, flanked by a cadre of Decepticon warriors. "Leader, we have come to your aid," Bulldozer proclaimed, leveling his energy cannon at the Autobots. "Bulldozer, your timing is impeccable." Megatron laughed heartily. "Eliminate these pesky Shockwave and the others." The arrival of the Decepticons plunged the battlefield into further chaos, transforming the laboratory into a veritable hellscape. Optimus cast a glance at Megatron, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his gaze. He understood that once this battle concluded, they would revert to being adversaries. Yet, for now, they must unite against a common foe. Autobots, concentrate your fire. First, deal with Shockwave and the quintessence. Just then, a piercing scream erupted from Shockwave, his body convulsing violently before collapsing in a thunderous crash, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. A chilling voice echoed through the laboratory. "Shockwave, you have become a nuisance." Unbeknownst to them, Soundwave had appeared beside Shockwave's lifeless form, brandishing a dagger that glimmered ominously, still slick with Shockwave's oil. "Soundwave, what are you doing?" Megatron roared. Soundwave replied with a cold chuckle. "I merely resolved a bothersome issue for you. Now, the all-spark is mine." In a swift motion, he lunged at Megatron, the dagger aimed directly at his heart. Megatron had long been prepared. He sidestepped the sonic attack, and with a mighty swing of his black gold mining hammer, he struck Soundwave squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling through the air. "Soundwave, you have betrayed me." Megatron seethed with rage. Rising from the ground, Soundwave wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly retorted, "In this world, only power is eternal." "Megatron, you are too naive." He lunged at Megatron again, his dagger gleaming ominously in the light. Amidst the chaos of battle, the five-faced creature stealthily activated a hidden device. The contraption emitted a low hum, and a swirling energy field manifested in the center of the laboratory. "Farewell, foolish transformer," the five-faced creature cackled, before leaping into the energy field, vanishing without a trace. The energy field began to expand, engulfing the entire laboratory. Both Megatron and Optimus Prime sensed the peril and attempted to flee, but it was too late. The energy field abruptly contracted, consuming them and everything around them. After a disorienting whirlwind, Megatron found himself on an unfamiliar planet. The desolate and barren landscape was painted in a dark crimson hue, with peculiar rocks and plants strewn across the ground. "Where am I?" he pondered, confusion swirling in his mind. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through him. Looking down, he discovered a dagger lodged in his chest. The hilt bore a familiar insignia, the Decepticon emblem. "Soundwave." Megatron gritted his teeth, darkness enveloping him as his circuits short-circuited and he lost consciousness. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. Rust-red dust, akin to ground iron filings, filled his vision. Megatron struggled to rise from the twisted metal wreckage, feeling as though he had been dismantled and haphazardly reassembled. A searing pain throbbed in his chest. The accursed dagger still embedded within. Cursing under his breath, he yanked out the dagger, splattering dark red energy fluid. He coughed, pressing a hand against his wound, and surveyed his surroundings. All he could see were shattered bodies and scattered parts, the air thick with the stench of metal and sulfur, reminiscent of a hellish kitchen. Not far away, Optimus Prime lay motionless, his fate uncertain. "Damn you, Soundwave! Damn you, five-faced creature!" Megatron spat, his energy display flickering a menacing red, dwindling to a mere 100 points. This was dire. He could barely initiate the repair systems. He staggered towards a relatively intact energy core, scanning it to find it still operational, albeit requiring a special mineral crystal to activate. "What the predicament?" Megatron muttered under his breath. Just then, he heard a faint groan. Following the sound, he discovered that Starscream was still alive, sprawled on a metal panel, his wings twisted and deformed, resembling a squashed fly. "Starscream, you're still alive?" In a tone laced with astonishment and a barely perceptible distaste, Megatron addressed the situation. The Decepticon leader, Starscream, struggled to lift his head, his visage marred by grime and fear. We have crash-landed," he stammered. "I am not blind," Megatron impatiently interrupted. "Are you capable of movement?" Trembling, Starscream managed to rise, the sound of his wings producing an excruciatingly grating noise. I can," he replied. In addition to Starscream, Megatron noticed several other surviving Decepticons, including Thundercracker and Laserbeak, though their conditions were far from optimal. To his surprise, a police car was also still operational, leaning against a rock while cleaning its weaponry. A police car? Megatron raised an eyebrow, astonished that this Autobot had survived. The police car shot him a cold glance. "Likewise," it replied. "It seems we are destined to linger in this wretched place for a while." "Enough chatter," Megatron commanded, gesturing toward the energy core. "To survive, we must locate the crystal needed to activate this device. There is an abandoned mine nearby. We may find what we need there." The police car furrowed its brow. "Cooperation? Only a temporary alliance," Megatron underscored. "Once we escape this hellhole, we shall revert to being adversaries." The police car offered no further objection, tacitly agreeing. In this perilous environment, collaboration was their sole path to survival. Thus, a makeshift team comprising both Decepticons and Autobots awkwardly set forth. Throughout their journey, they encountered a myriad of dangers. First, They faced colossal insects native to the planet, equipped with razor-sharp mandibles and formidable exoskeletons, posing a lethal threat to energy-depleted Transformers. "Curse those bugs!" Starscream shrieked, dodging the creature's assaults while lamenting their incessant misfortune. "Silence, Starscream!" Megatron bellowed, shattering the skull of one of the giant insects with a powerful strike. "Conserve energy for combat." Next, they were beset by a sandstorm. The fierce winds whipped up red grit, obscuring the sky and rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Cough, cough. The police car choked, struggling against the oppressive weather. "This place is insufferable. Stay close to me," Megatron shouted, shielding his comrades from the biting winds as he forged a path forward. After enduring numerous trials, they finally arrived at the mine. However, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the entrance. "Something feels amiss here," Thundercracker observed cautiously, scanning the surroundings. "No matter," Megatron declared, kicking open the mine's massive door. "We shall discover the truth within." Inside, darkness reigned, punctuated only by the flickering of faint energy glows. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar resonated from deep within the mine, causing the ground to tremble violently. "What in the world is that?" Starscream yelped, seeking refuge behind Megatron. Narrowing his eyes, Megatron brandished his black gold mining hammer, gleaming ominously. "Whatever it is, it shall meet its end." At that moment, a colossal shadow gradually emerged from the depths of the mine, its crimson eyes glimmering with a greedy light in the darkness. Chapter 50, A Blessing in Disguise. The development of cyber energy planets. The immense shadow finally became fully visible to the onlookers. It was not an insect, but a life form they had never encountered before. Its body composed of crystals that shimmered with a metallic luster, resembling living ore. Although it possessed no eyes, it could sense everything around it, its elongated antennae waving through the air, producing a hissing sound. "What in the world is that?" The voice of the red spider trembled as he cowered behind Megatron. Shivering in fear, Megatron squinted, raising his black gold mining hammer, yet he refrained from launching an attack. His instincts warned him that these crystalline beings were formidable adversaries. At that moment, an unusual wave emanated from the depths of the mine, causing the symbols on the ground to illuminate. Following this, an even larger crystalline entity slowly appeared, its size several times greater than the previous ones, with more robust antennae exuding an air of authority. "You invaders." The colossal crystalline being emitted a mental wave that resonated directly within their minds. Megatron was taken aback. This creature could communicate telepathically. He steadied himself and responded with a mental wave. "We are travelers who have crash-landed here, in need of energy crystals to depart. The energy crystals belong to us." The voice of the crystalline being was cold and merciless. "Leave or be destroyed." The atmosphere turned tense and charged. Just then, a feeble voice emerged from behind Megatron. "Wait. Perhaps we can negotiate." Everyone turned to see Optimus Prime. He had awakened without anyone noticing, and although his body remained weak, his gaze was resolutely determined. "Optimus Prime?" Megatron was somewhat astonished. "You are still alive? Now is not the time for that." Optimus Prime struggled to rise. "They possess intelligence. We can attempt to communicate." Optimus Prime endeavored to engage in mental dialogue with the enormous crystalline being. After a challenging exchange, he finally discerned the origins of these creatures. It turned out they were silicon-based life forms that subsisted by absorbing mineral crystals, residing within this vast underground city. This city was composed of intricate pipelines and energy networks, its walls adorned with peculiar symbols. These symbols seemed familiar. Optimus Prime scrutinized the markings on the walls, his brow furrowed. Suddenly, the police vehicle exclaimed, "Is that not the technology of the five-faced beast?" The crowd gasped in shock, turning their attention to the police vehicle. Pointing at a symbol on the wall, the police vehicle remarked, "I once encountered a similar symbol in an ancient document. It detailed accounts of the five-faced beast." This revelation left everyone astounded. Could there be a connection between the five-faced beast and these silicon-based beings? Just then, a diminutive Autobot named Wheel turned over a battered metal plate from a heap of debris. "Captain, behold this." The metal plate bore intricate engravings resembling fragments of an ancient celestial map. Could this be an ancient star chart? Optimus Prime took the plate, scrutinizing it carefully. "An ancient star chart?" Megatron inquired, leaning in. "What is that?" According to legend, Ancient star charts documented the remnants of the universe's oldest civilizations, harboring immense energy. Energy? Megatron's eyes sparkled with intrigue. So, this item holds greater value than energy crystals? Perhaps. Optimus Prime replied non-committally, yet a sense of unease brewed within him. The colossal crystalline entities also took notice of the metal plate, emitting waves of excitement. We seek to trade. Trade? Megatron scoffed. What do you propose to offer? Crystals. We can provide crystals. The crystalline beings resonated in exchange for the star chart. Megatron and Optimus exchanged glances, each discerning the hesitation reflected in the other's optics. This fragment of the ancient star chart might conceal profound secrets, yet they were in dire need of energy crystals to depart this planet. It's a deal. Ultimately, Megatron made his decision. He snatched the star chart fragment from Wheel's grasp and hurled it to the enormous crystalline being. The crystalline entity accepted the star chart fragment, radiating waves of satisfaction, before guiding them towards a vast crystal vein. As they followed the crystalline beings to the mine, the shimmering crystals before them filled their hearts with joy. However, unbeknownst to them, this was merely the beginning. While Megatron and his crew collected the crystals, Optimus Prime remained preoccupied, studying the symbols on the wall and the ancient star chart fragment. He sensed a connection between all of this and the enigmatic quintessence, a connection that might embroil them in an even greater crisis. Just as Optimus Prime sank into contemplation, he suddenly perceived a powerful energy wave emanating from the depths of the mine. This energy was strikingly familiar, yet instilled a profound sense of dread. Could it be the Allspark? The Allspark? Optimus Prime's metallic lips quivered, his voice laden with disbelief. This energy wave was all too recognizable. It was the very source that bestowed life upon the Transformers. But was not the Allspark supposed to be in the possession of the Quintessence? Megatron, too, felt the energy wave. His crimson optics flared with avarice, a glint of greed shimmering within. What a stroke of luck. This treasure comes without effort. He brandished his black gold mining hammer, roaring with exhilaration. Brothers, charge. The Allspark is ours. The Decepticons, invigorated as if by a potent elixir, howled as they surged into the depths of the mine, even the usually composed Soundwave exhibiting rare excitement. Optimus Prime and the Autobots followed closely behind. The allure of the Allspark's power is simply irresistible. No one can withstand its temptation. However, just as they were about to reach the depths of the mine, a formidable vortex of energy suddenly emerged, engulfing all the Transformers within its grasp. The mine trembled violently, rocks crumbled, and the entire subterranean city seemed on the verge of collapse. In the next moment, they were once again transported to another location. Meanwhile, on the distant planet of Quintessa, the five-faced creature languidly reclined his console, observing the flickering lights on the screen, emitting an eerie, chilling laugh. This land bridge is truly effective. Had it not been for this device to whisk away the fallen, I might have been obliterated by that detestable fiend. A quintessent guard approached the five-faced creature respectfully and inquired, now that Megatron and Optimus Prime are on one planet, Shockwave and Soundwave on another, and the Fallen and Trypticon on yet another, what shall be our next step? The five-faced creature waved his peculiar countenance, suggesting they should allow them to battle it out. They are inherently rife with contradictions. Let them engage in mutual destruction, exhausting each other's strength. When they are sufficiently weakened, we shall strike and reap the rewards. The guard hesitated, voicing a concern. But what if they unite against us? The five-faced creature scoffed dismissively. Unite? The Transformers? A self-serving bunch. How could they ever truly come together? Even if they did, the might of us quintessens would be beyond their reckoning. Elsewhere, when Megatron opened his optical sensors once more, he found himself on an unfamiliar planet. The sky was a deep crimson, the ground a vivid purple, and bizarre flora emanated an eerie luminescence. What sort of wretched place is this? Megatron cursed, surveying his surroundings and discovering that other Decepticons were scattered about. Leader, it seems we have been transported to another planet. Came the voice of Starscream from a short distance away. No kidding. I'm not blind. Megatron retorted irritably, hastily scanning the planet for anything of value. Starscream nodded, and his wings began to emit optical beams. Scan complete. This planet is rich in a special mineral known as Cyberium, which can enhance the strength of Transformers. Chapter 51. The Might of the Land Bridge. The Fallen and Trypticon suffer a great loss. Cyberium? Megatron's eyes brightened. It appears this wretched place is not devoid of merit after all. Brothers, commence mining. We shall extract every last vestige of Cyberium from here. The Decepticons sprang into action, beginning their excavation of the Cyberium mines. Simultaneously, Optimus Prime and the Autobots materialized on the opposite end of the planet. They too were perplexed by the unfamiliar environment. Yet Optimus was more concerned about the whereabouts of the Allspark. Prowl, have you established contact with the other Autobots? Optimus Prime inquired. Captain, the communication system is disrupted, and we are unable to contact the other members, responded the police car. Damn it, Optimus Prime muttered under his breath. We must locate the Allspark quickly and leave this cursed place. Meanwhile, on the planet where the Fallen and Sentinel Prime resided, peril loomed as well. In the purple desert, fierce winds whipped up the sand, battering against the rusted metallic form of the Fallen. He knelt on one knee, struggling to support his heavy body, his optics flickering with an enraged crimson glow. Cursed Unicron, you have sent me to this desolate wasteland. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated behind him. It seems we share a common enemy. The Fallen swiftly turned to see a towering figure emerging from the dunes, an unfamiliar transformer radiating intense energy waves. Who are you? The Fallen inquired warily. You may call me Sentinel Prime, he declared proudly. My goal, like yours, is to obliterate Unicron and make the Quintessence pay. The Fallen scrutinized Sentinel Prime, filled with skepticism. You appear to be little more than a novice. What qualifications do you possess to discuss collaboration with me? Sentinel Prime let out a cold laugh. My strength is not something you can perceive with mere eyes. You should be more aware than I of Unicron's cunning treachery. To seek vengeance alone is but a fool's errand. Collaboration is our only path forward. The Fallen fell silent, recognizing the truth in Sentinel Prime's words. He had been ambushed by Unicron and transported to this place, his power significantly diminished. To achieve vengeance, he indeed required assistance. Very well, the Fallen finally conceded. I shall grant you my trust this once. Share your plan. My plan is quite simple, Sentinel Prime replied. First, we must locate the Cosmic Emperor and acquire his power. Then, we will return to the planet Quintessa and annihilate Unicron once and for all. The Fallen's optics flickered momentarily. He had just escaped from the Cosmic Emperor and now was being urged to seek him out again. The Cosmic Emperor? Are you mad? That being is capricious, and seeking him out is akin to courting death. One cannot catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den, Sentinel Prime countered. Only by harnessing the Cosmic Emperor's power can we hope to stand against Unicron. Instead of waiting idly by, we must take bold action. The Fallen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. No, this plan is far too perilous. We know little of the Cosmic Emperor. Should we provoke him, we would surely meet our end. I propose a more prudent approach. Let us infiltrate Quintessa and gather intelligence on Unicron's strengths and weaknesses before devising a specific course of action. Infiltrate Quintessa? Sentinel Prime frowned. That is Unicron's stronghold. Are you certain we can emerge unscathed? Of course, the Decepticon confidently proclaimed. Let's not forget that I was once the leader of Cybertron. My knowledge of Quintessa surpasses that of anyone else. If we proceed with caution, we shall surely uncover the weaknesses of the Unicron minions. Very well. Thundercracker finally acquiesced to the Decepticon suggestion. Let's proceed as you propose. However, I must forewarn you, should your plan falter, I shall not accompany you to your demise. Fear not. The Decepticon smirked slyly. I shall not disappoint you. The two then commenced their deliberations regarding the specifics of infiltrating Quintessa. The Decepticon meticulously detailed the terrain, guard placements, and daily activities of the Unicron minions, devising a covert entry route. Remember, the Decepticon cautioned, our objective this time is reconnaissance, not combat. We must avoid any conflict with the Quintessan guards. Should we be discovered, we retreat immediately. I understand, Thundercracker nodded. I have no desire to perish in vain. With their plans finalized, they began preparing for the infiltration. The Decepticon utilized his remaining energy to mend his injuries and recalibrate his weapon systems, while Thundercracker meticulously inspected his equipment to ensure absolute readiness. Are we prepared? The Decepticon inquired. Ready for departure at any moment, Thundercracker replied. The Decepticon nodded and activated the space jump device. In a brilliant flash of light, the two vanished from the violet desert. Upon reappearing, they found themselves at the fringes of Quintessa. It was a desolate industrial zone, littered with abandoned factories and rusting pipes. We shall enter from here. The Decepticon indicated a dilapidated sewer entrance. This conduit leads directly to the control center of the Unicron minions. Cautiously, they descended into the sewer, advancing along the damp passageway. A pungent odor pervaded the air, and the walls were teeming with slimy, unidentifiable organisms, inducing nausea. What in the world is this place? Thundercracker complained, pinching his nose. Silence. The Decepticon hissed. Do you wish to attract the Quintesson guards? Reluctantly, Thundercracker fell silent, trailing behind the Decepticon. Suddenly, a faint mechanical whirring echoed from ahead. What is that sound? Thundercracker asked, his voice tinged with tension. The Decepticon pricked up his ears, listening intently. It seems to be a patrol robot. Damn it. Thundercracker cursed. We've been detected. Stay calm. The Decepticon urged. Let us hide. The two quickly ducked into a shadowy corner, holding their breath and remaining utterly still. A massive Quintesson patrol robot lumbered past them, scanning its surroundings. Its optical sensors flickered with a red light, as if poised to uncover their presence at any moment. The fallen Autobot and Sentinel Prime pressed tightly against the wall, not daring to breathe. Just as the patrolling robot was about to pass by, Sentinel Prime's communicator suddenly blared to life. The sharp beeping caused his expression to change drastically as he hastily covered the device, but it was too late. The patrol robot abruptly halted, its optical sensors swiveling toward their hiding spot. Intruders detected. The robot emitted an ear-piercing alarm, preparing to attack. The fallen Autobot and Sentinel Prime exchanged a glance. Fully aware that this was a dire predicament from which they could not escape, they had to fight. Intruders. Capture them. The deafening alarm echoed through the sewer. Red warning lights flashing wildly, illuminating the damp, filthy walls and the terror etched on the faces of the fallen Autobot and Sentinel Prime. Damn communicator. Sentinel Prime glared furiously at the incessantly beeping device in his hand, wishing he could smash it to smithereens. Run. The fallen Autobot decisively seized Sentinel Prime's arm, propelling them deeper into the sewer. Heavy footsteps pursued relentlessly from behind, accompanied by the thunderous roar of laser cannons, sending debris and sewage flying. Sentinel Prime felt a searing pain in his back, likely from a glancing blow. These guys are relentless, he grumbled. Of course. This is Quintessa, not our backyard. The fallen Autobot retorted, increasing their pace. The two darted through the twists and turns of the sewer like headless flies, with their pursuers drawing ever closer and the sounds of laser fire intensifying. I can't run anymore. Sentinel Prime gasped, stopping to lean against the wall, feeling his temperature rising. You useless fool. The fallen Autobot yanked him into a side passage. This way. Just as they ducked into the corridor, a horde of Quintesson guards charged past them. Fierce and determined. That was close. Sentinel Prime wiped the sweat from his brow, still shaken. Don't celebrate too soon. The fallen Autobot observed warily, scanning their surroundings. We have not yet escaped. Suddenly, a brilliant light appeared at the end of the sewer, as if leading to another world. What is that? Sentinel Prime inquired, puzzled. Before the fallen Autobot could respond, a powerful force pulled them toward it. After a dizzying whirl, they landed heavily on the ground. Cough, cough. Sentinel Prime struggled to rise, surveying the area, only to discover that they had returned to the desolate landscape of Cybertron. What is happening? He asked, bewildered. It's a land bridge. The fallen Autobot's countenance darkened. The Quintessons have mastered the technology of land bridges. Quintessons? Sentinel Prime was taken aback. How did they know we went to Quintessa? Isn't it obvious? They must have been monitoring us. The fallen Autobot spat through clenched teeth. Those bastards have been playing us. Both were seething with rage, yet felt utterly powerless. The five-faced monster has mastered the technology of terrestrial bridges, which signifies that they can appear anywhere at any time, posing a significant threat to their adversaries. Their fate is one of infinite teleportation. This battle cannot possibly be fought. Chapter 52. The advantages of a mining background. Able to extract energy anywhere. Meanwhile, on an unnamed planet, Megatron wields his black gold mining hammer, relentlessly striking the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Sparks fly and debris scatters. He is excavating a substance known as cyber energy, the very essence that fuels the Transformers and is crucial for the operation of Cybertron. There is indeed an abundance of cyber energy in this desolate place. As Megatron continues his labor, he muses to himself. It appears that the planets near Cybertron are rich in energy. Suddenly, he pauses, lost in contemplation. Perhaps it would be wiser to conquer these planets before unifying Cybertron. A bold idea materializes in his mind. If he could control all the planets abundant in cyber energy, he would possess an inexhaustible supply of power, potentially surpassing the five-faced monster and becoming the true overlord of the universe. With this thought, an excited grin spreads across Megatron's face. He accesses his attributes panel. Name, Megatron. Category, Battle Robot. Transformation, Model 38 Handgun, Armed Tank, Cosmic Cube Shield Switch. Weapons, Black Gold Mining Hammer, Electromagnetic Cannon. Shield embedded with the Cosmic Cube, Fusion Cannon. Energy, total energy 20,000 points, current 16,000 points. Modules, Divine Modification Module. Capable of profound mechanical transformation insights. Comprehensive rating, 32 stars. Seeing his comprehensive rating rise, Megatron recalls a sword. He had once repaired the Shadow Demoness sword. Perhaps he could recreate a similar weapon from that memory. With a derisive chuckle, he reminisces about the rusted sword he had modified. This time, I shall forge a true blade of kings. Surveying his surroundings, he observes that this planet is laced with veins of cyber energy, glowing with a soft blue light, akin to the veins of the cosmos, continuously supplying energy. Megatron contemplates, this planet shall be the starting point of his dominion. He immediately commands the establishment of a secret base on this planet. The base must be concealed, robust, and equipped with the most advanced technological apparatus. He intends to transform this place into his weapon factory, his armory, the launch pad for his conquest of the universe. Devastator, Rampage, come forth. Megatron's voice reverberates through the communication channel. Devastator, the colossal robot formed from 6 Constructicons, approaches with thunderous steps, each footfall shaking the earth. Leader, what are your orders? Devastator inquires in a deep, rumbling voice. Go, excavate all the cyber energy in this vicinity, commanded Megatron, pointing at the shimmering blue vein of ore. The more, the better. At once, Leader, Hercules replied, swiftly vanishing into the depths of the mine with his colossal frame. Soundwave, the Decepticon's chief scientist and weapons expert, limped over. He had recently been experimenting with a new type of bomb, which had unfortunately resulted in an explosion that left him injured. Leader, you summoned me? Soundwave inquired cautiously, wary of incurring Megatron's wrath for his self-inflicted wounds. I require a sword, Megatron declared, his gaze fixed upon Soundwave. An unparalleled blade capable of cleaving through the cosmos. Soundwave blinked in astonishment. Then excitement surged within him. Leader, do you intend to use cyber energy, not merely as a power source? Megatron interrupted him, picking up a cyber energy crystal and manipulating it in his hands. It can also be refined into an extraordinarily sharp crystal. I comprehend, Leader. Soundwave's eyes sparkled with fervor. I shall forge a laser sword from this crystal. In the following days, the base was abuzz with activity. Hercules tirelessly mined cyber energy, transporting it back to the base for refinement. Massive machines roared to life, transforming the blue ore into glistening crystals that radiated a cold light. Meanwhile, Soundwave sequestered himself in the laboratory, obsessively sketching the designs for the laser sword. He meticulously calculated energy outputs, adjusting the structure of the hilt, striving to create a flawless weapon. Megatron oversaw the entire process, occasionally offering suggestions for improvement. His understanding of energy transcended the ordinary. He sensed the immense potential harbored within the cyber energy crystals. The hilt must be constructed from the most resilient alloy. The energy system must be stable and reliable. And the blade must be exceptionally sharp. Megatron instructed Soundwave. This sword will symbolize my reign and serve as the emblem of our Decepticon leadership. Yes, Leader. Soundwave wiped the sweat from his brow and resumed his labor. Throughout the crafting process, they encountered myriad challenges. The cyber energy crystals were exceedingly unstable. A moment's negligence could result in an explosion. During one experiment, Soundwave was injured when the energy spiraled out of control, leaving him with a wounded arm. Damn it! He cursed, clutching his injured limb. Pathetic. Megatron bellowed. You cannot endure such a minor injury? Get back to work. Soundwave dare not retort, gritting his teeth against the pain as he pressed on. After several arduous days, their efforts bore fruit. A dazzling laser sword, radiating brilliant light, lay quietly upon the workbench. The hilt was crafted from black alloy, adorned with the Decepticon insignia, while the blade, formed from the refined cyber energy crystal, shimmered with an ethereal blue glow, as if capable of slicing through anything. Megatron picked up the laser sword and gently swung it, testing its balance. A cerulean wave of energy surged forth from the blade of the sword, leveling the distant peaks. Ah! Megatron erupted into maniacal laughter, exclaiming, "This is true power." With another flourish of his laser sword, waves of energy howled into the air, shattering the surrounding rocks into fragments. With this sword, the glint of ambition sparkled in Megatron's eyes as he proclaimed, "I shall conquer the entire universe." Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him, a means to amplify the sword's power to its utmost potential. He required a more formidable energy source, one capable of bestowing upon the laser sword the cataclysmic strength to obliterate worlds. His gaze fell upon the cybernetic energy planet, shimmering with an ethereal blue glow. Perhaps, Megatron mused, I could channel the entire energy of this planet into the sword. Meanwhile, within the base on the planet Quintessa, the Quintessans observed Megatron's every move through their surveillance system. On the screen, Megatron brandished his laser sword, unapologetically wreaking havoc upon the environment, causing the 5 faces of the Quintessans to contort in rage. That wretched miner! How dare he! They watched as Megatron established a secret base on the cybernetic energy planet. Vast and orderly, countless Decepticons were fervently extracting cyber energy, transporting glimmering crystals into the depths of the base. Foolishness! I have unwittingly delivered him to a treasure trove of resources. The Quintessans seethed with fury, having believed that exiling Megatron to this desolate planet would eliminate the threat, only to find it had backfired spectacularly. Those miners, the Quintessans, ground their teeth, recalling how adept they were at extraction. I completely overlooked this. They reflected on how, previously on Cybertron, Megatron and his Decepticon army had efficiently mined energy resources, providing an endless supply for the Quintessans. At that time, they saw Megatron merely as a diligent tool, a pawn to be manipulated at will. I underestimated him. The Quintessans' electronic eyes flickered with a dangerous light. He was far more astute and perilous than they had imagined. They realized that the teleportation had not weakened Megatron. Instead, it had endowed him with even greater power. The abundant resources of the cybernetic energy planet granted Megatron boundless potential. If left unchecked, the consequences would be dire. We can wait no longer. The Quintessans sprang to their feet, issuing commands. Initiate highest alert. Prepare the entire army. Target Megatron. Orders. At all costs, destroy his base and reclaim the cyber energy planet. Operation codename, Clean Sweep. Within the Quintessans base, alarms blared to the heavens as countless warships and soldiers began to mobilize, poised to launch a full-scale assault on the cybernetic energy planet. A great battle was on the horizon. Chapter 53, The Laser Sword and the Cosmic Cube Shield, Invincible. Meanwhile, on the cyber energy planet, Megatron found himself immersed in the euphoria of newfound power. He felt the immense energy contained within his lightsaber, and his heart swelled with confidence. With this sword and the energy of this planet, I shall become an invincible entity. He surveyed the busy Decepticon members, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Well done, comrades. Soon, we shall dominate the entire universe. Leader, we have discovered a vast energy vein. Thundercracker rushed in, excitement radiating from him. Its energy intensity is tenfold that of a typical vein. Excellent. Megatron exclaimed with elation. Lead me to it, under Thundercracker's guidance. Megatron arrived at the newly discovered energy vein. It was a colossal subterranean cavern, its walls encrusted with countless shimmering cyber energy crystals, radiating a dazzling light. This is nothing short of a treasure trove. Megatron trembled with excitement. With this energy, my lightsaber will unleash even greater power. At that moment, a violent tremor shook the cavern. What was happening? Megatron's expression darkened as an ominous foreboding washed over him. Report, leader. The Quintessan fleet is approaching us. Tarantulas rushed in, panic evident in his voice. They are numerous and advancing with ferocity. Damn it, Megatron cursed under his breath. They have discovered us sooner than anticipated. He tightened his grip on the lightsaber, icy resolve gleaming in his eyes. Prepare for battle. Let these Quintessons witness the might of the Decepticons. The Quintesson fleet rapidly closed in on the cyber energy planet, countless warships descending from the heavens, encircling the entire planet. Fire! At the command, the Quintesson warships unleashed a barrage of energy projectiles, raining down upon the Decepticon base, engulfing it in flames. Megatron and the Decepticon members retaliated fiercely, beams of light and artillery fire intertwining, plunging the planet into chaos. Amidst the fierce combat, Megatron suddenly realized that the Quintesson forces were unlike any he had faced before. Their weaponry was more advanced, their combat prowess significantly enhanced, and new types of mechas, previously unseen, emerged from their ranks. These foes, Megatron's heart sank, recognizing that this battle would be far more arduous than he had anticipated. Just then, a massive figure descended from the sky, crashing heavily before Megatron. It was a colossal Quintesson warrior, wielding a gigantic energy axe, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Megatron, the Quintesson warrior thundered, "Your doom is upon you." Megatron tightened his grip on his lightsaber, fury igniting within him. "Then come forth. Let me witness your capabilities." The Quintesson's massive axe, infused with ferocious energy, came crashing down upon Megatron. Yet, Megatron stood unwavering, raising his shield as the cosmic cube flickered with ethereal light. The energy of the colossal axe was swiftly absorbed, as if it had vanished into the depths of the sea. Immediately, the shield's surface radiated with an overwhelming brilliance, a violent surge of energy rebounding forth, sending the Quintesson warrior crashing back into a heap of rubble. "Is this all?" Megatron scoffed, the cybernetic energy of his laser sword humming with excitement, its cerulean glow intensifying. "I anticipated formidable foes among you Quintessons, yet you are but a mere shadow of my expectations." The Quintesson warrior struggled to rise from the debris, his armor marred and revealing flickering circuits within. With a furious roar, he swung his massive axe once more and charged forward. Megatron, with a derisive chuckle, vanished in a blink, appearing behind the Quintesson warrior like a wraith. With a casual flick of his laser sword, a streak of azure light flashed, severing the warrior's axe, sparks crackling from the broken edge. "Your weapon is dreadfully slow." Megatron's voice was frigid as he pressed the laser sword against the warrior's back, the intense energy ripple distorting the air around them. "No, it cannot be." The warrior's eyes widened in terror. He had never encountered such overwhelming power. "Descend into oblivion," Megatron bellowed, thrusting the laser sword into the warrior's body. Following a piercing scream, the Quintesson warrior's form exploded into a cascade of fragments, scattering across the ground. "Long live the leader." Megatron! Megatron! The Decepticons, witnessing this display, felt their spirits soar, chanting their leader's name. They had never seen Megatron exhibit such prowess, as if a divine warrior had possessed him, unstoppable and invincible. Devastator swung his colossal fists, reducing Quintesson warriors to mere pulp. "Behold my might, the Devastator Fist." Rampage darted across the battlefield like a nimble monkey, his energy gun unleashing blasts that struck true at the enemy's vital points. "Ha! Taste my wrath." Even the typically timid Frenzy found his courage, maneuvering his small drone to disrupt the Quintesson warships. "For our leader, for the Decepticons." With laser sword and shield in hand, Megatron traversed the battlefield, reaping the lives of his foes like the Grim Reaper. The power of his laser sword surpassed all imagination, effortlessly slicing through the armor of Quintesson warships, while the shockwaves obliterated their mechs into fragments. The cosmic cube shield absorbed a wealth of energy attacks, rebounding them with vengeance, forcing the Quintessons to suffer the consequences of their own aggression. Though their assaults were fierce, they crumbled under Megatron's formidable might, their ships exploding, mechs dismantled, and soldiers scattering in terror. These mere scraps of metal dare to challenge my authority. In the midst of the battlefield, Megatron stood proudly, his eyes gleaming with a disdainful brilliance. Yet, just as he basked in his triumph, a formidable surge of energy emanated from the flagship of the Quintessons. "This is bad. They are about to unleash their ultimate weapon," Red Spider exclaimed. Before their eyes, a colossal energy cannon on the Quintesson flagship slowly opened, radiating a blinding white light. "Retreat, leader!" Thundercracker shouted anxiously. Megatron looked up, sensing the terrifying power of that energy, and felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately commanded, "All units, retreat. Quickly." However, it was too late. The quintessent energy cannon erupted with a deafening roar, unleashing a massive beam of energy directly toward Megatron. He raised his cosmic cube shield, attempting to withstand this lethal blow. Yet, the force of the energy was overwhelmingly potent. The cosmic cube's glow flickered erratically, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Megatron let out a pained roar as the energy beam struck him, sending him hurtling backward to crash heavily onto the ground, his fate uncertain. "Leader!" The Decepticon members cried out in terror. After an indeterminate time, Megatron slowly opened his eyes, feeling an excruciating ache throughout his body, as though it were disassembled. Struggling to sit up, he discovered he was lying in an unfamiliar cave. "Where am I?" Megatron surveyed his surroundings, finding the cavern devoid of any presence, save for a faint light filtering in from the entrance. "Am I still alive?" He felt his chest, only to find the cosmic cube shield shattered, its remnants scattered about. Accursed quintessence! Megatron seethed, his heart brimming with fury and resentment. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching from the cave entrance. "Who goes there?" Megatron queried warily, picking up a shard of his shield and gripping it tightly. The footsteps grew nearer, revealing Soundwave, who appeared at the entrance with a heavy gait. Upon seeing Megatron, his expression shifted unpredictably, recalling the betrayal during the Cybertron war against the five-faced beast when he had stabbed Megatron in the back. Nevertheless, the moment had arrived for confrontation. And Master, during the battle against the five-faced beast for the Allspark. Hearing this, Megatron waved his hand dismissively, nonchalantly stating, "Let's not dwell on the past. It is behind us. I wish to know how you found your way here." "I discovered a way to breach the land bridge. I have identified its vulnerabilities," Soundwave asserted with conviction, though anxiety gnawed at him, fearing Megatron might conspire with the Decepticons to eliminate him. Yet Megatron, upon hearing of the breach, chose to overlook Soundwave's treachery, recognizing the potential usefulness of his companion at this moment. Chapter 54. The Land Bridge Breach, Soundwave's Magnificent Display. The land bridge? Megatron raised an eyebrow, having learned that all the Transformers who had besieged the five-faced monster had been teleported to an unknown planet. The whereabouts of the instigator, the five-faced monster, remained a mystery. What resources do you possess to exploit this situation? In truth, the technology for the land bridge was not invented by the five-faced monster, but rather by an Autobot, Soundwave explained. "I have deciphered the control code of the land bridge, allowing us to bypass the hardware and facilitate point-to-point teleportation. Of course, this will require time and resources to reconstruct the energy matrix." "Get to the point." Megatron impatiently tapped the fragment of his shield. "I do not wish to hear your lengthy discourse." In simpler terms, Soundwave endeavored to clarify. The teleportation technology of the five-faced monster is based on a unique energy frequency. I have discovered a method to disrupt this frequency, enabling us to create a temporary teleportation window. We need to locate a stable energy source. He elaborated on the technical details, encompassing energy frequencies, teleportation coordinates, stabilization devices, and more, maintaining a calm demeanor to mask his inner turmoil. After a moment of silence, Megatron inquired, "You betrayed me, and now you speak of collaboration. Do you believe I would trust you?" Soundwave offered a wry smile. "Commander, I acknowledge my past mistakes, but the current situation is dire. Only through cooperation can we confront the five-faced monster. My actions are driven by a desire to survive, as well as to seek vengeance against the five-faced monster, who has also exploited me." Megatron scrutinized Soundwave's eyes, seemingly attempting to penetrate his thoughts. He understood that Soundwave's words were not entirely trustworthy. Yet this technology was vital to him. At present, he required Soundwave's expertise and the might of the Decepticons. "Very well," Megatron ultimately decided. "I shall temporarily place my trust in you. However, should I discover any deceit, you will come to regret your existence." "Fear not, Commander," Soundwave promptly replied. "I shall devote myself entirely to this endeavor. Now, let us seek out the other Decepticon members." Megatron rose, his eyes gleaming with a cold intensity. "And then, we shall obliterate the control center of the five-faced monster." The duo departed the cavern, embarking on a quest to locate the remaining Decepticons. This journey was destined to be fraught with danger and mistrust. Yet for the sake of their common goal, they had no choice but to temporarily unite. Their first encounter was with Starscream, who upon seeing Megatron, immediately donned a sycophantic smile. "Commander, you still live. How wonderful." Starscream rushed forward, attempting to embrace Megatron, only to be brusquely shoved aside. "Enough of your nonsense," Megatron coldly remarked. "Soundwave has discovered a method to bypass the land bridge. We require your aerial reconnaissance capabilities." Upon hearing this, Starscream's spirits lifted, and he thumped his chest, assuring, "No problem, Commander. Leave it to me. My radar system is the most advanced on Cybertron. No place can escape my watchful gaze." And thus, they proceeded. They have once again located the Decepticons that had scattered during the recent tumultuous battle. The ferocity of the conflict had dispersed everyone. Soon, at the Cyber Energy Planet's Decepticon base, they congregated once more. Although the previous skirmish had caused considerable destruction, the Decepticons excelled in mining and construction. According to my calculations, Soundwave pointed to the projected Cybertron map. "We can first utilize the land bridge to teleport here. This was once a Decepticon base, and we may find some valuable supplies and equipment." Megatron gazed at the map, lost in contemplation. He understood that as soon as they teleported, the five-faced creature would strike with precision. Perhaps this was not the opportune moment to take the lead. After a moment's reflection, he stated, "We cannot teleport now. It would serve little purpose. Our immediate priority is to gather strength on this planet while also surveying nearby worlds for energy sources. If we manage to amass sufficient resources and then locate the Allspark, we will have an inexhaustible army at our disposal." Upon hearing this, Soundwave pondered and seemed to grasp the notion. "Leader, do you mean?" Megatron surveyed the gathered Decepticons, all of whom, despite having just endured a fierce battle, were brimming with confidence. At that moment, he recognized that he could not afford to be careless with his decisions. Otherwise, these individuals might abandon him one by one. "Soundwave, you will first use the land bridge to locate Optimus Prime, Shockwave, and the others, and disrupt the plans of the five-faced creature. I need to fortify our strength on this planet while also creating more Transformers. Of course, our ultimate goal remains the Allspark. Only with that can we secure our victory." Hearing this, Soundwave's metallic voice echoed slightly in the expansive bass, laced with a hint of barely perceptible doubt. "Leader, do you mean?" Megatron twisted his neck, producing a series of metallic creaks, his crimson electronic eyes scanning the Decepticons before resting on Soundwave. "Soundwave, you are too impatient. The five-faced creatures are no trifles. Teleporting now would be akin to walking into a trap." Starscream sneered from the side, his shrill voice interjecting, "The leader is right, Soundwave. Aside from tinkering with your little gadgets, can you think of anything else? Rather than teleporting to your demise, it would be wiser to scour this wretched planet for resources to strengthen our ranks." Soundwave maintained a stoic expression, yet a flicker of displeasure danced in his optical sensors. He did not appreciate Starscream's sardonic tone. "Starscream, silence your insolent mouth. I merely offered a suggestion. The final decision rests with the leader. Enough of this chatter." Megatron's thunderous roar resonated, causing the very walls of the base to tremble. "Starscream, you will scout the nearby star systems to see if there are any energy mines. Soundwave, continue your research on the land bridge. Strive to crack the tracking system of the five-faced creature as swiftly as possible. The rest of you, join me in depleting the energy veins of this planet." "Yes, leader." The Decepticons responded in unison, their spirits soaring high. In the ensuing days, they embarked on a frenzied quest for resources. As time progressed, the Soundwave, traversing various planets, felt compelled to present a token of respect to Megatron. Otherwise, it would reflect poorly upon him. Thus, he contemplated the might of Shockwave. Let it be the target. Upon this thought, Soundwave's mechanical arm swung abruptly, locating Shockwave's planet through a breach in the land bridge. In an instant, a resonant hum of spatial distortion echoed, and the center of the land bridge flickered with blinding energy. As the smoke dissipated, a tall and formidable figure emerged at the Decepticon base, Shockwave, his iconic single eye glinting with a chilling light. He surveyed his surroundings, his scarred metallic body quivering slightly, seemingly unsettled by the abrupt transport. "Where's this?" "Soundwave, what is this nonsense?" Shockwave inquired gruffly, irritation lacing his tone. Soundwave stepped forward, his distinctive electronic synthetic voice elucidating. "Calm down, Shockwave. I have brought you here to discuss a matter of great importance with our leader." He gestured to Megatron, who stood nearby. "This is our Decepticon leader, Megatron. Only then did Shockwave take notice of Megatron, scrutinizing him before remarking, "Megatron, you don't appear to be all that impressive." Red Alert, unable to contain himself, interjected, "Hey, one-eyed freak, watch your words. Our leader is not someone you can casually critique." Megatron raised a hand to silence Red Alert, advancing toward Shockwave. His crimson electronic eye fixated on Shockwave's singular eye. "I know you, Shockwave. A formidable warrior, an exceptional scientist. Now that you are here, we can converse. After all, I am still unaware of the whereabouts of your subordinates." Chapter 55. Recruiting Shockwave, my technological supremacy. Upon hearing this, Shockwave snorted. He harbored little fondness for Megatron. Yet he understood that this was not the moment for conflict. He required more intelligence, a deeper understanding of Megatron's true strength and intentions. Furthermore, he needed Soundwave's technology to locate his subordinates. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. "My plan is straightforward. To utilize my technology and resources to forge more powerful weapons and equipment for the Decepticons." "Be more specific," Megatron replied coldly, disliking ambiguity. "I can enhance and upgrade your warriors, boosting their combat capabilities. I can construct new energy collectors to resolve your energy shortages. Furthermore, I can assist in creating a formidable fleet of starships to conquer the entire universe." Shockwave's tone grew increasingly fervent, as if he could already envision the Decepticons reigning supreme over the cosmos. The Soundwave interjected, "Leader, Shockwave technology is indeed remarkably advanced. His involvement would be a tremendous asset for us Decepticons." Megatron pondered for a moment, reluctantly acknowledging the allure of Shockwave's proposal. Yet, he remained vigilant, aware that Shockwave was not a character easily controlled. "What are your terms?" Shockwave grinned, revealing his metallic teeth. "Quite simple. I require resources, ample resources. Additionally, you must assist me in locating all my subordinates. Of course, I demand my freedom. I shall not be subservient to anyone." "Freedom?" Megatron scoffed. "In this merciless universe, only the strong are entitled to speak of freedom. If you seek freedom, then prove your worth. Let me demonstrate your strength, Megatron." Shockwave's singular eye gleamed with a dangerous light as he began to transform, preparing to challenge Megatron. "Stop!" Soundwave swiftly intervened. "Now is not the time for infighting. We must unite against the Quintessence." Shockwave halted his transformation, glancing at Soundwave and then back at Megatron, ultimately deciding to bide his time. "Very well. I shall temporarily cooperate with you. However, should you disappoint me, I will depart at any moment." Megatron regarded Shockwave, already formulating a new plan. He needed to leverage Shockwave's technology and resources to swiftly enhance the Decepticon strength, while also remaining wary of potential betrayal. "Construct Icon. Contact Scrapper and ensure he returns with all the gathered energy cubes promptly," Megatron commanded. "Soundwave, continue your research on the land bridge. We need to establish a secure teleportation network as soon as possible. Meanwhile, gather all of Shockwave's subordinates. As for you, Shockwave," Megatron turned to him, his tone frigid. "I will provide the resources you seek, but you must prove your value. Otherwise, prepare to be torn apart by the Quintessence artillery." Shockwave huffed, remaining silent. He began to scrutinize the Decepticon base, analyzing their technological capabilities and resource reserves. He noted that while their technology was somewhat archaic, their energy collection techniques were exceptionally proficient, piquing his curiosity about Megatron's plans. Could a miner possess such expertise in energy extraction? In the ensuing days, the Decepticon base buzzed with activity. Scrapper returned with a plethora of energy cubes, while Shockwave set to work enhancing the Decepticon warriors. Under his modifications, the warriors grew significantly more formidable, with their weaponry and armor receiving substantial upgrades. One night, Shockwave stealthily infiltrated Megatron's laboratory. He discovered Megatron engrossed in a peculiar device, which emitted powerful energy fluctuations and appeared to be related to the cosmic cube. The single-eyed lens of Shockwave closely adhered to the device, casting an eerie blue glow that flickered across his face. At that moment, Megatron stood nearby, arms crossed, observing with keen interest as Shockwave flitted about the apparatus like a fly. He relished this game of cat and mouse, allowing the arrogant individual to revel in his moment of pride. "What are you looking at?" Megatron finally spoke, his tone laced with mockery. Shockwave, without lifting his gaze, replied with palpable disdain, "I am studying your technology. it appears rather primitive. Primitive? Megatron erupted in laughter, the sound echoing throughout the laboratory. My technology far surpasses yours. I tolerate your presence solely due to your influence. Your subordinates are nothing more than a ragtag bunch, easily deceived. Shockwave abruptly raised his head, his singular eye igniting with a spark of fury. How could he, the esteemed Shockwave, Cybertron as foremost scientist, be dismissed as merely a beneficiary of power? This was an affront of the highest order. My technology is unparalleled. He ground out through clenched teeth. Your words are utterly laughable. With a mere flick of my finger, I could obliterate your pathetic contraptions. Yet Megatron maintained his smile, seemingly unfazed by Shockwave's ire. Let me impart a lesson today. He slowly approached the advanced modification module and gently pressed the activation button. Instantly, the module erupted in a blinding radiance, illuminating the entire laboratory as if it were day. The light coalesced into a beam, enveloping Shockwave. He felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him, his mechanical form trembling violently as his circuits crackled. His processor operated at dizzying speeds, computational rates multiplying exponentially. The armor encasing him began to reshape, becoming sturdier and more aerodynamic. Even his signature eye grew brighter, granting him a clearer vision. The transformation lasted several minutes, and when the light finally subsided, Shockwave emerged renewed. He felt an invincible strength coursing through him, as if he could annihilate anything in his path. He moved his body in disbelief, experiencing an unprecedented power. What is this technology? Shockwave's voice quivered. His previous arrogance evaporated, replaced by profound reverence. Megatron approached him, placing a hand on his shoulder. This is merely a small demonstration. My technology is far more formidable than you can fathom. Now, do you comprehend who the true master of technology is? Ashamed, Shockwave lowered his head, realizing the folly of his prior arrogance. He knelt on one knee, expressing his contrition to Megatron. Leader, I was wrong. My previous hubris and ignorance have offended you. I beseech your forgiveness. Megatron helped Shockwave to his feet. Acknowledging one's errors is commendable. I hope you will channel your talents towards a righteous path, contributing your strength to the Decepticon cause. Shockwave nodded in agreement, resolutely deciding to dedicate his vast knowledge and skills to the Decepticons, assisting Megatron in realizing his ambitions. By the way, my leader, Shockwave, suddenly recalled, while I was examining your device, I discovered some intriguing phenomena. He proceeded to share his findings with Megatron. It turned out that the apparatus within Megatron's laboratory was not a weapon, but rather an energy converter capable of transforming the power of the cosmic cube into usable energy for the Decepticons. This is a remarkable asset, Megatron exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. With this device, we can secure an endless supply of energy, alleviating our concerns about energy shortages. Shockwave too smiled, aware that this device would significantly enhance the Decepticon strength. Just then, an alarm blared throughout the base. What is happening? Megatron's expression darkened. Report, my leader. Red alert rushed in. Flustered. Autobots have appeared on this planet. Are there Autobots here? Only the high-ranking officials from Cybertron could have tracked us down. Megatron snorted disdainfully. Let them witness the might of the Decepticons. He led his warriors to confront the Autobots. However, upon exiting the Decepticon base, he was taken aback by the sight of a familiar silhouette. Alita. Megatron gazed in disbelief at the figure before him. Alita, sister of Optimus Prime. How could she be here? Chapter 56, The Rise of the Decepticons. Alita's face brightened with a surprised smile upon seeing Megatron. I knew you were still alive. She turned to glance at the Autobots she had been protecting, revealing her brother, Optimus Prime. Though he appeared somewhat disheveled, bearing multiple scrapes, he stood resolutely, his gaze steady upon Megatron. Optimus, what brings you here? Megatron furrowed his brow. It's a long story, Alita explained. When you all attacked the Quintessence, a surge of immense energy transported you to other planets. I have been deeply concerned for your safety and have been searching everywhere, not expecting to actually find you. Megatron fell silent for a moment, taken aback by Alita's willingness to risk everything for him. And your brother? Megatron glanced at Optimus Prime. I found him on the opposite side of this planet, Alita replied with a nod. I see. A glimmer of cunning sparkled in Megatron's eyes. Why not join the Decepticons and together confront the Quintessence, restoring the glory of Cybertron. Optimus shook his head resolutely. I will not join you, Megatron. Our ideologies are fundamentally opposed, marking us as foes. Brother, Alita exclaimed anxiously. Megatron is far stronger than before. If we unite, we can surely defeat the Quintessence. Optimus Prime let out a sigh, fully aware of his sister's temperament. Once she made a decision, it was exceedingly difficult to alter. Alita, Megatron approached her with sincerity in his tone. Thank you for seeking me out. Alita's eyes sparkled with excitement as she promptly knelt on one knee, pledging her loyalty to Megatron. I am willing to follow you, my leader, for the glory of the Decepticons. I shall dedicate all that I have. Megatron nodded in satisfaction, helping Alita to her feet, his thoughts swirling in uncertainty. Perhaps he was unsure of how to face her. Nearby, Starscream remarked with a hint of jealousy. Another one here to steal the spotlight. Meanwhile, Shockwave observed Alita with a measured gaze, assessing her potential. Welcome aboard, Alita, he stated. I hope you will contribute to the Decepticon cause. Alita smiled and nodded, aware that she had much to learn, yet confident that under Megatron's leadership, she would evolve into a formidable warrior. With Alita's addition, the Decepticon forces grew even stronger. Megatron surveyed the enthusiastic warriors before him, filled with renewed confidence. He knew he was one step closer to achieving his goal of conquering Cybertron. Now, Megatron addressed the assembly. Let's continue to fight, eliminate those damned Quintessence, and restore the glory of the Transformers. Hail the leader! Hail the leader! The thunderous cheers echoed through the rusted canyon, causing stones to tumble down. Standing atop a towering rock, Megatron's crimson gaze swept over the darkened throng below, a surge of exhilaration coursing through him as he reveled in his dominion. Though Optimus Prime's arrival was unexpected, it only reinforced his belief that he was indeed making history. Upon returning to the base, Megatron could scarcely believe his eyes at the scene before him. The once dilapidated Decepticon headquarters was now alive with activity, resembling a bustling small city. Soundwave, Shockwave, and Starscream, his loyal subordinates, were hard at work, while Devastator loomed like a mountain in the center, directing smaller Transformers as they transported ammunition. Thundercracker and Frenzy were seated on the ground, boasting loudly and exchanging crude insults. What surprised Megatron the most was the presence of former Autobots, now mingling among the Decepticons, including Optimus Prime himself. Alita was enthusiastically introducing the various weaponry of the Decepticons to Optimus, who listened with a resigned expression, occasionally shaking his head in exasperation. Roadblock patrolled the perimeter with members of the vehicle adjustment team, vigilantly observing their surroundings. What a lively scene, Megatron murmured to himself, a complex blend of emotions surging within him. Amidst the multitude of Transformers, both seasoned veterans and fresh recruits, as well as erstwhile adversaries, all now united under his command, he experienced an unprecedented sense of accomplishment, albeit accompanied by a tinge of unease. The cunning Starscream fluttered to Megatron's side, his tone dripping with skepticism. Leader, can we truly trust these individuals? Especially the Autobots. I can't shake the feeling they might betray us. Megatron cast a sidelong glance at Starscream and scoffed. Betrayal? I dare say you would be the first to do so. Ah, Chief, you cannot cast such aspersions upon me. My loyalty is unwavering. Starscream responded, exuding a sense of helplessness. For even if he wished to betray, he lacked the strength to do so. Soundwave and Shockwave would easily overpower him. Indeed, Starscream, what nonsense are you speaking? Alita approached, glaring disapprovingly at him. My brother would never betray the leader. Optimus Prime let out a resigned sigh. Alita, enough, Megatron interrupted Optimus. Now is not the time for such debates. Shockwave, how fares your research? Shockwave stepped forward, presenting a data pad to Megatron. Leader, the interstellar battleship and radar have been completed and are ready for deployment. Megatron accepted the data pad, scrutinizing it before a satisfied smile graced his face. Excellent. Shockwave, you have made a significant contribution. With the battleship and radar, we can seize control of the Cybertronian energy planet and even expand to other worlds. For the glory of the Decepticons. Shockwave knelt, his voice cold and resolute. At that moment, Soundwave approached Megatron, bowing respectfully. Leader, according to the latest intelligence, the Fallen and Megatron have returned to Cybertron. Upon hearing this, A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Megatron's eyes. Oh, how they found their way back. It appears the show is about to commence. He lifted his gaze toward the horizon, envisioning the future of Cybertron, a realm powerful and ruled by him. Starscream, relay my orders. All Decepticon members, prepare to depart for Cybertron, targeting all bases of the Five Faces. Yes, leader, Starscream exclaimed, exhilarated as he rushed to carry out the command. The base erupted into a flurry of activity, Transformers transforming and inspecting their weaponry, readying for the impending battle. Megatron stood aloft, surveying the scene with a heart brimming with ambition. He understood that this battle would determine the fate of Cybertron, and indeed, his own destiny. Meanwhile, on Cybertron, this metallic planet was suffused with an atmosphere of unease. The sudden departure of the Five Faces was akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples through the calm. In a dimly lit bar in Kaon City, a group of Autobots whispered amongst themselves. Have you heard? That Megatron fellow has actually assembled a team, and even Optimus Prime is with him. A diminutive Autobot nervously gulped down a shot of high-purity energon. Optimus Prime? How is that even possible? He is merely a librarian. How could he possibly know? In this world, anything can transpire. The first Autobot scoffed. Having heard rumors that Megatron had acquired formidable weaponry, capable of overpowering even the likes of Unicron. In a dim corner of the bar, Ironhide sat alone, drowning his sorrows. The electromagnetic pulse cannon carelessly discarded beside him. He took a deep swig of energon, his metallic visage marred by a frown. The rise of Megatron was not merely a threat to his power, but a profound disgrace. Damn Megatron, one day I shall see you shattered into oblivion. Ironhide growled through gritted teeth, his fingers gripping the glass so tightly they turned pale. Chapter 57. The Thunderfleet War, Death, Famine, and Disease. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Guardian Corps in Cybertron City, Optimus Prime paced restlessly, anxiously fiddling with his energy sword. Clearly possessing a leadership module, he was more than capable of easily deciphering the technology of the land bridge. Megatron's rapid ascendance left him questioning whether he could vanquish the Quintessence. Yet, having indeed defeated the five-faced beasts, could he truly be a match for him? Optimus murmured, contemplating his next move. Captain, what shall we do? A young Guardian Corps member inquired cautiously. Do not fret. Though Megatron has defeated the Quintessent Shark, he is yet to unleash his full potential. Rising to his feet, Optimus gazed into the distance at the town of Cybertron, softly murmuring, let Megatron annihilate another wave of Quintessence before we make our move. Understood. Meanwhile, far away on Quintessa, the five-faced beasts had also taken notice of the disturbances near Cybertron. The colossal holographic display showcased Megatron leading the Decepticon army in a grand display of might, inciting the wrath of the five-faced beast leader. These contemptible metallic insects dare to challenge our authority, he bellowed, furiously gesticulating with his tentacles, his sharp voice reverberating throughout the control room. Great Master, grant me permission to venture to Cybertron and utterly obliterate these rebels, pleaded the cunning scientist, Quirky, bowing low in submission. After a moment's contemplation, the leader of the five-faced beast nodded. Go forth, Quirky. Remember, I wish to see Megatron and his Decepticons completely eradicated from Cybertron. At once, my master, Quirky replied with a sinister grin, his eyes flickering with malevolence. In addition to Quirky, the five-faced beasts also contacted the Cosmic Emperor, a chaotic entity long envious of Cybertron's energy. Master, we require your assistance. The leader of the five-faced beasts implored, his voice tinged with desperation. Oh, you insignificant little creatures actually seek my aid? The Cosmic Emperor's voice echoed like a whisper from the depths of hell, laden with mockery and disdain. Megatron and his Decepticons have become a severe threat to our dominion. We require your intervention to eliminate them completely, spoke the five-faced monster leader, suppressing his fury with a subdued tone. Annihilating them? That is but a trivial task for me, the Cosmic Emperor replied with a chilling laugh. Allow my Thunderfleet to address this minor inconvenience for you. The Thunderfleet? The five-faced monster leader's voice resonated with surprise. Indeed, it comprises my four formidable guardians: Chaos, Death, Famine, and Pestilence. They shall transform Cybertron into a veritable hellscape. The Cosmic Emperor's voice brimmed with a sense of impending destruction. The fate of Cybertron now teetered on a precipice. The peculiar schemes of the Oddball and the arrival of the Thunder Fleet heralded an unprecedented catastrophe on the horizon. At that moment, Megatron stood on the bridge of the interstellar warship, gazing down at the diminishing expanse of Cybertron beneath him. His eyes sparkled with ambitious fervor, as if he could already envision his dominion over the entire planet. Starscream, report the situation, Megatron commanded, turning to his sidekick. Reporting, Commander. All Decepticon members have boarded the ship and are ready for departure. Starscream replied respectfully, though a flicker of subtle trepidation crossed his gaze. Excellent. Megatron nodded in satisfaction. Our target is the five-faced monsters' bases across Cybertron. We shall make them aware of who the true ruler of this planet is. Just then the alarm blared, its shrill sound echoing throughout the bridge. What is happening? Megatron's expression darkened as he demanded an explanation. Commander, we have detected unidentified energy fluctuations rapidly approaching. A panicked Decepticon soldier exclaimed. Energy fluctuations? Could it be? A wave of ominous premonition washed over Megatron as he contemplated the implications. In the starry expanse beyond the warship, distorted beams of light suddenly materialized. Moments later, four colossal ships gradually emerged from the void. Indeed, the Cosmic Emperor's Thunder Fleet. Chaos, death, famine, and pestilence. Simultaneously, an oddly shaped vessel appeared above Cybertron. The Oddball had arrived with the orders of the five-faced monster. Witnessing this spectacle, Megatron inhaled deeply, astonished by the sheer magnitude of Transformers before him. With no time for contemplation, he activated his internal memory panel to assess his combat readiness. Recalling the words of the Shark Demon, who had once stated that one must possess the strength of 7 or 8 stars to effectively navigate the current predicament. Name, Megatron. Category, Energy Combining Battle Robot. Transformation, Model 38 Handgun, Armed Tank, Cosmic Cube Shield Switch. Weapons, Black Gold Mining Hammer, Electromagnetic Cannon, Embedded Cosmic Cube Shield, Fusion Cannon. Cyber Energy Laser Sword. Energy, total energy 20,000 points. Currently 20,000 points. Module, Supreme Modification Module, capable of attaining profound mechanical modification abilities. Combat experience, exceptional level, with an additional 6 stars. Comprehensive rating, 42 stars. Upon observing his attribute panel, Megatron inhaled sharply. 42 stars. Gazing intently at the numbers displayed, a tumult of emotions surged within him. This was higher than anticipated, yet still woefully insufficient. The energy fluctuations emanating from the Thunder Fleet resembled a slumbering beast gradually awakening, instilling a suffocating sense of pressure upon him. He required greater power. Shockwave, Soundwave, come forth, Megatron bellowed, his voice laced with an unmistakable hint of anxiety. Two figures swiftly materialized before him. Shockwave, as taciturn as ever, merely nodded in acknowledgement. Soundwave responded in his characteristic electronic, synthesized voice. At your command, Lord Megatron. Enough of the pleasantries. Inform me of your combat power ratings. Megatron snapped, his agitation evident as a sharp gaze swept over the pair. Shockwave extended 3 fingers, succinctly stating, 3. Soundwave added, my combat power rating is also around 3 stars, but my strengths lie in intelligence, gathering, and strategic analysis. 3 stars, Megatron murmured, the figure reverberating in his mind, his brow furrowed. Just 3 3-star ratings. His chances of victory appeared bleak. Not to mention, the opposing side possessed 4 warships, concealing an unknown quantity of combat power. Is there any way to swiftly enhance our combat strength? Megatron inquired urgently, a trace of unacknowledged pleading in his tone. Soundwave hesitated momentarily, his electronic voice tinged with uncertainty. The spark source contains tremendous energy. If we could absorb and merge with it, our combat power could increase by at least 1 star. But, Megatron pressed, his focus solely on the matter at hand. The energy of the spark source is volatile and challenging to control. The merging process is exceedingly perilous. A minor misstep could result in. Soundwave did not continue. Yet the implication was clear. Is it a sacrifice, then? Megatron's tone turned frigid as he recalled the sacrificial method Soundwave had previously mentioned. A wave of revulsion surging within him. One could articulate it that way. Soundwave paused before proceeding. Alternatively, should we secure a resource-rich base that can provide continuous energy? Our combat power could also be enhanced, albeit at a slower rate, perhaps an increase of 1 star. Suddenly, Shockwave interjected, "My Constructicons can also provide a combat power boost. Roughly 1 star, but this necessitates that they enter a full defensive mode to maximize their efficacy." The Constructicons, a unique mechanical life form engineered by Shockwave, possessed formidable defensive capabilities and energy absorption potential. However, in full defensive mode, they would nearly lose their offensive capabilities, becoming passive targets. Full defense? Would that not render us living targets? Megatron furrowed his brow, swiftly contemplating the situation. Time passed inexorably, and the atmosphere on the bridge grew increasingly tense. He paced back and forth, his mind racing with myriad thoughts. The sacrificial method of the Allspark was perilously dangerous. Occupying the base would require time. And the comprehensive defenses of the Decepticons were far too passive. Damn it! With a sudden, forceful strike, Megatron slammed his fist onto the control panel, producing a resounding echo. "Report. The enemy fleet is approaching." A terrified Decepticon soldier exclaimed. Megatron abruptly lifted his head, and through the bridge's viewport, he clearly observed 4 massive warships, advancing slowly like phantoms from the depths of hell. "Commander, what shall we do?" Red Spider's voice trembled with fear. He had never encountered such formidable foes. Megatron took a deep breath, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. He understood that there was no retreat at this moment. "If we engage head-on, we are likely to suffer devastating losses," he murmured, his gaze sweeping across every Decepticon member on the bridge, a profound sense of responsibility swelling within him. "Relay my orders." Megatron spun around, his tone resolute and commanding. "All Decepticons, prepare for full defense. If we cannot win, we must escape and preserve our lives." He paused, his eyes fixed on the enemy vessels drawing nearer outside the viewport. "Then, I shall face them alone." With that declaration, Megatron inhaled deeply and continued issuing orders. "Soundwave. Ensure the Decepticon base and all starships provide energy for me, striving to elevate to a star level. If necessary, utilize your Allspark energy. It must be applied judiciously and not squandered recklessly. Shockwave, you will accompany the Decepticons in our offensive. This way, my star level could reach 72. If my combat experience increases, I might even surpass level 8. Upon hearing this, Soundwave gasped in astonishment. "Level 8? How is that possible? Has your panel attributes already reached above level 4? Shockwave, too, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Megatron would choose to fight in such a manner. It seemed to consolidate all energy within himself. Yet the ferocity of the Allspark and the challenges of transferring long-range energy posed significant tests to 1's willpower. "Why should it not work?" Megatron reiterated. "It is theoretically feasible, but can your mechanical form withstand it? We won't know unless we try. My only concern is that if we lose this battle, you all must survive." As his words echoed in the air, Megatron transformed into a cybernetic energy laser sword and a cosmic cube shield. "I'm going out." The ship's door opened slowly, and Megatron stepped forth into the frigid expanse of space, alone. The Thunder Fleet drew ever closer, and Megatron could feel the suffocating pressure weighing down on him. Yet, he felt no fear. Instead, an unprecedented exhilaration coursed through him. He understood that this was a battle fraught with peril, but he was undaunted, for he was Megatron. At that moment, the Eccentric One's spacecraft has arrived above Cybertron. Through the porthole, he keenly observes the impending battle unfolding below. "How intriguing," he murmurs to himself, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. "Let me see what surprises these metallic lumps can bring me." His gaze settles upon Megatron, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This little fellow seems rather interesting. He presses a button, activating the weapon systems of his ship, which now targets Megatron. The weaponry of the Eccentric One spacecraft is fully charged, unleashing a crimson energy beam that hurtles towards Megatron. The corner of Megatron's eye catches the deadly red light, and he curses inwardly. Damn it. Attacking with the battleship's main cannon. Without time to ponder further, he bellows, "Soundwave. Provide energy transfer from the base battleship. Shockwave. Prepare the Decepticons for action." Soundwave on the bridge responds without hesitation. Understood. He swiftly operates the controls, sending an overwhelming torrent of energy from the Decepticon base and all battleships rushing towards Megatron. Simultaneously, Shockwave executes the command, and the Decepticon beast emits a thunderous roar. its massive form glowing with a dangerous purple light, poised to charge into the fray. Megatron feels an unprecedented surge of energy flooding his mechanical body. As if every component rejoices in unison, he raises his laser sword and cube shield, allowing the furious energy to envelop him. The impact of the energy feels like countless tiny needles pricking his metal skin, creating ripples across its surface. The eccentric one's attack arrives in an instant. The crimson energy beam colliding violently with Megatron's cube shield. A ferocious shockwave radiates outward, shattering surrounding meteors into dust. Mere trifles. Megatron grits his teeth, the cube shield glowing brilliantly as it withstands the lethal blow. At that moment, the energy coursing through him peaks, his attributes soaring to an astounding 52 stars. A formidable aura erupts from Megatron, akin to a colossal beast awakening, instilling fear in all around him. With a mighty swing of his laser sword, a dazzling arc of light cleaves through the darkness of space, hurtling towards the eccentric one's craft. The eccentric one, evidently taken aback by Megatron's ability to withstand his assault, is further astonished by the remarkable power now displayed. He maneuvers the ship urgently, narrowly evading this deadly strike. Quite interesting, he squints, excitement gleaming in his eyes, realizing this little fellow is even more intriguing than he had anticipated. In this moment, Megatron, emboldened by his newfound strength at 52 stars, possesses unprecedented power and speed. He deftly dodges the ship's attacks while relentlessly swinging his laser sword, forcing the eccentric one's vessel into perilous situations. At last, the Thunder Fleet has arrived on the battlefield. For colossal warships loomed like titanic steel beasts, slowly encroaching upon Megatron. Damn it, when will this end? He muttered under his breath. Yet there was no hint of retreat in his demeanor. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned the energy within him to its utmost limits. Bracing himself for the arduous battle ahead. Memory panel alert. Combat experience increased. Excellence elevated to mastery. Additional evaluation star rating of 0.9 stars. Chapter 59. Transformers the size of planets upon witnessing the rise in evaluation stars. Megatron's Spirit Sword. He had not anticipated the memory panel to be so effective. The addition of combat experience was fortuitous, and he resolved to integrate more such panels in the future. Meanwhile, aboard the flagship of the Thunder Fleet, a towering figure stood on the bridge, gazing down at Megatron with an air of disdain. War. Clad in black battle armor and wearing a chilling mask, he emanated an oppressive aura. Is this Megatron? War murmured, his tone laced with contempt, conveying his unimpressed sentiment. Beside him, an aide respectfully inquired, "My lord, shall we eliminate him at once?" "Not yet," War replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Let us observe what he is capable of. After all, a being capable of withstanding the attacks of the Insecticons warrants our attention." At that moment, the battlefield dynamics shifted once more. Under the command of Shockwave, the Decepticon's laser beak surged forth like a purple lightning bolt, charging toward the Thunder Fleet. Its massive form careened through the air, obliterating several smaller warships in its wake. What is happening? War's expression darkened, clearly taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. "Report, my lord, it is the Decepticon's laser beak," the aide exclaimed in terror. A glint of cold determination flickered in War's eyes. It appeared they had underestimated these adversaries. He inhaled deeply and commanded, "All ships, engage with full force. We must obliterate both Megatron and Laserbeak." The entire arsenal of the Thunder Fleet roared to life, unleashing a torrential barrage of fire that enveloped Megatron and Laserbeak. Amidst the onslaught, Megatron maneuvered with remarkable agility, leveraging his 56-star prowess and exceptional combat skills to withstand the furious assault of the Thunder Fleet. This spectacle left all observers in utter astonishment. Is it possible someone has achieved 56 stars? The Insecticons gaped, incredulous as they beheld Megatron steadfast amidst the storm of gunfire. Even War, who had previously dismissed Megatron, was compelled to acknowledge that this foe possessed undeniable prowess. The battlefield was thick with smoke, and the cacophony of explosions rang deafeningly. Megatron bore numerous fractures, some from surging energy, others from impacts, but his eyes reflected no fear. Instead, they burned with an even more fervent fighting spirit. Raising his laser sword high, he bellowed to the heavens, "Come forth, show me what else you are capable of." At that moment, War's patience finally wore thin. The peculiar figure-S spacecraft buzzed like a fly, yet it failed to resolve the conflict with Megatron, causing a growing agitation within him. Beneath his stern visage, a hint of sardonic amusement curled at the corners of his mouth. What a waste of time. His deep voice reverberated through the comms. Death, famine, pestilence. Let us unite and swiftly conclude this. As his words echoed, the flagship of the Thunder Fleet's hatch thunderously swung open, revealing three formidable figures, exuding an aura of terror. Death appeared emaciated, akin to a walking skeleton, enveloped in a miasma of decay. Famine, corpulent and grotesque, resembled a moving mountain of flesh, ravenously devouring the surrounding energy. Pestilence, grotesquely decayed, emanated a nauseating stench, corroding the very metal in its wake. The four leaders of the Thunder Fleet loomed like infernal deities, charged with a cataclysmic intent as they surged towards Megatron. He felt an unprecedented pressure. Each of these adversaries surpassed the peculiar figure in ferocity. Not to mention their combined assault. Alarm bells rang in his mind. He understood that to withstand their onslaught would be folly. Drill Beast, shield me, Megatron bellowed. The Drill Beast, comprehending the command, instantaneously transformed, enveloping Megatron in an indomitable metallic shell. The defensive metal shimmered with a ghostly luminescence, absorbing the Thunder Fleet's furious artillery. The defense of the 66 Star afforded Megatron a moment to breathe, yet he recognized this as merely a temporary reprieve. The Drill Beast's protection could not endure indefinitely. Faced with such formidable foes, he must strike preemptively. A reckless thought flashed through his mind. Soundwave, provide me with the spark. Megatron commanded through the communicator. I shall extinguish them with a single stroke. Without hesitation, Soundwave transmitted his energy to Megatron. Simultaneously, other Decepticons on the battlefield rallied to assist. Barricade extracted the core energy from his armored form, unreservedly supplying it to Megatron. Count me in, Captain. Members of the vehicular unit, including Spotlight, Goldbug, High Speed, Wide Load, and Pursuit, typically unremarkable, now displayed astonishing valor and loyalty. They transformed, channeling their energy without reservation to Megatron. We're with you, boss, shouted Shovel and Ruckus, along with their comrades from the scrapyard, contributing their spark energy. Even the usually timid and fearful Misfire summoned his courage, offering his meager energy. Go, Megatron. Thunderous laughter erupted as Rampage converted his explosive energy into spark energy, transmitting it to Megatron. Boss, let us blow them away. Far away in the city of Karen, Elita felt the unwavering battle intent emanating from Megatron and silently transferred her energy to him. Her heart held but a singular thought. Megatron must prevail. An ever-increasing amount of fiery energy converged upon Megatron. The laser sword in his grasp, originally a mere shade of purple, now blazed with an increasingly brilliant and intense radiance. Akin to a supernova on the verge of eruption, Megatron sensed the surging energy within him, a sensation of unprecedented strength coursing through his entire being. The metallic framework of his body creaked ominously, as if it could scarcely withstand the overwhelming power threatening to shatter. With a thunderous roar, Megatron unleashed a cry that reverberated across the universe. The laser sword in his hand had transformed into a blinding beam of white light, illuminating the entire battlefield. Chaos, death, famine, and disease. Leaders of the four Thunderfleet factions felt the cataclysmic aura emanating from Megatron, and their faces paled in dread. This is bad. He's going all out. Chaos exclaimed, urging, quick, stop him. The four colossal figures moved simultaneously, attempting to thwart Megatron's impending lethal strike. Yet it was far too late. Megatron's laser sword, infused with the hopes and beliefs of all Decepticons, came crashing down with ferocity. A dazzling white light cleaved through the heavens, seemingly dividing the entire universe in twain. The deafening roar of the explosion echoed, and a shockwave swept across the battlefield. The Thunderfleet's warships were torn asunder, reduced to mere scraps of paper in the violent blast. The bizarre vessels of the Quirky clan were instantaneously reduced to ashes. Smoke billowed, obscuring the sun. On the battlefield, only a massive energy orb, radiating blinding light, continued to expand as if to consume all. As the white light faded and the smoke gradually cleared, a harrowing scene emerged. The remnants of the Thunder Fleet's warships lay scattered, akin to discarded scrap metal across the cosmos. Only a few dilapidated starships of the Quirky clan wobbled precariously in the distance. Their numbers dwindled to less than a tenth. However, the victorious scene Megatron envisioned did not unfold. In the next moment, the broken forms of chaos, death, famine, and disease inexplicably merged, their metallic components twisting and warping, while fiery energy surged uncontrollably. Before all stood a colossal transformer, the size of a planet. With a dramatic flourish, this planet-sized transformer wielded a massive spear forged from countless fragments, its tip glinting with a chilling brilliance, and struck fiercely towards Megatron, as though intent on piercing the very void. Insect perish. Yet at this moment, Megatron found himself in a dire state. The overwhelming energy within him surged chaotically, on the verge of bursting forth. His consciousness began to blur, and the world before him appeared shrouded in a dark crimson haze. He could feel the intense pulsation of the spark, reverberating through every fiber of his being like a thunderous drum. He vaguely realized that if he were to fall, Cybertron would meet its doom. The miners would forever remain enslaved by the Quintessence, with no hope of redemption. No, I cannot falter. Megatron gritted his teeth, striving to harness the chaotic energy within him, only to find his efforts utterly futile. His body had reached its limits, on the verge of collapse. The shadow of death loomed over him, and despair surged within him like an overwhelming tide. At this critical juncture, two figures streaked through the heavens like lightning, appearing before Megatron. Damn the Quintessence and that peculiar creature. Today, I shall obliterate you. A deafening roar echoed across the cosmos. The Fallen, this ancient and formidable warrior, emanated an oppressive aura that was suffocating. His eyes glowed crimson, akin to a demon from the depths of hell, as he charged relentlessly toward the remnants of the Quintessent fleet. The other figure was Omega Supreme. He spoke not a word, but silently transformed into a colossal shield, positioning himself before Megatron, steadfastly absorbing the cataclysmic spear assault. The surface of the shield rippled with layers of energy, seemingly on the brink of shattering, yet miraculously enduring. Upon witnessing the arrival of the Fallen and Omega Supreme, a flicker of hope ignited within Megatron. He knew he was not alone in this battle. The Fallen, Omega Supreme. He struggled to articulate, his voice hoarse. Spare me the pleasantries. Megatron, you must hold your ground. The Fallen bellowed without turning back. I have finally emerged from slumber. I refuse to return. Omega Supreme remained silent, exerting even greater strength to withstand the massive spear. His form trembled slightly, evidently under immense pressure. In the distant battlefield, the Fallen had breached the Quintessent fleet, akin to a tiger among sheep, unstoppable in his advance. Each swing of his massive axe claimed several warships. The Quintessent fleet crumbled under his assault, as fragile as paper. The terrified shrieks of the peculiar creature echoed from afar, urging, hurry, stop him. He is a madman. Yet it was all too late. The Fallen's onslaught was relentless, and the Quintessent fleet was in utter disarray, retreating in chaos. Returning to Megatron's side, Omega Supreme continued to struggle against the relentless assault. The colossal spear battered against his shield, producing a shrill, grinding sound. Megatron attempted to voice his thoughts, but found himself unable to speak. Omega Supreme remained resolute, silently channeling more energy into the shield. His metallic form creaked ominously, as if poised to fracture at any moment. Do not pass this on, you will perish, Megatron managed to utter with great difficulty. Yet, the formidable Zhun Tianwei remained unperturbed, only uttering a single phrase at the moment when the energy transfer was completed. It is entrusted to you. Eliminate these four miscreants and the Chaos Bringer. Cybertron is the realm of Transformers. His voice resonated as though it emerged from the depths of the cosmos, imbued with a sense of relief and liberation. As soon as his words faded, his colossal form began to flicker, the radiance gradually dimming until it succumbed to silence. The energy was expended, the spark extinguished. The once mighty warrior was now reduced to a cold metallic shell. Megatron watched in helpless anguish as this transpired, an indescribable sorrow surging within him. He yearned to roar, to bellow, yet found himself devoid of the strength to even part his lips. A torrent of energy surged violently within him, The protective layer of the drill beast akin to a fragile membrane, ready to be torn apart by this overwhelming force. His metallic body emitted creaks of unbearable strain, as if it were on the verge of shattering. With great difficulty, he uttered the name Zhen Tianwei, his voice rasping like metal scraping against metal. He had never envisioned losing a comrade, a brother, in such a manner. However, this was not the time for lamentation. Zhen Tianwei had sacrificed his life to grant him time and strength. He must fulfill Zhen Tianwei's unfinished mission and eradicate the Chaos Bringer from Cybertron entirely. Suddenly, the prompt from the memory panel chimed. Energy transfer complete, star level elevated to 86 stars. 86 stars, a figure that could make all Transformers tremble in awe. Megatron felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, as though he had gained the ability to wield the cosmos. He inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze upon the colossal battlefield, resembling a planet in the distance. With eyes tightly shut and hands gripping the black gold mining hammer, this weapon, emblematic of a miner's identity, now radiated an aura of cataclysmic destruction. War, death, famine, plague. Megatron roared, each word reverberating throughout the universe like thunder. You wretched pawns of the Chaos Bringer, meet your demise. He abruptly opened his eyes, flames of fury igniting within them. In the next instant, he transformed into a shooting star, dashing towards the planet-sized battlefield with blinding speed. The amalgamated form of the Chaos Bringer seemed to sense the terrifying aura emanating from Megatron and emitted a cataclysmic roar. It swung its enormous arms, attempting to crush Megatron into fragments. However, Megatron's velocity was unparalleled. He deftly evaded the onslaught, bringing down the black gold mining hammer forcefully upon the Chaos Bringer's chest. With a thunderous crash, a massive dent was forged in its chest. It howled in agony, its gargantuan form swaying precariously. Unyielding, Megatron pressed the attack, the hammer raining down upon the Chaos Bringer like a torrential downpour. Perish! Each assault was accompanied by the thunderous roar of Megatron, and every collision erupted with dazzling sparks. The defenses of war erupted under the tempestuous onslaught of Megatron, gradually crumbling. Its metallic form began to exhibit fissures, and energy started to leak. No, impossible. War bellowed in terror. I am invincible. How could you possibly defeat me? Invincible? Megatron scoffed. Before me, you are nothing. He leapt high into the air, channeling all his strength into the black gold mining hammer, which he brought down forcefully upon War's head. Crack! A sharp sound of shattering echoed as War's head was reduced to ruins. Its body collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending dust swirling into the air. War has fallen. Megatron stood atop the remnants of War, panting heavily. His body was riddled with scars, and considerable energy had been expended. Chapter 61. Beasts and the Enemy of Heaven. The king of opportunists, meanwhile, with the demise of War, the colossal Transformers rapidly disassembled. Death, famine, and pestilence swiftly transformed, dragging their shattered mechanical bodies as they fled in all directions. Countless shards of steel littered the space around them, creating an opportunity for their escape. Who will be next? Megatron surveyed his surroundings, seeking the next target. Death, famine, pestilence. None of those minions of the five-faced monstrosity shall evade me. At that moment, Death transformed into a swirling black mist, attempting to flee the battlefield. Trying to run? Megatron sneered, extending his hand. A powerful suction firmly ensnared Death's mist. Death shrieked in despair. Let me go. Let me go. Too late. A glint of cold light flashed in Megatron's eyes as he tightened his fist, instantly crushing the mist of death, dispersing it into twinkling starlight scattered across the cosmos. Death has been obliterated. Next came famine and pestilence. These two were even more cunning than war and death. They lurked in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment. Megatron did not rush to seek them out. Instead, he paused to regulate his immense energy. He understood that this battle was merely beginning, and he needed to maintain peak condition to ultimately vanquish all enemies. Just then, a series of violent explosions echoed in the distance. Megatron's eyes snapped open as he beheld a colossal warship hurtling toward him. On the deck stood a familiar figure, Optimus Prime. Megatron, Optimus Prime's voice brimmed with anger. You dare to betray Cybertron. Today, I shall bring you to justice. Megatron rose, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He once regarded Optimus as a mentor. Now, they stood on opposing sides. Optimus, what are you saying? Nothing. You are in league with the five-faced monstrosity. Optimus, I conspire with the five-faced monstrosity? Has your mind been scorched by laser fire? Megatron roared, his energy surging around him. The black and gold mining hammer in his grasp humming ominously, akin to a ravenous beast yearning for blood. I have obliterated 5 monstrous warships, yet you dare to claim I am allied with them? How ludicrous! The Fallen paid no heed to Megatron's retort, emitting a cold snort. Whether you are allies or not, you know the truth within your heart. You have slaughtered your fellow Cybertronians. Such crimes are unforgivable. He paused, a fleeting glimmer of compassion flickering in his gaze, swiftly supplanted by resolute determination. Megatron, I once believed you would become the guardian of Cybertron, yet you have descended into a bloodthirsty tyrant. A tempest of unutterable rage surged within Megatron, feeling as if he had been struck across the face, the pain searing. He had once esteemed the Fallen as a mentor, yet now the Fallen stood in opposition, condemning him and threatening to bring him to justice. A guardian? Huh. What does Cybertron need guarding from? A decaying system? Or those lofty nobles? Megatron gritted his teeth. I fight for the freedom of all oppressed miners. And you, the Fallen, have chosen to stand against them. The Fallen uttered no further words, slowly raising his hand, revealing an ancient and powerful leader module. This module, revered as the Autobot's royal seal, shimmered with a radiant glow, seemingly harboring boundless strength. Megatron's pupils constricted. He recognized the module as the supreme symbol possessed only by the leaders of Autobots. You have obtained the leader module. A storm of realization surged within Megatron. He understood the implications. The Fallen's power would be vastly augmented, perhaps even surpassing his own. The leader module appeared to respond to an unseen call, transforming into a streak of light that merged into the Fallen's form. The mechanical body of the Fallen began to swell, reshaping itself, becoming even more imposing, exuding a suffocating energy wave. His once blue armor deepened in hue, glinting with metallic luster, and his eyes burned with an inferno, as if a divine being had descended. Feel the power of the leader module. The Fallen's voice thundered like a tempest, deafening in its resonance. In the distance, famine and disease attempted to flee amidst the chaos. They were gravely injured, their energy nearly depleted, scurrying like lost animals. Attempting to escape, the Fallen scoffed, the energy sword in his hand radiating brilliantly, transforming into a bolt of lightning that struck towards famine in an instant. A piercing scream erupted from famine as its body was cleaved in two by the energy sword. Sparks flying, parts scattering across the ground. Immediately thereafter, the Fallen's gaze fixated on disease. Disease was paralyzed with terror, desperately attempting to flee. Yet its speed was a mere crawl before the Fallen. Scanning. Disease. Status. Near death. The Fallen's voice was frigid and merciless, akin to a death sentence. Execution. Eliminate. Once again, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the night sky, and the plague followed in the footsteps of famine, severed in twain by the energy sword. Vanishing entirely from this world, Megatron bore witness to this spectacle, his heart brimming with shock and fury. He comprehended that the adversary, now endowed with the leader module, had ascended to a power far surpassing his own. Prepare to meet your demise, Megatron. The voice of the adversary resonated like a sinister echo from the depths of hell. As he slowly raised the energy sword, its tip aimed directly at Megatron, a formidable pressure enveloping the battlefield. Taking a deep breath, Megatron forcefully quelled the fear within him. Gripping his black gold mining hammer tightly, his eyes ablaze with indomitable spirit. Adversary, even if you possess the leader module, I shall not yield to you. He bellowed. Come forth. Let us engage in a battle to the death. The clash of their immense energies collided, unleashing a violent shockwave that reverberated throughout the cosmos. The energy shockwave expanded, leveling the debris surrounding the void of space. Amidst the swirling dust, Megatron steadied himself, his crimson eyes firmly fixed upon his foe. He felt an unprecedented pressure. The potency of the leader module rendered the adversary as if reborn, every movement imbued with an intimidating might. This scene silenced the previously jubilant Decepticons in an instant. They had believed that vanquishing the Quintessons would mark their triumphant success, only to discover the adversary's mercilessness, branding them as traitors. Beast, Misdirection could no longer contain his fury, his diminutive form trembling as if on the verge of collapse. How dare you? We clearly emerged victorious. Why are we deemed the betrayers of Cybertron? We fought for the future of Cybertron. The multitude of Decepticons seethed with indignation towards the adversary. Meanwhile, Megatron's heart swelled with rage and resentment. Yet he understood that this was not the moment for impetuousness. He sensed the rapid depletion of energy within him, realizing that he held no chance of triumph in this confrontation. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Leader, the energy reserves of the base and starship are insufficient, and the sparks of our brethren are dwindling. You cannot continue this fight. Almost simultaneously, a warning from Shockwave echoed. Leader, if this continues, the Insecticon will perish. Megatron gritted his teeth, fully aware that he could no longer press on. Should he persist, not only would he face his own demise, but he would also endanger the lives of all Decepticons. He was compelled to make a harrowing decision. Taking a deep breath, he surveyed the Decepticons behind him. Their faces betrayed fear and anxiety, yet their eyes shimmered with trust and reliance upon him. You all must retreat. We have been defeated. Megatron summoned every ounce of strength to roar this command. The order left all Decepticons momentarily stunned. Retreat? In their eyes, the invincible leader had unexpectedly commanded a retreat. The leader, taken aback, opened his mouth in disbelief. Yet upon meeting the resolute gaze of Megatron, he silently closed his lips, ignoring their bewilderment. Megatron swiftly severed the energy transfer between the base and the starship, simultaneously halting the spark transmission and dispersing the Decepticons. At that moment, his combat rating surged to 46 stars, a battle-worn mechanical entity, precariously held together. Thinking of escaping? It won't be that simple, the Fallen bellowed, vanishing from sight and instantly materializing before Megatron. Before Megatron could react, the Fallen delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him hurtling thousands of meters away. In an instant, Megatron's mechanical form plummeted to the surface of Cybertron like a shooting star, crashing down with such force that he felt as though his very bones had shattered. Struggling to rise, he realized he had lost all ability to move. The Fallen approached. His energy soared gleaming ominously in his grasp. Megatron, your ambition ends here. Coughing up a stream of oil, Megatron gazed at the advancing figure of the Fallen. Fully aware he had reached a dead end. Was he truly destined to perish here? He refused to accept such a fate. Just then, a tremendous explosion resonated from afar, followed by the emergence of a colossal figure upon the battlefield. The Fallen, a towering behemoth of metal, radiated an aura of terrifying energy. The Fallen, your opponent is me? He roared, wielding a massive weapon and charging towards the Fallen. The Fallen's expression shifted. He had forgotten about this formidable adversary. Though technologically inferior to the Quintessence, this Titan's combat prowess was undeniably fierce. Let us speak civilly, we can collaborate. Haha, collaborate with you? I have returned to unify Cybertron. The arrival of this colossal warrior was akin to a bomb detonating amidst an already chaotic battlefield. Each of his thunderous steps sent tremors through the ground of Cybertron. His rusted yet powerfully energized axe seemingly capable of cleaving the very planet in two. Despite the fury and astonishment brewing within him, the Fallen steeled himself, acutely aware of the might of this adversary. A moment's carelessness could spell his doom. The two massive metallic forms collided, unleashing a cacophonous clash of metal, sparks flying as energy shockwaves ravaged the surrounding structures. The Fallen laughed maniacally, each strike imbued with an unstoppable force. Do you truly believe you can control everything? The future of Cybertron will be determined by me. Unyielding, the Fallen retaliated with a barrage of electromagnetic pulse cannons and various weapons, striving to counter the onslaught of his opponent. Fallen Prime, you are but a discarded failure, cast aside by the five-faced beast, yet you dare to covet Cybertron? The two combatants exchanged blows, locked in a fierce struggle. At the heart of the battlefield, a colossal vortex of energy seemed to form, pulling everything around it into its depths. Meanwhile, Megatron lay amidst the ruins, immobile. He watched helplessly as Fallen Prime clashed with Optimus, his heart a tumult of emotions. Once the protagonist of this very arena, he now found himself relegated to the role of a mere spectator. Struggling to rise, he discovered the grave extent of his injuries. Even the most basic transformation eluded him. The depletion of his energy left him feeling akin to a soon-to-be discarded scrap of metal. Was this how it was to end? A sense of reluctance and despair filled Megatron's heart. He yearned for strength, for the chance to rise again, to lead the Decepticons to victory. Yet all of this felt so distant now. He realized that in his defeat, Soundwave, Shockwave, and Black Arachnia would not come to his aid. The fall of a commander is akin to a mountain crumbling. Just as he was on the brink of surrendering hope, a crimson figure, like a bolt of lightning, sliced through the chaotic battlefield and appeared before him. It was Alita. She piloted her modified aircraft, deftly weaving between energy shockwaves, landing precisely beside Megatron. "Leader, are you all right?" Alita's voice carried a note of urgency and concern. Megatron gazed at the girl who held such admiration for him, a complex mix of emotions swelling within him. Once dismissive of her perceived frailty, he now found himself reliant on her assistance to escape peril. I could still hold on," Megatron rasped, his tone tinged with weakness. Without further ado, Alita transformed swiftly, helping him onto her aircraft. "Hold tight," she called out firmly. Megatron grasped her arm tightly, sensing the warmth and strength that emanated from her. Alita piloted the aircraft away from the battlefield with haste. "Where are we going?" Megatron inquired. "To a safe place," Alita replied, her gaze resolutely fixed ahead. The aircraft soared through the night sky, the explosions fading into the distance. As Megatron observed Alita's focused profile, myriad thoughts flooded his mind. The once perceived weak female Autobot had now become his savior. "Why do you save me?" Megatron could not restrain his curiosity. Alita turned to him, her eyes filled with determination. "Because I believe in you, Megatron. I believe you are a true leader, one who will not be easily vanquished." A flicker of warmth stirred within Megatron's spark, Alita's words flowing through him like a gentle current. He gazed at her, his expression softening. "Thank you, Alita." Alita smiled softly, remaining silent as she piloted the craft towards their destination. Eventually, she brought Megatron to a dilapidated warehouse on the outskirts of Kaon City, a desolate area that served as an ideal hideaway. "Is it safe here?" Megatron inquired, surveying the surroundings filled with discarded parts and debris, the air thick with the acrid scent of machine oil. "For now, it is secure," Alita replied. "I will care for you here until you recover." Megatron gazed at Alita, his heart swelling with gratitude. He had not anticipated that in his direst moment, it would be this Autobot, whom he had once scorned, who would provide him with hope and warmth. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him. His body quaked violently, the energy core flickering erratically on the verge of extinguishing. "Megatron, what is happening?" Alita exclaimed, rushing to support him. Megatron groaned in agony, his consciousness blurring, the world around him warping into distortion. He felt his being unraveling, energy depleting, life slipping away. "No, I cannot succumb like this," he strained to utter, grasping Alita's arm with the last remnants of his strength, his eyes filled with defiance and longing. Chapter 63. Alita's Spark? Is this love? Seeing Megatron in such torment tightened Alita's heart. She realized he had reached his limit. This sight evoked memories of Megatron's formidable presence in the Kaon arena, where he had appeared as an invincible warrior. Now he lay weakly before her. The stark contrast stirred a profound sorrow within Alita. "Do not speak, my leader," she urged, her voice trembling as she extended her slender fingers to gently caress Megatron's cold, metallic cheek. "You need rest." "I cannot falter." Megatron struggled to rise, only to collapse back helplessly. "The Decepticons need me." Gritting her teeth, Alita made a bold decision. She placed her hand upon Megatron's chest, a warm energy emanating from her spark, flowing gently into his dimming essence. Megatron felt a surge of warmth envelop him, his previously dull optics gradually regaining their brilliance. He looked at Alita in astonishment, embracing the warmth from her spark, a sensation he had never experienced coursing through his cold metallic form. Though Alita's spark energy was limited, replenishing Megatron's strength left her feeling weak as well. Yet she persevered, her gaze resolutely fixed on him. "What are you doing?" Megatron weakly asked, his voice tinged with confusion and emotion. "Do not speak, my leader," Alita replied softly yet firmly. "You need energy." Megatron felt a tumult of emotions as he absorbed the continuous energy bestowed upon him by Alita. Once, he had scorned the Autobots for their perceived frailty, deeming them easily vanquished. Yet now, he found himself reliant on the assistance of a female Autobot for his very survival. The warehouse lay shrouded in silence, punctuated only by the faint hum of their energon connection. As time passed, Megatron's spark gradually regained its vigor, and his optics flickered back to life. When Alita withdrew her hand, her complexion was pallid, and her body trembled slightly. As Megatron slowly sat up, he observed Alita's weakened state, and a wave of guilt washed over him. "Why would you do this?" he inquired. Alita managed a faint smile, responding, "I told you I believe in you, Megatron. You are a true leader." Megatron fell silent, grappling with how to confront the trust and sacrifice Alita had bestowed upon him. Once indifferent to her, he now felt indebted to her for his very existence. I do not know how to repay you," he murmured, his voice tinged with bitterness. Alita shook her head. "You need not repay me, leader. I merely hope you can guide the Decepticons to victory and ensure equality for all Cybertronians." Gazing into Alita's resolute eyes, Megatron felt an inexplicable strength surging within him. He recognized that he could no longer wallow in past failures and anguish. He must rise anew, for the Decepticons and for Alita's unwavering faith. "I shall," Megatron declared with conviction, his voice resonating with newfound power. "I will lead the Decepticons to triumph. I will ensure that all Transformers on Cybertron are treated equally." His gaze fell upon his chest, where the warmth of Alita's spark lingered. Taking a deep breath, he activated the Supreme Modification Module. A radiant blue light enveloped him as damaged components began to self-repair and his energy core replenished. With a cacophony of mechanical whirring, Megatron stood, his form more robust than before, and his optics gleamed brighter. He clenched his fists, feeling the torrent of power within him. A long-lost confidence surged back into his heart. "Alita," Megatron turned to her, his tone resolute, "let us assemble the Decepticon warriors." However, upon hearing this, Alita gently grasped his arm, a flicker of concern gracing her pale visage. "Leader, now is not the time." Puzzled, Megatron lowered his gaze to her, his optics shimmering with blue light. "Why? My energy has been restored, and the Supreme Modification Module has rendered me more formidable. The Insecticons and the Throttlebots are clashing in Kaon." Alita interjected, her tone urgent. "Soundwave and Shockwave. They may choose to realign their allegiances. If we go now, it will be tantamount to walking into a trap." Megatron's processor whirred rapidly, analyzing the implications of Alita's revelation. The Insecticons? That ancient and formidable entity has indeed become embroiled in this conflict. He had initially believed it was merely a contest for power against the celestial enemy. But it has now become apparent that the situation is far more intricate than he had imagined. Realigning allegiances? Those fickle turncoats. I should never have placed my trust in them. "Leader, now is not the time to dwell on the past. We must commence anew, amassing strength to ultimately achieve victory." Megatron sighed deeply, his colossal form leaning against the warehouse wall, producing a dull thud. He gazed down at his hands, the immense power coursing through his fingertips, yet without a means of release. "What shall we do?" he inquired in a low tone, his voice laden with confusion. Alita stepped forward, gently placing her hand upon Megatron's metallic arm. Her small hand starkly contrasted with his massive physique, yet seemed to harbor immense energy. "You still possess the modification module." Alita's voice was soft yet resolute. "Your augmentation skills are unparalleled. We can first rally some of your trusted subordinates, then gradually advance our technology to bolster our might." Megatron raised his head, meeting Alita's hopeful gaze, a flicker of fire igniting within him. Indeed, he still had the divine modification module. He could forge even stronger warriors, construct an invincible Decepticon army. "Trusted subordinates," Megatron murmured. His processor began retrieving familiar faces from his memory banks. "Barricade? Spotlight? No, while those vehicle regulators are loyal, they lack strength. Thundercracker? That demolition expert possesses some potential. He could be worth considering. Bulldozer." Suddenly, a name sprang to Megatron's mind, an oaf from Sector 12. Though simple-minded, he was exceptionally powerful, and he had transformed him into a powerful Gestalt transformer. And there's Rampage and Frenzy, those two from the junkyard, though not particularly strong. are well-informed and could assist us in gathering intelligence. Alita added. Megatron nodded, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. With these individuals as a foundation, he could gradually establish a new Decepticon army. Very well, Megatron rose, his tone resolute. We shall first seek out Bulldozer, and then proceed to Sector 11 to find Rampage and Frenzy. Leader, Alita cautioned, your energy has yet to be fully restored. It would be prudent to find a safe place to rest first. Megatron glanced down at himself. Indeed, while the divine modification module had repaired his injuries, his energy was not yet fully replenished. I understand, Megatron replied. We will head to Sector 12. It is relatively remote and should offer a degree of safety. Sector 12. Rusted heaps of metallic refuse towered like mountains, the air thick with the scent of oil and corrosion. Megatron's massive form navigated through the detritus, each step crunching the metallic debris beneath him. Alita followed closely behind, her slender figure appearing even more diminutive in the shadow of Megatron. This wretched place is truly beyond description, Megatron lamented, as he waved his massive arms to clear away the obstructing debris with a hint of impatience in his tone. Patience. My leader, Alita, consoled. This location can be transformed into a stronghold with some effort. Meanwhile, a cataclysmic battle unfolded in Kaon City. The Fallen, with a presence reminiscent of ancient deities, hovered ominously above the city, each swing of his rusted blade stirring fierce winds. Unicron, wielding the leader module, radiated golden energy that enveloped him, forming an impenetrable barrier against the Fallen's onslaught. To his astonishment, this seemingly insignificant module harbored such formidable power. The Fallen roared, his voice echoing like thunder, yet it could not alter the fate of his impending defeat. Once more, the Fallen launched a ferocious assault, but the energy emitted by the leader module repelled him time and again. Confusion and shock filled him. He had believed that with his ancient strength, he could easily crush Unicron and seize the leader module, but now it was evident that the situation was far more intricate than he had anticipated. Outside Kaon City, the Decepticon forces found themselves in disarray. Soundwave and Shockwave observed the distant clash from a vantage point, their expressions cold and detached. Where has that fool Megatron wandered off to? Shockwave muttered, arms crossed defiantly, truly more of a hindrance than a help. Soundwave singular. Glowing eye flickered as he emitted a piercing electronic tone. Now is not the time for such musings, Shockwave. The Fallen and Unicron are locked in fierce combat. We must make a decision swiftly. Are you suggesting? Shockwave began, a flicker of doubt crossing his features. Retreat, Soundwave declared without hesitation, with Megatron currently unaccounted for. Remaining here will only render us cannon fodder. We shall regroup once we locate Megatron. And who will we follow then? A gruff voice interjected, belonging to Barricade. His transformed Hummer form stood out prominently among the ruins. The other members of the vehicle team, Prowl, Bumblebee, Roadbuster, and others gathered around, their faces reflecting confusion as they looked to Soundwave and Shockwave. Exchanging glances, a spark of determination ignited in their eyes. It shall be us, Soundwave proclaimed in his distinctive electronic tone. From this moment forth, the Decepticons shall be jointly led by Shockwave and myself. Chapter 64. The Decepticons assemble to annihilate all Quintessence what? Barricade exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. On what grounds? Simply because we're more astute than you, Shockwave interjected brusquely. Now follow orders, retreat. The Decepticon forces began their orderly withdrawal from Kaon City, leaving chaos in their wake. Meanwhile, in the junkyard, Megatron pounded a discarded engine flat, improvising a temporary stronghold. Alita furrowed her brow, her slender fingers brushing against the dust-covered metal shell. Leader, are you certain? This place lacks even a roof to shield us from the elements. Fear not, Megatron grinned, revealing his metallic teeth. Decepticons never shy away from a challenge. Besides, with me here, who dares to cause trouble? Without hesitation, he commenced clearing the area, using his powerful arms to stack the discarded parts into a makeshift defensive wall. Alita assisted nearby, employing her keen observational skills to identify usable components for simple repairs. Leader, look! Alita pointed to a flickering device. This energy converter is still operational. Well done, Alita, Megatron praised, patting her shoulder with such force that she nearly toppled over. With this, our base will have a stable power supply. Once the base was established, Megatron activated the Supreme Modification Module, enveloping Alita in a blue glow. "Do not be anxious," Megatron assured. "I shall renew you." Moments later, the light dissipated, revealing Alita before him. Her once dust-covered exterior now gleamed as if brand new, her previously dull paint vibrant and striking. More importantly, her slender form now possessed a more pronounced curvature, exuding strength. "Wow," Alita exclaimed, gazing at her new appearance. "This is absolutely amazing. Now you truly deserve to be my second in command," Megatron said with a proud smile. "From now on, follow me as we conquer Cybertron." "Yes, leader," Alita responded eagerly, saluting. Megatron nodded in satisfaction and then began to construct defensive weapons in the junkyard. He reassembled the discarded turrets and connected the energy converter to the weapon systems, erecting formidable strongholds. With everything ready, Megatron stood atop a vantage point and shouted into the communicator, "Decepticons, assemble." This command spread across Cybertron like a lightning bolt. Outside Kaon City, the retreating Decepticon forces received Megatron's directive. It's Megatron's voice. Barricade exclaimed excitedly. "I knew he was still alive." "Wait." Soundwave's single red eye flickered as he emitted a sharp electronic tone. "This could be an Autobot trap." Soundwave speaks the truth, Shockwave intoned gravely. "We must proceed with caution." "Caution my foot," Devastator bellowed. "The leader has summoned us. How can we not respond? If you want to go, I shall. I shall go too." Chaos and Confusion have also expressed their support. "You fools," Shockwave bellowed. "Do not forget who saved you. Now that Megatron's fate hangs in the balance, we must first ensure our own safety. We shall not act alongside cowards." Bulldozer spat at Shockwave and then, accompanied by Chaos and Confusion, made their way towards the 12th scrapyard. Before long, Megatron stood in the center of the newly established base, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he observed the approaching Decepticon members. Bulldozer was the first to arrive, excitedly rushing to Megatron's presence and kneeling on one knee. "Leader, we have come." "Well done, Bulldozer," Megatron praised, patting him on the shoulder. "I knew you would not let me down." Shortly thereafter, Chaos and Confusion also arrived. "Leader, Megatron," they exclaimed in unison. "You have come as well?" Megatron replied with a smile. "Excellent, very good. It seems my Decepticons have not forgotten me." "Leader, we are forever loyal to you," Chaos and Confusion declared in unison. Megatron surveyed the surroundings and noticed a few members were missing. "Where's Soundwave and Shockwave?" "They said it was an Autobot trap and refused to come," Bulldozer cautiously explained. Megatron's expression darkened at once. "Those two." Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from afar as a massive truck approached the base. "It's Optimus Prime," Alita exclaimed. The truck transformed at the base's entrance, revealing Optimus in humanoid form, wielding a laser axe pointed directly at Megatron. Yet, Megatron merely laughed at the sight, his laughter laced with sarcasm and disdain. "Optimus Prime, what is the meaning of this? You present yourself in such a manner, one might think you are here to collect a debt," Megatron mocked. Optimus' gaze was piercing, his tone icy. "Megatron, your sins are countless, your crimes unforgivable. Today, I shall rid Cybertron of your menace." "Countless sins? Menace?" Megatron chuckled heartily, as if he had heard the most amusing of jokes. "Optimus, you remain ever so naive. Do you think yourself a savior? The fate of Cybertron is not for you to decide. Enough with the chatter." Optimus roared, raising his laser axe and swinging it towards Megatron. Anticipating the attack, Megatron sidestepped and evaded the blow. "Optimus, your impulsiveness will lead to your downfall," Megatron retorted, dodging deftly. "Look around you. Unicron and the Fallen are locked in battle, and we should unite against a common foe." Optimus hesitated for a moment, recognizing the truth in Megatron's words. The conflict between Unicron and the Fallen had already engulfed all of Cybertron. Further internal strife would only plunge their world into deeper peril. Sensing Optimus's moment of indecision, Megatron seized the opportunity. "Optimus Prime, let us forge an alliance. Together, we can banish the Fallen and even the ominous Megatron." His tone grew somber, tinged with a hint of malevolence, as he assured, "I can guarantee that no quintessence shall remain on Cybertron." After a moment of silence, Optimus Prime relinquished his laser axe. "Very well, I consent to this collaboration. However, should I detect any treachery on your part, I shall not hesitate to bring you to justice." "Agreed." Megatron extended his hand, a triumphant smile gracing his face. After a brief hesitation, Optimus Prime grasped Megatron's hand in a firm shake. Chapter 65. The Fallen in Unicron, No More Fighting. At that moment, within the base, the Constructicons, along with Rampage and Frenzy, exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the unfolding narrative. Particularly, Scrapper trembled slightly, nearly dropping the black gold mining hammer he held. This was Optimus Prime, the self-proclaimed savior of the Autobots, who had vowed to vanquish the Decepticons. How could he have reached an accord with their own leader? Stealing a furtive glance at Megatron, Scrapper sought to glean some insight from his expression. Yet all he could discern was a smug smile, deepening his confusion. Meanwhile, at a distant observation point, Soundwave and Shockwave felt even more perplexed than Scrapper. Soundwave, with his distinctive electronic synthetic voice, remarked, "Shockwave, did you witness this? Megatron and Optimus Prime have allied." Shockwave's singular eye glimmered with a frigid light as he analyzed the situation. Logically, this is inconceivable. Megatron and Optimus Prime are archenemies. Such a partnership cannot endure. Amplifying the audio signals he had intercepted, Soundwave relayed the clear dialogue between Megatron and Optimus Prime throughout the base. They were indeed uniting against the Fallen? This was utterly unfathomable. Calmly, Shockwave replied, "Let us observe the developments. The outcome of the battle between the Fallen and Unicron remains uncertain. Our intervention now would only render us mere fodder. We shall see who emerges victorious." Outside Kaon City, the conflict between the Fallen and Unicron had escalated to a fever pitch. Energy beams crisscrossed the battlefield, and the explosions illuminated the metallic sky of Cybertron. The Fallen brandished his rusted greatsword, each swing imbued with the force of creation itself. Unicron, undeterred, unleashed a barrage from his electromagnetic pulse cannon, forcing the Fallen to retreat under relentless pressure. "Cursed Unicron, your resistance is futile," the Fallen roared, his voice echoing like the wrath of the underworld. "Cybertron is destined to be mine." "Such delusions," Unicron retorted, his voice resolute. "As long as I draw breath, you shall never claim Cybertron." The battle raged on for hours, leaving the surface of Cybertron riddled with craters. Though the Fallen possessed immense power, Unicron skillfully maintained a stalemate through his agility and precise strikes. The Fallen began to feel fatigued. His energy was depleting significantly, and his movements gradually slowed. He realized that continuing in this manner was futile, and the battle must be concluded swiftly. He ceased his assault, his colossal form standing amidst the ruins like an ancient giant. "Unicron," he spoke in a deep voice, "can we not cease hostilities?" Unicron also halted his attack, regarding the Fallen with a wary gaze. "What do you wish to propose?" "This conflict serves no purpose," the Fallen declared. "Both sides have suffered tremendous losses, and ultimately, only the quintessence will benefit." Unicron's eyes narrowed. "What is your suggestion?" "We should unite," the Fallen proposed. "Let us expel all quintessence from Cybertron, and then jointly notify the central consciousness of Cybertron to reactivate the planet's defense systems." Unicron remained silent for a moment, weighing the pros and cons. He recognized the Fallen's words held some merit. Continuing the battle would yield no advantages for either party. Furthermore, if they could indeed drive the quintessence away, it would undoubtedly be a boon for Cybertron. "Very well," Unicron finally replied, "if you can rid Cybertron of the quintessence, we shall ally to inform Cybertron." A sinister smile crept across the Fallen's face. "It is agreed." Meanwhile, within Megatron's new stronghold, Optimus Prime sat upright, discussing forthcoming plans with Megatron. "Megatron," Optimus inquired, "are you truly considering an alliance with the Fallen? He is hardly a trustworthy individual." Megatron chuckled derisively. "Optimus, when did you become so naive? In this world, there are no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. The Fallen's power should not be underestimated. If we can leverage him against the quintessence, why not?" Optimus furrowed his brow. He understood the validity of Megatron's argument, yet an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. Just then, a violent explosion reverberated from outside the base, followed by a figure stumbling in. "Report, leader." It was Spotlight, battered and bruised, his voice trembling. "The Fallen and Unicron. They have..." "What has transpired?" Megatron and Optimus asked in unison. Spotlight took a deep breath, his voice quaking. They have allied." The expressions of Megatron and Optimus instantly soured. They had never anticipated that the Fallen and Unicron would join forces. What could this mean? Megatron surged to his feet, crushing the energy cube in his hand. metal shards cascading to the ground. The Fallen and Unicron together? Have they lost their minds? Optimus, his brow furrowed, paced back and forth. This sudden revelation disrupted all of his meticulously laid plans. He had originally believed that the conflict between the Fallen and the Prime would persist for a while, allowing them to gain precious time to strengthen the Decepticon forces. Now, that fragile equilibrium had been shattered, rendering the future of Cybertron even more uncertain. Damn it! Megatron slammed his fist onto the metallic table, producing a resounding thud. He realized that time was not on his side. The alliance between the Fallen and the Prime signified that they would jointly divide Cybertron's resources and power, leaving no place for Megatron to stand. Was he destined to become a mere peripheral figure on Cybertron, forever living in the shadows of others? No, he would not resign himself to such a fate. Optimus, what are your thoughts? Megatron suppressed the fury within him and turned to Optimus. Optimus halted, his gaze profound. The current situation is highly unfavorable for us. The collaboration between the Fallen and the Prime will undoubtedly exacerbate our predicament. We must devise a strategy swiftly, or else. His words trailed off, but the implication was clear. Just then, the door to the base creaked open, and two figures strode in. One was a slender figure adorned with a massive horn, Soundwave. The other, a robust form radiating intense energy fluctuations, was Shockwave. Clearly, they were also aware of the situation involving the Prime and the Fallen, and they had come to support Megatron. Soundwave, Shockwave, your arrival is fortuitous. Upon seeing them, Megatron felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. The Fallen and the Prime have allied. Are you aware of this? Soundwave nodded slightly, his horn emitting a low, resonant sound. We are informed. The Fallen and the Prime have reached an accord to eliminate the quintessence on Cybertron and subsequently restart the planet's defense systems. Eliminate the quintessence? Megatron scoffed. How convenient. Their true aim is to monopolize Cybertron. We cannot allow them to succeed. Shockwave intoned gravely. Leader, we must take action. The current circumstances are exceedingly disadvantageous, and if we delay further, we will lose all opportunity. What suggestions do you have? Megatron inquired. A glimmer of insight flashed in Shockwave's eyes. We can utilize the arena. Chapter 66. Rallying in the arena. Departing for Rust. See the arena? Both Megatron and Optimus gazed at him in bewilderment. Indeed, the arena. Shockwave elucidated. The arena of Cybertron is the venue where all robots display their prowess. We can challenge the Fallen and the Prime, settling our differences in the arena. If we emerge victorious, we will gain the support of the Cybertronian robots, even in defeat. He paused and continued. Even if we lose, we will still showcase the strength of the Decepticons, demonstrating our resolve to those wavering robots. This is certainly more advantageous than waiting idly by. Megatron pondered for a moment and found the proposal from Shockwave quite reasonable. Given their current predicament, retreat was no longer an option. They had to seize the opportunity and fight. Excellent, he declared, slamming his hand on the table. Shockwave, you shall be responsible for selecting the appropriate adversaries. Soundwave, your task is to disseminate this news far and wide. I want all of Cybertron to know that the Decepticons are challenging both the Fallen and Optimus Prime. As you command, leader, replied Soundwave and Shockwave in unison. Although Optimus Prime harbored lingering doubts, he understood that hesitation was not an option at this moment. Approaching Megatron, he spoke solemnly. Megatron, I will lend my utmost support to your decision. Optimus Prime, I have faith that we can indeed alter the course of fate. Shockwave eagerly rubbed his hands together, brimming with anticipation. Leader, shall we first engage in a battle at the Coliseum? Afterward, Soundwave can broadcast your might, and then the Decepticons will have their chance. Megatron laughed heartily, exuding confidence. Let those cowards witness who the true sovereign is. He turned and strode towards the exit, followed closely by Optimus Prime, Soundwave, and Shockwave. The four figures vanished beyond the gates of the base, leaving only the spotlight to anxiously await the impending storm. Soon, at the Karen Coliseum, the rusted metal gates creaked open with a jarring sound, releasing a whiff of a peculiar mixture of oil and dust. Megatron stepped forward with purpose, trailed by Optimus Prime, Soundwave, and Shockwave. Inside the Coliseum, sparse spectators, consisting of lesser mechanical life forms, waited in boredom. Cough, cough. Soundwave's horn emitted a harsh electric crackle, which quickly transformed into a deafening announcement. Citizens of Cybertron, The illustrious Decepticon leader, Megatron, has arrived at the Coliseum. Sparse applause erupted, mingled with a few skeptical boos. Whispers circulated among some of the mechanical beings. Megatron? The miner? I've heard he defeated Starscream. What a Starscream? I heard he single-handedly annihilated a quintessent fleet. Megatron surveyed the surroundings, his crimson optics gleaming with a cold light. These murmurs and doubts would serve as stepping stones on his path to supremacy. Silence. Soundwave's horn shrieked, causing the entire Coliseum to tremble. You wretches dare to question the greatness of Megatron. He has personally torn Starscream to shreds. He has single-handedly obliterated the quintessent invasion fleet. Soundwave's embellishments grew increasingly extravagant, portraying Megatron as the savior of Cybertron. A faint smile crept across Megatron's lips. He relished this moment of adulation. Shockwave. His deep voice interrupted Soundwave's incessant boasting. Find me an opponent. I wish to stretch my limbs. At once leader, Shockwave eagerly rubbed his hands together and turned towards the Coliseum entrance. Hey, who dares to challenge the great Megatron? A frail mechanical being timidly emerged, trembling as it spoke. I am willing. Megatron cast a disdainful glance at this feeble creature, who struggled even to transform. Very well, let us conclude this swiftly. Before the pitiful being could react, Megatron charged toward him. The obsidian mining hammer descended with a howling rush and with a resounding metallic crunch. The frail mechanical life form was reduced to a mere heap of scrap. Did you see that? This is the might of Megatron. The loudspeakers blared once more. Who else dares to challenge? A profound silence enveloped the arena. No one dared to step forward. Standing beside the pile of wreckage, Megatron raised his hammer high, embodying the essence of a sovereign who gazes down upon the world. He reveled in the sensation, savoring the euphoria that power bestowed. Weak, utterly weak, Megatron scoffed. Soundwave. Find a more formidable opponent next time. Soundwave chuckled awkwardly. Leader, this was already the strongest gladiator in the Karen Arena. The strongest? Megatron snorted disdainfully. It seems the Karen Arena is not as impressive as I presumed. He turned to leave, with Optimus Prime following closely behind. Soundwave continued to trumpet Megatron's strength, painting this one-sided battle as an epic confrontation. After departing the arena, Megatron and his entourage returned to their base. Megatron, Optimus Prime said with a hint of concern, is this truly effective? Will those mechanical beings genuinely believe Soundwave's exaggerations? Whether they believe or not is inconsequential, Megatron retorted with a cold smirk. What matters is that we must create an imposing presence to let the Fallen and Unicron know we are not to be trifled with. Leader, what shall we do next? Soundwave interjected excitedly. Next, a glint of ambition flickered in Megatron's eyes. We shall venture into the Rust Sea. The Rust Sea, the largest scrap processing center on Cybertron, was also the most chaotic locale. It teemed with various outlaws and exiled mechanical beings. Megatron sought to recruit an army from the Rust Sea, intent on overthrowing the dominion of the Fallen and Unicron. At the entrance to the Rust Sea, a colossal sign proclaimed, "Welcome to the Rust Sea, where there are no laws, only fists." Megatron gazed at the sign, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Here is my paradise. Meanwhile, news of Megatron's swift victory over his opponent at the Karen Arena, accompanied by Soundwave's exaggerated promotion, spread rapidly throughout Cybertron. From Karen City to Iron Fortress, from Stand to Blade City, all mechanical beings were abuzz with discussions of Megatron's name. Megatron? The miner? I heard he smashed a gladiator with a single blow. Did he truly defeat Starbreaker and the Quintessence? The deeds of Megatron, through the whispers of time, have been magnified into a legend, a tale of the rise of miners, a saga of defiance against tyranny. In the heart of the Rust Sea, upon a colossal heap of refuse, sits a formidable mechanical being, its body marred by rust, tirelessly scavenging for mechanical components. Chapter 67. The struggle for the spark of Rust Sea, the rust-stained mechanical entity, appears oblivious to Megatron's arrival. Engrossed in its search amidst the debris, muttering to itself, "Where is it? Where could it be? What are you searching for?" Megatron inquired gruffly, his tone laced with impatience. At this, the mechanical being finally lifted its head, revealing a visage smeared with grime. Squinting through its optical lens, it scrutinized Megatron and his companions, Optimus Prime, Shockwave, and others seemingly appraising their strength. Who are you? What brings you to the Rust Sea? It rasped, its voice deep and gravelly, akin to the sound of metal grinding together. I am Megatron, he declared proudly, his chest puffed out as if those 3 syllables alone sufficed to convey his essence. Megatron? The rust-covered mechanical life form echoed the name, followed by a derisive snicker. Never heard of you. A newcomer from Kaon, perhaps? A flicker of anger ignited in Megatron's eyes. He detested being underestimated. And who might you be? He retorted coldly. I am Master Titanium. The mechanical being answered nonchalantly, returning to its rummaging in the refuse. Master Titanium? The name struck a chord within Megatron. It was familiar. Yes, Alita had once mentioned an old mechanic named Master Titanium, known for his expertise in mechanical modifications. What exactly are you searching for? Megatron pressed again, his tone softening considerably. I'm looking for something that can alter the spark, Master Titanium replied, without lifting his gaze. Alter the spark? Megatron's interest piqued. The spark is the core of mechanical life. How could it possibly be changed? Finally, Master Titanium ceased his efforts, raising his head to regard Megatron with a condescending expression. It seems your understanding of mechanical life is still rooted in primitive times, he remarked with derision. While the spark is indeed the core, it is not immutable. With certain special materials and techniques, one can alter its properties, even enhance its rank. A tremor of excitement coursed through Megatron. If it were truly possible to change the properties of the spark, it would mean an endless augmentation of his power. Do you know how to alter the spark? He asked eagerly. Master Titanium snorted dismissively. Of course, that is precisely my expertise. Then can you assist me in altering the spark? Megatron's tone bore a hint of supplication. Master Titanium scrutinized Megatron once more, then shook his head dismissively. Your spark is too feeble. You're not worth my time. Megatron's expression darkened, affronted that this old fool dared to look down upon him. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, Optimus Prime intervened. Master Titanium, he said in a gentle tone, Megatron is the champion of the Karen Coliseum. He possesses immense strength and potential. Champion? Karen Coliseum? Master Titanium scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. A champion from such a trivial place is nothing in my eyes. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Megatron seized Master Titanium by the collar and bellowed, Old man, you are courting death. Unfazed, Master Titanium met his gaze with unyielding resolve. You wish to fight? I shall oblige you. The tension between them escalated, and it seemed a confrontation was imminent. At that moment, a voice echoed from a distance. Stand down. The onlookers turned to see a tall female, mechanical being striding towards them. Alita, Optimus Prime exclaimed in surprise. Megatron, too, was taken aback, not expecting Alita's presence here. Alita positioned herself between the two, casting a cold glare at Megatron. Release him. Megatron hesitated for a moment, but ultimately released his grip. Alita, what brings you here? He asked, his tone somewhat awkward. I came to see if you were causing trouble. Alita replied tersely. How could I possibly cause trouble? Megatron chuckled sheepishly. Ignoring him, Alita turned to Master Titanium and respectfully said, Master Titanium, it has been a while. A faint smile graced Master Titanium's face. Alita, you have arrived. Are you also interested in altering sparks? Alita shook her head. No, I'm here to mediate. She glanced at both Megatron and Master Titanium, her tone serious. You two, cease this nonsense. The Rust Sea is not a playground for your antics. Alita, this old fool. Megatron attempted to interject, but was cut off by Alita. Enough, she asserted sharply. Master Titanium is my friend, and I will not permit you to disrespect him. Though Megatron felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, he relented in deference to Alita, turning her attention back to Master Titanium. Alita softened her tone. Master Titanium, Megatron is my friend. He merely seeks to enhance his power and harbors no ill intentions. Master Titanium regarded Alita, then glanced at Megatron, finally sighing. Very well, for Alita's sake, I shall lend you my assistance. A flicker of hope ignited within Megatron. Thank you, Master Titanium. Master Titanium waved his hand dismissively. Do not rejoice too soon. Altering a spark is no trivial endeavor. You will need to locate a special or known as the spark source. Spark source? Are you implying that there exists a spark source here? Megatron and Optimus Prime in unison queried. Indeed, Master Titanium nodded. Only the matrix of leadership can alter the essence of the spark. However, the matrix is exceedingly rare and perilous to obtain. Securing it is no simple task. Where's the matrix? Megatron inquired eagerly. Master Titanium smiled enigmatically. As for its exact location, I cannot say, but it is highly likely to be in this vicinity. No sooner had Master Titanium spoken than a glimmer of avarice flickered in Megatron's eyes. The Matrix? Transforming sparks? This was precisely what he had longed for. He yearned for power, to overthrow the Autobots' dominion, and to establish the reign of the Decepticons. The Matrix was the key to his ambitions. Optimus Prime, in contrast, appeared somewhat apprehensive. He understood the immense energy the Matrix contained, but was acutely aware of its inherent dangers. He did not seek power. His only desire was for Cybertron to restore peace and for Autobots and Decepticons to coexist harmoniously. Elita observed the starkly different reactions of the two and sighed inwardly. She recognized that Megatron and Optimus Prime were destined adversaries, their ideologies and aspirations irreconcilably divergent, and a final confrontation was inevitable. Master Titanium, how shall we locate the Matrix? Megatron pressed with impatience, already envisioning the formidable power it would bestow upon him. Master Titanium stroked his beard and replied leisurely. Deep within the rust sea lies peril at every turn. To uncover the Matrix, one must assemble a formidable team. He cast a meaningful glance at Megatron. Do you possess the capability for such an endeavor? Of course, I shall assemble the mightiest team, clearing all obstacles to find the Matrix. Thus, they traversed through the rust sea, akin to an abyss of decay. Soon, guided by Master Titanium, they reached the depths of the rust sea. Before them lay a vast underground cavern, emanating a dim blue-violet glow. The air was thick with the acrid stench of metallic decay, and the cavern walls were encrusted with layers of rust, occasionally dripping corrosive liquids. Various grotesque metal remnants littered the cavern, resembling a colossal abandoned mechanical graveyard. Chapter 68. The guiding light of the Matrix. Megatron stood at the cavern's entrance, surveying his surroundings with an expression of exhilaration. Soundwave, deploy your drones to probe the surrounding environment. Soundwave remained silent, releasing several small reconnaissance drones from his chest, which buzzed as they ventured deeper into the cavern. Disruption, stop dawdling and hurry up, Megatron urged impatiently. Disruption rolled his eyes and muttered, Leader, this eerie place is unsettling. Who knows what monsters lurk here? Yet he obediently followed. Shockwave, on the other hand, was filled with curiosity about their environment. He meticulously examined the rust on the cavern walls with his single optic, intermittently scanning and analyzing with his instruments. Within these rust stains lies a peculiar energy, seemingly connected to the source of the fire. Megatron, undeterred by their chatter, strides confidently at the forefront of the group. Whatever it may be, I am determined to seize it. Suddenly, the Soundwave reconnaissance unit relayed unusual energy fluctuations along with images of unidentified creatures. These beings, with their bizarre forms, appear to be a fusion of organic and metallic elements, emitting a faint phosphorescence in the darkness. They seem acutely sensitive to the energy waves and are rapidly advancing toward Megatron and his companions. What in the world are those abominations? Chaos exclaimed. Before Megatron could issue a command, these unknown creatures launched an assault. Utilizing his speed advantage, Chaos struck first. Yet the creature's defenses were astonishingly resilient, rendering his attack nearly ineffective. Their exoskeletons were remarkably tough, making it arduous for conventional energy weapons to penetrate. Shockwave calmly analyzed the situation, swiftly recalibrating his weapon's energy frequency in search of their vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, Soundwave employed his communication abilities to decipher the creature's vocalizations and signals, which seemed to convey a language related to energy. Soundwave's transmission was intermittent, seemingly hindered by some interference. With a thunderous roar, Megatron swung his black gold mining hammer, delivering a crushing blow to one of the creatures. The immense force sent it flying against the cavern wall, sparking a shower of embers. Everyone charge! Eliminate these wretches! The battle raged fiercely. The sheer number of these unidentified beings was overwhelming, and they displayed a reckless tenacity, continuing to surge forward even when severely injured. Despite the formidable strength of Megatron and his cadre, they gradually began to feel the strain. Amidst the tumultuous conflict, Megatron unexpectedly discerned a location deep within the cave where the energy response was exceptionally intense. It was likely the source of the fire. There! The source of the fire! Megatron exclaimed with exhilaration, pointing toward the depths of the cavern. Yet the path to it was obstructed by a myriad of unknown creatures, compounded by treacherous terrain that posed a risk of collapse. Commander, we should retreat. There are too many of these monsters. We stand no chance. Chaos cried in terror. Silence. Coward. Megatron rebuked. The source of fire is within reach. We cannot relinquish it so easily. Yet I believe pressing onward is too perilous, Shockwave stated calmly. These creatures possess formidable defenses and are numerous. We should seek alternative routes to mitigate the risk. Soundwave nodded in agreement, endorsing Shockwave's perspective. Megatron lapsed into contemplation. Should he risk advancing further or choose to withdraw? Gripping his black gold mining hammer tightly, a resolute glint shone in his eyes. I have made my decision. We shall proceed. For the future of the Decepticons, for the future of Cybertron, I cannot forsake this opportunity. He lifted his head sharply, his gaze ablaze with determination. Soundwaves. Seek alternative paths, evade these creatures, and continue analyzing the weaknesses of these beings, searching for more effective means of attack. Confusion enveloped you as Megatron paused, observing the terror-stricken figure of Soundwave, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. You shall be the one to draw the attention of these monsters, buying us precious time. What? Leader, you cannot assign me to such a fate. Soundwave exclaimed in sheer panic, unable to fathom that Megatron would condemn him to death. What? Are you afraid? Megatron's gaze bore into Soundwave, filled with disdain. Have you not always sought to demonstrate your prowess? Now lies your opportunity. Grinding his teeth, Soundwave realized he had no room for refusal. Taking a deep breath, a glimmer of resolve flickered in his eyes. Very well, I shall go. With that, he charged towards the horde of monsters, unleashing a piercing scream. Let us hope this fool has enough oil to endure until we discover another route. Megatron scoffed, turning to Shockwave. Let us commence. Shockwave nodded, retrieving a complex device from his chest cavity, initiating a scan of the surrounding energy fluctuations. Though the energy response from the Matrix was feeble, it revealed hints under Shockwave's precise instruments. The signal is faint and unstable, Shockwave remarked, akin to a heartbeat, fluctuating in strength. Megatron approached Shockwave, observing the dancing lights on the device, a surge of inexplicable excitement swelling within him. He knew the Matrix was near. Once obtained, the Decepticons would wield boundless energy, reigning supreme over all of Cybertron. Is there a way to amplify the signal? Megatron inquired. I can attempt to adjust the energy frequency, but it will require some time, Shockwave replied. Then hurry. We have little time left, Megatron urged. Shockwave began to modify the instrument's parameters, and the air around them grew heavy with tension. Suddenly, the light on the device blazed brightly before dimming rapidly. What is happening? Megatron asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. The signal has vanished. Shockwave responded, astonished, as if something had obstructed it. Obstructed? Megatron echoed in confusion. Could there be a protective mechanism surrounding the Matrix? At that moment, a deep and ancient voice resonated through the cavern, as if emanating from the very depths of the earth, imbued with a mysterious and commanding power. Who was there? Megatron scanned the empty cavern warily, realizing it was devoid of life. The voice echoed again, this time clearer and more eerie. It seemed to be narrating something, yet Megatron was unable to grasp its meaning. What are you saying? Megatron shouted into the vast emptiness. The voice offered no reply, continuing its low murmur as if beckoning them towards a certain destination. Shockwave, can you comprehend its words? Megatron turned to Shockwave, seeking answers. The Shockwave shook his head, his expression grave. This is an ancient language, one I have never encountered before. An ancient tongue? A spark of realization ignited within Megatron. Could this voice be a relic from a bygone era? The sound grew increasingly distinct and urgent, seemingly urging them onward. Megatron felt an inexplicable force drawing him, compelling him to move toward the source of the voice. Chapter 69. The Emergence of the Celestial Walker. The fallen Titan approaches. Leader, where are we headed? Shockwave followed closely behind Megatron, a hint of concern in his tone. I do not know, Megatron replied, but I sense we must follow it. They advanced along the rugged passages of the cave, the ancient voice perpetually guiding them forward. The cavern was filled with bizarrely shaped rocks and minerals, shimmering with an eerie luminescence. "This place feels peculiar," Shockwave remarked. "The energy fluctuations are extraordinarily anomalous." "I am aware," Megatron nodded. "But we must locate the source of the spark." As they pressed on, the cave passage narrowed, and the air grew increasingly thin. Suddenly, a stone door appeared ahead, adorned with intricate ancient symbols. "What is this?" Shockwave inquired, pointing at the inscriptions on the door. Megatron scrutinized the symbols, realizing they bore a connection to the ancient voice they had previously heard. He endeavored to piece together the symbols to decipher their meaning. At that moment, the stone door swung open of its own accord, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that knocked Megatron and Shockwave back several paces. "What is happening?" Shockwave exclaimed. Steadying himself, Megatron looked beyond the door. Before them lay a vast cavern, at the center of which hovered a radiant object, the very source of the spark they had sought. "The spark source," Megatron shouted with fervor, his eyes glinting with avarice. Yet, just then, a deep growl resonated from the depths of the cave, followed by a massive figure emerging from the shadows. Its eyes glimmered with a ferocious light, and its rusted armor emitted a chilling gleam. "What manner of beast is this?" Megatron cried out. This creature was more colossal and menacing than any unknown entity they had previously encountered, its formidable presence rendering Megatron breathless. The beast unleashed a deafening roar, lunging at Megatron with its enormous metallic claws. "Damn it!" Megatron swore, raising his cube shield to meet the onslaught. With a resounding clash, sparks erupted. Megatron was knocked back several steps, a sharp pain coursing through his arm. The creature's strength exceeded his wildest imagination. Observing this, Shockwave immediately rushed forward to provide support, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts upon the creature's form. However, the creature's defensive prowess was astonishing. The Shockwave's assault failed to inflict any significant damage upon it. "What on earth is this thing made of?" Shockwave exclaimed. At that moment, a deep and authoritative voice echoed throughout the cavern. "Halt!" A towering figure emerged slowly from the shadows. He was of formidable stature, wielding a sword that shimmered with an enigmatic radiance, the Shantian sword. His eyes sparkled like celestial bodies, yet bore an elusive depth that was hard to fathom. "Who are you?" Megatron inquired, a sense of unease creeping into his mind. The appearance of this enigmatic being was far too strange, and the powerful aura he emanated left him feeling breathless. "I am Yinshenzing, the guardian of time and space," the figure stated calmly, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Megatron and Shockwave exchanged glances, having never encountered such a name before. Yinshenzing paid no heed to their confusion, instead directing his gaze towards the matrix of leadership, which hovered in the center of the cave. "I am aware of your desire to possess it." Yinshenzing spoke slowly, "but the power contained within exceeds your imagination. Should it fall into the hands of unstable or malevolent forces, it could trigger catastrophic temporal disturbances, ultimately leading to the annihilation of Cybertron." Megatron scoffed inwardly at the notion of destruction. So what? As long as he could seize the Matrix, he would wield unparalleled power. Who would dare oppose him then? Sensing Megatron's thoughts, Yinshenzing continued, "I understand your yearning, Megatron, your thirst for power and dominion. But have you contemplated what you would face should you obtain the Matrix?" Yinshenzing paused and then waved his hand. Suddenly, a series of bizarre visions materialized before Megatron and Shockwave. They beheld the various potentialities of Cybertron's devastation, the planet fracturing, energy storms raging, interdimensional invasions. Those images flickered before their eyes like scenes from a film, evoking a chilling sense of foreboding. These were the catastrophic repercussions of the Matrix being misused across different parallel universes, Yinshenzing explained calmly. "Are you certain you wish to take such a risk?" Megatron fell silent. Although he craved power, he did not wish to witness the destruction of Cybertron. "What is it that you truly desire?" he asked. Yinshenzing gently suspended the Shantian sword before the Matrix's luminescent veil. The energy emanating from the sword instantly suppressed the Matrix's fluctuations, stabilizing the surrounding space-time. "The power of the Matrix is far too formidable to be wielded lightly," Yinshenzing declared. "I shall temporarily seal it until one who is truly capable of mastering it appears." Though Megatron felt a sense of indignation, he recognized that he was not a match for Yinshenzing at present. "What gives you the right to determine the fate of the Matrix?" Megatron challenged. Yinshinzing smiled faintly. Simply this sword in my hand. In his hand, the Xiantian sword radiated an even more resplendent light, enveloping the entire cavern in an overwhelming aura. Megatron and Shockwave found it difficult to breathe, as if an immense mountain pressed upon them. Terror gripped Megatron's heart. The sword's power was astonishingly formidable. I present you with a choice, declared Unicron. Bow before me, or depart from this place. Rage surged within Megatron, yet he understood that this was not the moment for rash decisions. Let's leave, he commanded Shockwave. He recognized that the time to confront Unicron had not yet arrived. He required time, he required strength. He was determined to acquire the Allspark and ascend as the ruler of Cybertron. The thrusters of Shockwave emitted a thick plume of smoke as he followed closely behind Megatron, the deep rumble of the engines echoing throughout the vast cavern. Is Unicron truly that powerful? Megatron mused, not bothering to glance back, merely snorting in disdain. Did you not sense the energy emanating from that sword? It felt as though it could rend the very fabric of space-time. We are not his match at present. He clenched his fist, his nails digging deep into his metallic palm. But the Allspark shall be mine. Meanwhile, beyond the rust sea, on a barren metallic plain, the Fallen stood resolutely. His ancient and battered form flickered with unstable energy. He sensed it. That immense wave of power was precisely the Allspark he had longed for. Unicron, my old friend, the Fallen activated his communicator, his voice raspy and low. I have detected the Allspark's presence. It lies within the Rust Sea. Shall we join forces to seize it? Far away in Kaon, Unicron received the Fallen's transmission, his brows furrowed in contemplation. The Rust Sea? That cursed place. After a moment's reflection, he ultimately declined the offer. Fallen, you are aware of the dangers posed by the Rust Sea. I am unwilling to take such risks. Moreover, our collaboration may not guarantee peaceful coexistence. His tone was frigid, laced with a hint of warning. He was well aware of the Fallen's avarice and brutality, unwilling to ally with a treacherous beast. Coward, the Fallen roared, the communicator crackling with static. Are you afraid? Do you believe that hiding in Kaon will keep you safe? The power of the Allspark can alter everything. You will regret this day. Say what you will, Unicron remained unmoved. I have my own plans. He terminated the transmission, turning his gaze to the bustling cityscape of Kaon. He preferred a steady approach, gradually enhancing his power, rather than risking everything for the Allspark. In a fit of rage, the Fallen hurled the communicator to the ground, scattering metallic shards. Unicron, you craven fool, he bellowed, his eyes gleaming with greed. Since you refuse to cooperate, do not blame me for acting alone. The Allspark is mine. He transformed into a colossal battleship, racing towards the Rust Sea. The roar of the engine reverberated through the sky. The Rust Sea, a forsaken expanse of metallic ruins, was strewn with shattered machinery and abandoned structures, the air thick with the stench of decay and death. Once the most prosperous industrial zone of Cybertron, it had now devolved into a desolate wasteland, neglected and forgotten. The Fallen's warship descended slowly at the edge of the Rust Sea, where he reverted to his robotic form and stepped onto this perilous terrain. The rusted metallic ground creaked beneath his feet, as if lamenting the tragic history of this land. I have arrived at the Allspark. The Fallen greedily inhaled the energy-laden air, aware that the Allspark lay nearby. He advanced cautiously, his senses alert to the surrounding environment. The Rust Sea harbored various dangers, mutated mechanical creatures, lingering energy traps, and even other factions coveting the Allspark. Suddenly, a sharp sound of metal grinding echoed from ahead, prompting the Fallen to halt and focus intently on the source. From the shadows of the ruins, a massive figure gradually emerged. It was none other than Galvatron. How fares the Fallen, now that you are in the company of the Cosmic Emperor? Chapter 70, Galvatron and the Fallen. The Fallen scoffed, disdain evident on his face. He despised such reminders of his past. After all, he had once been known as Megatron. A fierce glint ignited in the Fallen's eyes, energy radiating from his form, enveloping the area in an ominous atmosphere. His enormous metallic fist clenched, producing a threatening crackle. Galvatron, the Fallen's voice was deep, laced with a hiss of electrical energy. I did not anticipate encountering you here, yet this is precisely what I desired. A smirk curled at the corners of Galvatron's mouth, his gaze betraying a sense of disdain. Towering and imposing, his metallic body was etched with intricate patterns, appearing as a moving sculpture from afar. "You seem rather impatient," he retorted coldly, his tone tinged with mockery, as if he regarded his adversary before him with utter indifference. In a fit of rage, the Fallen shouted, swinging his robust arm with the force of thunder towards Galvatron. The air trembled under the weight of his strike, as if it sought to reduce everything to dust. Galvatron sidestepped nimbly, easily evading the Fallen's powerful blow with precision and swiftness without a hint of hesitation. He swiftly spun around, conjuring a radiant energy spear in his hand, sweeping it horizontally towards the Fallen. The spear sliced through the air, trailing a scorching stream of light. The Fallen hurriedly raised his arm to block, but the immense force propelled him back several steps, causing the ground to moan beneath his weight, and shards of metal flew in all directions. "You outdated iron mule," sneered Yin Tianxing, his voice laced with mocking delight. "Even under the dominion of the Cosmic Emperor, you remain a mere scrap." The Fallen Titan, disinterested in engaging in lengthy discourse, let out a furious roar, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that shattered the surrounding metallic ruins into countless fragments. Yet, in the face of this rampant energy surge, Yin Tianxing appeared unfazed. He gracefully leapt, deftly weaving through the flying debris with the agility of a cunning fox, elegantly evading the Fallen Titan's lethal onslaught. In the blink of an eye, Yin Tianxing summoned an even more intense energy in his hand, infusing it into a spear which he hurled towards the Fallen Titan's chest. The projectile sliced through the air, striking true. A cry of agony erupted from the Fallen Titan as the energy spear embedded itself deeply within his armor, piercing through the thick protective shell. The searing energy wreaked havoc within him, damaging his core components. Flames and sparks erupted from the gaping wound, rendering him increasingly disheveled. Instinctively, he reached to extract the spear lodged within, yet the movement only exacerbated the instability of the energy within him, posing an imminent risk of explosion. Yin Tianxing, however, had no intention of sparing this adversary. He advanced steadily, the atmosphere around him teeming with lethal intent, his piercing gaze fixed unwaveringly on the Fallen Titan. "Once, I believed that those who conspired with the Cosmic Emperor possessed exceptional abilities," Yin Tianxing scoffed, a note of disdain in his tone. "It seems I have overestimated you." Fury surged within the Fallen Titan, yet he found himself powerless. He had never felt so helpless. This opponent, Yin Tianxing, appeared far more cunning and formidable than he had anticipated. Standing before the Fallen Titan, Yin Tianxing's gaze was sharp as a blade, radiating unwavering determination and confidence. He slowly raised his arm, summoning from the void a shimmering sword, the Xiantian sword. The blade glimmered with an unsettling light, as if capable of slicing through any obstacle, his movements imbued with resolute intent. The Fallen Titan sensed a profound threat, a flicker of fear igniting within him. He understood that Yin Tianxing wielded the legendary weapon known to breach any defense and sweep all before it. In this dire moment, he dared not underestimate his opponent. Thus, he trembled violently, the metallic components of his body emitting a deafening screech as blue currents surged rapidly across him. "Do you think this will overcome me?" The Fallen Titan barked, striving to mask his inner turmoil. His form began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Metallic plates separated, whirled, and swiftly reassembled into an entirely new visage. The once massive figure contracted instantaneously, morphing into a high-tech mechanical beast resembling a combat aircraft, its wings unfurling like lightning, brimming with aggression. Yin Tianxing observed with a detached demeanor, his expression unperturbed. Within his heart, there resided no trace of wavering. Rather, the transformation of his opponent ignited within him a thrill akin to that of a hunter. In his eyes, no matter how formidable the armor, it ultimately amounted to nothing more than a defeated foe beneath his blade. Regardless of its transformations, it could not escape the edge of my sword, Yin Tianxing uttered with an air of icy derision. His tone, though casual, bore an undeniable weight of power. As the Fallen Titan morphed into a mechanical beast, the cannons upon its body began to charge with energy, its wings trembling like a whip of lightning, surging toward Yin Tianxing with the force of 1,000 thunderclaps. Unfazed, Yin Tianxing elegantly wielded the Xiantian sword, deflecting the lethal electric surge. The clash of blade against beam emitted a piercing metallic shriek. The struggle between the two was akin to a tempest, Surrounding metallic ruins crumbled beneath the tremendous force. In Tianqing's movements flowed like water, each evasion and block executed with precision, while every counterattack radiated formidable intimidation. This battle was not merely a contest of strength, but a duel of intellect and skill. Evidently, this game involved more than just the two of us, he mused softly, a hint of subtle intrigue lacing his voice. As if anticipating something, the Xiantian, sword in his grasp, continued to shimmer with an enthralling cold light, seemingly echoing his innermost thoughts. Just as the fallen titan prepared to muster its final courage for a decisive battle, a brilliant blue light cleaved through the sky, hurtling toward them. From the distant ruins emerged a familiar yet alien silhouette, a tall and resolute mechanical form, enveloped in wild energy. Who could this be? The fallen titan pondered in trepidation, unable to suppress a whisper. Tianqing merely smiled, as if he had foreseen this very spectacle. His gaze was focused and keen, as if everything lay within his dominion. Now, the game promised to become even more captivating. Amidst the azure radiance, a tall and imposing figure gradually manifested at the edge of the battlefield. It was Master Titanium, a sage shrouded in ancient legends, embodying mysterious power. Tianqing, his voice resonated like molten lava, deep and potent. The conflict between us has endured far too long. The fallen titan anxiously observed the figure standing between them, its tranquil presence starkly contrasting with the turmoil within him. Tianqing, however, furrowed his brow slightly, slowly retracting the Xiantian sword, clearly unwilling to concede easily. Whatever discourse you bring forth will not alter the outcome of today, Master Titanium, Tianqing declared, a trace of disdain woven into his tone. I am here to resolve the grievances between myself and the fallen titan, with no need for external intervention. Master Titanium smiled serenely, unfazed by Tianqing's provocation. Even so, if you were to join me in studying the source of the fire seed, it might yield unforeseen solutions, rather than futilely cultivating further enmity. Tianqing remained obstinately resistant, disliking any interference in his affairs, particularly from Master Titanium. Suddenly, a flicker of complexity crossed his expression, as though he were weighing some profound consideration within. Seizing the opportunity, the fallen diamond steadied himself, gazing at Master Titanium, as if he glimpsed his final redemption. Ultimately, neither could vanquish the other. Continuing in this manner would only squander their respective strengths. Master Titanium surveyed the two, his tone as calm as still water. We, 13 in number, once stood shoulder to shoulder against formidable foes. Now, wasting our lives on endless grievances is hardly worthwhile. Let us pass this burden to the next generation, allowing them to carve their own paths. This statement seemed to strike a vital chord, and after a moment of silence, Tianqing ultimately refrained from further aggression. The fallen diamond, though clearly reluctant, found himself harboring a newfound respect for Master Titanium. As he watched the figures of Master Titanium and Tianqing depart, the turmoil within the fallen diamond lingered. He remained unwilling to let his goals slip away, yet recognized his inability to alter the circumstances. The choice of allegiance was never a matter of absolute right or wrong. Every decision concealed countless struggles and hopes. Chapter 71. Optimus Prime chosen by Master Titanium. Meanwhile, Megatron paced amidst the ruins post-battle, his anger surging alongside feelings of defeat. He, the esteemed leader of the Decepticons, now faced such dire straits. I cannot simply relinquish this, he murmured to himself. At that moment, Soundwave's deep voice infiltrated his thoughts. Megatron, this may not be a judicious choice. The power of Tianqing is immeasurable. Engaging him directly may prove disadvantageous. Megatron turned to face his most trusted lieutenant, his resentment still bubbling beneath the surface. We cannot falter, he declared resolutely, his eyes radiating unparalleled determination. They will not hinder the rise of the Decepticons. Each failure serves as our starting point for resurgence. Soundwave nodded slightly, comprehending Megatron's anguish while also recognizing that continuing to confront Tianqing would demand immense courage and wisdom. At that moment, they began to weave a new plan in their minds, a covert and watertight strategy for counterattack. Megatron's decision would guide the Decepticons towards an uncertain future. Soundwave understood that this moment marked a pivotal juncture in their destinies. They were acutely aware that for many years to come, the reverberations of this conflict would persist. And on the planet Cybertron, unforeseen forces lay poised to awaken. The path ahead would be fraught with perils unlike any they had encountered before. Megatron turned, his metallic form echoing crisply amidst the debris. To the Rust Sea, it is only through advancement that we may seize true power. The members of the Decepticons gathered closely, exchanging glances. Barricade clenched his fist, while Spotlight remained silent at his side. Bumblebee, Freeway, and Wideload nodded in agreement. They understood that they were about to embark on a journey that was far more than a mere adventure. It was fraught with peril and challenges. Optimus Prime stood a short distance away, exchanging a meaningful glance with Alita. Despite a flicker of doubt lingering in his heart, he ultimately chose to support Megatron's plan. I comprehend your determination, Megatron. Optimus Prime spoke slowly, his voice imbued with encouragement. We shall fight alongside you. However, as they approached the Rust Sea, a familiar figure obstructed their path. Master Titanium reemerged, his gaze serving as a merciless mirror, reflecting the innermost thoughts of each individual. You are not yet strong enough. Master Titanium's words were calm and direct, piercing the hearts of the group like a sharp sword. To proceed would be to court death in vain. Megatron clenched his fists, his inner stubbornness nearly fracturing under Master Titanium's scrutiny. We will not retreat, he declared defiantly. Even if we are weak, we can grow from battle. Master Titanium's gaze swept across the team, finally resting on Optimus Prime's face, seemingly drawn by an invisible force. Optimus exuded a unique potential that Master Titanium could not overlook. Optimus Prime, Master Titanium's voice grew low and grave. You are an exception. If you are willing, I can assist you, transforming your abilities to make you stronger for this adventure. Optimus was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such an offer. Truth be told, he harbored many hopes, and this unexpected opportunity might be the breakthrough he had been seeking. Yet, his gaze turned to Megatron, as if seeking the validation of the Decepticon leader. Optimus, you need not seek my approval, Megatron replied in a tone that was complex and laden with meaning. Each individual has their own path, and you possess the right to choose. Master Titanium nodded slightly at this. The decision lies in your hands, Optimus. What I can offer you is the potential for power, even the courage to uphold your beliefs. Alita gently grasped Optimus's hand, providing him with silent support. Her eyes brimmed with trust and hope. Optimus silently absorbed Alita's warmth. In that moment, all his hesitations dissipated. Very well, Optimus declared with unwavering resolve, his voice as solid as rock. I am willing to undergo transformation. Master Titanium nodded in satisfaction and turned to assess the team. Their fates would be irrevocably altered in the moments to come. Megatron watched Optimus Prime resolutely approach Master Titanium, his heart filled with myriad emotions. Having weathered many storms and seen the treachery within many hearts, he found Optimus's trust to be a guiding light in stark contrast to those who had betrayed him. Megatron firmly believed that no matter how powerful Optimus Prime became, he would never betray him. We shall unite Cybertron, Megatron silently vowed in his heart. However, he was acutely aware that numerous obstacles lay ahead. Turning to his loyal Decepticon warriors, he stated, we must return to address some matters. The movements of the Autobots unsettle me. We must ensure our rear is secure before launching a continuous offensive. The Decepticons nodded in understanding. Although they exchanged few words, an unspoken bond of camaraderie transcended the silence, uniting them in purpose. Meanwhile, in the central control room of Kaon, Unicron sat with his arms crossed, his demeanor exuding calmness. His innate steadiness rendered him a pivotal figure in the governance of Cybertron. Convey my orders, he instructed his subordinates with an air of undeniable authority. Report to me immediately upon any sign of Megatron. Just as he prepared to rise, an unexpected piece of news reached his ears. The Fallen and Starscream had inadvertently stumbled upon a Titan Master during their contention for the Allspark. Unicron's brow furrowed slightly, a long-buried unease resurfacing. These ancient beings truly still existed, he mused, a hint of sardonic amusement lacing his thoughts. He recalled the 13 legendary entities, uncertain of their intentions, yet aware that their influence had surpassed expectations. He recognized that this competition was far from trivial. Shaking his head slightly, he addressed his subordinate. If we do not act swiftly, the consequences will be dire. His tone bore a touch of impatience, for the intricacies of the situation resembled an ancient, unfathomable game of chess. At that moment, Megatron had returned to the base with his forces gathering together. Each individual understood the gravity of their mission. A fierce battle loomed, and the tension among them was palpable. Yet, even when faced with peril, they had never faltered. Simultaneously, the Titan Master stood beside Optimus Prime. They entered a clandestine modification chamber, filled with unknown technological marvels. While adeptly maneuvering complex equipment, the Titan Master reassured Optimus, "Relax, it won't be painful." Removing his goggles, he spoke with a hint of encouragement. Optimus nodded, calmly observing the intricate devices, yet his heart brimmed with anticipation for the future. He understood that the forthcoming transformation was irrevocable, yet he also knew that only with immense power could he truly safeguard his homeland and protect those around him. "I am ready," Optimus said with a slight smile, his eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. Master Titanium was momentarily taken aback, but soon returned to smile. He gently pressed his finger on the central console, and immediately, an immense surge of energy began to circulate wildly within Optimus Prime's form, causing every chip within to quiver slightly. Chapter 72. To the Rust Sea. One must master the source of the Allspark. After a long while, the dazzling radiance gradually faded, and Optimus Prime's silhouette re-emerged. He stretched his body, sensing an unprecedented surge of formidable power within. "How do you feel?" Master Titanium inquired, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. "Unprecedentedly powerful," Optimus Prime replied, clenching his fist and feeling the torrent of strength coursing through him. "How much has my combat capability increased?" Master Titanium summoned a virtual panel, which displayed various data regarding Optimus Prime. "Your overall rating is now 5 stars, having reached the pinnacle of Cybertronian warriors." 5 stars? Optimus Prime was taken aback, fully aware of the significance of this rating. It meant he now possessed the strength to stand against Megatron, Unicron, and even those legendary ancient Transformers. Yet, this was not enough. Master Titanium's tone suddenly grew grave. "The shadow of the Cosmic Emperor looms over the entire universe. We require even greater strength to contend with him." The Cosmic Emperor, Optimus Prime murmured, a name he was not unfamiliar with. It was an ancient legend within the Transformer race, a terrifying entity that devoured planets. Is the legend true? Master Titanium did not respond directly. Instead, he walked to a corner of the modification chamber and opened a concealed compartment, retrieving an ancient metal plate. The surface of the plate was inscribed with intricate symbols, emanating a faint energy resonance. "What is this?" Optimus Prime inquired, gazing curiously at the metal plate. "This is the key of prophecy left by the Primus," Master Titanium explained. "It contains secrets regarding the Cosmic Emperor and how to vanquish him." Optimus Prime was even more perplexed. "Primus? What is that?" "Primus is the creator of our Transformer race and the most powerful warrior," Master Titanium spoke with reverence. "In ancient times, he led us to victory against the Cosmic Emperor and sealed him at the edge of the universe." "What must we do now?" Optimus Prime asked eagerly. "We need to locate the source of the Allspark." Master Titanium indicated a symbol on the metal plate. "Only by gathering enough of the Allspark's essence can we awaken Primus' power to once again seal the Cosmic Emperor." The source of the Allspark. Optimus Prime recalled what Megatron had been seeking. "But hasn't he it already?" "No, the source has not vanished," Master Titanium interrupted. "According to the guidance of the Key of Prophecy, there are currently 3 known locations of the Allspark. If we can acquire even one, we will have hope to contend with the Cosmic Emperor." "Where are the 3 sources of the Allspark?" Optimus Prime inquired eagerly. Master Titanium pointed to the 3 symbols on the metal plate, explaining one by one. "One is amidst the 5-faced monstrosity, another lies deep within the Rust Sea, and the last is located in a distant galaxy, the very place you were previously transported to." Optimus Prime fell into contemplation, fully aware that each of these locations was fraught with peril. Yet, for the fate of the Transformers race, he felt compelled to undertake the challenge. "I shall do my utmost to locate the Allspark," he resolutely declared. "Excellent," Master Titanium responded, patting him on the shoulder. "Time is of the essence. You must swiftly establish your base in these 3 locations." With that, Master Titanium turned and departed the modification chamber, leaving Optimus Prime standing alone, gazing at his retreating figure. his heart brimming with a sense of duty and purpose. He understood that a battle concerning the survival of the Transformers was on the horizon. Meanwhile, in Karen City, the Fallen paced restlessly, his enormous metallic feet thundering against the floor. The Quintessence swarmed like parasites, draining Cybertron's energy and polluting their environment. They must be expelled. Ironhide, what is the status of the Quintessence? The Fallen bellowed with suppressed fury. Ironhide respectfully replied, "Report, Captain. The Quintessence still occupy areas 10, 02, and 06, and their numbers continue to swell." Damn it. The Fallen slammed his fist onto the control panel, producing a resounding crash. Do these scrap heaps truly believe Cybertron is their dumping ground? Captain, now that the five-faced monstrosity has departed, should we deploy forces for expulsion? Ironhide tentatively suggested. The Fallen pondered for a moment, shaking his head. No, now is not the time. If we launch a full-scale assault on the Quintessence, it will undoubtedly weaken our forces and provide an opportunity for Megatron. He understood Megatron's insatiable thirst for power. Should the Decepticons grow stronger, Cybertron would know no peace. A thought flickered through the Fallen's mind. Ironhide, relay orders to expedite the production of Autobot warriors. I require the formation of 1,000-strong battalion. 1,000-strong battalion. Ironhide exclaimed, his optics widening in astonishment. Captain, this will demand a vast amount of resources and time. I am aware, the Fallen asserted decisively. But for the future of Cybertron, we must proceed. I will not allow Megatron to ride roughshod over us. Meanwhile, Megatron returned to the Decepticon base located in the 12th scrap zone. It was littered with discarded metal parts and broken machinery, the air thick with a noxious chemical stench. A stark contrast to the oily aroma of Karen City, presenting a suffocating atmosphere of its own. Soundwave, Spotlight, get over here, Megatron roared. The members of the Decepticon squad approached cautiously, the Barricade nervously inquiring, Leader, what are your orders? Gather all that scrap metal, Megatron commanded, pointing at the towering pile of refuse. I intend to transform it into our weaponry. He understood that in the resource-scarce realm of Cybertron, technology was the decisive factor in determining victory or defeat. In the ensuing days, Megatron immersed himself wholly in mechanical modifications. Sparks flew, metals clashed. He worked tirelessly, as if possessed by a fervor. Days later, he noticed that Optimus Prime had yet to return, an unsettling premonition creeping into his mind. Soundwave, where has that fool gone? He inquired. The reticent intelligence officer activated a flickering screen, revealing images of Optimus Prime departing Cybertron. According to my tracking, it appears he has ventured to other star systems. His energy fluctuations closely resembling that of the Allspark. The Allspark. Megatron abruptly rose, a glint of avarice flashing in his optical lens. It seems that scoundrel seeks to monopolize the power of the Allspark. I shall not allow him to succeed. Shall we pursue him? Soundwave asked in his distinct electronic tone, his demeanor unruffled. Megatron's crimson optic glimmered with a menacing light. How dare Optimus Prime seek the Allspark behind my back? Such audacity. Chapter 73. The battle resumes pursue? Does he think he is so remarkable simply for locating the Allspark? We possess clues of our own. Do we require his assistance? Soundwave's electronic eye flickered, seemingly expressing doubt. But, Leader, where shall we search for the Allspark? Isn't there one in the hands of those five-faced creatures? Alas, they have already departed Cybertron. Those wretched insects. Megatron slammed his fist onto the table, the metal surface groaning under strain. However, there should still be one in the Rust Sea, though. That place is guarded by Thunderwing, correct? The Barricade interjected cautiously, genuinely fearful that Megatron might unleash his wrath upon him. Indeed, that troublesome individual. Megatron paced the room restlessly, his colossal metallic feet thudding against the floor, as if intending to shatter it. Thunderwing was formidable and cunning. To wrest the Allspark from his grasp would be exceedingly difficult. Silence enveloped the room. The members of the Decepticon squad scarcely daring to breathe, lest they provoke their leader. Suddenly, Megatron halted, his crimson optic flaring with renewed confidence and ambition. No matter how tough the bone, I shall chew it to pieces and swallow it whole. We must devise a plan to eliminate Thunderwing and seize the Allspark from the Rust Sea. Only in this manner can we truly seize the fate of Cybertron. However, my lord, even if we vanquish the Celestial Walker and obtain the Allspark, where can we possibly go? Spotlight inquired weakly, for Kaon is the domain of the Autobots. And we have no foothold there. Humph, who said we must go to Kaon? Megatron's lips curled into a cold smirk. We shall establish a base even more formidable than Kaon, a true steel empire belonging to the Decepticons. But, my lord, where shall we establish this base? Resources on Cybertron are already scant, and most regions are under Autobot control. Question bombshell. Megatron remained silent, striding to the center of the room, his gaze sweeping over each Decepticon present, ultimately resting on the silent Soundwave. Soundwave, display the map of Cybertron. At your command, my lord. Soundwave S-tape compartment opened, emitting a beam that projected a vast holographic map in the center of the room. Megatron approached the map, his large finger gliding across its surface, his eyes scanning familiar locations. Ironhold, Rust Sea, Stand, Blade City, Tarn. Each name represented abundant resources and formidable military strength. My lord, what do you think of this location? Barricade pointed to a remote corner of the map, suggesting, here lies the ruins of the energy station. The resource poor, its remote geography makes it easy to defend, and it is close to the Rust Sea, facilitating our future assault on the Celestial Walker. Barricade, think before you speak. Although the energy station ruins are secluded, the environment is harsh and utterly unsuitable for establishing a base. Spotlight retorted mercilessly. It would serve you well to remain silent. Megatron impatiently interrupted their bickering, declaring, this place will not suffice. We need a location rich in resources, easily defensible and conveniently accessible, not a remote wasteland. Megatron slammed his fist onto the map, the tremendous force causing the entire room to tremble. The image on the map shattered, dissolving into a chaotic display of light and shadow. At that moment, Soundwave, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. My lord, I have a suggestion. Speak. We could venture to the Wasteland of Chaos. The Wasteland of Chaos? Megatron frowned slightly. He was well aware of this place, the most chaotic and perilous region on Cybertron. Without exception, while it is resource-rich, the environment is complex and fraught with dangers, including the legendary Primus. Barricade could not help but interject, his tone filled with trepidation. Primus? The other Decepticons gasped at the mention of this name. Primus? Is he still alive? I have no desire to provoke him. Megatron, in a fit of frustration, grasped his metallic head. The allure of the Allspark was undeniably immense, yet the value of his own existence outweighed it. He resolved to abandon the treacherous realm of the Decepticons to avert further complications. We shall venture to the Rust Sea. The Rust Sea? Barricade paused, leader. That territory belongs to Thunderwing. Are we not walking into a trap? Walking into a trap? Megatron erupted into a thunderous laughter. Barricade, when did you become so timid? I intend to seize the Allspark from that old fool, Thunderwing. The members of the Decepticons exchanged glances, their confusion regarding Megatron's decision evident, yet they chose to comply. After all, Megatron's might was widely acknowledged, and his indomitable spirit inspired them deeply. At your command, leader, they chorused, including Barricade, Spotlight, and the others from the reconnaissance unit. Soundwave, Alert Rampage, Scrapper, and the others to assemble immediately. Prepare for our journey to the Rust Sea. With a grand gesture, Megatron initiated the Decepticons operation. Soundwave nodded solemnly. The magnetic tape compartment on his chest opened, releasing a tape that transformed into a small mechanical bird, swiftly exiting the room. The Rust Sea, one of the most desolate regions on Cybertron, was littered with discarded metal scraps and decayed mechanical parts. Here lay the domain where Thunderwing guarded the Allspark. The tranquility of the Rust Sea was shattered by a thunderous explosion as a squad of Decepticon soldiers, led by Barricade, stormed into Thunderwing's lair. Thunderwing, you old fool. Come out. Barricade bellowed from atop a pile of debris. Who dares intrude upon the vicinity of the Allspark? An ancient yet commanding voice resonated, as a colossal figure emerged slowly from the ruins. It was a robot of even greater stature than Megatron, radiating an aura of age and formidable power. Ah, if it isn't my old friend Thunderwing. Long time no see. Megatron swaggered forward, flanked by his fellow Decepticons, a sardonic grin plastered on his face. Megatron? Why are you wretched beings here again? Thunderwing's eyes flickered with disdain upon seeing Megatron. What is your purpose? Our purpose? Why? To pay a visit to an old friend. Megatron replied, though his gaze fixated on a colossal metallic container behind Thunderwing. He recognized it as the Allspark, the object of his fervent desire. Enough with the pleasantries. You Decepticons shall not lay your hands on anything of mine. With a furious roar, Thunderwing swung his massive metallic fist towards Megatron. Is that all you've got? Megatron retorted with a cold laugh, unflinching as he prepared to confront the impending onslaught. A fierce battle was imminent. As the ruins of the Rust Sea erupted with the clashing of metal and the cacophony of explosions, the formidable titans, Megatron and Optimus Prime, engaged in a cataclysmic battle. Optimus, your era has long since passed. This is the age of the Decepticons. Megatron bellowed, his obsidian mining hammer swirling with a fierce wind, poised to strike at Optimus's chest. Yet, in a dazzling flash, that colossal figure transformed into a magnificent metallic greatsword. The sword, with its ancient blade shimmering in ethereal blue light, radiated a chilling sharpness that withstood Megatron's formidable blow. The piercing sound of metal colliding reverberated through the air, shaking the surrounding ruins. Taken aback by this sudden turn of events, Megatron stumbled back a step, his crimson optical sensors wide with disbelief as he fixated on the greatsword, gritting his teeth in bewilderment. What in the world is this? It is the sword of the heavens. The voice of Ratchet trembled, clearly unnerved by the unforeseen occurrence. Only then did Megatron notice that embedded in the hilt of the greatsword was a massive blue gemstone, emanating a soft glow as if it possessed a life of its own, coldly gazing back at him. I concede your strength. Your combat experience is formidable. A deep, authoritative voice resonated from the sword, but you shall not lay a hand on the Allspark. Optimus, do you believe that transforming into a mere blade can thwart me? Megatron roared once more, raising his obsidian hammer high. Let me make this clear. Your time has ended. Behold Cybertron. It has transformed into a paradise for the Quintessence, and we are the rightful rulers of this era. Quintessence? The greatsword trembled slightly, seemingly mocking him. A covetous and foolish breed. Do they even comprehend the glory of Cybertron? Do you think aligning with them will grant you your desires? Megatron, you are utterly naive. Nave? Huh. Megatron's laughter echoed, steeped in disdain. The victors write history. You old relics remain ensnared in past battles, oblivious to the shifting tides of time. Now I hold the power. Arrogant. The greatsword roared, suddenly radiating a brilliant light, an intangible force propelling Megatron back several paces. Steadying himself, a glimmer of seriousness crossed Megatron's mind. He discerned that although Optimus had transformed into a sword, his strength seemed to have augmented, stirring unease within him. Leader, we shall assist you. The Decepticon members, such as Ratchet and Spotlight, brandished their weapons, ready to charge to his aid. Stand down. You are not worthy of this battle. Merely observe. Megatron commanded fiercely, halting them, though his tone bore reprimand. It was laced with concern for their safety. After all, if a large-scale conflict were to ensue, the Decepticons might suffer grievous losses. This is a duel between Optimus and me. It is not your place to interfere. With that, he took a deep breath, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes, and suddenly transformed into a bolt of black lightning, charging straight towards the colossal Shintian sword. Reckless, the massive sword let out a disdainful huff, its blade quivering as it unleashed countless streams of azure sword energy, cascading towards Megatron like an overwhelming tempest. A fine challenge. The blue sword energy surged forth like a torrential storm, yet Megatron did not flinch or evade. Instead, he wielded the black gold mining hammer, creating an impenetrable wall that repelled the blade's assault. Each clash erupted in blinding sparks, illuminating the desolate battleground. The surrounding Decepticon members stood agape, too stunned to utter a word. They had never witnessed such an intense conflict, as if the very fabric of the world were on the verge of being torn asunder. The boss is truly formidable, murmured Spotlight, his mechanical eyes glimmering with excitement. Indeed, one need only consider the caliber of his subordinates. Goldbug proudly patted his armored chest, confident that following the boss would eventually grant them the same formidable presence. Roadblock remained silent, fixated on the battlefield, his crimson electronic eyes filled with concern. He recognized Megatron's strength, yet he understood that Unicron was no trivial adversary. Moreover, the latter had transformed into that enigmatic giant sword, his power unfathomable. At that moment, a shadow silently appeared at the edge of the battlefield. It was Soundwave. Paying no heed to the tumultuous clash, he directed his gaze towards the nearby source of the spark. The immense metallic sphere emanated a gentle glow, seemingly harboring boundless power, which deeply captivated Soundwave. With it, he could forge an invincible Decepticon army, he mused, his eyes glinting with avarice. Cautiously, he advanced towards the source of the spark, his movements light and agile, resembling a specter, unnoticed by anyone. However, just as he was about to make contact with the source, an ancient yet commanding voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "Halt! That belongs to me." Startled, Soundwave whipped around to see a stout, elderly figure who had appeared behind him, glaring intensely. "Master Titanium?" Soundwave exclaimed in surprise, instinctively heightening his vigilance. "Indeed, young one. I advise you to steer clear of that source, lest you find yourself ensnared in a fate of eternal ruin." Quite the audacious tone. Soundwave sneered, a flicker of malice glinting in his eyes. "Let me see what skills you possess to thwart me." Before his words had fully dissipated, the energy weapon in his hand unleashed a blinding beam, aimed directly at Master Titanium's face. Without flinching, Master Titanium merely waved his hand gently, conjuring an invisible barrier that effortlessly absorbed the beam. A mere trick, Soundwave scoffed, dismissing it with a curl of his lip, and in an instant, his form blurred into an afterimage as he charged toward Master Titanium. His speed was as swift as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Master Titanium, swinging his energy blade with ferocity. Master Titanium, however, remained unperturbed, merely shifting his body slightly to evade the sonic attack, while delivering a powerful palm strike to Sonic's chest. Bang! A muffled thud resonated as Sonic felt an overwhelming force crash upon him, propelling him backward to the ground with a heavy thud. Coughing, Sonic struggled to rise, a trickle of oil seeping from the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide with disbelief. "How could this be? Your strength. You overestimate yourself." Master Titanium snorted coldly, preparing to finish Sonic off, when suddenly, he sensed a potent energy wave approaching from afar. "This is bad." His expression changed as he turned to see a towering figure racing towards them. Shockwave. Sonic, seeing this, was filled with elation and called out, "Hurry, help me. Eliminate this old fool." Shockwave remained silent, simply nodding before joining the fray. His presence instantly altered the dynamics of the battle. Though Shockwave's strength was inferior to Master Titanium's, his unpredictable techniques and a unique ability to disrupt mechanical function rendered even Master Titanium not entirely immune. In an instant, the three were entangled in a fierce struggle, neither side able to gain the upper hand. Chapter 75. The Emergence of the Celestial Selection. The dawn of the Ancestors era, meanwhile, the battle between Megatron and Skywalker had reached a fever pitch. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled with violent explosions, as if it might collapse at any moment. Blue sword energy clashed with black energy waves, erupting into dazzling bursts of light that painted the surroundings in bizarre hues. "Damn, this old man is truly formidable," Megatron cursed inwardly, feeling his strength rapidly depleting. The Shantian sword, embodied by Skywalker, though not particularly powerful offensively, boasted incredible defense and could continually absorb surrounding energy to replenish itself, making it an indomitable foe. This cannot continue. A swift resolution is imperative. A fierce determination flickered in Megatron's eyes as he resolved to unleash his trump card. He took a deep breath, and the divine modification modules within him began to boil with energy, releasing a terrifying aura that swept across the area. "What are you planning to do?" Feeling the menacing energy emanating from Megatron, Skywalker was taken aback and could not help but inquire. I am here to send you on your way." Megatron laughed maniacally, the black gold mining hammer in his hand, glowing intensely as a destructive power rapidly coalesced. Crack, crack, crack. The rust sea, this metallic wasteland, seemed to sense the impending chaos, beginning to churn violently. Countless worn metal components, fractured steel bars, and twisted gears surged towards Megatron as if drawn by an invisible force. Witnessing this, Tianqing was struck with profound terror, exclaiming, "Is the operation of this module truly the legendary devouring evolution? This is impossible. Such infinite modification technology should belong solely to that individual. Was he not betrayed by the Cosmic Emperor, the Supreme Emperor, the mentor of the Cosmic Emperor and the primordial celestial venerable, certainly possessed knowledge of this matter. However, the Cosmic Emperor later betrayed the Supreme Emperor for his own ambitions, simultaneously vanquishing the primordial celestial venerable. Ha ha, impressive indeed. You are aware of the origins of this module. Megatron laughed maniacally, his tone imbued with an air of invincibility. Yet at that moment, he was not inclined to inquire further about the module's provenance. He felt his battle experience had ascended to an unparalleled realm. All that remained was to obtain the spark source and forge the Decepticon army. Then, everything would culminate. Today, allow me to demonstrate what true power is. In the next instant, a blinding red light erupted from Megatron's being, the divine modification module operating at high speed, resembling a voracious black hole, greedily consuming the surrounding metallic debris. Accompanied by the jarring sounds of metal grinding and the disconcerting noises of distortion, Megatron's form expanded at a visibly rapid pace. We must stop him. He cannot be allowed to devour any further. Tianxing shouted anxiously, wielding his blue lightsaber, unleashing a flurry of fierce sword energies aimed at Megatron, attempting to thwart his continued evolution. Merely a trivial skill. Megatron scoffed disdainfully, allowing the sword energies to strike his form, which felt no more than an itch, inflicting no harm whatsoever. His gigantic body, composed of countless metal fragments, resembled an impregnable fortress of steel. Devour! Devour! Megatron roared with manic fervor, surrendering to the insatiable desire to absorb, voraciously consuming all metallic substances in his vicinity. As the quantity of consumed metal increased, Megatron's stature grew ever more colossal, soon surpassing 10 meters, then 20, ultimately transforming into a towering steel giant standing 100 meters tall, akin to the titans of ancient mythology, imposing and formidable. He looked down upon Tianxing, who appeared as insignificant as an ant, his eyes brimming with disdain and mockery. Old fool, do you still believe you can stop me now? Tianxing's face turned pale, his grip on the lightsaber trembling slightly. He understood all too well that against such a formidable Megatron, he stood no chance of victory. Damn it, could it be that today is truly the end? Despair filled Tianxing's heart. Meanwhile, not far from the Rust Sea, the battle between Master Titanium, Soundwave, and Shockwave was nearing its conclusion. Bang! Master Titanium struck Soundwave's chest with a powerful palm, sending him hurtling through the air to crash heavily onto the ground several dozen meters away, stirring up a cloud of dust. Coughing, Soundwave struggled to rise, but felt as if his entire skeleton had come apart, the pain overwhelming, making even the act of breathing a challenge. Soundwave! Shocked, Shockwave rushed forward, eager to assess Soundwave's injuries. Your opponent is me. Master Titanium swiftly interposed himself in Shockwave's path, his voice cold and resolute. Today, none of you shall leave this place alive. You old fool, do not be so arrogant. Shockwave roared, suddenly brandishing a uniquely designed energy cannon aimed directly at Master Titanium. Boom! A thick, purple beam erupted from the cannon's muzzle, hurtling towards Master Titanium's face. Reacting swiftly, Master Titanium swung his tool hammer, conjuring an energy barrier before him in an attempt to deflect the blow. Boom! The purple beam struck the energy barrier. Unleashing deafening explosion. A visible shockwave radiated outward, lifting layers of the surrounding ground into the air. Master Titanium let out a muffled grunt, instinctively staggering back a few steps, his complexion paling. The power of Shockwave's attack was astonishingly formidable. Ha! Old man, you are nothing special. Shockwave laughed triumphantly, relishing in his apparent superiority. Now, allow me to demonstrate my true power. With that, he raised the energy cannon once more, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Master Titanium. However, at that moment, a far more terrifying aura suddenly emanated from the distance, causing both Shockwave and Soundwave to feel a chill of trepidation. What is that? Shockwave's expression changed dramatically as he whipped around to face the source of the ominous energy. In the distance, a colossal red beam shot skyward from the rusted sea, as if attempting to ignite the very heavens, exuding a suffocating pressure of dread. Could this energy be? Shockwave's pupils contracted sharply, a horrifying thought surfacing in his mind. Boom! Just then, a massive black figure slowly emerged from the red beam, descending like a deity of destruction. radiating an aura of cataclysmic terror before them. The black figure landed heavily, each step resembling an earthquake, causing the entire rusted sea to tremble. As the figure fully materialized, both Shockwave and Soundwave felt as if time itself had come to a standstill. It was a colossal iron giant, even more formidable and fearsome than anything they had encountered. Cloaked in dark red armor that exuded an aura of chilling horror. Its eyes blazed like two infernos, flickering with bloodlust and fury. Compete. The will of heaven. Shockwave's voice quivered, as if he had encountered an unspeakable terror. This energy, this aura, was impossible. It had been sealed away, hadn't it? The sound waves echoed with astonishment. The colossal iron giant descending from the heavens was none other than the legendary 13 primordial Optimus Prime. Once, he was among the mightiest warriors of Cybertron and the leader of the rebellion against the tyranny of the Quintessence. "Cease your attacks," he commanded, his voice deep and resonant, imbued with an irresistible authority. "Our era has passed. Perhaps they truly can." Upon hearing these words, the once hostile Master Titanium and Skyfire instinctively halted their assault. Despite being seasoned warriors, they still held deep respect for Optimus Prime. Master Titanium gripped his tool hammer tightly, his tone fraught with complex emotions. "You are still alive?" Optimus Prime cast a brief glance at him, a hint of bitterness flashing in his eyes. "I live but merely exist. The experiments of the Cosmic Emperor had transformed us into what we are now." As he spoke, he raised his enormous metallic arm, revealing a web of twisted metallic patterns, reminiscent of a dreadful curse. "Let us confront our issues," he declared, turning his gaze toward the horizon, his tone resolute. "The matters concerning the Quintessence and Cybertron shall be left to them." However, Skyfire wished to voice his thoughts, but was restrained by Master Titanium. "Old friend, he has made his decision," Master Titanium said, placing a hand on his shoulder, his voice tinged with resignation. "Let us depart. We must not intervene further." Skyfire remained silent for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. He understood that once Optimus Prime had resolved upon a course of action, no one could alter it. "What about the fallen?" Skyfire suddenly recalled, pointing toward the distant, colossal black silhouette. "I shall take him away," Optimus Prime replied calmly. "They need him. He must go." As for Cybertron, he paused, casting his eyes over the desolate land, his expression revealing a turmoil of emotions. "So be it." With that, Optimus Prime extended his palm, and a spectral projection emerged, forming the outline of the fallen. He gently pressed his hand upon his chest. "Come with me, my brother." As his words fell, a blinding red light erupted from his palm, instantly enveloping the fallen in its embrace. When the crimson glow dissipated, the fallen's figure had vanished. Optimus Prime followed suit, leaving behind an empty, rusted sea, along with the astonished Master Titanium and Skyfire. They exchanged glances, each perceiving the profound shock and confusion reflected in the other's eyes. "We have truly aged," Master Titanium finally sighed, muttering to himself. Once the most formidable warriors of Cybertron, they now found themselves bewildered by the actions of a younger generation. "Let's go, old friend," Skyfire said, patting his shoulder. "It is time for us to leave. Perhaps Optimus Prime can indeed unravel the mysteries of the past." Having spoken, the two turned away, leaving behind the silent expanse of rusted sea, which seemed to narrate the end of an era. Witnessing this scene, Megatron was immediately struck by the insignificance of his existence. Chapter 76. Just as the base was established, the adversary arrived. It appeared that the previous generation was not as formidable as one might have thought. Megatron murmured, his gaze sweeping across the desolate terrain. The Rust Sea. The landfill of Cybertron was filled with discarded metals and dilapidated machinery. However, in Megatron's eyes, this was not a wasteland, but rather a vast treasure trove. He took heavy strides into the depths of the Rust Sea, proclaiming, "Decepticons, advance. Our objective is to seize the Rust Sea and locate the Allspark." With a commanding presence, the Decepticons responded in unison, closely following Megatron's lead. After a considerable time, they arrived at a colossal meteorite crater, a veritable graveyard of transformers. Countless wreckages piled high, fragments of various spacecraft scattered about, and weapons discarded like refuse. The corroded metal reflected an eerie sheen in the dim light, silently recounting tales of past glory and present decay. "Haha, what a splendid place." Megatron could not restrain his laughter, his voice echoing throughout the crater. So many treasures here, ample enough to forge a formidable army. He activated his scanning system, beams of crimson light emanating from his optical sensors, sweeping over the surrounding debris. The advanced modification module swiftly analyzed the composition of each metal fragment, the energy reserves of every power cell, and the functionality of each component. This energy matrix is quite decent, albeit somewhat aged. It is still usable. This thruster is also promising. It can be adapted for my spacecraft. And this laser cannon. Megatron, utilizing the Supreme Modification Module, scanned and spoke to himself like a greedy scavenger in search of hidden gems amidst the refuse. He first selected a relatively flat area, using large fragments of wreckage as foundational structures, and began constructing his secret base. Barricades, searchlights, goldbug, highways, wide load, pursuit. Megatron summoned his convoy team through the built-in communicator. Gather around. There is work to be done. Before long, 6 uniquely shaped transformers hurriedly arrived. They were all members of the convoy team, led by Barricade, who was unwaveringly loyal to Megatron. Leader, what are your commands? Barricade transformed into a Hummer H2, respectfully inquiring. Do you see these wrecks? Megatron gestured towards the towering heaps of metallic refuse, his tone tinged with excitement. Dismantle them. Gather all useful parts. I intend to build a base here. Yes, leader. The members of the convoy team responded in unison, promptly commencing their tasks. Commotion. Chaos. Megatron then called upon 2 more of his subordinates. Leader, we have arrived. Chaos and confusion emerged from a pile of debris, wearing obsequious smiles. Is there any activity in the scrapyard? Megatron inquired. Everything is normal, my leader. Chaos promptly replied. The scrap metal is behaving, and no one dares to cause trouble. Excellent. This area is entrusted to you. It will serve as a subbase for the Rust Sea base. Megatron nodded in satisfaction. Continue to monitor. Report any unusual occurrences immediately. Yes, my leader. Chaos and confusion responded with eager nods and bows. The construction of the base was progressing vigorously. Under Megatron's command, steel structures rose from the ground, with pathways connecting various sectors. This location would become the secret stronghold of the Decepticons and serve as Megatron's bastion against the Autobots. One evening, Megatron stood alone at the highest point of the base, surveying the night view of the Rust Sea. In the dim light, the Rust Sea appeared even more desolate and eerie. With the base nearly completed, it was evident that a solution to locate the Allspark was necessary. Once secured, the energy crisis would be resolved, ensuring stability. With this thought, Megatron turned and decisively commanded, Soundwave, Shockwave, and Tarantulas. Follow me. Soundwave, the taciturn cassette warrior, merely nodded. The cassette compartment on his chest emitting a faint hum, seemingly in response to his master's command. Shockwave, his single eye glinting coldly, adjusted his glasses and replied in his usual calm and icy tone, At your command, Megatron. Tarantulas, the ambitious schemer, wore a sycophantic grin, declaring, It is my honor, Megatron. Your sagacious decisions will surely lead us to glory. Deep within the Rust Sea, danger lurked everywhere, with bizarre and twisted remnants of discarded machinery scattered about like a graveyard of steel beasts. Yet for Megatron, it was akin to a thrilling treasure hunt. Utilizing the extraordinary capabilities of his advanced modification module, he continuously scanned the surroundings in search of the Allspark's trace. Report, Megatron, high-energy reaction detected. Soundwave's voice crackled through the communicator, shattering the silence of the Rust Sea. Megatron immediately perked up. Location. Just ahead, a massive energy crystal cave. The group quickened their pace towards the destination. Upon entering the cave, the sight before Megatron was awe-inspiring. Enormous energy crystals radiated dazzling light, illuminating the entire cavern as brightly as day. At the center of the cave floated a cube emanating a gentle glow, surrounded by intense energy fluctuations, and the air was thick with peculiar energy particles. Indeed, it is here. Megatron's voice trembled with excitement. He could sense the immense energy radiating from the Allspark, far surpassing his previous expectations. He understood that if he could effectively harness the energy of the Allspark, his power would be immensely amplified, and his dominion would experience unprecedented expansion. Commence the construction of the energy absorption base immediately. Megatron commanded without hesitation. Soundwave, You shall oversee the establishment of the communication network and intelligence gathering. Shockwave, you are tasked with constructing the energy transmission and defense systems. Black Arachnia, you will be responsible for the research and manufacturing of the energy collectors. The three subordinates accepted their orders and set about their respective tasks. Soundwave dispatched laserbeaks to circle around the cave, surveying the terrain while initiating the setup of the communication network. Shockwave began utilizing the energy crystals within the cave to construct the energy transmission and defense systems. Meanwhile, Black Arachnia commenced her studies on how to more efficiently gather the energy from the Allspark, designing and fabricating energy collectors. The base's construction progressed fervently. However, Black Arachnia's ambition swelled alongside the development of the base. Gazing at the potent energy radiating from the Allspark, she mused, if I could completely control such immense power. She secretly modified the design of the energy collector, diverting a portion of the energy into herself. As time passed, Black Arachnia's strength grew increasingly formidable, and her ambitions became ever more difficult to contain. She began plotting how to overthrow Megatron, seize the Allspark, and become the true leader of the Decepticons. Clearly, the former Black Arachnia had been nothing before Soundwave and Shockwave. But now everything had changed. One day, as Megatron surveyed the base, he discovered Black Arachnia's clandestine actions. Black Arachnia, what are you doing? Megatron's voice thundered through the cave like a clap of thunder. Startled, Black Arachnia hastily knelt, stammering, Megatron, did you think your petty tricks could escape my notice? Megatron roared in fury, seizing her by the throat. You dare betray me. Pale and trembling, Black Arachnia pleaded, Megatron, I was wrong. Spare me. Spare you? Megatron sneered coldly. Do you believe I would let you off so easily? Just as Megatron prepared to deal with Black Arachnia, a sudden, violent tremor resonated from outside the cave. What is happening? Megatron furrowed his brow. Report, Megatron. It's the Autobots. Soundwave's voice crackled through the communicator. They have discovered our base. Optimus Prime, Megatron gritted his teeth. It seems our battle is unavoidable. Meanwhile, at the edge of Rust Sea, Optimus Prime stood atop a high rise, gazing down at the colossal steel beast, his eyes glimmering with incredulity. Is this Megatron's base? He murmured, his tone laden with astonishment. Behind him, Ironhide, Ratchet, Jazz, Bumblebee, and thousands of Autobot warriors stood resolutely, their energy weapons shimmering with a ghostly blue glow, poised to engage in battle at a moment's notice. Captain, this scale is far greater than we anticipated, Ironhide remarked, a note of gravity lacing his voice. It seems Megatron has not been idle in recent years. Jazz whistled playfully, his tone tinged with mockery, yet his azure gaze remained fixed on the base, vigilant and unyielding. The intelligence is flawed. Megatron's advancements have far exceeded our expectations. Chapter 77. The intensifying battle. Optimus Prime clenched his fists, his voice tinged with irritation. He had initially perceived Megatron as merely the leader of a disorganized rabble, lacking any real threat. However, the sight of the base before him completely shattered that belief. This installation was not only vast in scale, but also fortified with formidable defenses, bristling with energy turrets and fortifications, resembling a steel behemoth, ready to devour any intruding foe. What shall we do now, Captain? Bumblebee's voice crackled through the communicator, laced with urgency. Optimus Prime inhaled deeply, swiftly making a decision. Ratchet, take a small team to secure the perimeter, preventing any Decepticon ambush. Jazz, lead the assault team to identify the base's weak points and prepare for an offensive. Ironhide, you and I will coordinate the battle. Understood. The group responded in unison, their voices brimming with resolve. The Autobots dispersed rapidly, executing Optimus Prime's orders. Ratchet led the medical team to swiftly establish a perimeter and began fortifying defenses. Meanwhile, Jazz, accompanied by the assault team, utilized the terrain for cover, stealthily approaching the base in search of a breach. Optimus Prime and Ironhide positioned themselves on high ground, closely monitoring the battlefield. Ironhide, what are our chances of success? Optimus Prime inquired solemnly. Ironhide paused for a moment, his tone heavy with concern. To be honest, Captain, I'm uncertain. Megatron's base defenses are formidable, and we have no intelligence on what lies within. A reckless assault could result in severe losses. I understand, Optimus Prime nodded, a hint of resignation in his voice. But we have no alternative. We must destroy this base swiftly, or we will face endless repercussions. At that moment, Jazz's voice emanated from the communicator. Captain, we've located an entrance, but it is heavily guarded. Excellent, Jazz. Continue reconnaissance to identify the optimal attack route and await my command. Roger that. Time ticked away, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Optimus Prime and Ironhide stood like statues, their eyes fixed on the distant base. Suddenly, the gates of the base creaked open, and a towering figure emerged, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Well, if it isn't Captain Optimus Prime? The gruff voice of Megatron resonated with a hint of mockery, echoing through the wind. In such haste to arrive? The quintessence have yet to be driven away, and you are already contemplating a civil war among the Autobots? Unicron let out a cold snort, his gaze piercing. Megatron, spare me your trivialities. What is the purpose of your clandestine base construction? Our initial alliance was forged to confront the quintessence together, yet you have betrayed that trust to build your own power. His tone was frigid, laced with suppressed fury. Megatron erupted into raucous laughter, his mirth brimming with derision. Betrayal? Unicron, have you forgotten the battle against the Quirky One? Had it not been for the treachery at a critical moment, I would have annihilated the quintessence long ago. His agitation grew, and as he slammed his dark energon mining hammer into the ground, sparks flew. Nonsense, Ironhide retorted fiercely. The commander has always prioritized the safety of Cybertron and has never contemplated harming you. You slander him. Slander? Huh. Megatron laughed once more. Ironhide, you have followed Unicron's lead for so many years, only to be sold out while counting his profits. Have you forgotten the battle against the Quirky One? Ironhide trembled with indignation, ready to retort, but was halted by Unicron. Taking a deep breath to maintain his composure, he declared, Megatron, let us not dwell on the past. I command you to disband your base immediately and relinquish control. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Lack of courtesy? I shall see how you intend to demonstrate that. A dangerous glint flashed in Megatron's eyes as he raised his dark energon mining hammer high. Brothers, charge. Let these Autobots witness who the true master of Cybertron is. With Megatron's command, the base gates swung open, unleashing a torrent of Decepticon warriors, surging forth like a tidal wave of steel towards the Autobot stronghold. Roadblock led the charge, transforming into a Hummer, its engine roaring as it barreled toward the Autobot position. Spotlights, Goldbug, Highways, and Pursuit followed closely behind, unleashing a barrage of energy weapons that instantly transformed the battlefield into a raging inferno. Open fire. Counterattack. Unicron bellowed, his electromagnetic pulse cannon emitting a blinding light that shattered several Decepticon warriors at the forefront. The Autobot warriors responded in kind, unleashing a chaotic symphony of laser beams, missiles, and energy projectiles, intertwining into a lethal web that clashed violently with the Decepticon onslaught, producing deafening explosions. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. Both sides, fueled by rage, reverberated with the sounds of clashing metal, the thunder of energy weapons, and the battle cries of warriors that echoed throughout the Rust Sea. Once allies, Megatron and Unicron had become bitter enemies, each leading their respective armies in a desperate struggle upon this desolate land. On the other side of the battlefield, Thundercracker was commanding several Decepticon warriors, launching a fierce assault against an Autobot artillery platform. Though the defensive system of the fortress was formidable, it began to show signs of wear under the relentless precision of the explosive technology. Put in more effort. Blow it to smithereens. Roaring with excitement. The figure known as Roaring held a bundle of explosives that glimmered with a perilous light. At that moment, a colossal shadow descended from the sky, crashing down before Roaring, sending dust swirling and obscuring everyone's vision. As the dust settled, an enormous figure emerged before the Decepticon warriors. It was a mechanical dinosaur, even larger than Megatron, clad in heavy armor and exuding an oppressive aura. Its crimson eyes fixated on Roaring, emitting a deafening roar. Grimlock, Roaring uttered, his voice trembling as he beheld the monstrous creature. An overwhelming fear surged within him, as if he were not facing a mechanical dinosaur, but rather an insurmountable mountain. Damn it, how did this old beast arrive? He muttered under his breath, hastily retreating while shouting to the surrounding Decepticon warriors, Quick, scatter. This one is not to be trifled with. Upon witnessing this, The Decepticon warriors fled in all directions, seeking refuge from Grimlock's assault. However, Grimlock moved with astonishing speed, swiftly catching up to a slower Decepticon warrior. With a powerful swipe of its massive claws, it sent the warrior flying into the debris, scattering parts across the ground. Seeing this, Roaring's fear intensified. He knew he was no match for Grimlock and needed to seek Megatron's assistance urgently. As he dodged Grimlock's attacks, he sprinted toward Megatron's location. Megatron stood atop a vantage point, surveying the chaotic battlefield. "Brothers, let these Autobots witness who is the true master of Cybertron," he proclaimed, wielding his black gold mining hammer with fervor. However, at that moment, he noticed Roaring fleeing in panic and Grimlock in relentless pursuit. A frown creased Megatron's brow as doubt crept into his mind. How did Grimlock end up here? This is troubling. Suddenly, realization dawned on him, his expression shifting dramatically. It seemed that the Autobot forces were mobilizing. This battle was bound to deplete an immense amount of energy. Taking a deep breath, Megatron gazed at the tumultuous battlefield, his heart a tempest of emotions. This conflict was proving to be far more intricate than he had anticipated, indicating that Cybertron's future was fraught with peril beyond his expectations. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of the cosmic starry river, an inconspicuous spacecraft darted swiftly through the interstellar void. Inside the vessel, Optimus Prime was intently operating the control panel, his eyes glued to the star map displayed on the screen. "We are almost there," Optimus murmured to himself, his tone laced with anticipation and anxiety. He had been adrift in the cosmos for an extended period, in search of the legendary birthplace of the Allspark, a source of immense energy. According to ancient texts, the Allspark is the essence that bestows life upon all Transformers, possessing extraordinary power. If the Allspark could be discovered, it might hold the key to saving Cybertron. After a prolonged quest, Optimus Prime finally located the coordinates of the fabled planet. He piloted his spacecraft, approaching the target planet with utmost caution. As the vessel drew closer, the planet's full visage gradually revealed itself to Optimus. It was a celestial sphere radiating a golden glow akin to a resplendent jewel amidst the universe. Could this be the birthplace of the Allspark? As he gazed upon the planet, Optimus was overwhelmed with awe. He sensed a powerful energy emanating from the planet, as if it were beckoning him. Taking a deep breath, Optimus carefully landed his ship on the planet's surface. As the hatch opened, he stepped out onto this land imbued with an aura of mystery. Before him lay a vast expanse of golden desert, punctuated by peculiar structures in the distance, exuding an ancient and enigmatic essence. Suddenly, he felt a subtle tremor beneath his feet, accompanied by a deep rumbling sound from afar. Looking up, Optimus beheld a colossal figure slowly rising from the horizon. It was a gigantic mechanical being, larger than any Transformer he had ever encountered, radiating a golden luminescence, as if a deity had descended from the heavens. "You are." Optimus gazed at the giant with a mix of confusion and astonishment. The giant lowered its head, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon Optimus, and spoke in a deep, authoritative voice. "I am the primordial celestial sovereign, a fragment of the divine essence." Optimus was momentarily taken aback. He recognized the name from ancient texts, believed to be contemporaneous with the Cosmic Emperor. Could this towering figure truly be the legendary primordial celestial sovereign? As Optimus grappled with his disbelief, the sovereign's voice resonated again. "Since Master Titan has chosen you, proceed forth." The sovereign extended a hand, pointing towards a distant golden edifice. "Continuing, there lies the Allspark. Go forth, seek the answers you desire." Following the direction indicated by the sovereign, Optimus felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. He bowed deeply in reverence to the primordial celestial sovereign and then turned, sprinting towards the golden structure, uncertain of what awaited him. He understood that this journey would irrevocably alter the course of his destiny. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Celestial Arbiter, accompanied by the Skywalker, Master Titan, and the Fallen, arrived at a floating base amidst the vast expanse of stars. The trio regarded the Fallen with wariness, poised to act at the slightest provocation. Chapter 78. The Struggle of the Primordial Transformers. Jing Tianzi, Yin Tianxing, and Master Tai formed a formidable triangle around the fallen Titan, the atmosphere heavy with the tension of an imminent explosion. Enough of the idle chatter. Jing Tian's voice grated like metal scraping against metal. Where is the Cosmic Emperor? Where are the five-faced beasts? The fallen titan emitted a low, derisive chuckle, its rusted metallic form quivering slightly. Why should I divulge anything to you? You are nothing but a collection of scrap metal. You have no right to negotiate, Yin Tianqing declared as he drew the Xiantian sword. Its blade pointed directly at the fallen titan. This is your chance to atone. Do not force our hand. Master Tai remained silent. Yet the tools in his grasp clicked ominously, poised to perform a surgical intervention on the fallen titan. Sensing the threat, the fallen titan softened its tone. I can share this information, but I have conditions. Speak. Jing Tianzi barked impatiently. I want my freedom, and I want the past incidents wiped clean. The fallen titan laid forth its demands. Exchanging a glance with Yin Tianqing, Jing Tianzi finally gritted his teeth and replied, agreed. But if you dare to play tricks. His words trailed off, the implied threat hanging in the air. Satisfied, the fallen titan nodded and began to divulge the weaknesses of the Cosmic Emperor. The Cosmic Emperor's power derives from its energy core, an intricate web of energy that connects its entire being. Destroying the core nodes will dismantle its strength. Where are these core nodes? Yin Tianqing pressed. Therein lies the crux of the matter. The fallen titan smirked cunningly. You will require a special material to create a device capable of scanning the energy network, the Cosmic Crystal. The Cosmic Crystal? Master Tai interjected, a hint of perplexity in his tone. Indeed, the fallen titan elucidated, the Cosmic Crystal is an exceedingly rare substance, imbued with formidable cosmic energy, found only at the heart of a cosmic storm. You must construct a special device that harnesses the energy of the Cosmic Crystal to scan the Cosmic Emperor's energy network and locate the core nodes. It elaborated on the origins of the Cosmic Crystal, methods of acquisition, and the principles of constructing and utilizing the device. True to his reputation as an experienced engineer, Master Tai swiftly grasped the intricacies and commenced the design of the scanning device. In the ensuing days, Master Tai toiled day and night, ultimately completing the construction of the scanning device. Meanwhile, Jing Tianzi and Yin Tianqing prepared to embark on a journey to the heart of the cosmic storm in search of the Cosmic Crystal, guided by the intelligence provided by the fallen titan. Before their departure, Jing Tianzi sought out the fallen titan. You had best hope your words are truthful, otherwise. The fallen titan offered a knowing smile. Rest assured, I desire the Cosmic Emperor's demise more than anyone. Jing Tianzi chose not to utter another word and turned to leave. As he walked away, a glint of malice flickered in the eyes of the fallen titan. The information he provided was indeed truthful. However, he deliberately concealed certain crucial details. His true intention was to exploit competitors like Jing Tianzi and others to locate the Cosmic Crystal, subsequently seizing both the scanning device and the crystal for himself, thereby monopolizing the universe. At the center of the cosmic storm, ferocious energy ravaged everything around, causing the spacecraft to tremble violently as if it would be torn apart at any moment. Jing Tianzi and Yin Tianqing struggled to maneuver the ship, their expressions grave. Damn it, this place is even more perilous than imagined. Yin Tianqing cursed. Hold on, we are almost there. Jing Tianzi fixed his gaze on the radar screen, where a faint energy signal indicated the location of the Cosmic Crystal. Suddenly, the ship jolted violently, and the alarm blared piercingly. What is happening? Yin Tianqing exclaimed. Engine overload. We are trapped. Jing Tianzi's face turned pale, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. At that moment, a colossal shadow emerged from the eye of the storm, akin to a monstrous beast intent on devouring everything, slowly advancing. The Cosmic Emperor. Yin Tianqing's voice trembled with fear, sharp as the friction of rusted gears. The enormous shadow exuded an oppressive aura even amidst the chaotic cosmic storm, resembling a beast from the ancient abyss, ready to consume all in its path. Jing Tianzi gritted his teeth, gripping the control stick firmly as the spacecraft swayed more violently in the storm, the alarm lights on the dashboard flickering like frantic dancers. A spatial rift. Hurry, back to Master Tai. He thrust the control stick with force, the ship groaning under the strain, the engine emitting a deafening wail as it sliced through the space with a distorted beam of light, narrowly evading the Cosmic Emperor's outstretched claw and vanishing into the rift. In Master Tai's laboratory, the atmosphere was as tense as congealed oil. Damn it, we've even played. Jing Tianzi slammed his fist on the table, causing the tools atop it to jingle. That old bastard, the fallen diamond, had no good intentions. Yin Tianxing's face turned ashen, remaining silent. He recalled the fallen diamond's cryptic smile, a wave of anger at being duped swelling within him. What do we do now? Master Tai asked in a deep, steady voice. Despite his advanced age, we have yet to obtain the cosmic crystal. The scanning device remains untested, and now a cosmic emperor has emerged. Jing Tianzi raked his hand through his hair in frustration, feeling utterly disheveled. Calm down, Jing Tianzi. Master Tai reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. We'll take it step by step. First, we need to discern the fallen diamond's motives. Why did he lead us to the cosmic emperor? Who knows what that old man is scheming? Jing Tianzi retorted irritably. Perhaps he merely wishes to witness us being torn to shreds by the cosmic emperor. I sense the matter is far more intricate than it appears. Suddenly, Yin Tianxing spoke, revealing that the fallen titan had once expressed a desire for the cosmic emperor to vanish. He led us to this point, perhaps to gauge the strength of the cosmic emperor. Or, his eyes glinting with a spark of insight. Perhaps he intended to utilize us against the cosmic emperor. Meanwhile, near the Rust Sea, the battle between Megatron and the Sky Enemy was approaching its climax. You have lost, Sky Enemy, Megatron panted, the ominous energy radiating from his black gold mining hammer. Cease your resistance and submit to me. The Sky Enemy, battered and bruised, yet unyielding, burned with an indomitable spirit. Never, Megatron. I will never bow to a tyrant such as you. Refusing my offer will lead to your downfall. Megatron roared, raising his black gold mining hammer and bringing it down with ferocity. The Sky Enemy barely lifted his electromagnetic pulse cannon, attempting to fend off the impending blow. However, the disparity in their powers was insurmountable. The cannon was sent flying, and the Sky Enemy crashed heavily to the ground. Let this end. Megatron sneered, hoisting his hammer once more, poised to deliver the final strike. In this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared before him, blocking his assault. Stop! Alita called out as she jogged towards them. Alita? Megatron was taken aback, his hammer pausing mid-air. Please, Megatron, do not kill him. Alita implored. Though the Sky Enemy is our adversary, he is also a brave warrior deserving of our respect. Megatron regarded Alita, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. He had not anticipated her appearance at this juncture, nor her plea on behalf of the Sky Enemy. Why you choose to aid him? Megatron inquired, his voice low. He is our enemy. I understand, but I cannot stand idly by while you take his life. After all, he is currently the captain of the Karen City Guard. I trust that you possess a more noble solution to this conflict. After a moment of contemplation, Megatron gradually lowered his black gold mining hammer. Very well, Alita, I concede. He sighed. I will not kill him, but he shall be imprisoned until he chooses to submit to me. He turned to the fallen Sky Enemy. Did you hear that? Sky Enemy? If you wish to live, you will obediently yield to me. The Sky Enemy struggled to rise, but his body was gravely injured and immobile. He glared at Megatron with fierce hatred burning in his eyes. I will never submit, he managed to utter before losing consciousness. Megatron gazed at the unconscious Sky Enemy, a cold smirk forming on his lips. Stubborn fool. When you awaken, you shall understand my true might. Alita gazed at Megatron, her heart laden with apprehension. She was uncertain whether her actions were justified, yet she held a steadfast belief that Megatron would never harm Optimus Prime, for he was, after all, the sole heir of the leadership module. Megatron, Alita called softly. Megatron turned toward Alita, a flicker of tenderness passing through his eyes. What is it, Alita? I wish to discuss our relationship. Alita hesitated before speaking. What about? Megatron inquired with a hint of curiosity. Gathering her courage, Alita replied. I wish to talk about the nature of our bond. Instantly, Megatron's expression grew solemn. He inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the turmoil within, his tone slowing yet imbued with undeniable resolve. Now is not the time for such discussions. Kaon City remains beyond our grasp, and the battle is far from over. Alita bit her lip, a glimmer of disappointment flashing in her eyes, yet she nodded in understanding. I comprehend, Megatron. Stepping back, she cast her gaze upon the unconscious Optimus Prime, her heart a tumult of emotions. At that moment, three figures approached swiftly. Leading the way was Soundwave, his iconic visor reflecting a harsh glimmer in the sunlight. Following closely was Shockwave, his singular eye gleaming with cunning, fiddling with various peculiar devices. Lastly came Tarantula's, limping slightly. A sycophantic smile plastered across his face as he furtively assessed Megatron's demeanor, seemingly attempting to decipher his thoughts. "Megatron, congratulations on your resounding victory," Tarantulas exclaimed, his tone exaggerated to the point of absurdity. "Your bravery is unmatched. The entirety of Kaon City shall bow before you." Megatron cast a sidelong glance at him, disregarding the flattery, and turned his attention to Soundwave and Shockwave. "Soundwave, what is the status of the battle?" "Reporting, Commander. In this conflict, we utilized the wireless energy from the Allspark to decisively defeat the Autobots. The remaining Autobot forces are in disarray, yet they require further elimination." "Excellent," Megatron nodded. "Shockwave, what is your report?" "The energy relay station has been fully repaired and is prepared to supply our forces with energy at any moment," Shockwave succinctly replied. "What shall we do with the remaining Autobots?" Tarantulas inquired eagerly, rubbing his hands together. "Should we format them all as a deterrent?" Megatron shot him a cold glare. "Format them? Have you lost your mind? These Autobots are valuable assets. We shall subjugate them and compel them to serve our purposes." "Your wisdom is unparalleled, Commander," Tarantulas promptly amended, his face a mask of obsequiousness. Soundwave remained silent for a moment before articulating, "To exert complete control over these Autobots, there exists a more effective method." "Oh, pray tell," Megatron asked with keen interest. "The formidable Megatron possesses a leadership module, and the sound of Soundwave remains unperturbed. Once we extract the leadership module, we shall be able to command all Autobots, compelling them to obey our will." A flash of intrigue flickered in Megatron's eyes. The leadership module was indeed fascinating. "Shockwave, this task is entrusted to you." "At your command, Leader," Shockwave replied, nodding before turning towards the unconscious Optimus Prime. He extended a sharp blade from his arm, poised to slice through Prime's chest armor to retrieve the leadership module. Witnessing this, Elita felt a surge of alarm and instinctively sought to intervene. However, before she could voice her concerns, Megatron seized her wrist firmly. "Elita, I'm aware of your thoughts," he stated, his tone somber. "Yet, this is a necessary measure. Only through this can we regain total control of the situation. Rest assured, I shall not take Optimus Prime's life." Elita gazed into Megatron's resolute eyes, her heart torn. She recognized the validity of his words, yet the thought of witnessing Optimus Prime subjected to such treatment filled her with sorrow. Just as Shockwave's blade was about to make contact with Prime's armor, a sudden and violent explosion erupted in the distance. Instantly, the ground began to quake, and the structures of Rust C swayed ominously. What was happening? Megatron's expression darkened as he inquired sharply. Soundwave promptly activated his reconnaissance equipment, and moments later, his voice carried a note of astonishment. "Leader, a powerful energy fluctuation has been detected, rapidly approaching Rust C. Could it be reinforcements for the Autobots?" The Insecticon, Red Alert, exclaimed in a panic. "No, this energy is unlike anything associated with the Autobots or us," Soundwave replied gravely, recognizing a signal of an unprecedented energy source. As the energy wave drew nearer, a colossal figure emerged above Rust C. It was a massive mechanical entity, radiating a golden luminescence. Its expansive wings cast a shadow that obscured the sun, reminiscent of a deity's descent. "What on earth is that?" Red Alert stuttered, trembling as he pointed at the enormous silhouette in the sky. Megatron squinted, fixating on the giant shadow with a growing sense of unease. This overwhelming energy wave instilled within him an unprecedented feeling of pressure. "Whatever it may be," he declared in a low, resolute voice, "we must prepare for battle." The magnificent golden figure descended slowly, casting an immense shadow over the ground, enveloping the entire Rust Sea. The Decepticons looked up in awe and trepidation at this behemoth, their hearts filled with fear and reverence. The golden silhouette stood motionless, resembling an inviolable, sacred statue. Chapter 80. "You, Optimus Prime, have betrayed me." Suddenly, a deep and commanding voice resonated, as if emerging from the very depths of the cosmos, echoing throughout the Rust Sea. Megatron realized he could not grasp the situation. For Optimus Prime was far more cunning than the five-faced beast. This voice was all too familiar to Megatron. It was none other than Optimus Prime. Megatron widened his eyes in disbelief. The bookish scholar, who only ever hid away in libraries perusing ancient tomes, possessed such formidable technological prowess? Had Master Titanium truly transformed him into such a powerhouse? How could this fellow be so fortunate? The golden giant shadow was a clear manifestation of some potent energy, the vastness of which instilled a tinge of fear within him. Had Optimus Prime truly harnessed the entirety of the Allspark's energy? This thought struck Megatron like a bolt of lightning, instantly clarifying the dire situation before him. He had long believed Optimus Prime to be weak and easily fooled, only to discover that he was the one left in the dark, a mere jester in this grand play. Optimus Prime, you have betrayed me. Megatron gritted his teeth, forcing out the words through clenched jaws. A surge of fury erupted from the depths of his heart, yet he could not deny that Optimus Prime's move had thoroughly disrupted his plans. The golden giant paid no heed to Megatron's wrath. Instead, it slowly extended a colossal hand towards the unconscious Unicron. Shockwave stood beside Unicron, frozen in place, his blade still unsheathed. He gazed up at the overshadowing hand, akin to an ant staring up at a deity, filled with fear and despair. The giant hand effortlessly lifted Unicron, and before Megatron's horrified gaze, it extracted a shimmering blue object from Unicron's chest plate, the Autobot leader module. Those who are willing to follow me. Optimus Prime's voice resounded once more, this time even more resonant and imbued with the authority of a leader, to the 8th planet in the orbit of Alpha Centauri. No sooner had he finished speaking than the golden giant ascended into the sky, carrying the leader module and Unicron, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. Simultaneously, a gentle blue light emanated from the leader module, enveloping all Autobots present. The Autobots, previously injured by the Decepticons, witnessed their wounds healing at an astonishing rate, even severed limbs regrowing. Run! The first to react was Ratchet, who shouted and turned to flee. Jazz, Ironhide, Bumblebee, and others quickly regained their senses, scrambling to escape the scene. They had believed they were doomed. Yet Optimus Prime's sudden appearance and display of such immense power filled them with hope and solidified their resolve to follow him. Watching the scattered Autobots, Megatron's rage surged within him like a volcano ready to erupt, nearly consuming him whole. He slammed his fist into the ground, producing a deafening roar. Optimus Prime, I shall not let you escape. Megatron let out a thunderous roar, his voice brimming with resentment and fury. He inhaled deeply, striving to quell the rage within. He recognized that now was not the time for impulsive actions. He needed to regain his composure and devise a strategy. Soundwave, Megatron intoned gravely, go investigate the situation. If Optimus Prime is indeed on Planet 8, then send Shockwave and his forces to the Alpha Centauri system, orbiting Planet 8. I shall seize Optimus Prime and claim the energon source behind him. As you command, Leader, Soundwave replied with a nod before departing. Carefully, Starscream approached Megatron, lowering his voice to inquire, Leader, what shall we do next? Megatron cast a cold glance in his direction and instructed, gather all Decepticon warriors and prepare to assault Karen City. Simultaneously, spread the word that anyone who can bring back the head of a Quintesson shall be granted immunity from death. Should one deliver several Quintesson heads, they may join the Decepticons directly. Starscream paused momentarily, then quickly comprehended the implications. Following the crushing defeat at the hands of the Autobots, and with Optimus Prime having taken the majority of his forces, Karen City now stood nearly deserted. This presented an opportune moment for them to seize the city and acquire its resources, while simultaneously solidifying the Decepticons' power through the Quintesson affair. Yes, Leader, Starscream exclaimed excitedly, turning to relay the orders. Megatron gazed into the distant sky, a glint of malevolence flickering in his eyes. Optimus Prime, do you believe you have triumphed? This war has only just begun. Karen City, once a thriving metropolis, now lay shrouded in gloom. The streets were deserted, buildings lay in ruin, and remnants of battle were evident everywhere. Clearly, the recent campaign had drained considerable energy from their forces. Leading the Decepticon army, Megatron marched into Karen City with great momentum, facing no resistance. Ha ha! Karen City is ours, Starscream shouted with glee, brandishing his weapon and wreaking havoc. Other Decepticon warriors joined in the jubilant uproar, releasing pent-up frustrations. Leader, Karen City is nothing but this. Starscream's shrill voice echoed through the empty streets as he transformed into a fighter jet, soaring low and occasionally firing his laser cannons at the crumbling structures, as if venting long-suppressed grievances. Look at these Autobots, fleeing faster than rabbits. Truly a pitiful lot. Starscream, do not let your pride cloud your judgment. Megatron cautioned in a low tone, his massive metallic form towering in the central square of Karen City, akin to a conqueror surveying his domain. Optimus Prime and his remaining forces will inevitably return. We must be prepared. Yes, leader. The red spider reluctantly descended, transforming back into its robotic form. At that moment, a figure stumbled forward, clutching a mechanical head. Lord Megatron, I have brought the head of a quintesson. The transformer panted, its armor marred with scratches and bullet holes, clearly a testament to a fierce battle endured. Soon, an increasing number of transformers poured into Kaon City, each bearing the heads of quintessons. Among them were both males and females, even a few who appeared to be fresh from the assembly line, still unseasoned. This sudden spectacle left Megatron and the Decepticons momentarily stunned. What is the meaning of this? Red Spider exclaimed, wide-eyed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. They have come to pledge their allegiance to you. At that moment, a transformer resembling a minor commander stepped forward respectfully, declaring, we are willing to serve you. Megatron soon regained his composure, surveying the anxious yet hopeful expressions of the transformers around him, and a bold idea formed in his mind. The quintessons have long been a blight upon Cybertron, Megatron proclaimed, his voice reverberating like thunder over Kaon City. They are greedy, ruthless, and commit every atrocity imaginable. Now I, Megatron, hereby declare war on the quintessons. War, war, the Decepticons echoed, brandishing their weapons, exhilarated as if fueled by a potent stimulant. The Transformers who had come to ally with them responded in kind, eager for a powerful leader capable of guiding them through these tumultuous times. And Megatron was undoubtedly their prime choice. From this day forth, any Transformer who slays a quintesson shall receive bountiful rewards. They may even join the Decepticons directly. Megatron continued, his voice imbued with a captivating authority. Chapter 81. The Great Cybertron Melee. Driving out the quintessons upon these words, Kaon City erupted in fervor. The bounty announcement sent shockwaves throughout Cybertron. Countless Transformers, driven by the promise of riches, survival, and power, joined the fray to hunt the quintessons. Megatron stood atop the walls of Kaon City, surveying the densely packed Decepticon army below, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Optimus Prime, do you believe you have triumphed? This game has only just begun. Under Megatron's command, the Decepticon forces swept across Cybertron like a swarm of locusts, ruthlessly besieging the quintessons. Laser beams sliced through the night sky, and the explosions illuminated the earth. The clash of metal and the cries of Transformers intertwined, composing a brutal symphony of war. A stronghold of the quintessons was breached by the Decepticons, resulting in the massacre of its inhabitants, and their energy cubes and weapons were ruthlessly plundered. A Decepticon squad pursued a solitary quintesson, cornering him in an alley where they savagely tore him apart. A once neutral Transformer city, which had sheltered quintesson refugees, was laid to waste by Megatron, leading to the slaughter of all Transformers within its confines. Megatron's atrocities incited a rebellion among certain Transformers, who formed a resistance in an attempt to challenge Decepticon rule. Yet, against the overwhelming military might of the Decepticons, these insurgents were as futile as a grasshopper attempting to halt a chariot, swiftly quashed. Thus commenced a protracted war on Cybertron. Meanwhile, Megatron was acutely aware that the Allspark did not represent an infinite source of energy. He needed to swiftly assert control over Cybertron before venturing to other planets. Time was of the essence. He must expand to other worlds lest this conflict drag on indefinitely. He murmured to himself, plotting future strategies, which involved seizing energy from other planets to sustain his war efforts. Simultaneously, he aimed to advance technology, aspiring for the Transformer race to dominate the entire galaxy, and even distant star systems. At this juncture, a resistance leader known as Steel Cable was captured by Megatron himself. Steel Cable, why do you defy me? Megatron inquired, towering over him. Because you are a tyrant. Steel Cable retorted fearlessly, glaring at Megatron. You sacrifice countless Transformer lives for your own ambition. Ambition? Megatron scoffed. Everything I do is for the future of Cybertron. Only by eradicating the quintessence can we achieve true peace. Cybertron cannot continue in this state of conflict. Do you truly believe energy is limitless? Hiding on Cybertron will ultimately consume this planet. Despite Megatron's words, Steel Cable remained unmoved and countered. Peace? Is your so-called peace built upon the corpses of countless Transformers? Megatron offered no reply, raising his black gold mining hammer. Just then, in a moment of desperation, a graceful figure appeared, interposing herself between Steel Cable and Megatron's hammer. "Stop!" Alita exclaimed anxiously, standing firm in defiance. Her slender form swayed like a branch in the wind, yet exuded an undeniable resolve. Megatron's hammer cast a vast shadow over Alita as he furrowed his metallic brow, emitting a deep rumble. "Alita, what are you doing? Step aside." Alita remained steadfast, lifting her gaze to meet Megatron's crimson optical sensors. "Megatron, please desist. I understand your intentions for Cybertron's future. However, responding to violence with violence will only drive more Transformers away from us. You will lose the hearts of your people." The surrounding Decepticon soldiers erupted in astonishment. They had not anticipated that anyone would dare to obstruct Megatron, especially a female Transformer who appeared so diminutive. The imposing bulkhead could not restrain himself and stepped forward, bellowing, "Alita, have you lost your mind? How dare you speak to our leader in such a manner?" Alita paid no heed to Bulkhead. She stood resolutely, her eyes shimmering with an almost fervent belief. "I have faith that the ultimate goal of our leader is to guide us towards prosperity and flourishing, rather than establishing a reign built upon slaughter and fear." Megatron fell silent, his massive form looming like an immovable mountain. His black and gold mining hammer still raised yet unmoving. The air felt as if it had solidified, and the Decepticon soldiers held their breath, fearing to disturb this eerie tranquility. The confrontation was indeed tense. It appeared that only Alita could sway the leader now. You may not be aware of Alita's background. Rumor has it they share a deeper connection. What kind of connection could it be? Could it be that our leader has taken a liking to Alita? "Speak less if you lack the words or risk your mechanical head," came the warning. After a lengthy pause, Megatron slowly lowered his hammer, emitting a heavy sigh. "Perhaps I've been too hasty." Seeing this, Alita exhaled in relief and approached Megatron, speaking softly, "Leader, I understand the immense pressure you bear. However, please trust that there are alternative methods to resolve our issues. We still have time. We can discover a better way." Megatron gazed down at Alita, this once fragile but now unwavering female Transformer, her eyes brimming with trust and hope for him. He suddenly felt that his previous actions had been overly extreme. Perhaps he truly ought to consider a different approach. He turned his attention to the bound resistance leader. "What is your perspective on the future of Cybertron?" The resistance leader was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Megatron's sudden inquiry. After a brief hesitation, he replied, "I hope for peace, prosperity, and a life of happiness for all Transformers in Cybertron." Peace, prosperity, happiness. Megatron echoed these words, as though savoring their meaning. "Do I not long for such things as well? Yet, reality does not permit it. The quintessence are poised to strike. If we do not resist, we shall be obliterated. We resist not for the sake of slaughter, but for survival." The resistance leader countered, "We should not indiscriminately kill the innocent, nor regard all quintessence as foes." Megatron fell into contemplation. The words of the resistance leader and Alita resonated in his mind. He began to reflect on his previous actions and ponder what kind of future he truly sought. He lifted his gaze towards the horizon, where lay the capital of Cybertron. Iacon, once a dreamland for all Transformers, it had now devolved into a battlefield ravaged by conflict. Perhaps Megatron mused to himself, perhaps there truly existed another way. Suddenly, a piercing alarm shattered the fleeting tranquility. "Report, leader." A Decepticon rushed towards him in a state of panic. "Kuntasa invaders are infiltrating Sector 12 in vast numbers." "What?" Megatron's expression shifted dramatically. How could they arrive so swiftly? Trembling, the Decepticon continued. "They have brought with them a new kind of weapon." A sense of foreboding welled up within Megatron. "What sort of weapon?" The Decepticon swallowed hard, struggling to articulate. "It is a weapon capable of controlling Transformers." No sooner had he spoken than bizarre beams of light suddenly appeared in the distant sky. These beams struck several Decepticons, causing them to halt their movements, their eyes becoming vacant, before turning to attack their own comrades. Damn it! Megatron roared, what is happening? This unforeseen turn of events left everyone taken aback. The battlefield's dynamics shifted instantaneously. The Decepticons fell into chaos, turning against one another. Megatron realized an unprecedented crisis had befallen them. Chapter 82. Expel all Quintessa invaders amidst the chaotic battlefield. Laser beams crisscrossed, and metallic debris rained down like a tempest. The controlled Decepticons attacked their former allies like puppets, their eyes glowing with an eerie red light. Megatron bellowed, wielding his black and gold mining hammer, sending a controlled pursuer flying. Soundwave, what's going on? Soundwave stood silently behind Megatron, his chest-mounted tape deck flickering as it emitted a crackling sound. Analyzing data, unable to determine control source. His monotonous, electronic voice resonated clearly amidst the battlefield's clamor. Damn it! Investigate! I want to know who is orchestrating this. Megatron smashed the head of a controlled Insecticon into fragments, the sparks illuminating his furious countenance. As you command, Lord Megatron, Soundwave replied, slightly bowing before vanishing like a shadow into the fringes of the battlefield. Having distanced himself from the cacophony of the main conflict, Soundwave arrived at an abandoned communication tower. He extended his slender fingers and inserted them into the rusted control panel, initiating an intrusion into Cybertron's communication network. Countless data streams surged before his eyes, cascading like a waterfall. Decrypting Quintessa communications, Soundwave murmured, his fingers dancing swiftly across the control panel. Alert! Alert! Illegal intrusion detected. The network's defense system immediately detected Soundwave's breach, emitting a sharp alarm. Mere child's play. The Soundwave let out a cold laugh and continued to decrypt the encrypted program. His movements became increasingly swift, as if he had melded with the control panel. Success in decryption yielded a wealth of communications from the Quintessa aliens. A torrent of data flooded into the processor, which he promptly filtered, ultimately isolating an encrypted audio file. As the audio file underwent decryption, a few minutes later, it was successfully decoded. A deep, raspy voice emanated from the speakers, laced with a hint of mockery. Quintessa aliens, you have performed admirably. The control device's efficacy surpasses expectations. Now, proceed with the next phase of the plan. Upon initiating an analysis of the unknown language, the Soundwave activated the language analysis program, attempting to identify this unfamiliar tongue. The analysis concluded that this language did not match any known linguistic database of the universe's races. The Soundwave furrowed his brow. Who could be the source of this voice? The language employed was distinctly not of any known cosmic civilizations, indicating their origin from an unknown culture. Continuing to delve into the communications data, the Soundwave further excavated the Quintessa aliens' records, seeking more clues about this enigmatic force. He detected anomalous energy fluctuations and pursued the source, ultimately pinpointing a galaxy located deep within the cosmos. This galaxy emitted a strange, dark red glow, reminiscent of a colossal bloodshot eye gazing upon the universe. The energy fluctuations from this unknown galaxy were exceptionally intense, suggesting the presence of a highly advanced civilization. The Soundwave meticulously compiled all gathered intelligence before promptly returning to Lord Megatron's side. Lord Megatron, I have uncovered the force behind the Quintessa aliens. The Soundwave reported in his signature electronic voice. Speak. Megatron commanded, now locked in a tense standoff with Steel Jaw. The situation was exceedingly precarious. The Quintessa aliens had garnered support from an unknown civilization, one that possessed technology and power far beyond our imagination. The Soundwave transmitted the collected intelligence data to Megatron. As Megatron perused the information, his expression grew increasingly grave. An unknown civilization? Why would they assist the Quintessa aliens? According to my analysis, their ambitions may transcend mere Cybertron. They could be targeting the entire universe. The Soundwave replied calmly, though an imperceptible worry lingered in his tone. The entire universe. Megatron's head snapped up, his eyes glinting with shock. Indeed, Lord Megatron. The energy fluctuations from this unknown civilization are alarmingly potent. I suspect they are orchestrating an exceedingly perilous scheme. Before the Soundwave could finish, a colossal rift suddenly tore through the sky, as if the cosmos itself was being ripped apart. From within the fissure, a multitude of grotesque creatures surged forth, emitting piercing shrieks akin to the wails of demons from the depths of hell. They brandished their sharp claws, emitting piercing shrieks as they lunged madly at the mechanical life forms of Cybertron. What on earth are these creatures? Cable retreated in terror, his massive form appearing clumsy before these small yet ferocious beings. Megatron narrowed his optics, utterly taken aback by the emergence of these creatures. He seized a fleeing insectoid, his tone frigid. Adjust the vehicle squad, hold the line, provide cover for the others to retreat. Though the members of the vehicle squad were gripped by fear, they pressed forward under the leadership of Roadblock. In his Hummer form, Roadblock collided with several insectoid creatures, yet more surged forth like an overwhelming tide, surrounding him completely. Soundwave analyzed the weaknesses of these beings, Megatron commanded while wielding his black gold mining hammer. The analysis revealed that these creatures possessed formidable adaptability and aggression, their shells impervious to conventional weaponry. Soundwave's voice remained calm, but the data analysis painted a grim picture. At that moment, Elita surged in front of Megatron, intercepting an insectoid that lunged at him. Her energy dagger pierced the creature's head with precision, green fluid erupting forth. Megatron, now is not the time for infighting. We must unite against these monsters, Elita shouted. Megatron regarded her, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his features. He recognized the truth in her words. The enemy before them was far more pressing than their internal conflicts. Cable. Megatron turned to him. What are you hesitating for? Do you wish to witness Cybertron's destruction at the hands of these beasts? Cable surveyed the chaotic scene, then met Megatron's resolute gaze, his resolve beginning to waver. He took a deep breath and replied solemnly, I am willing to cooperate. Excellent. Megatron clapped Cable on the shoulder with vigor. Now that is the Cable I know. Together, we shall vanquish these monsters. With Cable's alliance, the tide of battle shifted instantaneously. His colossal form became a moving fortress, sending countless insectoids flying. Megatron and Elita took charge of eliminating the stragglers, the trio working in perfect harmony, sweeping across the battlefield like an iron tide. Witnessing the Decepticons and Autobots joining forces against a common foe left the other Autobots momentarily stunned. A member of the Karen City Guard hesitated briefly before issuing a command. Autobots, support them. Thus, a fragile alliance was born amidst the crisis. Decepticons and Autobots fought side by side against the terrifying creatures from an unknown galaxy. In the heat of battle, Megatron suddenly noticed the control device left behind by the Quintessence. A daring idea took shape in his mind. Soundwave, can you decipher this device? Megatron queried, pointing at the control apparatus. Theoretically, it is possible, but it requires some time, Soundwave responded. Very well, decipher it immediately. I shall employ the weaponry of the Quintessence to confront the puppeteers behind this. A dangerous glimmer flickered in Megatron's eyes. Soundwave promptly commenced the decryption of the control device, while Megatron continued to engage in combat with the insectoid creatures. His heart brimmed with fury and a thirst for vengeance. He was determined to make those shadowy figures pay. The decryption process of the control device proceeded more smoothly than anticipated. Soundwave quickly mastered the operational methods of the device and discovered a formidable energy weapon. Leader Megatron, I have successfully decrypted the control device and uncovered a weapon known as the Void Ray. This weapon can directly tear through space, possessing immense power. Void Ray. Megatron echoed the name, a spark of excitement igniting within his gaze. Excellent. We shall use it to deal with those lurking in the shadows. Just as Megatron prepared to activate the Void Ray, a colossal figure suddenly emerged from the rift. This figure was even larger than the previously encountered insectoid creatures and exuded an overwhelming aura of oppression. What is that? Goldbug exclaimed, pointing at the gigantic silhouette, his voice trembling. Megatron looked up, his optical sensors narrowing in recognition. It was the five-faced beast. The beast unleashed a deafening roar that reverberated throughout Cybertron, causing the very ground to tremble. It extended its enormous palm, descending upon Megatron and his companions with terrifying force. Get out of the way, Megatron bellowed, shoving Elita aside. The massive hand struck the ground, creating a vast crater. Caught off guard, Megatron was hurled away by the shockwave, crashing heavily to the ground. Megatron, Alita cried out in alarm, attempting to rush forward, only to be restrained by Steeljaw. "Don't go. It's too dangerous," Steeljaw urged anxiously. The colossal form of the five-faced beast eclipsed the sky, its crimson single eye fixated on Megatron, akin to a predator eyeing its prey. "You wretched metallic creature! How dare you slaughter my quintessence? Today, I shall reduce you to mere fragments." The roar of the five-faced beast resonated, causing the surrounding structures to buzz ominously, as if they might collapse at any moment. Megatron spat a mixture of oil and disdain, drawing forth his laser sword from behind. The blade hummed and glimmered with a piercing blue light. On his other mechanical arm, a shield embedded with the Tesseract emanated a faint glow, as if harboring boundless energy. "Enough with the idle talk. Five-faced beast, today either you perish or I do." Megatron fearlessly met the gaze of the beast, fully aware that this battle would determine the fate of Cybertron. With a thunderous roar, the five-faced beast swung its massive palm, accompanied by a howling wind, towards Megatron. He raised a shield to block, the Tesseract radiating immense energy that mitigated much of the impact. Even so, Megatron was forced back several steps, the strain on his chassis producing a creaking sound. "Leader!" Alita shouted anxiously, longing to rush forward to assist, yet she was firmly restrained by the steel cable. "Do not act impulsively. You are no match for him." Cable's voice trembled with fear as the formidable strength of the five-faced monster surpassed their wildest imaginations. "Damn it!" Megatron steadied himself, fully aware that a head-on confrontation was unwise. He activated his thrusters, adeptly evading the monstrous creature's attacks, while seeking an opportunity to counterstrike. The lightsaber danced in his grasp, creating a shimmering barrier of light that occasionally left faint scratches on the five-faced beast, but to the colossal creature, these wounds were trivial. "Is that all you've got, Minor?" The five-faced monster mocked, its voice resonating like thunder upon the battlefield. "It seems you're not much better than I expected." Megatron disregarded the creature's taunts, focusing intently on the pulsating energy within the cosmic cube. He understood that only by uncovering the creature's weakness could he hope to prevail against this behemoth. Soundwave analyzed the energy fluctuations of the five-faced monster. He commanded through the communicator. The analysis revealed that the creature's energy core resided in its head, shielded by a formidable energy barrier. "Energy shield." Soundwave's voice echoed through the communicator. Megatron narrowed his optical sensors, rapidly devising a strategy. He had to find a way to breach this energy shield to strike at the creature's core. Just then, the five-faced monster suddenly opened its massive maw, unleashing a searing energy beam that hurtled towards Megatron. He quickly raised his shield to block the attack. The energy beam struck the shield, erupting in a blinding flash. The tremendous force sent Megatron flying, crashing heavily to the ground, and the shield slipped from his grasp. "Megatron!" Alita gasped, breaking free from the cable's restraints and rushing towards him. The five-faced monster, witnessing this, let out a sinister laugh, raising its colossal hand once more, poised to utterly crush Megatron. "No!" Alita cried out in despair, fully aware that she could not thwart the creature's advance. Her desperate plea resonated weakly against the monster's derisive laughter. Just as the giant hand was about to descend, a blinding red light suddenly erupted from Megatron's energy core. He opened his optical sensors wide, a frenzied glow flickering within. "Divine modification module, activate!" Megatron roared, awakening the dormant module within him. A powerful force radiated from his being, drawing in the scattered metallic debris, shattered structures, and even the rebar from the ground, swirling toward him like a vortex. Alita was pulled back by this force, stumbling in retreat. She looked at Megatron in terror, bewildered by the unfolding events. The five-faced monster was also taken aback, its enormous single eye glimmering with confusion. The metallic fragments surged toward Megatron, enveloping him in their embrace. After a cacophony of jarring metallic friction, an enormous figure loomed before the onlookers. The once ordinary-sized Megatron, akin to a typical Transformer, had now transformed into a colossal steel giant towering over 100 meters tall. His metallic components reconfigured, forming an even more intricate and formidable armor. "What is this?" The voice of Steel Cable trembled. He had never witnessed such a breathtaking spectacle. "What astonishing technology!" The voice of Soundwave emanated from the communicator, tinged with a hint of incredulous tremor. The other Decepticon members were equally astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Megatron, as if beholding a deity. Is this the true power of our leader, Megatron? In the distance, the Autobots watched in stunned silence, unable to fathom that Megatron possessed such overwhelming technology. This is impossible, one Autobot exclaimed incredulously, feeling as if his electromagnetic pulse cannon was but a toy in the shadow of Megatron. Chapter 84. The Emergence of Shadow Demon. Time to clean up. Now is my turn. Megatron's deep voice resonated across the battlefield like rolling thunder. His colossal metallic fist, accompanied by a howling wind, descended upon the five-faced beast. The creature hurriedly raised its arms in defense, only to be pushed back several steps by the sheer force. Its massive frame swayed, as if on the verge of collapse. This is impossible, the five-faced beast cried in terror, never expecting to be overpowered by a mere minor. Ignoring the creature's fear, Megatron continued to unleash a torrent of blows, akin to a tempest, upon the five-faced beast. The creature staggered under the relentless assault, cracks appearing across its formidable body. It teetered precariously, as if it might crumble at any moment. Stop, I concede, the five-faced beast finally exclaimed, unable to withstand Megatron's onslaught any longer. Megatron ceased his attack, towering over the beast, his optical sensors glinting with a chilling light. It is too late to beg for mercy. Megatron scoffed, raising his massive fist once more. No, please, don't. The five-faced beast shouted in despair, but its cries were swiftly drowned out by the deafening explosion. Megatron's fist struck the creature's head with tremendous force, erupting in a brilliant flash of light. The five-faced beast's colossal form collapsed with a thunderous crash, reduced to a heap of rubble. Silence enveloped the battlefield. All Transformers stood transfixed, their hearts brimming with awe and reverence as they witnessed the scene. Standing atop the ruins, Megatron resembled a war god, emanating an overwhelming aura that left all Transformers gasping for breath. From this day forth, Cybertron shall be ruled by me. Megatron's deep voice echoed like a divine proclamation across the battlefield. Alita gazed at Megatron's towering figure, her heart filled with admiration and reverence. She knew that her choice to follow Megatron was indeed the right one. As Megatron reveled in the euphoria of victory, a chilling voice unexpectedly emerged from the ruins. Did you think this was the end? A shadowy figure, shimmering with an ominous black glow, slowly rose from the debris. The Shadow Demon, Megatron exclaimed in astonishment, utterly unprepared for the demon's sudden appearance. Where had it been during this time? Had it been honing its skills under the Cosmic Emperor? A sinister smile crept across the Shadow Demon's face as it wielded a sword radiating a dark luminescence. This game has only just begun. Its voice resonated like a malevolent laugh from the depths of hell, sending shivers down the spines of all Transformers present. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred metal. Standing atop the wreckage of the five-faced monstrosity, Megatron's metallic frame still emanated the heat of battle. The emergence of the Shadow Demon extinguished his fleeting joy of triumph like a splash of cold water. What do you mean by this, Shadow Demon? Megatron's optics glimmered with a dangerous light, his tone low and foreboding. We were once allies. It was I who repaired your wretched sword. Is this how you repay me? The Shadow Demon straightened, its black metallic form appearing particularly sinister amidst the rubble. The black sword in its grasp hummed ominously, as if echoing its master's murderous intent. Allies? It scoffed with a sharp, cold laugh. After drifting through the cosmos for so long, I have come to realize that everything, save for power, is but an illusion. As for your kindness, it paused, adopting a mocking tone. I have suddenly taken a keen interest in your sword repairing skills. If you're willing to share this knowledge with me, I might contemplate sparing your life. The onlooking Transformers gasped in shock. The audacity of the Shadow Demon and its provocation of Megatron rendered them incredulous. Boss, has this guy gone mad? Daring to challenge the leader. The voice of Lockdown crackled through the communicator, laced with indignation. Silence. Megatron hissed, his gaze fixed intently on the Shadow Demon as he strategized his next move. He was acutely aware of the demon's unfathomable power, especially after its time adrift in the universe, which surely had augmented its might. Yet, this did not imply retreat. This capricious, treacherous fiend would eventually become a calamity. It was better to eliminate it now. Desiring my expertise? Dream on. Megatron roared, his colossal metallic fist hurtling toward the Shadow Demon, accompanied by a howling wind. "You overestimate yourself," the Shadow Demon sneered, its sword slicing through the air, drawing a black arc to meet Megatron's assault. The clash erupted with a deafening roar. The sound of metal colliding reverberating through the air and sending shockwaves that scattered the surrounding debris, toppling numerous transformers to the ground. "Good heavens, this is terrifying," one Autobot cried in horror. "Our leader is magnificent." The Decepticons cheered in exhilaration. The battle had only just commenced, and both sides displayed astonishing destructive power. With immense strength and the advantages bestowed by his divine transformation module, Megatron engaged in a fierce close-quarters battle with Shadow Demon. The latter's blade was enigmatic and unpredictable, each swing carrying a lethal threat, forcing Megatron to defend with all his might. "Behold, Megatron is actually being suppressed," an Autobot exclaimed in disbelief. "Impossible. Our leader is the strongest," Barricade vociferously retorted, yet a hint of concern tinged his voice. Indeed, Megatron found himself at a disadvantage. Shadow Demon's swordsmanship was exquisite and astonishingly swift, his blades striking at Megatron's vulnerabilities like a venomous serpent. Soon, several wounds marred Megatron's form, and his energy was rapidly depleting. "Is this the power of the universe?" Megatron thought, stunned, yet he refused to surrender. Continuously adjusting his tactics, he sought an opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, he seized a fleeting moment and delivered a powerful punch to Shadow Demon's chest. The latter grunted, staggering back a few steps. An opportunity. A glimmer of determination flashed in Megatron's eyes as he activated his divine transformation module for urgent self-repair. "Damn it," Shadow Demon cursed inwardly, taken aback by Megatron's formidable regenerative capabilities. "Now it is my turn," Megatron roared, charging once more at Shadow Demon. The battle intensified, both combatants expending every ounce of their strength. Explosions, the clash of metal, and energy shockwaves intertwined, creating a symphony of death. All Transformers on Cybertron watched this clash with rapt attention, astonished by the intensity of the conflict. Incredible. Is this the might of Megatron? It seems that driving away the aliens is no simple task. Such outrageous combat prowess. The struggle persisted for an extended duration, both sides battered and nearly devoid of energy. Just then, Shadow Demon suddenly let out a strange laugh, and his sword erupted with blinding brilliance. "This is bad," Megatron thought, sensing a tremendous energy gathering. Shadow Demon bellowed as he thrust the sword towards Megatron. The blade, infused with raging energy, lunged toward Megatron's chest. In a critical moment, the module in Megatron's chest burst forth with dazzling light, and a mechanical roar reverberated across the battlefield. The sound was sharp and piercing, reminiscent of metal in agonizing lament or a beast in desperate howl. Shadow Demon's attack abruptly ceased, and he gazed at Megatron in bewilderment, an ominous premonition creeping into his mind. Chapter 85. The Alliance of Optimus Prime Crack. The damaged armor on Megatron began to repair itself autonomously, reshaping and reforming. As a powerful surge of energy erupted from within him, lifting his entire being into the air, suspended in mid-flight. Behind him, the thrusters emitted a brilliant blue flame, casting his silhouette in a divine light akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. His once somewhat cumbersome form was now imbued with elegant lines, the powerful metallic muscles shimmering ominously in the radiant glow. "What is this?" Shadow Demon exclaimed, astonished, for he had never encountered such a bizarre transformation. "This is evolution." Megatron loomed above, surveying Shadow Demon with a deep, authoritative voice that resonated like an ancient bell. "Feel the wrath of the miners." All Transformers on Cybertron stood in stunned silence, captivated by the spectacle. "What am I witnessing?" An Autobot stammered, his optical sensors flickering erratically, as if on the verge of short-circuiting. "Megatron, he has taken flight." Another Autobot gasped, his voice piercing like a mechanical rodent with its tail stepped on. Even the Decepticons were left dumbfounded. "The leader has ascended to divinity," Barricade exclaimed excitedly, brandishing his weapon, eager to rush forward and rally for Megatron. "Magnificent! Our leader is magnificent!" The other Decepticons joined in, echoing Barricade's cheers. The bulldozer in Junkion District was so thrilled it danced with fervor. The leader is indeed the leader, forever so imposing. Confounded, Chaos hid behind Rampage, trembling. This is terrifying. Rampage, we should flee at once. Rampage slapped Chaos on the head. Flee? Why would we flee? Our leader is so formidable. We must stay and witness this momentous occasion. The executives of Kaon stared wide-eyed, nearly dropping their electromagnetic pulse cannons. How was this possible? A miner possesses such immense power. Even Optimus Prime, light years away on another planet, watched the scene unfold on a screen. His brow furrowed. What does Megatron intend to achieve? This module seems familiar from ancient legends. Suspended in midair, Megatron resembled a god of war, surveying all of Cybertron. The energy surging from him intensified, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space. Shadow Demon felt an overwhelming pressure. His sword trembled in his grasp, recognizing his disadvantage. Impossible. How could you become so powerful? Shadow Demon roared defiantly. Megatron smirked coldly. Nothing is impossible. I, Megatron, am destined to be the ruler of Cybertron. He raised his right hand abruptly, gathering a dazzling orb of light in his palm. Feel my wrath, Megatron bellowed, hurling the energy sphere fiercely at Shadow Demon. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as the energy sphere detonated against Shadow Demon, unleashing blinding brilliance. A powerful shockwave swept across the battlefield, reducing the surrounding structures to rubble. As the smoke dissipated, the figure of Megatron vanished, leaving behind a vast, charred pit upon the ground. Starscream descended slowly, the radiance enveloping him gradually fading. Yet the oppressive aura he emanated intensified, rendering him difficult to behold. From this day forth, I, Megatron, shall be the new master of Cybertron. His voice resonated throughout the planet, heralding the advent of a new era. On Cybertron, smoke lingered and the dust settled. Megatron stood proudly amidst the ruins. Akin to a mechanical deity reborn from the flames, his domineering proclamation echoing in every corner of the planet. Far away, on another planet, Optimus Prime bore witness to this unfolding drama, a jolt of shock coursing through his circuits, causing his frame to quiver slightly. Megatron, once regarded by him as the disgrace of Cybertron, had unveiled such terrifying might. Clenching his fists tightly, his nails dug almost painfully into his metallic palms. An unsettling premonition surged within him. Megatron's ascendance surpassed his wildest imaginings. At that moment, hurried footsteps shattered Optimus Prime's reverie. Optimus Prime, a vibrant yellow figure burst in, none other than the exuberant Bumblebee. His headlights flickered erratically post-transformation, reflecting his inner turmoil. Did you see that? Megatron, he's like a monster. Hot on his heels was Jazz, who seamlessly shifted forms, his tone tinged with gravity. Optimus, the situation is dire. It appears Megatron has stumbled upon some fortuitous treasure. Entering next was Ironhide, his steady voice laced with concern. Optimus, we can no longer remain idle. Megatron's newfound strength poses a threat to all of Cybertron, and indeed the entire universe. Lastly, Ratchet entered, scanning Optimus's condition with apprehension. Optimus, your energy fluctuations are unstable. You must regain your composure. Optimus took a deep breath, striving to quell the tumult within. He understood that this was not the time for panic. Surveying his steadfast companions, these are the most loyal soldiers among the Autobots, his most trusted allies, he began to speak. I know you all are deeply concerned, he articulated slowly, his voice low and resolute. Indeed, Megatron has grown formidable, but his reliance on external forces for power is ultimately unsustainable. But Optimus, he now wields overwhelming strength. Bumblebee interjected anxiously. What are we to do? Precisely, Jazz concurred. We cannot simply await his inevitable advance. Ironhide pondered briefly before proposing, Optimus, we must unite, pooling the strength of all Autobots to counter Megatron. I concur, Ratchet nodded. We must prepare for the worst. If Megatron indeed intends to wage war, we must possess sufficient strength to protect ourselves. Optimus Prime gazed upon his steadfast companions before him, a warm surge of emotion enveloping his heart. Thank you all, he spoke earnestly. I am well aware that I am not a flawless leader. I do not even possess a leadership module. A hint of self-deprecation tinged his voice. The leadership module symbolized the zenith of authority and power on the planet Cybertron. Yet here he stood, Optimus Prime, merely an ordinary Autobot, devoid of such a module, lacking formidable strength, and unable to safeguard his own planet. Upon hearing these words, Bumblebee's discontent flared immediately. He waved his small fists, eagerly proclaiming, "Optimus, what are you saying? Whether or not you have a module is irrelevant to us. You are our leader, and that will never change." As Chapter 86 unfolded, the three ancient progenitors convened with Optimus Prime. Jazz approached, placing a reassuring hand on Optimus's shoulder. "Indeed, Optimus, that module is merely a trinket. True leadership is founded on strength in the hearts of one's followers, not on any trivial module." Ironhide solemnly affirmed, "Optimus, we believe in you. You are the leader of the Autobots, with or without a module, and we shall follow you into battle to the very end." The medic, Ratchet, echoed the sentiment, stating, "Optimus, your wisdom and courage have long since earned our respect. We need no module to validate your position as our leader." As Optimus looked upon his loyal companions, his heart swelled with gratitude. He understood that their words were spoken from the depths of their hearts. They cared not for his lack of a leadership module. They trusted him and were willing to stand by his side against Megatron, safeguarding the peace of Cybertron. "Thank you." Optimus's voice trembled with emotion. "With your support, I am confident that we shall overcome Megatron and protect our home." A resolute light flickered in his eyes. He comprehended that an imminent battle was unavoidable. Yet this time, he was not alone. He possessed the most devoted allies and the strongest backing. He would lead the Autobots in a fierce confrontation against Megatron, defending the future of Cybertron. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the Centaurus galaxy, within a rust-ridden, abandoned factory, three formidable mechanical beings gathered around a dilapidated metal table, the atmosphere heavy with tension. The being known as Primus emanated an aura of ancient mystery, his colossal form resembling a small mountain, shimmering with strange energy. He spoke in a deep tone. "The power of the Cosmic Emperor exceeds our wildest imaginings. We may not be his match." Galvatron, wielding the glimmering Shen-Tian sword, with arcs of electricity dancing along its blade, furrowed his brow, his voice laced with reluctance. "Shall we simply await our doom? Is this the destined end of Cybertron?" Finally, the diminutive figure of Master Titanium, whose eyes sparkled with wisdom, adjusted his goggles and replied slowly, "No, we still have hope." Jing Tianza and Yin Tianqing simultaneously turned their gazes towards Master Titanium, their eyes brimming with confusion. "Optimus Prime," Master Titanium uttered with a sense of gravity. "Optimus Prime?" Yin Tianqing inquired, puzzled. "What can he do?" Master Titanium responded with a mysterious smile. "Optimus Prime is my masterpiece of modification. He possesses boundless potential. Perhaps he can uncover a method to combat the Cosmic Emperor. Are you suggesting that we seek out Optimus Prime?" Jing Tianza seemed to grasp Master Titanium's intent. "Precisely," Master Titanium nodded. "Only by uniting all our strengths can we hope to defeat the Cosmic Emperor and save Cybertron." After a moment of contemplation, Yin Tianqing ultimately nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let us find Optimus Prime." Thus, the three formidable mechanical beings departed from the desolate planet, soaring towards the base where Optimus Prime resided. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime stood at the heart of the Autobot space, gazing intently at the matrix of leadership that radiated a brilliant light in his grasp. The power of the matrix surged into his being, imbuing him with an unprecedented strength. "Megatron," Optimus Prime murmured this name, his eyes flickering with flames of fury. "You have taken our home and harmed our brethren. I will make you pay for your transgressions." "Optimus, are you all right?" Bumblebee approached Optimus Prime with concern. Taking a deep breath, Optimus suppressed the anger within and turned to Bumblebee, managing a strained smile. "I am fine, Bumblebee. It is merely that I cannot forgive Megatron's actions. We all cannot forgive him." Ironhide's voice chimed in from nearby. "He has grown increasingly brutal and deranged. He is no longer the Megatron we once knew." "Indeed," Jazz added as he joined the conversation. "His current deeds are nothing short of self-destruction. We must stop him. We must halt Megatron for the sake of Cybertron and all Autobots," Ratchet declared resolutely. Optimus surveyed his comrades, determination shining in his eyes. "Indeed, we must stop him. We shall reclaim Cybertron and rebuild our home." "Reclaim Cybertron." The Autobots echoed in unison, their voices filled with resolve and hope. At that moment, three figures descended from the sky, landing at the center of the Autobot base. Jing Tianza, Yin Tianqing, Master Titanium. Optimus Prime gazed at the three powerful mechanical beings before him, astonishment etched across his features. What brings you here? Jing Tianzi stepped forward, speaking in a solemn tone. Optimus Prime, we have pressing matters to discuss with you. What is it? Optimus Prime inquired. About the Cosmic Emperor. Upon hearing these words, Optimus Prime's expression grew grave. Chapter 87. The Secret of the Cosmic Emperor. Indeed, Tianxing interjected, his voice grating like metal scraping against metal. We have witnessed it with our own eyes. It is far more terrifying than the legend suggests. He paused momentarily, seemingly in the throes of articulating the unfathomable horror that transcended imagination. Master Titanium sighed, a hint of resignation woven into his aged voice. The Cosmic Emperor was no ordinary mechanical life form. It resembled a celestial entity that devoured all in its path, a living cosmic calamity. Subsequently, the trio recounted to Optimus Prime and the assembled Autobots their harrowing quest for the Cosmic Crystal, culminating in their encounter with the Cosmic Emperor. They painted a vivid picture of the Emperor's colossal metallic form, so vast that it obscured the sun, leaving a wake of fallen stars and crumbling galaxies, as if the very fabric of the universe trembled in its presence. They detailed the treachery of the fallen, who, in a desperate bid for survival, had allied with the Cosmic Emperor, becoming its mere pawn. As they listened, the processors of the Autobots whirred rapidly, striving to comprehend this unimaginable threat. Ironhide incredulously inquired, "Can it truly devour planets?" "Indeed," came the resolute reply from Jenga. "We witnessed it consume a planet larger than Cybertron with the ease of indulging in a jelly bean. What shall we do?" Jazz's voice quavered. For the first time, he felt an overwhelming sense of impotence and despair. Master Titanium turned his gaze to the Allspark in Optimus Prime's grasp and spoke slowly. "Optimus, the Allspark is the key." "The Allspark?" Optimus queried, perplexed as he regarded the artifact, uncertain of its connection to the Cosmic Emperor. "Indeed," Master Titanium affirmed, "the Allspark is not merely an ordinary energy source as we understand it. It harbors the ultimate power of the universe, the very essence of creation and destruction. The Cosmic Emperor covets this power, seeking to consume everything in its quest to dominate the cosmos." He elaborated, "The Allspark possesses unfathomable energy, capable of birthing new life or annihilating entire galaxies. It is akin to a double-edged sword, a tool for safeguarding the universe or a means of its obliteration. The Cosmic Emperor intends to exploit the destructive might of the Allspark to fulfill its ambition of universal dominion. The Fallen betrayed us, siding with the Cosmic Emperor to harness the Allspark's power," Jenga added. "He aims to reshape the universe, which aligns perfectly with the Cosmic Emperor's grand design." Optimus Prime fell into deep contemplation, recognizing the weight of the formidable choice before him: to persist in opposing Megatron and reclaim Cybertron, or to ally with Jenga and others to collectively confront the Cosmic Emperor and save the entire universe. "We must halt the Cosmic Emperor," Bumblebee declared resolutely, "even if it requires the utmost sacrifice." Yet Ironhide hesitated. "We cannot simply abandon Cybertron." "I understand," Optimus replied solemnly, "but if the Cosmic Emperor truly descends, Cybertron will cease to exist." He surveyed his comrades, determination gleaming in his eyes. "We must make a choice, to defend our homeland or to save the universe." The Autobots fell into a thoughtful silence, weighing the pros and cons, deliberating on how to arrive at the most judicious decision. Just then, the base alarm blared suddenly, its piercing sound resonating throughout the facility. "What is happening?" Optimus Prime inquired, his senses heightened. "Report." A panicked Autobot warrior rushed in, stating that a multitude of Decepticon signals were rapidly approaching. "Megatron." Optimus Prime gritted his teeth, realizing that the enemy had chosen this moment to attack. "It seems we have no time to hesitate," Grimlock spoke solemnly. "Optimus, make your choice." Taking a deep breath, a resolute light flickered in Optimus Prime's eyes. "We shall confront Megatron first, and then devise a strategy to deal with the Emperor of the universe." "Very well." The Autobots chorused in unison, arming themselves for the imminent onslaught of the Decepticon forces. At that moment, the base doors were suddenly breached by an overwhelming force. Megatron's towering figure appeared at the entrance, wielding a black and gold mining hammer, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty glint. "Optimus Prime," Megatron roared, "I have come. This time, I will utterly annihilate you and your Autobots." "Megatron," Optimus Prime bellowed, raising the matrix of leadership as he charged forward. A cataclysmic battle was on the brink of erupting. Meanwhile, in the distant depths of the universe, a colossal metal planet was slowly advancing, leaving a trail of fallen stars and collapsing galaxies in its wake. The Emperor of the Universe was drawing near. Just as tensions mounted between the two foes, a figure gracefully descended, landing between Optimus Prime and Megatron. Stop! The newcomer was Alita, her expression a complex tapestry of concern for Optimus and reluctance towards Megatron. She glanced at the Matrix in Optimus's grasp, then at the hammer in Megatron's hand, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. Standing between them, her slender form exuded an unyielding strength as she raised her hands. Her voice clear and resolute. Cease this conflict. Your struggles will only allow the Emperor of the Universe to reap the benefits. Both Optimus and Megatron paused, their gazes fixated upon Alita. A flicker of concern crossed Optimus's features, while Megatron displayed an air of impatience. This is not your concern. Step aside. Megatron. Alita fearlessly met his crimson gaze. Can you not sense it? The power of the Emperor of the Universe is awakening, and it is even more formidable than we can fathom. If we continue to bicker amongst ourselves, we will only facilitate its triumph. Alita paused, her tone growing heavier. The Emperor's goal is to consume the entire universe. At that point, Cybertron, the Autobots, and the Decepticons will all be rendered to nothingness. Megatron tightened his grip on the black gold mining hammer, acutely aware of the unsettling energy fluctuations that surrounded him. Yet, his hatred for Optimus Prime rendered him incapable of relinquishing his weapon with ease. What you say bears no relevance to me. As long as Optimus possesses the matrix of leadership, he shall not perish, and neither shall I relent. Megatron, I recognize your disdain for Optimus. Alita's voice softened, tinged with a trace of pleading, but this is not the moment for rashness. The threat of the Cosmic Emperor looms perilously close. If we do not unite, none of us shall escape unscathed. She turned to Optimus, her tone resolute. Optimus, you must understand, the arrival of the Cosmic Emperor spells catastrophe for the entire universe. Even if you reclaim Cybertron, what then? Ultimately, you will still be consumed by the Cosmic Emperor. Optimus fell silent, gazing at Alita, then at Megatron, his heart awash with conflict. He knew Alita spoke the truth. The menace posed by the Cosmic Emperor indeed eclipsed that of Megatron. However, the prospect of allying with his nemesis was an excruciating dilemma. Optimus, Alita's voice pierced through the tension. Laced with urgency, time is of the essence. You must make a choice. Megatron scoffed. Optimus, are you afraid? Have you lost the courage to even battle me? This provocation only fueled the flames of Optimus's anger. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his wrath, and replied slowly, Megatron, I concede that the threat of the Cosmic Emperor cannot be overlooked. I am willing to temporarily join forces with you, but you must promise that after we confront the Cosmic Emperor, you will lay down your arms and cease your assault on the Autobots. Megatron erupted into laughter. Optimus, do you truly believe I would acquiesce to such a ludicrous condition? Let me assure you, as long as I draw breath, I shall utterly annihilate you and your band of Autobots. Furthermore, I will personally extinguish the Cosmic Emperor. Alita, distressed, cast a pleading glance at Megatron. Megatron, enough. Megatron brusquely interrupted her. Alita, you need not say more. My mind is made up. He turned to Optimus, his eyes glinting with ferocity. Optimus, if it is battle you seek, then let us engage. Spare me the trivialities. At that moment, a powerful surge of energy descended from above, causing the entire base to tremble violently. This is dire. The vanguard of the Cosmic Emperor has arrived, Alita exclaimed. Megatron's expression shifted, a dawning realization striking him. The threat of the Cosmic Emperor was graver than he had anticipated. Damn it, he cursed, filled with resentment. Just as he hesitated, Optimus spoke up. Megatron, now is not the time for infighting. If we do not unite, we shall all perish here. Chapter 88. The Cataclysm Emerges. And that sever mechanical arm. Megatron stared at Optimus, a flicker of struggle crossing his features. Very well, he finally declared. I accept your terms. But if we triumph over the Cosmic Emperor, I shall undoubtedly return to settle the score with you. Optimus Prime nodded in agreement. Deal? The two turned simultaneously, facing the formidable surge of energy, their eyes filled with resolute determination. At that moment, a colossal rift suddenly appeared in the sky. through which a massive figure began to descend slowly. It was a gigantic, spider-like mechanical life form, exuding an aura of chilling coldness. The six-legged frost beast, one of the vanguard troops of the Cosmic Emperor. Immediately thereafter, two figures leaped down from the back of the six-legged frost beast. One was a towering figure, entirely encased in black armor, known as the mechanized trap. The other, though diminutive, was remarkably agile, identified as the mechanized nightingale. Finally, a figure emanating an aura of death emerged from the rift. With a pale visage, crimson eyes, and arms resembling withered bones, he was the Cataclysm, one of the most formidable warriors under the Cosmic Emperor's command. Now that the technology of the Quintessence belongs to me, Cataclysm's voice was frigid and piercing, akin to the sound of steel blades scraping bone. If you transform or surrender, I shall overlook the past. His voice reverberated within the base, imbued with an undeniable authority. Megatron struggled to rise from the ground, wiping the oil from the corner of his mouth, his gaze brimming with fury and defiance. Surrender? Dream on. It seems you are only moved by the sight of a coffin. Cataclysm scoffed coldly, raising his arm, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that shattered the surrounding walls. Optimus Prime, it appears we must join forces. Megatron turned to Optimus, his tone laced with a hint of resignation. Optimus nodded, understanding that this was not a time for internal conflict. If they did not unite, they would all perish here. Very well, let them witness the might of the Transformers. Optimus raised his energy axe, the blue glow illuminating his face and casting light upon the despair-laden base. A more brutal and hopeless battle was about to commence. In that instant, Alita suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, what is that?" Everyone followed her gaze to see a massive vortex in the sky, from which an object shimmering with peculiar light began to descend slowly. What could it be? The Cosmic Emperor's ultimate weapon? Or the atmosphere grew tense. All held their breath, awaiting the arrival of the unknown object. The vortex spun faster, its light growing ever more radiant, nearly illuminating the entire base. The crowd watched with bated breath, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Suddenly, the light dissipated and the vortex vanished. What appeared before them was not some cataclysmic weapon, but rather a colossal metallic arm. A deep and resonant voice emanated from the arm, reverberating throughout the entire base. Rarely did the old and the young gather in unison. This voice seemed to arise from the abyss of the cosmos, imbued with an endless sense of desolation and indifference. It was none other than the Cosmic Emperor. Upon witnessing this, Megatron was momentarily taken aback, only to be consumed by a surge of fury. He seized the laser sword beside him with one hand, while raising the cube-shaped shield with the other, and roared, "Cosmic Emperor, you cowardly turtle, you dare to intimidate us with merely a hand? If you possess the courage, come down in your true form." With that, he surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, the laser sword slicing through the air, aiming directly at the joint of the massive metallic arm. Optimus Prime, witnessing this, was also unwilling to be outdone. He raised his energy axe and followed closely behind. "Megatron, do not act impulsively," Optimus shouted. Yet he understood that given Megatron's nature, it was far too late for any words of caution. Alita observed Megatron's retreating figure, a flicker of concern glimmering in her eyes, yet she refrained from intervening. She recognized that this was a battle Megatron must confront, a chance for him to prove himself. The trio of Cataclysm, Trap, and Nightingale exchanged disdainful smiles as they beheld Megatron and Optimus charging toward them. Overestimating oneself, Cataclysm scoffed, conjuring a sphere of black energy in his hand and hurling it toward Megatron. "Child's play," Megatron retorted dismissively, the cube-shaped shield glowing momentarily to effortlessly deflect the energy sphere. Intriguing, Cataclysm's eyes widened in surprise, and he began to gather energy once more, preparing to unleash a more formidable attack. Meanwhile, Optimus engaged with Trap and Nightingale. The clash of the energy axe and their blades igniting sparks and producing a cacophony of metallic friction. The battle was imminent, plunging the entire base into chaos. Laser beams, energy spheres, and shards of metal flew in all directions as explosions echoed like the harbingers of an apocalypse. Megatron, utilizing the defense of the cube-shaped shield and the offense of the laser sword, maneuvered around the Cosmic Emperor's arm. Although he found himself at a disadvantage, he showed no signs of retreat. Rather, he fought with increasing fervor, akin to a provoked beast. I shall sever it. Megatron bellowed, swinging the laser sword with all his might, delivering a fierce blow to the joint of the arm. A thunderous crash resounded as the laser sword collided with a metallic appendage, erupting in a dazzling display of light. Yet, the Cosmic Emperor's arm remained unyielding. Not even a scratch to mark its surface. Is this the extent of your prowess? The Cosmic Emperor's voice resounded once more, laced with derision. Megatron gritted his teeth, aware that he was no match for the Cosmic Emperor, yet he would never concede. I refuse to believe I cannot sever you. He raised the laser sword once more, poised to strike. Just then, the Cosmic Emperor's arm suddenly stirred. Its fingers unfurled, reaching toward Megatron as if to ensnare its prey. Megatron, caught off guard, was seized by a colossal hand, lifting him effortlessly. Megatron, Optimus Prime exclaimed, alarm flooding his heart as he hastily abandoned his skirmish with Trap and Nightingale, racing towards his comrade. Optimus, don't worry about me. Flee. Megatron, ensnared and immobile, still urged Optimus to escape. If we go together. Optimus roared, his energy axe slicing down towards the giant hand-ass fingers. Yet his strike was akin to a mere tickle, inflicting no discernible harm. Futile, echoed the voice of the Cosmic Emperor. You shall all perish. The immense hand tightened gradually, and Megatron felt his form nearing the brink of obliteration. Was this truly the end? A surge of defiance coursed through him. At that moment, a powerful energy surged from within, flooding his entire being. The God-tier upgrade module. The memory of obtaining that module surged forth. Cosmic Emperor, you shall not prevail. Megatron bellowed, radiant light erupting from his entire frame, exuding an aura of mechanical divinity. Chapter 89. The Battle Against the Cosmic Emperor. Astonishing Cybertron, as the blinding luminescence gradually waned, Megatron hovered as if reborn from flames. Strange energy patterns coursed across his metallic form, the might of the God-tier upgrade module roaring within him. The once ordinary laser sword now glimmered with an unsettling cold light, its blade extending as if to rend the very fabric of space. Is that? The Cosmic Emperor's voice quivered for the first time, the previous haughty mockery replaced by uncertainty. You are the apprentice of that being. Megatron scoffed, his gaze laced with disdain. Old relic, your era is over. Before the words fully escaped his lips, he vanished in a flash, darting towards the giant hand like a bolt of lightning. The laser sword slicing through the air with a piercing howl. Crash! A deafening roar erupted as the Cosmic Emperor's arm was cleaved, a profound gash marring its surface. Dark, viscous energy gushed from the wound, resembling black blood. All present were rendered speechless. Optimus stood transfixed, nearly dropping his energy axe in disbelief. Incredible. He has wounded the Cosmic Emperor. Even the previously aloof Cataclysm, Trap, and Nightingale were left agape, eyes wide with incredulity. Cataclysm's heart churned with turmoil. He had believed himself invincible after absorbing the Cosmic Emperor's power. Yet here was someone capable of inflicting harm upon him. How is this possible? He muttered, an inexplicable dread rising within him. Seizing the moment, Megatron did not falter, once more wielding his laser sword, launching a relentless assault upon the colossal hand like a tempest. Each attack bore the formidable energy of divine modifications, leaving behind striking scars upon the arm of the Cosmic Emperor. His furious roar resonated throughout the entire base. Damn you, little insect, you dare. Yet before he could finish his words, Megatron interrupted him, exclaiming, silence, old relic. Today, I shall demonstrate what true power is. Simultaneously, this earth-shattering battle was broadcast across the entirety of Cybertron via virtual projections. In the city of Kaon, the high-ranking officials of Cybertron gazed upon the image of Megatron in the projection, their eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. This fellow has become so powerful. Is it true that Cybertron is on the brink of transformation? If Megatron returns to Cybertron with such might, perhaps war shall be no more. In the Rust Sea, the Constructicons, along with the others who had not pursued Optimus Prime, witnessed Megatron's magnificent figure in the projection and leaped with excitement. Brother, Leader Megatron, incredible. The raucous and the chaotic joined in jubilant cheers, proclaiming, Leader Megatron is invincible. If he survives, who could rival Cybertron? Indeed, this battle was drawing to a close. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, chaos erupted in full force. Optimus Prime, regaining his composure from shock, wielded his energy axe and joined the fray. Autobots, Decepticons, and the minions of the Cosmic Emperor clashed, creating a lethal web of laser beams and energy blasts. Meanwhile, Starscream, Soundwave, and Shockwave sought an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to the Cosmic Emperor. Amidst the fierce clash with the Cosmic Emperor's arm, Megatron kept a watchful eye on the situation involving Optimus Prime and others. Upon seeing Optimus ensnared and besieged by Nightboard, his heart tightened, and he shouted, "Optimus, I'm coming to help you." With that, he swiftly appeared by Optimus's side, his energon sword slicing through the air, forcing the trap to retreat. Optimus gazed at Megatron, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. "Enough with the words. Let us first eliminate these pests," Megatron declared, once again wielding his energon sword, fighting alongside Optimus against the Cosmic Emperor's minions. At that moment, the Cosmic Emperor's arm began to tremble violently, dark liquid gushing from the wound as if to engulf the entire base. "This is bad. He is going to self-destruct." Megatron's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Everyone retreat." However, it was already too late. The Cosmic Emperor's arm erupted in a thunderous explosion, a colossal shockwave sweeping through the entire base, consuming everything in its path. After the explosion, the base lay in ruins, a desolate landscape scattered with debris and raging flames. Smoke billowed, obscuring the sky, as if the apocalypse had descended upon the world. Megatron emerged from the ruins, his body marred by scars and nearly devoid of energy. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed Optimus Prime and others struggling to rise from the debris, all in a state of disarray. At that moment, a colossal figure descended from the heavens, crashing heavily into the rubble. The impact nearly caused the planet to veer off its orbit. Standing at an astonishing height of 120,000 meters, this formidable entity emanated a terrifying aura of power. It was none other than the Cosmic Emperor himself. "You insignificant insects dare to harm me?" The voice of the Cosmic Emperor thundered across the land, filled with wrath and murderous intent. In his presence, all Transformers appeared as mere toys. They understood that should this being unleash his fury, the planet would be obliterated. Megatron and his comrades gazed at the Cosmic Emperor with hearts heavy with despair. They realized that this time they were truly finished, for they were not even the size of his foot. On the planet Cybertron, in the Rust Sea, the overwhelming figure of the Cosmic Emperor rendered all Decepticons motionless. Their jubilant cheers abruptly ceased, replaced by gasps of horror. "When the world is that?" A voice trembled, its diminutive form nearly curling into a ball. Starscream widened his eyes, dropping his energy rifle in disbelief. This entity was larger than the planet itself. "We're doomed." The Constructicon slumped to the ground, murmuring, "It's over, utterly over. There won't be anything left." Meanwhile, within the Autobot base on the planet, a profound silence prevailed. Ironhide stared at the projection, his electromagnetic cannon slipping from his grasp with a dull thud. This is impossible to combat. "Optimus, what shall we do?" Ratchet's voice quivered, tinged with despair. Optimus clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly embedding into his metallic palms. He understood that in the face of such a gargantuan adversary, their chances of victory were almost non-existent. "Cosmic Emperor, you have finally arrived," Optimus spoke, his tone steeped in despair and reluctance. Just as all believed the end was nigh, an extraordinary transformation occurred. The metallic planet of Cybertron began to morph. Mountains crumbled, canyons sealed, and metal plates ground against one another, producing a cacophony of harsh sounds. Amidst the terrified gazes of all, Cybertron transformed into a massive transformer, towering and exuding an ancient, potent aura. His eyes shone like twin stars, radiating brilliant light. Primordial, celestial being. Optimus gasped in astonishment. Chapter 90. The primordial celestial being strikes, the last cyber energy. The primordial celestial being, the embodiment of Cybertron, the oldest transformer in legend, possessed the power to annihilate worlds. The Cosmic Emperor regarded the suddenly manifested primordial celestial being, his enormous single eye narrowing slightly. "You have awakened?" The voice of Yuan Shi Tian Zun resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the entire galaxy. "Cosmic Emperor, you have truly been restless over these years. The quintessence were sent by you, were they not? Now that they have departed, I possess the means to restore my own energy. The Cosmic Emperor unleashed a thunderous roar. Yuan Shi Tianzun, do you truly believe you can thwart me? I have devoured countless planets, and my power has reached its zenith. Zenith? Merili Afade. Yuan Shi Tianzun retorted disdainfully. He understood that if he engaged in an all-out war with the Cosmic Emperor, the entire star system would be obliterated, and the Transformers would face total annihilation. I shall not allow you to succeed. A glimmer of resoluteness flashed in Yuan Shi Tianzun's eyes as he gathered all his energy into a brilliant beam of light, launching it towards the Cosmic Emperor. This strike encompassed the entirety of Yuan Shi Tianzun's strength and represented his final gamble. The Cosmic Emperor, evidently unprepared for such determination, hastily raised his arm in defense. It was still struck by the beam, letting out a pained howl. Black liquid gushed from the wound of the Cosmic Emperor, his form trembling violently, on the brink of collapse. Curse it! I shall return, he bellowed in fury before vanishing into the vast cosmos. Yuan Shi Tianzun watched the direction in which the Cosmic Emperor fled, fatigue flickering in his eyes. He knew this was but a temporary victory. The threat of the Cosmic Emperor still loomed. Subsequently, Yuan Shi Tianzun's form began to shift, reverting back to that of Cybertron. All the while, Megatron observed from the ruins. Rising from the debris, he gazed at Yuan Shi Tianzun, now restored, with a mix of awe and reverence. Is this the power of Yuan Shi Tianzun? Megatron murmured. He suddenly realized how insignificant the strength he had long sought appeared in the presence of Yuan Shi Tianzun. Perhaps it is time for me to alter my ambitions. A spark of determination glinted in Megatron's eyes as he turned to Optimus Prime, his expression rife with complex emotions. Optimus, our battle is far from over. With that, Megatron vanished into the ruins. Optimus Prime watched Megatron's retreating figure, his heart a tumult of feelings. He understood that Megatron would not easily relinquish his ambitions, and future confrontations would be even more brutal. At that moment, Alita emerged from the rubble, dashing towards the spot where Megatron had disappeared, her eyes brimming with concern and anxiety. Megatron, where have you gone? She softly called, yet she knew he could no longer hear her. Thus, Megatron departed without farewells, explanations, or even a backward glance. In her heart, Megatron had always been a deity-like figure, powerful, cold, yet imbued with an irresistible allure. She followed him, idolized him, and was even willing to sacrifice everything for him. However, at this moment, he has vanished when she needed him the most. Alita's voice trembled, her tears blurring her optical lens. She could not comprehend why Megatron had chosen to abandon her. Just then, three figures emerged slowly from the dust. Leading the way was a towering robot, Jingtians, exuding an aura of ancient wisdom. Following him were Master Titanium and Yinshinzing, both wearing solemn expressions. They gazed at Cybertron, which had reverted to its planetary form, and Jingtians sighed heavily. Alas, it appears that Cybertron is on the brink of entering its next epoch. Optimus Prime struggled to rise from the ruins, approaching the trio with a look of bewilderment. What do you mean? The next epoch? Jingtians shook his head, his tone laden with gravity. The energy of the Primus is insufficient. It has been entirely depleted in the battle against Unicron. In other words, the current state of Cybertron is that of an empty shell, a lifeless planet devoid of energy. Upon hearing this, Optimus Prime felt as though struck by lightning. The absence of energy on Cybertron signified a catastrophic fate for all life upon it. What shall we do then? Optimus Prime's voice trembled, for the weight of despair and helplessness bore down upon him for the first time. Master Titanium placed a reassuring hand on Optimus Prime's shoulder. Do not panic. We still have time. Although Cybertron's energy is exhausted, the Allspark remains. If we can discover a new energy source, we can reinvigorate Cybertron. Yinshinzing nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, the universe is vast, and certainly, there are other energy sources to exploit. Our immediate task is to locate these sources and return them to Cybertron. Optimus Prime inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. He understood that this was not a moment for sorrow or despair. He must rally himself to lead the Autobots in search of new energy to save Cybertron. Very well, we shall set forth, Optimus Prime declared with resolute determination. Just then, Alita abruptly stood, interrupting Optimus Prime. Wait! Alita's gaze was complex as she looked at Optimus Prime. I wish to join you. Optimus Prime paused, momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow. Alita, are you certain? You must realize that we are in pursuit of Megatron. I understand, Alita interjected, but I'm even more aware that Cybertron is my home, and I cannot stand idly by as it faces destruction. As for Megatron, I will seek him out myself to ascertain why he left. Optimus Prime met Alita's unwavering gaze and eventually nodded. Very well, welcome to our cause. Alita expressed her gratitude with a nod towards Optimus Prime before turning to head in the direction where Megatron had vanished. She silently vowed to find Megatron, to confront him and demand answers for his abandonment of her and his betrayal of Cybertron. Meanwhile, in a concealed cavern, Megatron was mending his damaged form. Although the onslaught from the Cosmic Emperor had not inflicted a fatal wound, it had severely depleted his strength. Cursed Cosmic Emperor, one day, I shall make you pay, Megatron muttered through clenched teeth. Suddenly, he recalled the cataclysmic power of the primordial celestial, a deep yearning filling his heart. Is this the essence of true power? He pondered aloud. He came to realize how minuscule his own pursuits of strength seemed in comparison to that of the primordial celestial. All his efforts felt utterly ludicrous. With such meager capabilities, how could he ever hope to claim Cybertron as his dominion? I require greater power. Chapter 91. The cosmic crystal arc, a glint of madness flickered in Megatron's eyes. Only by acquiring more formidable strength can I vanquish the Cosmic Emperor, ensuring the eternal existence of the Decepticons and Cybertron. A thought struck him, a legendary location rumored to harbor immense energy, the cosmic crystal veins. Perhaps I shall journey there. A spark of determination ignited within him. He understood the perils that lay within the cosmic crystal veins, yet for the sake of obtaining greater power, he was willing to take the risk. Alita, await my return. You must trust that all my actions are to bring peace to Cybertron, to eliminate the divisions between Autobots and Decepticons. With that declaration, he transformed into a warplane and soared towards the cosmic crystal veins, simultaneously notifying the Decepticons on Cybertron. Soundwave, Shockwave, Starscream, Devastator, Barricade, hasten to my location. A new mission awaits. The recipients of Megatron's summons swiftly made their way to him. Meanwhile, Cataclysm had already departed from the planet aboard his warship, traversing the cosmos. His immense metallic form was marred with scars from battle, reminiscent of a seasoned warrior adorned with the medals of past glories. Yet, within his spark, a flame of dissatisfaction burned fiercely. The Cosmic Emperor? Hardly impressive. Cataclysm muttered disdainfully, what a farce to bestow me with strength, only to be cast aside by that so-called primordial celestial? A waste of my time. He extended a colossal metallic claw and slammed it onto the control panel, producing a deafening crash. I shall establish my own dominion and reign over the cosmos. Cosmic Emperor, step aside. Cataclysm decided to reach out to a notorious bounty hunter known as Lockdown. While this individual was greedy and cunning, his prowess was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, he possessed a vast intelligence network spanning the universe, precisely the resource Cataclysm required. Lockdown, it has been a while, Cataclysm's voice resonated through the communicator aboard Lockdown's ship. How fares business these days? A raspy laugh emanated from the other end of the communicator. Thanks to you, things are going quite well. I heard you recently had a falling out with the Cosmic Emperor. How utterly unexpected. Enough of the trivialities. The natural disaster impatiently interrupted him. Are you interested in joining me? I assure you, following my lead will yield far greater rewards than merely being a bounty hunter. After a moment of contemplative silence, as if weighing the pros and cons, he responded in a tone laced with greed. What are your terms? This is a matter that requires a face-to-face discussion, considering that the Cosmic Emperor and the primordial celestial sovereign have both faltered on the other side. Returning to the ravaged landscape of Cybertron, Optimus Prime gazed upon the desolate scene before him, his heart heavy with sorrow. The once thriving city had been reduced to a mere wasteland, littered with crumbling walls and twisted metallic debris. The brief transformation of the primordial celestial sovereign had dealt a devastating blow to Cybertron. With a deep sigh, Optimus understood that the restoration of Cybertron would be a long and arduous endeavor. To make matters worse, the energy base of Cybertron had suffered severe damage, resulting in a critical energy shortage, an added burden to the reconstruction efforts. We must urgently seek new sources of energy, Optimus declared to Ironhide beside him, "Or Cybertron will remain lifeless." Ironhide nodded, his robust form exuding strength, while the electromagnetic pulse cannon in his grasp shimmered ominously. "I will do everything in my power to safeguard Cybertron's security. Jazz, Bumblebee, Ratchet, you are to immediately scout the surrounding areas for usable energy." Optimus continued issuing orders. "Police car, your responsibility is to maintain order and prevent chaos." The Autobots swiftly sprang into action, understanding that the fate of Cybertron rested squarely in their hands. "Damn it," Optimus muttered under his breath, delivering a frustrated punch to the nearby rubble, causing debris to scatter. A sense of helplessness washed over him. Even with the Allspark in his possession, many possibilities remained unattainable without a leadership module. It was akin to possessing the key to a vault, only to discover that the vault door had been welded shut. In the midst of his agitation, a light, graceful footfall drew his attention. He looked up to see several figures approaching. It was RC, Moonracer, Chromia, and other female Autobots. RC, adorned in fiery red, radiated warmth. Moonracer, cloaked in serene blue, exuded a sense of calm reliability. Chromia, gleaming silver, emanated a chilling elegance. "Optimus, dear brother," RC spoke first, her voice melodious and inviting. "May we join you? Cybertron is in chaos, and we seek a place of stability." Optimus nodded slightly, indicating his consent. "Of course, you're most welcome to join us." He understood that uniting all forces that could be united was essential for the swift revival of Cybertron. "Wonderful!" Moonracer and Chromia exclaimed in unison, their voices brimming with enthusiasm. At this moment, Alita appeared somewhat hesitant, fully aware of the perils of battle. Following Optimus Prime into combat could lead to a rather embarrassing fate should she fall. She glanced at Optimus, then at the other three, and ultimately resolved to speak. "Sisters, why don't we form our own team, with me leading you?" Alita, Uejiao, and Claudia were momentarily taken aback, but soon expressed their enthusiastic agreement. "Leader, Alita," they chorused in unison, their voices resonating with admiration and trust. Alita had consistently demonstrated exceptional wisdom and leadership abilities, instilling in them the belief that following her would surely pave the way for their success. Optimus Prime observed this scene with mixed emotions. The emergence of the female Autobots undeniably bolstered their strength, yet it also filled him with a sense of unease. He couldn't shake the feeling that Alita's gaze concealed something inscrutable regarding her feelings toward Megatron. Just then, Jazz, Bumblebee, and Ratchet returned with news. The good news was that they had discovered a small energy mine nearby, which could temporarily alleviate the energy crisis. The bad news was that the Decepticons at the Russie base were also eyeing this energy source. It seemed an intense battle was inevitable. Optimus clenched his fists, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. "Let me confront them." Ironhide rumbled, his electromagnetic pulse cannon buzzing ominously. "No, I shall go this time." Optimus shook his head, understanding that this battle was not merely about seizing energy, but also about intimidating the Decepticons and stabilizing morale. As night fell, Optimus led the Autobot team stealthily toward the energy mine. At the mine's entrance, several Decepticons were patrolling, with the leader being the raucous Thundercracker. "Thundercracker, do you have any idea when Megatron and our Commander Barricade will return?" Spotlight inquired, polishing his weapon as he spoke. "How should I know?" Thundercracker barked irritably. "Can you refrain from asking such pointless questions?" Inwardly, he too hoped for Megatron's prompt return, for the Decepticons were leaderless and disorganized, making his role as a temporary leader increasingly challenging. "I didn't mean to." Spotlight recoiled, frightened into silence. At that moment, Optimus's Autobot team suddenly charged forth, igniting an intense battle. Wielding his energy axe like a divine warrior, Optimus shattered the Decepticons' defenses as if they were mere paper. Realizing the dire situation, Thundercracker's heart sank as he recognized he was no match for Optimus. He quickly rallied his subordinates to retreat. "Withdraw. Quickly retreat." The Decepticons abandoned their positions and scattered in panic. The rapid disbandment of the Decepticons left Optimus Prime momentarily stunned. This was a stark contrast to his recollections of the Decepticons, particularly the formidable Megatron. The energy axe in his grasp continued to hum, as if mocking the feebleness of his adversaries. "They have fled?" Optimus Prime cast a puzzled glance at Bumblebee, questioning when they had become so timid. Bumblebee grumbled in response. With Megatron absent, these scattered forces pose little threat. He brandished his electromagnetic pulse cannon, asking, should I pursue them and eliminate them all? Optimus Prime pondered for a moment, sensing something amiss. Megatron was not one to relinquish control easily. There had to be something more to this situation. Bumblebee, you pursue them and bring back a live one for questioning. As you command, Bumblebee replied, charging forward like a heavy tank, his electromagnetic pulse cannon at the ready. He zeroed in on the slowest of the fleeing foes, Knockout, and unleashed a brilliant beam of energy that struck him squarely in the back. Knockout let out a cry as he tumbled to the ground, struggling to rise, only to be hoisted up by Bumblebee as though he were a mere chick. Speak, where's Megatron? Bumblebee demanded gruffly, the muzzle of the cannon pressed against Knockout's head. Trembling in fear, Knockout knew the power of Bumblebee's weapon. A hit would likely leave him either dead or severely incapacitated. Spare me, Bumblebee. Megatron went out to search for energy. Searching for energy? Where exactly? Bumblebee pressed further. I don't know. Megatron didn't say. Knockout lamented, his expression one of despair, too fearful to inquire about Megatron's whereabouts lest he be silenced. Bumblebee returned to Optimus Prime, stating, this fellow claims Megatron has gone out to find energy, but he has no specifics. Optimus Prime scrutinized the trembling Knockout, his confusion deepening. Would Megatron truly be in want of energy? Such a notion was preposterous. Given Megatron's nature, if he were indeed in need, he would seize it directly rather than sneak away in search of it. Knockout, you'd best be forthright, or else. Optimus Prime's voice turned cold, laced with menace. Knockout shuddered, insisting what I say is true. Megatron really has left. Optimus Prime turned to Jazz, instructing Jazz, go investigate the Decepticon base in Rust C and ascertain the truth. Jazz set off accordingly and returned shortly thereafter. The Decepticon base in Rust C is nearly deserted, with only the old, weak, and infirm remaining. Optimus Prime's brow furrowed deeply. What scheme was Megatron concocting? It appeared they would need to embark on a journey to Rust C. Attack Rust C? Bumblebee exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. That suits me perfectly. No. Optimus Prime clarified, the objective this time is reconnaissance, to uncover Megatron's true intentions. Optimus Prime analyzed the situation with calm determination. If there were indeed any sinister plots afoot, it would be prudent to prepare in advance. The Autobot squad readied themselves for departure, setting their course towards the Rust Sea. Once a thriving port city on Cybertron, the Rust Sea had succumbed to desolation, now a mere expanse of ruins, littered with crumbled walls and rusting metallic debris. The Autobot team navigated cautiously through the wreckage, their vigilance heightened as they surveyed their surroundings. This place is a complete wreck, Bumblebee remarked, pinching his nose in disdain. Silence. Bumblebee, Jazz hissed, we must remain discreet to avoid detection by the Decepticons. Suddenly, a clattering of metal echoed from ahead. Who goes there? Optimus Prime barked, raising his energy axe. From the shadows of the rubble emerged a towering figure, Grimlock. Optimus Prime, how dare you venture into the Rust Sea? Grimlock's voice was laced with disbelief and ire. Where's Megatron? Optimus inquired bluntly. With a scoff, Grimlock retorted, do you truly believe I would divulge that information? It seems you are one who does not learn until faced with dire consequences. A glint of cold resolve flashed in Optimus's eyes as he swung his energy axe in a swift arc towards Grimlock. Grimlock hastily raised his weapon to block, but Optimus's strength exceeded his expectations, cleaving the weapon in two. The axe continued its relentless trajectory, striking Grimlock squarely in the chest. With a pain cry, Grimlock was sent hurtling backwards, crashing into a crumbling wall and stirring a cloud of dust. Grimlock, Spotlight, Goldbug, Fastlane, Wide Load, and Chase surged from the ruins, encircling Grimlock and forming a protective steel barrier. Quickly, go and find Megatron. Grimlock managed to utter, oil gushing from his wound. Think you can escape? Not so easily. Ironhide approached, shouldering an electromagnetic pulse cannon, its barrel aimed menacingly at the Decepticon vehicle squad. A chaotic skirmish was imminent. Spotlight, Goldbug, Fastlane, Wide Load, and Chase swiftly transformed, establishing a rudimentary defensive formation. Spotlight emitted a brilliant beam of light, attempting to obscure Optimus's vision, while Goldbug launched small missiles to create diversions. Fastlane and Wide Load engaged in close combat, while Chase waited for the opportune moment to strike a decisive blow. Facing the onslaught of 5 Decepticons, Optimus remained unfazed. He wielded his energy axe with precision, slicing through the incoming missiles while deftly evading the assaults of Fastlane and Wide Load. "You are all woefully inadequate," Optimus derided with disdain. "Don't get too cocky, Optimus." Fastlane roared, swinging his massive iron fist towards him. Optimus sidestepped the attack, countering with a swift blow of his axe against Fastlane's shoulder, sending sparks flying. Fastlane cried out in pain, staggering backward. "Captain!" Goldbug exclaimed, hastily launching a tracking missile. Optimus Prime deftly evaded the attack and, seizing the moment, hurled his energy axe, striking the chest of the Goldbug. With a piercing scream, the Goldbug fell to the ground, the spark within him flickering out. The tumult of fury and despair engulfed the scene. Meanwhile, amidst the vastness of the cosmos, a Decepticon starship soared at an astonishing speed. Within the command chamber of the vessel, Megatron deliberated with Soundwave, Shockwave, Black Arachnia, Devastator, and Barricade regarding their plan to locate the cosmic crystals. "Soundwave, how far are we from the signal of the cosmic crystals?" Megatron inquired, irritation seeping into his tone. "According to my scans, the cosmic crystals reside within this star system, though the precise location warrants further verification." Soundwave responded in his distinctive electronic cadence. "Shockwave, do you have any suggestions?" "I propose we utilize our space-jumping technology to expedite our search across this sector," Shockwave articulated. "Indeed, that is a commendable suggestion," Megatron acknowledged with a nod. "Black Arachnia, make the necessary arrangements." "Understood, Lord Megatron," Black Arachnia replied, bowing slightly before retreating. At that moment, Barricade suddenly exclaimed, "This is bad. The Goldbug is dead." "What?" Megatron surged to his feet, his eyes wide with rage. "What transpired?" I don't know." Barricade stammered, panic evident on his face. "I just received a distress signal from the Goldbug, and then I lost contact." Soundwave immediately activated the surveillance system of the Rust Sea base. On the screen, Optimus Prime was seen wielding his energy axe, engaged in fierce combat with several Decepticons. "It is Optimus Prime," Soundwave stated with his synthesized voice. "He is attacking the Rust Sea base." "Optimus Prime?" Megatron furrowed his brow. "Isn't he supposed to be on some distant planet? How has he come to Cybertron?" I am unaware," Barricade lamented. "Lord Megatron, what shall we do now? If we do not return soon, my maintenance crew will be rendered obsolete. What else can we do? We must return to provide support." Megatron bellowed. "Devastator, energize all power and initiate a forced space jump to the Rust Sea." "Understood." Devastator promptly complied, and in an instant, the starship vanished into the vast expanse of stars. On the Rust Sea battlefield, Optimus Prime had already dispatched the Highway and Wide Load, leaving only Spotlight and Pursuit struggling to hold their ground. "Optimus Prime, you are doomed," Spotlight shouted, though his hands trembled as he clutched his beam cannon. With a scoff, Optimus Prime retorted, "You, too? Is that all you have?" Before his words could fully escape his lips, he became a blur, charging towards Spotlight and Pursuit. Just as the confrontation reached a critical juncture, a blinding light suddenly descended from the heavens, enveloping Optimus Prime. As the radiance dissipated, Megatron's formidable figure materialized in the midst of the battlefield. "Optimus Prime, it has been a long time," Megatron scoffed, wielding a massive energy cannon. "Megatron?" A flicker of surprise crossed Optimus Prime's eyes, quickly replaced by composure. "You have finally chosen to reveal yourself." "I had no intention of meddling in such trivial matters. But since you have slain my subordinate, I must settle this score with you." Megatron roared, raising the energy cannon towards Optimus Prime. "Then let it come." Optimus Prime stood undaunted, brandishing his energy axe, ready for battle. Chapter 93, A Lack of Martial Virtue, The Three Ancestors Strike. "Optimus Prime, your era has come to an end." Megatron laughed maniacally, the cannon's muzzle unleashing a searing beam of light that struck at Optimus Prime's chest. Quick to respond, Optimus Prime crossed his energy axe before him, barely deflecting the lethal blow. The violent energy shock left his arm numb, causing him to stagger back several steps. "Is this all you can muster?" Optimus Prime steadied himself, cold glints flashing in his eyes. "You have fallen, Megatron." "Fallen? I have merely seen the truth of reality." Megatron pulled the trigger once more, the energy cannon erupting with a deafening roar. "Power is the eternal truth." The energy cannon and energy axe clashed repeatedly, the shockwaves leveling the surrounding structures. Rust C, once a bustling metropolis of steel, had now been reduced to ruins. Roadblock, witnessing the chaos, stealthily signaled to Spotlight in pursuit. Brothers, the boss is clashing with Optimus Prime. We must retreat. Captain, are we really just going to run? Run? This is called a strategic withdrawal. Roadblock slapped Spotlight on the head. Do you wish to stay and meet your demise? Given that Goldbug high speed and wide load have all fallen, do you think Optimus Prime is a pushover? Spotlight in pursuit, upon hearing Roadblock's reasoning, deemed it wise and swiftly followed his lead. More and more Autobots arrived to support Optimus Prime, further complicating the battlefield. Ironhide maneuvered the electromagnetic cannon, relentlessly bombarding Megatron, yet Megatron adeptly evaded each attack. Ironhide, is your electromagnetic cannon merely a tickle? Megatron taunted, effortlessly blasting a nearby Autobot vehicle. Ironhide gritted his teeth, aware that he was no match for Megatron. But he had to buy time for Optimus Prime. Alita lingered at a distance, witnessing the brutal clash, her heart in turmoil. She admired Megatron's strength and determination, yet could not bear to watch her brother Optimus Prime fall into peril. What should I do? Alita murmured to herself, uncertain of her course. Devastator entered the fray, his colossal form rampaging through the battlefield, exerting immense pressure on the Autobots. He swung his massive steel fists, reducing Autobot vehicles to mere scrap. Haha, come on, little bugs. Devastator roared with laughter, reveling in the thrill of destruction. The Red Spider observed coldly from a distance, perpetually seeking an opportunity to overthrow Megatron and ascend as the new leader of the Decepticons. Megatron, your arrogance will inevitably lead to your downfall. The Red Spider mused, awaiting the opportune moment. The battle raged for hours, resulting in significant losses on both sides, turning the Rust Sea into a desolate wasteland. The clash between Megatron and Optimus Prime escalated to a fevered intensity. Optimus, you have already lost, Megatron declared, delivering a powerful punch that sent Optimus flying. Before raising his energy cannon and announcing, prepare to meet your end. Just then, a shadow suddenly descended from the sky, positioning itself before Optimus Prime. Megatron, cease this madness. The newcomer was none other than Alita. Alita? Why do you seek to stop me? Megatron asked incredulously. This battle is devoid of purpose, Alita proclaimed loudly. You are both heroes of Cybertron. Why engage in fratricide? Heroes? Huh, I'm no longer a hero. A flicker of pain crossed Megatron's eyes. I am the leader of the Decepticons. My mission is to lead them to victory. No, you are mistaken, Alita asserted resolutely. Your true mission is to protect Cybertron, not to destroy it. Silence, Megatron roared, forcefully pushing Alita aside. You know nothing. Alita fell to the ground, tears blurring her vision. Megatron once again raised his energy cannon, aiming at Optimus Prime. Farewell, Optimus. At that critical moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Megatron, look at yourself. What have you become? Megatron whipped around to see a towering figure approaching slowly. It was Jintians, the legendary warrior of Cybertron, now regarding Megatron with a hint of derision. Jintians? What brings you here? Megatron gritted his teeth. I am here to prevent you from continuing your folly, Jintians replied, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Cybertron is already in disarray. Do you wish to exacerbate the chaos? Before he finished speaking, two figures followed closely behind him. One was the tall and slender Yinshinzing, wielding a peculiar long sword. The other was the stout and robust Titanium Master, exuding a metallic sheen. Megatron, Yinshinzing declared, pointing his sword at him. Do you still not see the future of Cybertron? Infighting will only make us more vulnerable to outside invasion. Titanium Master added in a deep voice, young one. Your impulsiveness is misguided. Though Optimus may not match your strength, he fights for Cybertron. Your stubbornness will lead to our collective ruin. Megatron surveyed the growing throng of Autobots around him, while the Decepticons dwindled, some dead and others fled. The situation was turning increasingly unfavorable for him. Yet, within him blazed an inferno of defiance. Jintians, Yinshinzing, Titanium Master, these old fools dare to lecture me. If we eliminate them all, who in Cybertron would dare defy me? Ha ha ha. Megatron laughed maniacally, addressing the Ancient Ones. Do you think you have the right to teach me a lesson? Once I bring you all to your knees, Cybertron will belong to me. Alita struggled to rise, her voice filled with urgency. Megatron, don't. They are right. Cybertron cannot afford further internal strife. Yet, Megatron paid her no heed, his gaze fixated solely on the three formidable opponents before him. He swiftly aimed his energy cannon at Optimus Prime, intent on neutralizing the greatest threat first. Stand down. Gene Tianza flashed into position, shielding Optimus. Your fight is with me. Gene Tianza regarded Megatron with an icy stare. In a fit of rage, Megatron roared and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. The energy cannon roared to life, unleashing a blinding beam directly towards Gene Tianza. Unfazed, Gene Tianza conjured an energy shield, effortlessly deflecting Megatron's assault. Is that all you can do? He taunted. Megatron was taken aback. This was his most powerful weapon, and yet it was so easily thwarted. Only then did he realize he had underestimated the prowess of these seasoned warriors. Now it's my turn. Gene Tianza's energy shield vanished, replaced by a spear crackling with electricity. He leaped with tremendous force, aiming to pierce Megatron. Megatron hastily dodged, but Gene Tianza's speed was overwhelming. He could only evade a fatal blow, resulting in a deep gash along his left arm, sparks flying. Ah! Megatron cried out in pain, staggering backward. Megatron, you've lost. Gene Tianza's tone was frigid as he once again aimed the spear at Megatron. Clutching his wound, Megatron was filled with bitterness. He couldn't believe he had been defeated so swiftly and so humiliatingly. At that moment, Tianqing and Master Titanium joined the fray. Tianqing swung his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that forced Megatron to retreat repeatedly. Master Titanium barreled through like a tank, leaving Megatron dazed and disoriented. Curse you! Megatron bellowed, desperately resisting. Yet he was already battered and powerless to turn the tide. Stop! Alita suddenly dashed in front of Megatron, arms outstretched to block the attacks from Tianqing and Master Titanium. Please don't continue fighting. Chapter 94. Who backed down is a fool. Give it to me. Tianqing and Master Titanium halted their assault, gazing at Alita with a hint of confusion. Alita, you? Tianqing inquired, puzzled. Alita looked at Megatron, her eyes brimming with concern and sorrow. Megatron, wake up. Continuing down this path will only lead to your destruction. Megatron met Alita's gaze, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his features. He never anticipated that, at such a moment, it would be Alita who would step forward to protect him. Alita murmured softly, her heart a tumult of emotions. She gasped for breath as the energon surged within her, striving to mend the damaged circuits. Standing before her, Megatron appeared frail, yet strangely. His presence provided her with a semblance of solace. Both Skyfire and Master Titanium hesitated, taken aback by Alita's fierce defense of Megatron. Alita, have you lost your mind? He is Megatron. Skyfire shouted incredulously, his sword humming ominously, its tip aimed at Megatron, yet he dared not advance. Master Titanium's voice rumbled, step aside, little girl. This fool is beyond redemption. He must learn a lesson today. Unfazed, Alita gazed defiantly at Master Titanium, her tone resolute. Even if you kill him, it won't resolve the issues of Cybertron. It will only plunge the Civil War into deeper chaos. At that moment, a howl pierced the air, and four figures descended from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Boss, we're here, Devastator bellowed, his towering form eclipsing even that of Master Titanium, resembling a moving fortress of steel. Following closely was Soundwave, his shoulder-mounted cassette player buzzing as it collected every scrap of information from the surroundings. Shockwave stood silently nearby, his singular eye glinting coldly as he gripped his energy weapon tightly. Lastly, the tardy tarantulas arrived, cautiously surveying the situation, his tone laced with sycophancy. Megatron, are you all right? Upon seeing reinforcements arrive, Megatron's previously despondent eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. He forcefully pushed Alita aside and pointed at Skyfire and the others, cackling maniacally. Ha ha! You old relics, think you can defeat me like this? Dream on. Tarantulas inwardly cursed his ill fortune. A furtive glance at Skyfire, Alita, and Master Titanium revealed that these three formidable foes were not to be trifled with. This battle was unwinnable. Megatron, I think, Tarantulas began to urge Megatron to retreat, but was abruptly cut off by Megatron's boisterous interruption. Silence. You coward. The Decepticon dictionary knows no such word as retreat. Megatron roared, his eyes ablaze with a frenzied, fighting spirit. Tarantulas trembled with fear. He had no desire to meet his end here. With a cunning glint in his eye, he quickly declared, "Boss, I just remembered something crucial that requires my immediate attention. You all hold them off. I'll return shortly." Without waiting for Megatron's response, Tarantulas transformed into a fighter jet and soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Damn Tarantulas, always fleeing at the last moment. Megatron gritted his teeth in frustration. Yet he recognized that this was not the time to assign blame. Soundwave and Shockwave exchanged glances, both reading the sense of resignation in each other's eyes. They understood that Megatron was blinded by hatred, utterly incapable of heeding any counsel. Alas, it appears that we must fight with all our might. Soundwave sighed, as the recorder emitted a cacophony of noise, disrupting the surrounding electronic devices. Shockwave raised his energy weapon and unleashed a barrage of fire upon the likes of Optimus and his companions. Devastator, arise. Tear them asunder. Megatron bellowed, pointing at Optimus and his team. With a roar, Devastator swung his colossal fists and charged at Optimus. Overconfident fool, Optimus scoffed as his sword sliced through the air, striking Devastator's chest. Although Devastator was massive, his movements were surprisingly agile. He sidestepped Optimus' attack and retaliated with a powerful punch. Unfazed, Optimus deftly parried the blow with his sword and swiftly maneuvered behind Devastator, his blade striking like a venomous serpent towards Devastator's back. Devastator howled in pain, turning to retaliate against Optimus, only to find himself hindered by Soundwave's disruptive sonic waves, causing his movements to slow. Seizing the opportunity, Optimus unleashed a flurry of strikes, carving deep gashes into Devastator's tough exterior. Despite his formidable resilience, Devastator could not withstand such relentless onslaught and roared in frustration, powerless to counterattack. At that moment, Master Titanium entered the fray. His massive form bulldozed through the battlefield like a tank, sending Devastator reeling. Cursed wretch, Devastator roared, straining to regain his footing, yet found himself unable to withstand Master Titanium's charge. He was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Excavator, Megatron, witnessing Devastator's defeat, seethed with fury. Soundwave and Shockwave stood at the periphery of the chaotic battlefield, exchanging a resigned glance at the sight of Devastator being overwhelmed. Though they felt disheartened by their comrade's plight, they simultaneously recognized the dire circumstances facing the Decepticons. "Brother, I believe it is time for us to retreat," Shockwave stated in a low, calm voice, as if to remind Soundwave that it was unnecessary to sacrifice themselves for a battle destined to be lost. Soundwave nodded. His rational mind acknowledged the futility of their struggle. More importantly, they needed to conserve their strength for a future resurgence. He activated his communication system, issuing a withdrawal order to nearby Decepticon squads. As Soundwave and Shockwave's retreat command was relayed, some Decepticon members began to withdraw gradually. They instinctively understood that following Soundwave and Shockwave was the wisest course of action. Among those remaining on the battlefield were only the injured or those unable to flee due to constraints imposed upon them. Megatron knelt on the ground, bearing witness to the unfolding events. His subordinates were departing one by one, and the fury within him surged like molten lava, seeking an outlet. The voice of Optimus Prime echoed from afar, akin to the final straw that broke the camel's back. "Megatron, Cybertron cannot be entrusted to your governance. You are unworthy. What you bring is nothing but endless destruction." "Nonsense. I am the true leader of Cybertron." Megatron roared in anger, and suddenly, a peculiar energy erupted from within him. He recalled the ancient legend concerning the god-level modification module, a nightmarish entity unearthed from the Rust Sea. The air around him was torn apart as searing metal plates surged into Megatron's being like a tide. His form began to undergo violent transformations, growing larger and more menacing, as if embodying the very terror of Cybertron itself. Optimus took a step back, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. He could sense the new power within Megatron, akin to an immense black hole, relentlessly consuming the remnants of Cybertron. "Megatron, you are not becoming stronger. You are sinking deeper into corruption," Optimus spoke softly, a wave of desolation rising within him. Chapter 95. The God-level modification module strikes. Yet, within Megatron's heart, there was only ecstasy for power. He extended his massive arm and struck the ground with tremendous force, like a tsunami sweeping over the battlefield. In an instant, the very earth seemed to tremble, causing all mechanical life to shudder. Ha ha ha! Behold this power! Watch as I crush all you clowns! Megatron's voice echoed through the skies, imbued with boundless arrogance. Alita, concealed nearby, gazed with a complex glimmer in her eyes. The current Megatron instilled both awe and concern within her. However, a fleeting sense of terror in her heart left her in hesitation. Optimus did not hesitate. He understood that he could not remain passive. He raised his head, facing Megatron with resolute expression. Megatron, this war is not the end, but a new beginning. Megatron's laughter abruptly ceased as he locked eyes with Optimus, his heart ablaze not only with hatred, but also with long-buried helplessness and tangled emotions. Then let the flames of this war consume everything, Megatron proclaimed with a voice akin to a death knell. Before the echoes of his maniacal laughter faded, two figures sliced through the sky like lightning, charging toward him. One, tall and radiant with a silvery sheen, was Yinshenzing, wielding the Xiantian sword. The other, robust and adorned in gleaming golden armor, was the mightily renowned Jingtians. Those who know not their own mortality dare to be so arrogant here. Yinshenzing's sword pointed directly at Megatron, his tone as frigid as frost. Jingtians remained silent, his fists clenched tightly, the knuckles cracking ominously as if eager to reduce Megatron to scrap metal. Faced with two formidable adversaries, Megatron remained unperturbed, even elated. He bellowed fiercely, brandishing his colossal metallic arm, striking at the two foes as if swatting flies. Excellent. Allow you to witness the might of the supreme modification module. Thud, thud, thud. The resounding clang of metal reverberated deafeningly, causing the ground of Cybertron to tremble violently, as if it might fracture at any moment. Empowered by the strength bestowed by the supreme modification module, Megatron engaged in a fierce struggle against both Optimus and Starscream, neither side gaining the upper hand. The blade of Xiantian sword carved deep, bone-revealing gashes upon his form. Optimus's heavy punches dented his resilient metallic exterior. Yet, the marvel of the supreme modification module lay in its ability to continuously mend Megatron's injuries. Damaged components fused anew in the blink of an eye, granting him a near-immortal presence in battle. Damn it! How can this monster not be vanquished? Optimus roared, delivering a fierce blow to Megatron's chest, only to feel as though he struck solid rock, leaving his arm numb. Starscream, however, remained composed, relentlessly seeking Megatron's vulnerabilities, his Xiantian sword dancing like a serpent, each strike impeccably accurate. The battle raged on for an entire day. The skies of Cybertron shifted from darkness to light, only to revert once more to shadow. Megatron bore an increasing number of wounds, his metallic plating nearly obliterated. Yet, time and again, he rose anew, groaning in agony, yet resolute in his determination to continue the fight. To think he could still endure. The hidden Alita gasped in disbelief. She had never witnessed such unwavering resilience in a mechanical life form, one that clung to hope even when confronted by such formidable foes. Surrounding the battlefield, the Decepticon members who had initially prepared to retreat halted, their eyes wide with astonishment at this extraordinary clash. Is this truly our leader? Soundwave's long static electronic voice exhibited a flicker of fluctuation. This is impossible. Shockwave rarely displayed surprise. Megatron's willpower was beyond comprehension. Even the typically arrogant Black Arachnia retracted her disdainful smirk, a glimmer of reverence flashing in her eyes. This fellow is indeed a madman. As time progressed, Megatron's movements became increasingly sluggish, and his components dwindled. His energy was nearly depleted, and the repair rate of the Supreme Modification Module began to wane. It seems my limits are nearing. Panting heavily, Megatron felt a surge of helplessness within. However, just as he was on the brink of collapse, he suddenly sensed a fresh wave of strength coursing through him. This force did not emanate from the Supreme Modification Module, but rather from the indomitable spirit residing deep within his core. I cannot fall. I am the true leader of Cybertron. Megatron roared, once more swinging his battered metallic arm, launching a final assault against Optimus and Starscream. A desperate struggle. Jing Tianzi let out a cold laugh, continuing his assault on Megatron's mechanical form. The battle in Rust Sea raged on, energy shock waves rippling outward, decimating the surrounding structures. Amidst the chaotic currents of violent energy, Megatron, battered and scarred, his metallic exterior twisted and deformed, remained resolute, his eyes ablaze with an indomitable spirit. This extraordinary confrontation rapidly disseminated across the networks of Cybertron, captivating the attention of all Transformers, who engaged in fervent discussions. Megatron was indeed facing 3 adversaries alone, confronting 3 Prime-level Transformers. Had he lost his sanity? It seemed a reckless path to self-destruction. No, he was fighting for the glory of the Decepticons, for the future of Cybertron. Meanwhile, Ratchet and Bumblebee observed the fray, their metallic jaws nearly dropping to the ground in astonishment. This was astonishingly fierce. Bumblebee's electronic voice trembled, pondering how they would have stood a chance against Megatron had Jing Tianzi and his allies not intervened. Ratchet remained silent, his expression grave. He had always believed that his electromagnetic pulse cannon placed him among the elite of Cybertron, but in comparison to Megatron, he now felt utterly insignificant. Optimus Prime stood aside, his gaze profound. Unlike the others, he was not taken aback, for he understood that Megatron possessed a god-level modification module that allowed for continuous repair of damage. However, this did not guarantee victory in this battle, especially against 3 Prime Transformers. On the battlefield of Rust Sea, Megatron's situation deteriorated further. Although the god-level modification module could incessantly mend his wounds, the energy expenditure was tremendous. He was nearing the brink of depletion. Coughing, Megatron expelled a mouthful of black oil, his body swaying precariously. "It seems I have underestimated you," he admitted. "Your end is nigh, Megatron." Jing Tianzi sneered, raising his colossal fist to strike down upon him with tremendous force. "Prepare to meet your demise." Yinshenzing showed no mercy as well, his Xiantian sword transforming into a streak of light, aiming straight for Megatron's heart. The massive fist of Jing Tianzi and the Xiantian sword of Yinshenzing struck Megatron simultaneously, resulting in a cacophony of screeching metal, accompanied by explosive flames and scattering debris. Megatron's grand form was propelled like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily into the metallic ruins of Rust Sea, stirring up clouds of dust. He lay motionless, resembling a mere pile of scrap metal. Chapter 96 defeated. Jing Tianzi, Yinshenzing, and Master Titanium descended slowly, gazing at the fallen figure of Megatron. They felt no anticipated joy, but rather an ineffable shock. "This fellow actually managed to endure for so long," muttered Master Titanium, a complex glimmer passing through his eyes. Yinshenzing sheathed his Xiantian sword, snorting disdainfully, "Humph," merely the last gasps of a dying beast. In the midst of the battle, Jing Tianzi remained silent, acutely aware that had it not been for the alliance of the 3 of them, it could very well have been their downfall today. The power and resolve demonstrated by Megatron surpassed their wildest imaginings. This fierce confrontation was broadcasted live across Cybertron, allowing all Transformers to witness the breathtaking spectacle. The Decepticon morale plummeted, their leader's defeat instilling a sense of despair and fear. Conversely, the Autobots erupted in thunderous cheers. "Megatron has fallen. We have triumphed." Optimus Prime stood aloft, surveying the battlefield with a glimmer of complex emotions in his eyes. He felt a twinge of respect for Megatron's tenacity and indomitable spirit. Yet this only solidified his resolve to eradicate the Decepticons. "All Autobots, heed my command. Attack. Annihilate every Decepticon." Optimus's voice resonated through the comms, echoing across the battlefield. The Autobots surged forth like a relentless tide towards the Rust Sea, launching a fierce offensive against the remaining Decepticons. At that moment, Elita stood at the periphery of the battlefield, her gaze fixed intently on the fallen Megatron. "RC, Moonracer, take Megatron's spark and memory core and leave." RC and Moonracer stood momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend Elita's intentions. "Elita, what are you doing?" RC inquired, bewildered. "Now is the perfect time to eliminate the Decepticons." "We should." Moonracer's words were abruptly cut off by Elita. "No reason." Elita's tone was resolute, leaving no room for debate. "Follow orders." Exchanging glances filled with uncertainty, RC and Moonracer ultimately chose to comply with Alita's directive. They rallied a few female Autobots and charged towards the direction of Megatron's fall. On the battlefield, the conflict between Autobots and Decepticons intensified, with explosions and the clashing of metal reverberating throughout. The chaos provided cover for Alita and her companions. They dashed through a hail of gunfire, reaching Megatron's side. "Move swiftly," Alita barked, beginning to dismantle the armor plating on Megatron's chest. RC and Moonracer quickly joined her, carefully extracting Megatron's spark and memory core. "Hurry!" Alita seized the spark and memory core, leading RC, Moonracer, and the other female Autobots in a rapid retreat. Their figures vanished amidst the tumult of the battlefield, unnoticed by those around them. Optimus Prime directed the Autobots in a final onslaught against the Decepticons. The remaining Decepticons retreated in disarray, their ranks crumbling. "Retreat! Fall back!" a weary voice cried out as he fled with the remaining salvage crew in a panic. The battle at the Rust Sea concluded with an Autobot victory, yet lurking behind this triumph was a monumental secret. Alita, clutching Megatron's spark and memory core, arrived at a concealed cavern. "Alita, why do you wish to save Megatron?" RC finally inquired, unable to contain her disbelief. "He is the leader of the Decepticons, our enemy." Moonracer echoed her sentiments. "Indeed, we ought to hand him over to Optimus Prime for judgment." Alita gazed at the all-spark and memory panel in her hands, her expression laden with complexity. "You do not understand," she sighed. "Megatron is not truly our adversary." "What?" RC and Moonracer were even more perplexed. Without providing an explanation, Alita inserted the all-spark and memory panel into a device she had meticulously prepared. The apparatus whirred to life, emitting a low hum. "Now, it is up to you, Megatron," Alita murmured, a mysterious glimmer illuminating her eyes. Meanwhile, Megatron felt himself adrift in a tumultuous void, his consciousness flickering like a candle in the wind. His spark, the embodiment of life and power, now lay feeble as if on the brink of extinguishment. A peculiar sensation of confinement enveloped him, as if he were trapped within a minuscule vessel, unable to move or perceive the world beyond. "Where's this place?" Megatron struggled to vocalize, yet found himself incapable of producing even the simplest sound. He attempted to summon the energy within him, but the energy circuits lay barren, akin to a parched riverbed. Devoid of any flow, despair began to seep into his being. Was this to be the fate of the Decepticon leader? Vanquished by the three primes, imprisoned in this unknown realm, destined for his spark to flicker out and vanish entirely? No, Megatron would not acquiesce to such a fate, just as he teetered on the brink of surrender. A faint energy fluctuation captured his attention. Though weak, this energy bore within it the promise of transformation, much like a gentle stream nurturing his spark. Is this the God-tier modification module? Megatron instantly recognized the source of this energy. It was a treasure he had fortuitously acquired years prior, capable of perpetually enhancing and fortifying his mechanical form, even bestowing new abilities upon it. He had once harnessed the God-tier modification module to augment his own body, gaining formidable strength and defense. However, during his confrontation with the three primes, the module had sustained severe damage, nearly exhausting all its energy. To his astonishment at this moment, the God-tier modification module had reignited. Though the remaining energy was minimal, it was nonetheless proceeding according to its programmed design, gradually repairing Megatron's body and spark. A flicker of hope rekindled within Megatron's heart. As long as the God-tier modification module remained operational, he still had a chance. With the passage of time, Megatron's spark regained some strength, and his awareness sharpened. He began to perceive his surroundings. He found himself ensconced within a chamber resembling a stasis pod, surrounded by an intricate network of wires and instruments. "It appears I have not been captured by Optimus Prime," Megatron pondered. The presence of this device and the activation of the divine modification module indicated that someone was clandestinely aiding him. Who could it be? Alita? The thought ignited within Megatron's heart like a wildfire. Who else, besides Alita, would come to his rescue in such dire circumstances? He recalled the gaze Alita had cast upon him, one that was imbued with both admiration and affection. Megatron had never placed faith in the notion of love. To him, love only rendered one weak, serving as a hindrance along the path to progress. Yet now, He found himself compelled to concede that Alita's arrival had bestowed a flicker of warmth upon the icy ember within him. Alita, he silently repeated her name, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. If it were indeed Alita who had saved him, he owed her an immeasurable debt of gratitude. He would repay her. He would safeguard her in his own way. Chapter 97, Miniature Megatron. At that moment, the hatch of the cultivation pod slowly opened, blinding light flooding in, causing Megatron some discomfort. A figure appeared at the entrance, silhouetted against the light, rendering their features indistinct. "Is it you, Alita?" Megatron inquired tentatively. "It is me. Are you all right?" Alita's voice trembled slightly, as if she were suppressing a surge of intense emotion. She stepped forward into the light. Her delicate features bore a hint of fatigue, yet her eyes shone with a brilliance, sparkling with excitement and joy. Megatron nodded slightly, striving to acclimate to the brightness. "I should be fully recovered in about 3 days and able to leave this place." 3 days? Alita's tone was laced with surprise and skepticism. "How could that be? You are gravely injured. Your mechanical form is even beyond recognition." "You need not worry about my condition," Megatron interjected, pride flickering in his gaze. "I possess a divine modification module within me." Divine modification module? Alita was further perplexed. She had never encountered such a concept. Megatron offered little explanation, merely stating, "It is a highly advanced module. It can repair my body and enhance my abilities." Where did this come from? Alita curiously scrutinized the faintly glowing divine modification module at Megatron's chest, tilting her head like an inquisitive child. "It has existed for a long time, merely a trinket." He downplayed it deliberately, as if this life-restoring divine modification module were nothing more than an ordinary gear in his eyes. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Alita's eyes. She was filled with curiosity about everything concerning Megatron, particularly this enigmatic object. However, she wisely refrained from pressing further, gently stating, "I will stay here with you until you are restored." Megatron was momentarily taken aback. His cold, metallic heart seemed to sense a warm current flowing through it. He has always preferred solitude, accustomed to facing all challenges alone. The presence of Alita brought him a sense of discomfort, yet he did not entirely reject it. In the days that followed, Alita remained steadfastly by Megatron's side. She regularly monitored the various indicators of the stasis pod, ensuring the smooth progress of Megatron's restoration. She would softly recount the happenings of the outside world, even though Megatron mostly listened in silence, seldom responding. At times, Alita would reminisce about Optimus Prime, the Autobots, and her former beliefs and ideals. However, she did not regret her choice. To her, Megatron was the true hero, the leader capable of guiding Cybertron to greatness. As time passed, the light within the stasis pod grew increasingly radiant. The energy from the divine transformation module, though feeble, was remarkably stable, continuously mending Megatron's form. 3 days later, while Alita was dozing beside the pod, a sudden buzzing sound jolted her awake. She opened her eyes abruptly to find the light in the stasis pod had vanished, replaced by a diminutive robot. This little robot stood less than a meter tall, slender in build, and appeared somewhat comical. Yet, its gaze was strikingly intense, exuding authority and dominance, reminiscent of Megatron. "Why you are?" Alita stammered, pointing at the diminutive robot, momentarily at a loss for words. The little robot, with its short legs, approached Alita, looking up and speaking in Megatron's iconic deep voice. "It is I." Alita's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed upon this miniature version of Megatron. She extended her finger, gently poking its metallic head, feeling the cold and solid surface. What is happening? Why UVE shrunk?" The mini Megatron frowned in displeasure. "The energy from the divine transformation module is insufficient to fully restore my body. It can only construct a temporary mechanical form for now. Once I acquire more energy and machinery, I shall revert to my original state." Observing the serious expression on Mini Megatron's face, Alita could not help but burst into laughter. She found it impossible to associate this little creature with the imposing leader of the Decepticons. "What are you laughing at?" the Mini Megatron inquired, somewhat irked. Alita quickly stifled her laughter, though her lips still curved upwards. "It's nothing. I just find you rather adorable in this form." "Adorable?" Mini Megatron's eyes widened. The term was an affront to his dignity. He shook his small fists in indignation, exclaiming, "I am Megatron, the supreme leader of the Decepticons. Who dares to call me adorable?" Alita, once more amused, bent down and gently lifted mini Megatron, cradling him in her palm. All right, I understand you're Megatron, the most formidable mechanical being in the universe, Alita gently cooed. Now, little Megatron, what do you require of me? Mini Megatron found himself cradled in Alita's palm, utterly immobilized. He struggled in frustration, yet could not free himself. First, let me down, and then we shall converse, he demanded. Alita, rather amused, found his predicament endearing. She tenderly caressed his metallic head and inquired, Tell me, what is it that you need? Energy? Weaponry? Or perhaps a new body? Mini Megatron ceased his squirming, gazing at Alita with a flicker of complexity in his eyes. Drawing a deep breath, he spoke in a low voice. I require your assistance in locating a certain item. What item? Alita asked, curiosity piqued. He paused for a moment before slowly uttering 2 words, Cosmic Crystal. Alita was taken aback. Cosmic Crystal? That is a legendary treasure, said to possess the power to alter the fate of the universe. She never anticipated that Megatron would seek such an artifact. Cosmic Crystal, she murmured, her heart filled with uncertainty and trepidation. Indeed, the recent defeat of the Decepticons was due to my quest with Soundwave for the Cosmic Crystal, which allowed Optimus Prime to seize our stronghold. Cosmic Crystal? If your numerous Decepticons could not locate it, how could I possibly succeed? Alita held Mini Megatron with disbelief. Akin to cradling an odd metallic toy, Mini Megatron squirmed slightly in her grasp, evidently displeased with the toy analogy. Soundwave has already pinpointed the general location of the Cosmic Crystal, but we were summoned back unexpectedly. He paused, a shadow passing over his metallic visage. Now, the disaster crew is also searching for the Cosmic Crystal, and it is likely that Optimus Prime is aware of this development. Disaster? Alita furrowed her brow, recalling that name. It belonged to a notably dangerous subordinate of the Cosmic Emperor. What exactly is the Cosmic Crystal? What makes it worth such a grand endeavor? It is a treasure imbued with the power to reshape the destiny of the universe. Mini Megatron's tone was tinged with fervor. With it, he abruptly halted, seemingly realizing he was on the verge of revealing too much. Yet, Alita refrained from pressing further. She lowered her gaze to Mini Megatron in her palm, her eyes softening with tenderness. Megatron, she whispered, what if we choose not to pursue the Cosmic Crystal? I could take you to a brand new planet, a fresh beginning. Just the 2 of us. Would that not be delightful? Mini Megatron froze, his tiny metallic form rigid in Alita's grasp. He had not anticipated that before even ascending to leadership, he would be contemplating retirement. This was a stark deviation from the script he had envisioned. What did you say? He suspected that his audio receiver had malfunctioned. Alita raised the Mini Megatron to her eyes, scrutinizing his diminutive crimson orbs. Let's find a tranquil planet, far removed from this incessant war and strife, and live our own lives. Are you out of your mind? The Mini Megatron finally responded, struggling in fury. I am Megatron, the destined leader of the Decepticons, destined to rule the universe. You wish for me to abandon my dreams and elope with you? Elope? Alita chuckled softly, the term evoking an image of star-crossed lovers. Is that not so? The Mini Megatron retorted, his neck stiffening. Despite his shrunken stature, his presence remained formidable. I am the leader of the Decepticons, and you are the sister of the Autobot leader. Should we not fear the scorn of the world? Who cares what they think? Alita replied dismissively, I only care for you. The Mini Megatron was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time anyone had expressed such concern for him. Driven all his life by hatred and ambition, ruthlessly pursuing power and status, he had never known genuine care from anyone, save for Soundwave. Yet now, this former adversary, the sister of Optimus Prime, dared to profess such concern? Are you serious? His tone bore a hint of disbelief. Of course, Alita affirmed with a nod. I am weary of war, weary of Cybertron. I simply wish to be with you, in a place where no one knows us, and start anew. The Mini Megatron fell into a profound silence, deep in contemplation. On one side lay supreme power and the ambition to dominate the universe. On the other, a serene life and Alita's love. How should he choose? Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly sensed a powerful energy wave emanating from afar. Alita felt it too. Her expression shifted as she looked up towards the source of the energy. It is Optimus Prime. The Mini Megatron realized this as well. A complex glimmer flashing in his eyes. It seemed that fate was not inclined to let them depart so easily. "Let's go, little Megatron," Alita said as she placed him in her pocket. "We shall confront my brother." Alita soared towards the direction of the energy wave, her heart brimming with conflict and unease. She understood that this journey might lead to an irrevocable departure. Yet, she held no regrets. For Megatron, she would sacrifice everything, even her own life. Chapter 98. Undercurrents and the Plan of Catastrophe. Alita flew swiftly, akin to a silver lightning bolt slicing through the dim skies of Cybertron. The mini Megatron tumbled in her pocket, disoriented. Had it not been for the robust construction of his transformer form, he would have likely fallen apart. "Can you slow down? My spark is about to be jostled free." The miniature Megatron protested loudly from within the pocket, his voice muffled. Is this truly Megatron? A mere shake rendered him ineffectual. Alita, however, paid him no heed and continued her swift advance, her mind consumed by thoughts of Optimus Prime and the impending confrontation. Before long, they arrived at the site of the most intense energy fluctuations. There, standing atop a pile of rubble, was Optimus Prime, flanked by a cadre of well-equipped Autobot warriors, all exuding a fierce determination. "Brother." Alita descended slowly, her tone laced with complex emotions. Upon seeing her, Optimus Prime's stern visage softened into a faint smile. "Alita, you have finally returned. I was just about to seek you out." "Seek me out?" Alita raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What is it?" Optimus Prime surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no Decepticons lurked nearby before he spoke. "The crisis on Cybertron has been averted. The remnants of the Decepticons and the Quintessence have been vanquished by us, and many neutral factions have now allied with us. I am preparing to assemble a team to search for the Cosmic Crystal to decisively defeat Unicron's minion, the Chaos." "The Cosmic Crystal?" Alita echoed, a flicker of concern crossing her gaze. "That is perilous, brother." "I am aware," replied Optimus Prime with unwavering resolve. "Yet, this is a necessary endeavor. Only by vanquishing the Chaos can we truly end this war and bring genuine peace to Cybertron." "Go then, brother," Alita said calmly. "The larger conflict is settled, and we female Autobots shall refrain from participating in the forthcoming battle." Optimus nodded, understanding her decision without further discourse. He then inquired, "By the way, do you know where Megatron is?" Alita paused, instinctively touching the miniature Megatron in her pocket. She shook her head. "I do not know. Is that so?" Optimus regarded Alita with suspicion, sensing that she was concealing something from him. However, he refrained from probing further and merely advised, "If you encounter him, tell him this war must come to an end. He should not instigate further conflict, for his ideal is a Cybertron free of war. If I can cease the fighting, then his dream will have been fulfilled." With that, Optimus turned and led his Autobot warriors towards the direction of the Cosmic Crystal. Alita watched her brother's retreating figure, her heart heavy with mixed emotions. She realized that she and her brother might truly be on divergent paths. "He is gone," Alita whispered softly as she retrieved the miniature Megatron from her pocket. The tiny Megatron crawled out, shaking off the dust and grumbling in discontent. "That was dizzying. I never felt so disoriented while battling the 13 Primes." Alita disregarded his complaints and asked, "Did you hear that? Optimus is searching for the Cosmic Crystal." "The Cosmic Crystal?" A flicker of greed flashed in Mini Megatron's eyes. It was indeed a coveted treasure. "With it, you could rule the universe?" Alita interrupted his words. "Haven't you relinquished that foolish dream yet?" "Certainly not." Mini Megatron puffed out his tiny chest. "I am Megatron, destined to become the supreme leader of the Decepticons." Alita sighed in resignation, knowing she could not alter his mindset. "Fine," she conceded. "Let us seek the Cosmic Crystal." "What?" Mini Megatron was taken aback. "Did you not say you would take me to a new planet for a tranquil life?" "Plans change," Alita shrugged. "As long as it pleases you, I am agreeable. It's just a cosmic crystal, after all." Upon hearing this, Megatron was astonished. He did not expect Alita to be so supportive of him. Meanwhile, he had been occupied with maintaining an air of superiority. Truly, it was absurd. Perhaps he ought to abandon his pretentious ways. Thus, Alita and Mini Megatron set forth in pursuit of the Cosmic Crystal. Along the way, Mini Megatron incessantly complained about Alita's slow flying speed, urging her to hasten. "Could you move a bit faster? Optimus Prime might have already found the Cosmic Crystal." "Why the rush?" Alita replied impatiently. "The Cosmic Crystal isn't going to run away. What if Optimus Prime gets it first? Mini Megatron fretted, rubbing his small hands anxiously. That is the key to ruling the universe. Rest assured, Alita said confidently. Even if Optimus Prime finds it first, I can help you reclaim it. You? With that petite frame of yours? Do not underestimate me. Alita raised an eyebrow. I am the leader of the female Autobots. Female Autobots? Mini Megatron scoffed, curling his lip. Can you even fight? I think it's safer for you to stay at home. What did you say? Alita seethed, grabbing Mini Megatron and lifting him before her. Dare you say that again? Mini Megatron was taken aback by her fierce demeanor, retracting his neck and falling silent. Alita's grip was unexpectedly strong. He felt as though his spark was about to be crushed. He struggled desperately, his tiny metallic legs flailing in the air, mumbling incoherently. Let go of me. I feel like I'm going to be crushed. Realizing her loss of composure, Alita quickly released her grip. Mini Megatron shot out like a cannonball, colliding with a rock and producing a sharp clang. Are you all right? Alita inquired with concern. Though her words were harsh, she did care for Megatron. Mini Megatron shook his head, emerging from the crevice of the rock, covered in dust. He glared fiercely at Alita, gritting his teeth as he spoke. You madman! You nearly crushed me into scrap metal, Alita exclaimed, her lips curling in annoyance. Who told you to have such a loose tongue? Serves you right. Mini Megatron attempted to retort, but upon catching Alita's fierce gaze, he shrank back. He muttered under his breath, "Violent woman," and quietly brushed the dust off himself. The two continued their journey toward the cosmic crystal, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness and tension. Meanwhile, aboard an interstellar spacecraft in the Centaurus galaxy, a colossal figure loomed, the Harbinger, a faithful servant of the galactic overlord. He emanated an aura of decay, his crimson eyes glinting with a chilling light. Opposite him stood a tall robot, known as the Lockdown, a notorious interstellar bounty hunter. That old fool Optimus Prime has set his sights on the cosmic crystal, Harbinger intoned, his voice grating like metal against metal. We must seize it before he does. Lockdown smirked. I've longed to eliminate that hypocrite. Once we acquire the cosmic crystal, we shall dominate Cybertron, perhaps even the entire universe. In the shadows of the starship, two figures remained silently poised. Harbinger's trusted aides, Trap and Nightingale. They resembled two silent statues, awaiting their master's command. Trap, Harbinger turned to one of the figures. You will monitor Optimus Prime's movements. Nightingale, your task is to gather intelligence on the whereabouts of the cosmic crystal. Understood. Master, they replied in unison before vanishing into the darkness. Lockdown sheathed his dagger, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes. The cosmic crystal is truly enticing. With it, I could acquire the most alluring mechanical beauties in the galaxy. Harbinger shot him a disdainful glance. Do not forget our objective, Lockdown. Securing the cosmic crystal and ruling Cybertron is our utmost priority. Of course, Lockdown quickly nodded. I'm merely a tad overexcited. Harbinger scoffed, dismissing him. He gazed upward at the ship's ceiling, as if peering through the rock to the starless sky beyond. Optimus, he murmured, this time, I shall reduce you to mere fragments. Chapter 99. The quest for the cosmic crystal on the far side of Cybertron. In the desolate Rust Sea region, what was once a thriving Decepticon stronghold now lay in ruins. The Bulldozer, once the chief of the 12th Scrapyard, had followed Megatron into battle, transforming into a powerful Titan. However, after sustaining severe injuries from the three original Primes, his strength had waned, rendering him incapable of contending with Soundwave and Shockwave. At present, he patrolled the area with his subordinates, his imposing figure marred with scars, resembling a ferocious beast. Boss, look! One of his minions shouted, pointing toward a heap of scrap metal in the distance. There seems to be something over there. The Bulldozer squinted, peering intently. Among the pile of scrap metal, something seemed to glimmer. Let's investigate. With a sweeping gesture, the Bulldozer charged forward with his companions. As they sifted through the debris, they uncovered a metallic box, its surface adorned with peculiar runes, emanating a faint pulse of energy. What is this? One of the companions inquired with curiosity. The Bulldozer lifted the box, scrutinizing it closely. He sensed that this box was extraordinary, harboring immense power. I don't know, he replied, shaking his head, but it must be something valuable. Just then, a voice echoed from behind, put down the box. The Bulldozer spun around abruptly, spotting a tall figure standing not far away. Clad in a dark cloak and wearing a menacing mask, the figure demanded. Who are you? The bulldozer asked warily. I have come to reclaim what belongs to me. The cloaked figure replied coldly. Your belongings? The bulldozer scoffed. This box is mine now. Then let us see if you can hold on to it. The figure retorted before vanishing and charging towards the bulldozer. The figure moved with astonishing speed, reaching the bulldozer in the blink of an eye. Though the bulldozer was stout, his movements were surprisingly agile. With a furious roar, he swung his massive metal fist at the figure. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted as the figure was pushed back several paces. He lifted his head, eyes glinting with a chilling light beneath the mask. Recognizing the figure's unique movement style and the energy emanating from him, the bulldozer shouted, Shockwave. Upon hearing this, the figure discarded his disguise, ripping off his mask to reveal a stern metallic visage. It was Shockwave, the communications officer of the Decepticons. Hand over the energy core, bulldozer, Shockwave stated, his voice devoid of emotion. The energy core? You mean this? The bulldozer raised the metallic box. You traitor. How could you betray the Decepticons and side with the Autobots? Megatron is no longer the Megatron of old, Shockwave remarked disdainfully. He is too weak to lead the Decepticons to victory. Following him leads us only to ruin. Nonsense. The bulldozer bellowed. Leader Megatron will never give up. He will surely lead us to defeat the Autobots and reclaim Cybertron. Naive. Shockwave sneered. Do you truly believe that you wretched beings could defeat Optimus Prime? It is nothing but a fool's dream. Enraged, the bulldozer raised his fist, ready to strike Shockwave. Unyielding, Shockwave brandished his energy weapon in preparation for combat. Just then, a cold voice resonated from the ruins. Stop. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows. It was Soundwave, the intelligence officer of the Decepticons. Soundwave? The Earth Mover and Soundwave simultaneously turned their gazes towards him. What are you doing? Soundwave's voice resonated deeply and hoarsely. A civil strife? At this juncture? It is this traitor. The Earth Mover bellowed, pointing an accusatory finger at Soundwave. He has stolen our energy cubes and defected to the Autobots. Soundwave. Soundwave looked towards him. Is this true? Soundwave fell silent for a moment before responding. I have not betrayed the Decepticons. I have merely chosen a path that I deem more righteous. A more righteous path? Soundwave scoffed. Do you truly believe that aligning with the Autobots will preserve your life? They will merely regard you as cannon fodder. Better that than to perish alongside Megatron. Soundwave retorted. He has lost his sanity. He is utterly indifferent to our survival. Enough. Soundwave interjected sharply. This is not the time for quarrels. Our enemy is the Autobots, not one another. He glanced at the Earth Mover and Soundwave, his tone softening slightly. I understand that each of you hold your own convictions, but now we must unite to confront the Autobots and reclaim what is rightfully ours. Both the Earth Mover and Soundwave fell silent. They recognized the truth in Soundwave's words. Infighting would only render them more vulnerable to the Autobots' onslaught. We can set aside the energy cubes for now, Soundwave continued. Our most pressing concern is to locate Megatron and strategize our next steps together. Where's Megatron now? The Earth Mover inquired. I do not know. Soundwave shook his head. Since the last great battle, he has vanished. I have been searching for his whereabouts, but to no avail. Damn it. The Earth Mover slammed his fist down. Megatron must have been captured by the Autobots. That possibility cannot be ruled out, Soundwave acknowledged. But we currently lack evidence and must continue our search. What shall we do now? Soundwave asked. First, we must depart from here. Soundwave surveyed the surrounding ruins. It was no longer safe. The Autobots could appear at any moment. Understood. Both the Earth Mover and Soundwave nodded in agreement. The three departed the Rust Sea, making their way towards a secret stronghold. On the journey, the Earth Mover cast a furtive glance at Soundwave, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. He was uncertain of Soundwave's truthfulness, yet he recognized that the Decepticons were now fragmented and their morale shattered. If this continued, they would inevitably be eradicated by the Autobots. Megatron, the Earth Mover, silently pondered, where on Earth are you? Thus, while the Calamity sought the cosmic crystal and plotted to eliminate Optimus Prime, the Decepticons were also clandestinely devising their subsequent plans. Optimus Prime's sole objective remained the cosmic crystal. Meanwhile, on the other side of Cybertron, within a concealed cave illuminated by faint light, lay Alita's secret base. Alita stood at the center of the platform, cradling a metallic object the size of a spark. It flickered with a dim red glow, faintly resembling a miniature version of Megatron. RC, Moonracer, Chromia, Alita's voice echoed within the cavern. Come here. 3 silhouettes emerged from the shadows. They were Alita's most trusted subordinates, and among the few remaining female Autobots who followed her. RC, with her athletic form and sharp gaze. Moonracer, graceful and poised, and Chromia, embodying a cold demeanor, silent and serious. What is it, Commander Alita? RC stepped forward, inquiring. Alita opened her palm to reveal the miniature Megatron. This is Megatron. We must help him to restore. The 3 Autobots were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances as if they had heard something utterly preposterous. Megatron? RC broke the silence, her tone laced with disbelief. That tyrant? That butcher? Yes, it is him, Alita affirmed, her gaze unwavering, devoid of hesitation. Alita, have you lost your mind? Moonracer gasped, covering her mouth in shock. He is our enemy. He has slain so many of our comrades. Chromia remained silent, her piercing stare fixed on the miniature Megatron, as if willing it to disintegrate with her gaze. I understand what you are thinking. Alita inhaled deeply. I know he has committed numerous wrongs, and his hands are stained with the sparks of our fallen comrades. However, the situation is different now. What is different? RC challenged. Has he suddenly transformed into a benevolent saint? He has not. Alita shook her head. But he is our only hope. She paused before continuing. Currently, the fallen has not yet perished, and Optimus Prime is preparing for war against him. What will happen if Optimus is defeated? Despite Megatron's tarnished past, he is devoted to Cybertron. Therefore, we can support him. This is for the sake of Cybertron. Upon hearing this, the cavern fell into an eerie silence, with only Alita's breath resonating in the stillness. RC furrowed her brow. Commander Alita, even if Megatron is our only hope, how can we restore him? How do we contend with Optimus Prime and the Fallen? Our strength is insufficient. Moonracer echoed. Indeed, Commander. Even if we manage to repair him, with just the 4 of us, we cannot protect him. She caressed her smooth arm, seemingly envisioning the terrifying scenario of being captured by Optimus Prime. Claudia remained expressionless, yet her tone betrayed a hint of concern. The situation on Cybertron was intricate. Even if Megatron were to recover, his adversaries would not be limited to Optimus Prime. There was also that enigmatic cataclysm. With our meager numbers, how can we possibly confront him? Alita surveyed her surroundings, determination flashing in her eyes. I understand the difficulty of our task, but we must make an attempt. For Cybertron. For ourselves, we must revive Megatron. She paused momentarily before continuing. First, we must construct a new mechanical body for him. The armory of Cybertron harbors a plethora of weapons and components, which we can utilize. The armory? RC raised an eyebrow. That is the domain of Ironhide. And that old fellow's electromagnetic pulse cannon is no trifling matter. How do we gain entry? Are we courting death? We must try, Alita declared resolutely. Without weapons and resources, Megatron stands no chance of recovery. We must take this risk. The 3 exchanged glances, each reflecting the concern and resolve within their eyes. Very well, leader. We shall heed your command. RC ultimately nodded. Whatever you decide, we shall follow. Moonracer and Claudia also expressed their agreement. Thus, the 4 female Autobots commenced their daring adventure. Under the cover of night, they infiltrated the armory of Cybertron. The armory, located beneath Kaon, was heavily fortified, with guards patrolling incessantly. Alita and her companions cautiously evaded detection, employing their unique abilities to silently penetrate the depths of the armory. Inside, a dazzling array of weaponry and equipment towered like mountains, gleaming with a metallic luster. Alita meticulously selected weapons and components suitable for Megatron's use, as she aimed to forge a formidable body that could withstand both Optimus Prime and the Cataclysm. RC maintained vigilance, her keen senses alert to any potential dangers. Moonracer utilized her transformation ability to compress cumbersome components into smaller sizes, facilitating their transport. Time passed steadily, and their operation progressed smoothly. Just as they were nearing completion, an unforeseen event transpired. Who goes there? A thunderous roar shattered the tranquility of the armory. Ironhide, once the overseer of Sector 12, materialized before them, brandishing his electromagnetic pulse cannon, his gaze icy and unyielding. Autobots, how dare you infiltrate the armory? Ironhide bellowed, pulling the trigger. A blinding electromagnetic pulse surged towards Alita and her companions. "Take cover," RC shouted, tackling Alita to the ground. Moonracer and Claudia also swiftly dodged, yet were nonetheless struck by the residual waves of the pulse, leaving their bodies momentarily paralyzed. "Damn it!" RC rose from the ground, brushing off the dust. "That old fellow's electromagnetic cannon truly packs a punch. We cannot linger in battle. We must depart swiftly," Alita urged, having risen from the ground. "Thinking of escaping? It won't be that simple." Ironhide raised his electromagnetic pulse cannon once more, declaring, "None of you shall leave here alive today." An intense confrontation erupted within the armory. Although Alita and her companions lacked Ironhide's strength, they demonstrated remarkable synergy, skillfully utilizing the terrain and various equipment within the armory to evade him. RC showcased her exceptional combat prowess, darting like a nimble cheetah, deftly avoiding Ironhide's attacks while seeking opportunities to counterstrike. Moonlight's transformation abilities allowed her to fluidly shift between forms, creating considerable difficulties for Ironhide. Meanwhile, Claudia harnessed her advanced programming skills to disrupt Ironhide's weapon systems, rendering his strikes wildly inaccurate. Throughout the fray, Alita maintained a composed demeanor, directing the trio's movements and scouting for an opportunity to escape. The battle raged on for an extended period, leaving both sides utterly exhausted. Ultimately, Alita seized a moment of opportunity. Utilizing a large energy device, she orchestrated a powerful explosion that provided cover for the trio's escape from the armory. Ironhide was thrown back by the shockwave of the explosion, incapacitated for a time. His eyes burned with rage and frustration as he watched Alita and her companions flee. Curse it! How could they escape? As Alita and her comrades fled the armory, they hurried towards their secret base, laden with their spoils. They understood that this was merely the first step. Greater challenges lay ahead. Yet, for the sake of Megatron and Cybertron, they would never yield. Upon returning to their base, Alita meticulously arranged the collected parts and weapons on a platform, gazing at the mini Megatron with glimmers of hope in her eyes. "Megatron, we shall restore you to your former glory." Alita's voice echoed through the base, trembling slightly, yet filled with resolve. She inhaled deeply, suppressing all her emotions. This was not the time for sorrow. Megatron's resurrection was paramount. With great care, Alita positioned the flickering energy core, the spark, at the center of Megatron's mechanical chest. This spark housed Megatron's soul and memories, serving as the key to his rebirth. Next came the memory panel, which recorded all of Megatron's combat data and skills, akin to his brain. Alita inserted the panel into its interface, meticulously verifying the connections to ensure not a single error would occur. Finally, the most crucial component, the Supreme Modification Module. This was the module that had launched Megatron's legacy, capable of significantly enhancing his combat capabilities. Alita affixed the module to Megatron's back, the intricate wiring spreading like veins, linking all the components together. Throughout this entire process, Alita held her breath, her focus razor-sharp. Her fingers danced with dexterity, as if performing a delicate surgery. Sweat trickled down her forehead, yet she dare not pause to wipe it away. RC, Yuejiao, and Claudia stood nearby, their breaths held in anticipation. They understood that every movement made by Alita determined Megatron's fate, as well as their own futures. Time passed, second by second. Chapter 101, Into Cybertron's Depths. Seek the Primus. The base was enveloped in silence, save for the hum of electricity. Various wires intertwined like a spider's web, shimmering with a ghostly blue light. After an indeterminate duration, Megatron's mechanical form began to emit a faint glow, which intensified, ultimately illuminating the entire base. Had he come alive? Yuejiao's voice trembled. Disbelief etched across her features as she beheld the scene. Alita, equally stunned, could hardly fathom her success. As the radiance gradually faded, Megatron's towering figure materialized before them. He slowly opened his eyes, the blue orbs flickering with an unsettling brilliance. "I have returned." Megatron's deep voice resonated within the base, echoing as though it emerged from the depths of hell. Alita, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed forward and embraced him. "You are finally back. We have waited so long for you." Megatron gently patted Alita's back, a fleeting tenderness crossing his gaze. "You have all endured much. For you, it has all been worth it." Alita lifted her gaze to meet Megatron's, her eyes brimming with adoration. RC, Yue Jiao, and Claudia gathered around, excitedly greeting Megatron. "Hello, you are awake at last. I thought you would never return." "It is enough to be alive," Megatron replied, his heart swelling with gratitude as he looked at the female Autobots before him. He recognized that they were now his unwavering support. "Any who dare harm the female Autobots shall perish. What shall we do next?" RC inquired, her eyes glimmering with the spark of battle. Megatron surveyed the surroundings, his gaze settling upon a map affixed to the wall, marking Optimus Prime's base. "Optimus Prime?" Megatron growled through clenched teeth. It is time to settle the score. However, he was aware that Optimus now possessed the Allspark, and with the Rust Sea's Allspark under his control, he was a formidable adversary. But the Allspark grants him immense power. RC voiced her concerns. "For the Allspark." Megatron, fear no challenge." Confidence radiated from his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he decided that seeking the cosmic crystal would be prudent. Only with it could he confront Optimus and the Decepticons. "Must we seek Soundwave again? Those fellows are truly unreliable," Megatron muttered, caught in a moment of indecision. At this moment, Alita approached and inquired, "Are you still pondering over the loyalty of the former Decepticons? Their allegiance was indeed built upon your strength." Her words plunged Megatron into contemplation. She spoke the truth. The loyalty of the former Decepticon members was indeed anchored in his power. Now that his strength had waned considerably, rallying them would likely prove difficult. Megatron nodded, his deep blue eyes gazing towards the artificial sun, then sweeping over the desolate base beneath him. While the cosmic crystal was undeniably significant, there were alternative paths to augmenting one's power. The Cosmic Emperor was gravely injured, and the primordial celestial master was ensnared in a predicament of energy depletion. Megatron murmured softly to himself, as if sifting through the thoughts swirling in his mind. A bold idea began to take shape. "Alita, we must journey to the core of Cybertron," Megatron exclaimed, his gaze suddenly alight with determination. "Perhaps the technology of the primordial celestial master lies hidden there." RC, Moonracer, and Chromia exchanged astonished glances, clearly taken aback by Megatron's proposal. The core region of Cybertron was a forbidden zone teeming with unknown perils. The environment in the core is exceedingly harsh, and it is said that ancient mechanical guardians still roam there. RC cautioned anxiously. "What is there to fear? When have I, Megatron, ever been afraid?" he declared boldly, waving his hand with grandeur. "To gain powerful strength, one must embrace risk." Alita's eyes sparkled with admiration. "I believe in you, Megatron. Wherever you go, I will follow. Count me in," Moonracer exclaimed, her tiny fists raised in excitement. "Exploration is the most thrilling," though Chromia hesitated slightly. Seeing the support from the others compelled her to nod in agreement. "Very well, I shall accompany you. However, if danger arises, you must protect us. Rest assured, my sisters." Megatron grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. "With me around, no one shall harm you." Having established their objective, Megatron and his companions began preparing for their journey to the core of Cybertron. They repaired an old shuttle and equipped it with the most advanced weaponry. Days later, the shuttle ascended slowly, departing from the dilapidated base and heading toward the core of Cybertron. The core region was a hellish landscape, filled with rivers of lava and metal. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur, and streams of molten rock flowed across the ground. The shuttle jolted through the intense heat, with fragments of lava occasionally striking the hull, producing deafening sounds. This wretched place is truly inhospitable. Moonracer clutched the armrests tightly, her complexion paling. "Hang in there, Moonracer," Alita reassured her. "We will reach our destination soon." In the cockpit, Megatron stood resolutely, his gaze fixed ahead. He was acutely aware that this journey was fraught with peril. Yet to attain immense power, he must surmount every obstacle. Suddenly, the shuttle jolted violently, and alarms blared throughout the cabin. "What is happening?" Megatron demanded with authority. "Report. We are under attack by unidentified creatures," RC exclaimed in panic. Outside the shuttle, a horde of enormous metallic spiders was relentlessly assaulting the hull. These arachnids possessed razor-sharp claws and impenetrable exoskeletons, rendering conventional weaponry utterly ineffective against them. "Damn it!" Megatron cursed. "Activate the energy shield." The surface of the shuttle glimmered with a blue aura as the energy shield engaged, repelling the onslaught of the metallic spiders. However, their sheer numbers overwhelmed the shield, which soon began to fracture. This cannot continue. The shield won't hold much longer. RC cried anxiously. I will deal with them, Megatron declared, seizing an energy cannon and unleashing a barrage upon the metallic spiders. Blue energy beams sliced through the dark void, obliterating several of the arachnids into fragments. Yet, more spiders surged forth, seemingly endless in their assault. Watch out! Suddenly, a massive metallic spider lunged from the side, its sharp claws aimed at Megatron. In a split second, Elita pushed Megatron aside, only to be clawed on the arm by the spider. Elita, Megatron gasped, quickly supporting her. A deep gash appeared on Elita's mechanical arm, exposing intricate wiring and components. I'm fine. Elita grit her teeth against the pain. Damnable beasts! Megatron roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. He lifted Elita and placed her in a seat before turning to unleash a frenzied barrage at the metallic spiders. Enraged, Megatron transformed into a harbinger of death, the energy cannon in his grasp spewing forth cataclysmic beams that disintegrated spider after spider into mere remnants. However, the relentless tide of metallic spiders continued to swell. And just then, the energy shield of the shuttle finally succumbed to the relentless pressure, shattering completely. This is bad. The shuttle is going down. RC shouted in terror. Abandon ship, Megatron commanded decisively, hoisting the injured Elita onto his shoulder. RC and Moonlight followed closely behind as the four of them scrambled from the doomed shuttle. The vessel plunged headlong into a roiling river of lava, sending towering waves of molten rock into the air. The four managed to land on a relatively flat metallic platform, the searing heat assaulting them as the platform was nearly melted by the intense temperatures. Ahem! Alita gradually awakened, a sharp pain causing her to emit a soft groan. She glanced down at her arm, marred by the metallic spider's claws, sparks flying and hissing around the exposed wires. Megatron, she weakly called his name. Upon seeing Alita's injuries, Megatron felt a pang of anguish in his heart. He roughly tore a piece from his own metallic exterior and wrapped it around her wound with a sense of urgency. Do not speak. Conserve your energy, he urged. RC and Moonshadow looked around in terror, the rivers of lava winding like fiery serpents, the air thick with the acrid scent of sulfur. In the distance, those metallic spiders lurked ominously, as if waiting for the opportune moment to strike. We are trapped. Moonshadow's voice trembled, despair creeping into her words. Do not utter such things. Megatron roared, his gaze fierce and unyielding, burning with a defiant flame. His eyes fell upon the metallic spiders, and a reckless thought flashed through his mind. Rather than succumb to fate, why not seize the moment and fight back? He recalled the ultimate modification module. If he could utilize it to enhance his mechanical form, perhaps hope still lingered. Megatron, what are you planning to do? RC asked, astonished by his intentions. I shall harness the power of these beasts. A frenzied light sparkled in Megatron's eyes. He activated the ultimate modification module, aiming at the metallic spiders. Blue energy beams shot forth, forcibly dragging several of the spiders' mechanical bodies towards him, tearing them apart mid-air into countless fragments, which then swiftly surged towards Megatron. Intense agony enveloped him, the components of the spiders merging into his body like parasites. His mechanical form began to twist and contort, the molten energy surging within him like a tempest. A cry of pain erupted from Megatron, as if his very being were on the verge of being torn asunder. RC and Moonshadow gazed in horror at the spectacle, having never witnessed such a terrifying transformation. Alita struggled to sit up, her heart heavy with worry and fear as she beheld Megatron suffering. Megatron, no. Yet, he was beyond hearing her pleas, lost in an abyss of torment, feeling as though his body was being consumed by lava, only to be perpetually reformed. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. Gradually, the pain began to subside, and Megatron slowly opened his eyes. His body had undergone a monumental transformation. The once formidable frame had grown even larger. The components of the metallic spiders seamlessly integrated with his form, creating a fearsome armor and razor-sharp claws. He looked down at his hands, feeling the surge of immense power within him, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Now it is my turn. As Megatron stepped into the searing river of molten lava, the fiery liquid flowed beneath his feet like warm water, causing him no harm whatsoever. He advanced toward the metallic spiders, each stride radiating a cataclysmic force. The metallic arachnids sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Megatron and emitted fearful shrieks, scattering in all directions. However, their speed was no match for his. Like a specter, Megatron glided through the lava, his sharp claws effortlessly tearing apart the spider's formidable exoskeletons, reducing them to mere fragments. Lava, shards of metal, and severed limbs interwove to create a hellish tableau. RC and Moonfire stood transfixed, witnessing a being that seemed to have emerged from the depths of Inferno. Is this truly Megatron? Such formidable combat prowess. Could it really be attributed to that module? Surely, it must be his indomitable will. Even with such modifications, an ordinary being would not endure such agony. At that moment, having vanquished the last metallic spider, Megatron stood amidst the molten river and unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the lava-laden abyss, heralding the rise of the Decepticons. Suddenly, the ground convulsed violently, and the river of lava churned more ferociously. What is happening? RC exclaimed in terror. It seems something is about to emerge. Moonfire's voice trembled in response. In the center of the molten river, a colossal vortex gradually formed, emanating a chilling aura. Megatron squinted, fixating on the swirling mass. A sense of inexplicable unease rising within him. What is that? Alita weakly inquired. Megatron remained silent, tightening his grip on his energy cannon, warily observing the vortex. It expanded rapidly, spinning faster, the lava boiling like water at its peak. Suddenly, a gigantic metallic tentacle erupted from the vortex, crashing down onto the ground with a deafening impact. What in the world is that? RC screamed in horror. Chapter 103. Acquiring the primordial celestial being's memory panel, the lava roiled as the massive metallic tentacle slowly retracted, seemingly probing for something. A bold thought flickered in Megatron's mind. The primordial celestial being of Cybertron. He murmured, his optical sensors gleaming with excitement. Could it be that this is the core of the primordial celestial being? If this is indeed the case, Megatron clenched his fist, a surge of formidable power coursing through him. Then this mechanical arm. He fixed his gaze upon the gargantuan vortex, as if striving to penetrate the molten barrier and uncover the secrets concealed within. It is guarding something. Megatron was almost certain. The primordial celestial being's memory panel must be right beneath this. With this thought, he could no longer contain the exhilaration swelling within him. If he could acquire the memory panel of the primordial celestial sovereign, he would attain unparalleled power, sufficient to command the entirety of Cybertron, and perhaps even the cosmos itself. Alita. He turned to the still, feeble Alita, instructing, stay here and keep an eye on them. Although worry gnawed at her heart, Alita nodded in agreement. Megatron took a deep breath and leaped into the churning river of molten lava. The scorching magma enveloped him instantly, yet he felt no pain. His body, now integrated with metallic spider components, was capable of withstanding such extreme heat. Like a fish navigating through water, he glided through the lava, heading towards the immense vortex. The pull of the vortex grew stronger, as if it sought to consume him whole. Come forth, Megatron roared within. Let me uncover the secrets that the primordial celestial sovereign conceals. With that, he plunged into the vortex, vanishing amidst the swirling lava. RC and Moonshadow gasped in horror, eyes wide as they watched the spot where Megatron had disappeared. Has he lost his mind? RC stammered. He will surely perish. Moonshadow's voice quivered. Alita bit her lip, remaining silent. Her heart brimmed with anxiety, yet she held faith in Megatron, trusting he would return alive. Deep within the vortex, Megatron was drawn downward by an immense force. Plummeting ever further, the surrounding lava thickened to near solidity, enveloping him in a colossal furnace of astonishing heat. Even his augmented form began to feel the sting of warmth. Time passed, though its measure eluded him, until he finally landed on a solid metallic platform. He surveyed his surroundings, discovering himself within a vast metallic chamber. At its center stood a colossal metal panel, radiating a blinding brilliance. This must be the memory panel of the primordial celestial sovereign. Megatron's heart raced with excitement. He strode swiftly to the panel, extending his hand to touch it. Suddenly, a gigantic metallic figure materialized before him, obstructing his path. It was an enormous robot, towering over 10 meters, clad in heavy armor, wielding a massive energy axe. "Who are you?" Megatron inquired, his voice laced with wariness. The robot offered no reply, raising the energy axe and swinging it down ferociously at Megatron. He swiftly evaded, the axe crashing onto the metallic platform with a deafening roar. "It seems you do not wish for me to obtain this panel." Megatron scoffed, leveling his energy cannon at the robot and firing. The blast struck the robot's armor, igniting a shower of sparks, yet it failed to inflict any damage. Such formidable armor. In a moment of surprise, Megatron felt a jolt within. The robotic adversary raised its energy axe once more, striking towards him with ferocity. As he deftly evaded the mechanical onslaught, he sought to discern its vulnerabilities. He noted that while the machine's movements were sluggish, its strength was formidable and its armor exceptionally resilient. Ordinary attacks were utterly ineffective against it. It seemed that only one particular maneuver would suffice. Megatron contemplated inwardly. Taking a deep breath, he channeled all the energy within him into the energy cannon clasped in his hands. "Perish!" he bellowed, unleashing the full force of the cannon's energy. A brilliant beam erupted from the weapon, striking the mechanical foe squarely in the chest. The machine emitted a pained roar as its massive form gradually succumbed to the ground. Approaching the fallen adversary, Megatron observed a gaping hole in its chest, a testament to the cannon's devastating impact. Pathetic, easily vanquished, he scoffed, turning his gaze towards the colossal metal panel nearby. He stepped forward, extending a hand to delicately graze its surface. Suddenly, the panel radiated with an intense light, and a surge of potent energy coursed into Megatron's being. His body trembled violently, as though the energy were intent on tearing him apart. A cry of anguish escaped his lips. In the next instant, the memory panel of the Primordial Celestial appeared within Megatron's mechanical mind. Name: Primordial Celestial. Category: Super Cosmic Level Strategic Mechanical Life Form. Torque: Infinite. Speed: Light speed 299, 792, 458 meters per second. Defense: Absolute domain, capable of withstanding any known attack. Transformation: Stellar conversion mode, able to transform itself or a designated area into any celestial form. Weapon: Genesis Light, capable of triggering stellar-level energy explosions. Energy: Eternal core, energy inexhaustible and endless, yet susceptible to damage upon attack. Current status: Severely damaged. Module: Heart of the Universe module, possesses the ability to create and reshape any metallic structure. Comprehensive rating: Beyond stellar. Unaccessible, special ability: Planetary conversion, capable of transforming itself or target objects into planetary-level entities, possessing control over gravity, magnetic fields, and elements. As Megatron felt the surge of power within him, an unprecedented strength compelled him to unleash a primal roar to the heavens. Absolute domain, Genesis Light, planetary conversion. Those abilities, once relegated to the realm of legend, were now his to wield. He attempted to command his colossal mechanical form, envisioning himself as a blazing star. Yet reality struck him sharply. "What is happening?" Megatron growled, his voice reverberating throughout the expansive mind. The mechanical form of the primordial celestial master is intricately adorned, emanating an ancient and formidable aura, yet its interior is utterly hollow, resembling a lavish shell devoid of substance. He endeavored to channel energy, only to discover that aside from a faint ember of vitality, there was no response whatsoever. The absence of energy was astonishing, none at all. He felt akin to a beggar who, upon stumbling into a resplendent palace, finds it entirely barren, devoid of even a drop of water. This profound sense of disparity nearly drove Megatron to madness. He pounded the metallic ground with fervor, producing a dull thud. Cursed fate! Am I destined for failure? At that moment, the divine modification module upon his chest suddenly radiated a brilliant light, a warm energy gradually flowing into his being. Megatron was momentarily taken aback, followed swiftly by an overwhelming joy. Could it be? He gazed down at the module, which pulsed with a peculiar luminescence, akin to a beating heart, continuously supplying energy. This energy surged toward the severely damaged eternal core of the primordial celestial master, like a gentle stream nurturing parched earth. Chapter 104: Overwhelming the Centaur Star System. The rise of the Transformers. The fissures upon the core began to mend slowly, the formerly dim surface gradually regaining its luster. Ha ha ha! Megatron laughed heartily, his voice resonating with the relief of surviving calamity and the ambition of impending resurgence. Fate has not forsaken me. As the eternal core was restored, the mechanical form of the primordial celestial master began to regain vitality. Vast energies surged within, bestowing Megatron with an unprecedented strength. He clenched his fists, feeling the torrent of power within, his eyes shimmering with exhilaration. Cybertron, your leader has returned. The restoration was a gradual yet steady process. Megatron sat cross-legged upon the metallic platform, quietly sensing the growth of his power. He felt as if he had returned to the arena, drenched in sweat and blood, fighting for survival. That long-lost sensation of fervor ignited his spirit. He envisioned his future, a future intertwined with Alita. Time slipped away, and at last, the eternal core was fully restored. Megatron's consciousness transitioned from his original form to the planet Cybertron. Cybertron, a world forged of metal, once lifeless and energy-depleted, resembled a decrepit giant. Yet now, a powerful surge of energy erupted from the planet's core, coursing through every inch of its metallic fabric. The withered energy conduits rejuvenated. Extinguished lights flickered back to life, and dormant machinery began to operate. The entire planet seemed to awaken anew. "This is power," he whispered, his voice echoing in the vacuum of space. He could sense every corner of the planet Cybertron, every subtle flow of energy. This world had become an integral part of his being, a colossal and indomitable mechanical fortress. With a mere thought, his consciousness instantly returned to his original mechanical form. Standing on the metallic platform of the core, he clenched his fists, feeling the surging energy within him. "So it is," a smile crept upon his lips. "I can effortlessly switch between these two bodies. This form is now akin to a terminal of Cybertron. This signifies that he not only possessed the formidable power of the Primordial One, but also had access to the entire energy supply of the planet Cybertron. This power was sufficient to vanquish all adversaries." He strode out of the molten core, eager to share this exhilarating news with Alita. Alita was anxiously awaiting outside, pacing back and forth, occasionally glancing toward the depths of the lava. It had been quite some time since Megatron had entered, filling her heart with apprehension. Would anything befall him? She murmured, her delicate mechanical fingers entwined tightly. At that moment, a tall figure emerged from the mine. "Megatron!" Alita exclaimed with delight, rushing towards him. Seeing her anxious expression, warmth surged within Megatron. "I am unharmed," he spoke calmly. "I have resolved Cybertron's energy crisis." "Really?" Alita's eyes widened in disbelief. "But how did you accomplish that?" Megatron offered little explanation, merely smiling faintly. "You will know in due time." Alita gazed at Megatron's confident smile, her heart swelling with admiration. She understood that he had undoubtedly accomplished something monumental. "How wonderful!" she exclaimed sincerely. With this, Cybertron need no longer fear energy depletion. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she hurriedly inquired, "But what about your divine modification module? Is it still intact?" Megatron looked down at his chest, where the module had once been embedded, now vacant. "It has fulfilled its purpose," he stated calmly. It devoted all its energy to restoring Cybertron's energy core. Upon hearing this, Alita's heart tightened. Although the energy crisis of Cybertron had been alleviated, she felt regret for Megatron's loss of such a powerful module. "Then what about you now?" she hesitated to ask, uncertain how to express her concerns. Megatron perceived her worries, gently stroking her head, and spoke softly. "Do not fret. My current strength surpasses what it once was." He paused before continuing. "Moreover, I have more significant matters to attend to." Alita lifted her gaze, looking at him with curiosity. "What matters?" Megatron's gaze was profound as he stared into the distance, his voice resolute as he declared, "I shall lead the Decepticons to conquer the entirety of the universe. Let the Transformers race become an everlasting presence within the cosmos." As his words echoed, Moonfire and RC exchanged disdainful glances. Such grandiloquence. No wonder it's Megatron. His aspirations are boundless. Yet, Megatron remained unfazed, for he understood that the Transformers race was destined to rise from this moment onward. Upon returning to Cybertron, Megatron swiftly utilized the power of Primus to achieve unification. Cataclysm and Confinement, among others, witnessed this spectacle and sought refuge under the Cosmic Emperor's banner. Optimus Prime, perceiving the revitalization of Cybertron, yearned for an audience with Megatron. The latter proclaimed that with the Transformers' newfound strength, they must seize additional planets to expand their dominion. Disagreeing with this ideology, Optimus Prime departed with a faction of Autobots. In the ensuing decades, Megatron led the Decepticons to unparalleled victories, swiftly unifying the Centaurus star system. Even the Cosmic Emperor, confronted with the energy-laden Primus, dared not challenge him. One day, news reached Megatron's ears. Leader, Optimus Prime resides on a blue planet, seeking to coexist with carbon-based life forms. Upon hearing this, Megatron scoffed. Our Transformers race is invincible. How could this cowardly Optimus entertain such notions? He ordered an expedition to annihilate that planet. Nay, to obliterate the entire star system. At that moment, Alita intervened. We are of the same lineage. We cannot unleash indiscriminate slaughter, lest the other races of the Centaurus star system face dire consequences. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. With that, he led Alita to the highest metallic platform in Karen's city, from which they could survey the entire city and even glimpse the distant twinkling stars. Alita, I am grateful for your presence. Leader, there is no need for such formality, Alita stammered. This is my duty. Megatron turned to her, his sharp crimson eyes fixed upon her with sincerity. No, Alita, your assistance surpasses all else. I wish to respond to the question you once posed to me. I love you.